Chapter 311. Regarding the albinism phenomenon, I seen the photo Schwager took later. It's truly terrifying. Aoshwe also sat down to listen to Shakia discuss the series of events that had occurred, taking a short break. Schwager's report on the albinism phenomenon stated that it was a natural phenomenon caused by the families instantly draining a large amount of life energy from nearby life forms. The white powder left behind was harmless. It was the moment of its creation that was harmful. Thanks to this, the family's appearance did not cause more serious secondary disasters. Yes, fortunately, Pierce and the others arrived and immediately contacted the police, notifying nearby residents to evacuate. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more serious. Shakia recalled the situation, and it was truly a close call. The erupting mist was instantly controlled by Nineveh, using her supernatural powers within a small area, buying precious time for the evacuation of the people. Nineveh once again impressed Shakia. Furthermore, Nineveh's ability to effectively manage the power of her familiar, coupled with her quick judgment and ability to quickly arrive at the optimal solution, convinced Sakia that she was the executor possessing the power of the mechanical soul. And unlike Sakia, who had to learn how to wield the power of the mechanical soul after losing her memory, Nineveh seemed highly adept at utilizing her power. Excellent judgment combined with immense strength. This is the true form of the executor. At Nineveh's signal, Sakia lent a hand, and the two used their own mechanical soul powers to compress the light mist into a sphere of energy, preventing its spread. After the nearby residents evacuated as quickly as possible, Sakia and Nineveh were finally able to make their final push. Amidst the dense, highly concentrated light mist, a small familiar took physical form. This creature would later become part of the Needle-Mouth Ghost, but even then, even Sakia, without a physical body, was a formidable opponent. The same thing happened when she faced the familiar Yaksha King. Facing a familiar in her physical form still made Sakia nervous. Thankfully, Nineveh was there. Nineveh, my Superman. As much as I like to say it, Nineveh didn't seem invincible. At first, Nineveh was quite passive. After all, this enemy had no physical form. Facing this creature, Sakia discovered that while their respective spirit powers could enhance each other's, the physical and mental damage they inflicted was also doubled. The tactic of lending power to each other did have certain side effects. Perhaps it was because the power of the root cubes differed between each executor. I heard Master Jingxi mention this before. Nineve was the primary attacker in the battle, as Sakia lacked any effective means of attacking with her spirit power. Furthermore, Sakia's attack style primarily relied on physical attacks, focusing her spirit power on her fists and feet. This time, the enemy was as ethereal as a stream of water or smoke. While the spirit power protected Sakia from mental attacks, it was equally ineffective against the creature before her. Nine's abilities, acting as a countermeasure to this ethereal being, launched a fierce attack against it. Judging from Nineveh's performance, she might have known this creature's weaknesses. She remained calm and composed in front of the familiar, attacking and defending in an orderly manner, gradually exposing the enemy's weaknesses. Sakia, shielding Nineveh, observed this closely. Nineveh's use of the spirit energy was truly masterful. When dealing with an energy-like enemy, one should use energy to counter it. There's a saying, defeat magic with magic. Sakia reluctantly resorted to this tactic. The great dragon move that defeated the Needle-Mouth Ghost was, in some ways, a re-emergence of Nineveh's technique. Nineveh's spirit energy condensed into an equally ethereal, translucent humanoid figure, confronting the familiar head-on. Finally, with a single energy cannon, the familiar was blasted skyward, disappearing completely into the night sky. Sakia and Nineveh were victorious. The FBI arrived at the scene of the crime at precisely the right time and began contact with Schwager's agents. This was so accurate that it's hard to call it a coincidence. However, the other party seems to have contacted Director China Schwager, which at least suggests that this was a joint operation with prior notice. It's true that the FBI and Schwager did work together later. But Sakia later thought about it, and felt that the FBI was taking advantage of the situation, which made her a little unhappy. Sakia doesn't need to elaborate on what happened later. Aoshwe is already familiar with it. Hey, so that's how it is. So, that patriarch does have some skills. He almost caused Schwager's operation to fail. If he really is in charge of this place, then we're really going to meet each other on the same path. Aoshwe played with her hair with a finger and smiled at Shakia. She understood Shakia's feelings. If it were Aoshwe, she would have seized this opportunity to seek revenge. And it wasn't just revenge. Shakia had fallen at the hands of the cult master because she wasn't strong enough. Not just in terms of martial arts, but also in terms of tactical acumen. This time, Shakia wanted to test her own growth. There was no need to worry now. Just wait for that guy to come to her. Yes, that guy, I got him. Shakia cracked her knuckles and said in a low voice. Aoshwe had no objection. She felt that the cult master was the one who managed the cult within this base. If they could capture him first, many things would be much easier. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, first capture the leader. Waiting here for the prey was much more efficient than exploring like a headless fly. It seemed like there was still some time left, so Shakia and Aoshwe began to chat. Hey guys next door. What's the crime that's got you in here? At this moment, a questioning voice came from the adjacent cell, and it seemed to be speaking the language Shakia was most familiar with. How strange, 2 women are imprisoned here, and they speak Chinese. Seemingly having heard Shakia and Aoshwe talking in Chinese next door, an older man, who was also imprisoned, couldn't help but join in the conversation. Shakia and Aoshwe were also surprised. They hadn't expected to meet Chinese speakers in a place like this, across the ocean. Who are you? Shakia asked back. Hey, me. Just a convicted cultist. What about you? What crime have you committed that's got you in solitary confinement? Oh, a convicted cultist? Looks like there's a story. This is a rare source of information. He seemed to think Shakia and the other 2 were also cultists. And since they all spoke the same language, there was no better place to interrogate them. Sakia and Aoshwe exchanged glances and decided not to let this big fish go. Chapter 312. Yes. We're new here. We were locked up here because we didn't know the rules. And tampered with the equipment. What's going on here? Shakia saw Aoshwe making up an excuse and stepped forward to respond. Although the 2 couldn't see the face of the cultist next door, judging by his voice, he was a young man around 30 at most. His voice was weak, perhaps because he'd been locked up for quite some time. Yes, newcomers tend to get into trouble easily, so we're here to reflect on our mistakes. The man's tone was a bit helpless and self-deprecating. Perhaps my faith in the familiar they worship isn't strong enough. The man said, then fell silent again. Yes, yes. After all, words alone are hard to believe. Shakia broke the silence. Not really. We saw the familiar's power when we joined the cult, the man said, startlingly. Shakia quickly shut up. She almost let something slip. Why else do you think I came all this way, following the cult here? So that's how it is. Aoshwe quickly chimed in after hearing the man's words. Then why were you? Aoshwe asked, but the man remained silent for a moment. Nothing. I just made a wish during a gathering to go home and see my family. Sakia and Aoshwe exchanged a glance. This cult, indeed, is not a good one. They imprison people just because they want to see their families. That's not hard to understand. We want to, too. Aoshwe was quite good at negotiation, so she let the old man next door have a chat this time. Really? But don't say it. Otherwise, I'd be an example. The man's tone was filled with resignation. Have you ever thought about leaving the cult? Aoshwe asked tentatively. It seems you're really new here, or perhaps you still have a way out of your previous lives. Honestly, I don't want to leave the cult, but I also want to see my family. That's all. The man's words left Aoshwe and Sakia at a loss for words. The guards before had also mentioned that they had despaired of the world outside the cult, and that within the cult, they found a sense of belonging. It seemed like each of them had a story to tell. So, could you tell me about how you joined the cult, brother? We're new here, and we haven't gotten to know the cult or the people around us yet. Finally, they reached the core of the matter. Aoshwe hoped to learn about the inner workings of the cult. My story? I didn't expect anyone would be interested in someone like me. Well, in the cult, we're all brothers and sisters. If you want to hear it, I can tell it. The man sighed. But judging by his words, the cult's ordinary followers were indeed quite simple and honest. Aoshwe understood that sometimes, when innocent and kind-hearted people commit evil, they are even more hopeless. Because they don't even realize they're doing evil. I'm just an ordinary person. Precisely because I'm ordinary, I guess I didn't make it. The man spoke slowly, seemingly composing his words as he spoke to the 2. This man was once just an ordinary mechanic. He joined the cult simply to cure his daughter's paralysis. That story happened several years ago. Through this man's story, Sakia suddenly understood more about the world. If one doesn't forget, one will forever live in pain, because ordinary people always have more worries than joys. Unlike previous years when people had to queue up for tickets to go home for the Lunar New Year, this year, the man and his family returned to their hometown for the new year. The trip was smooth and relaxing, as he was driving his new car. As the car got closer to home, his mood brightened. His wife, who had initially been reluctant and worried about the money, now understood the benefits of having a car and remained silent. The village-to-village road project made the cement road clear across the gentle slopes of the hills, accompanied by the cheerful roar of engines. The terrifyingly long mountain road in the man's childhood memories became shorter and more blurred. Everyone in the car looked out, trying to recall the image of the river bend in the village. The crackling sound of burning straw in the kitchen cast a warm red light on everyone's face. Children scrambled to light the stove. Their laughter, mixed with the aroma of pine branches, emanated from the chimneys where smoked bacon and fermented black beans hung. The rippling smoke from every household mingled with the intermittent crackle of firecrackers. The man smiled, knowing how wonderful it felt to be home. Wherever my mother was, there was home. The man was the youngest in the family, with an older brother and sister. His older brothers and sisters had already started their own families, and were working away from home, bringing their children with them. It was a rare occasion for the whole family to sit together. Going home for the new year was a time for all young people to take a break and reconnect with the joys of their memories. It was also a time to reflect on where they had come from, and where they were going. For rural folk like this man, generosity, and whether or not they have a car become criteria for judging a family's ability by their neighbors. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint his family. After spending so long in the city, everything in his hometown feels both familiar and unfamiliar. The mountains remain the same, the trees the same, but the people are no longer the same. The hustle and bustle of life, like tea leaves brewed several times, becomes increasingly weaker. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, the rural New Year celebrations hadn't yet concluded. Unable to wait for the vibrant green rapeseed flowers in front of the old house to turn golden, the man was already urging his family to return from their hometown to their new home in the city. Early in the morning of the 7th day, the man parked his car at the residential complex, took off his new jacket he bought before the new year, changed into his heavily oiled work clothes, and set to work at his less than 10 square meter shop at the entrance to the community. Students about to enter school, rickshaw drivers, and residents of the residential complex, one after another, a year's worth of work piled up in just a few days of the new year. A man must do his utmost to support this family, a family that may be less significant than a speck of dust in the face of the changing times, and those mysterious enemies emanating from the depths of the universe. And then, there's his daughter, paralyzed on one side. This is the man's motivation, the meaning of his daily life. He's been in the city for 8 years. Repairing electric scooters is tiring and dirty, a job not only city dwellers avoid, but also many migrant workers consider it a dubious profession. But for him, it's become commonplace. Why not go out and work? The job is unstable, the pay is low, and you have to depend on the boss's mood. The man has seen the world. At 23, newly married, he followed his fellow villagers from rural Suining to the coast to work. He worked in a factory, did hard labor, and learned machine repair. His goal was clear, to use his hands and strength to create a future for his family. As for what that future might look like, exactly, 10 years ago, with a one-way train ticket in his pocket, the road ahead was destined to be bumpy. Shakia listened quietly to the man's story, his speech a little slow. But she listened with rapt interest. This was something Shakia had never known before, the life of a worker, an ordinary person in this civilized era. Chapter 313. After being thrown into this era, Sakia lost her memories. After being found by Director Chin, she was reborn as Chin Yun. She had always believed herself to be a middle school student, and many of her new memories reflected that of a middle school student. After the familiar's attack, she was recovered by the Shivager team and immediately became a Shivager operator. Her life was essentially revolving around school and training with Shivager. Sakia had never sought employment outside the home, and she had no family responsibilities. Her primary stress lay in improving her combat effectiveness. She had little understanding of the lives of ordinary people. So, the story of the man next door was particularly shocking to her. Before leaving home to work, the man had worked as a bricklayer in his hometown, wearing out a pair of gloves every 2 weeks. Not only was it hard work, but he also earned very little. The only thing young people lacked was strength. When this small man, dressed in his factory uniform, appeared in the packing room, repeatedly lifting boxes of stockings nearly his own weight to load onto trucks, he felt a brief sense of happiness. Untearable stockings was a nationally famous advertising slogan at the time, and it was particularly memorable to men. During that period of economic growth, women's passion for stockings spread to men as well. Packing and warehousing, working until midnight every day. This simple manual labor paid over 1,000 yuan a month. Seeing his dedication, the company assigned him to learn machine repair. At the time, a skilled worker could earn 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, while a general worker earned only around 800 yuan. He dreamed of earning a fortune after graduation, buying a car and a house, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. However, his salary increase ultimately proved futile, and 3 years later, he found himself working as a mechanic at another factory producing seamless underwear. A phone call from his brother, saying, "The factory here needs mechanics," set him on a journey to a distant location. Upon arrival, he discovered his mother and brother-in-law were both there. No one mentioned work, and his daily routine consisted of attending classes and making phone calls. They ate radishes, potatoes, and instant noodles, slept on large bunk beds, and engaged in passionate discussions, plotting vague futures and aspirations. This is what's called a pyramid scheme. The man's experience of falling for it was a painful memory. It's just relatives cheating relatives, friends cheating friends. From the man's words, Sakya first learned about the existence of pyramid schemes. Seeing his fellow workers, whom he had deceived from the factory, he felt a surge of shame. To leave, the man nearly came to blows with his brother. Although his previous employer was willing to take him in, he said he was too embarrassed to go back and see his fellow workers. Another major factor was the birth of his youngest daughter. Since starting work, the man hadn't returned home once in the past 5 years to save on travel expenses. When his eldest son was born in September 1999, he stayed in another province to earn money and didn't go back. He struggled to earn just over 800 yuan a month, but couldn't afford to buy a few decent new clothes. He saved only 200 yuan for his living expenses and ate every meal in the factory cafeteria, avoiding spending money whenever possible. Although he had photos of his son's smile sent by his wife on his phone, what he wanted most was to hug him and hear him call him dad in person. The happiest moment during his working life was lying on the bed in his simple rental apartment, hearing his son's tender voice on the other end of the phone. When he returned home at the end of 2004, his eldest son was already over 5 years old. He looked at his father timidly, as if he were seeing a stranger. The scene of a loving embrace between father and son that he longed for never materialized. In early 2007, the man, carrying only a few belongings, once again embarked on his journey to the southeastern coastal areas to work. In October of that year, his little daughter was born. When he received the call, the man, sweating profusely while busy in the workshop, felt like the happiest person in the world. Having a son and a daughter is the dream of many families, not only in cities, but also in rural areas. Now, this dream has finally come true. The man bought a lot of candy and distributed it to his co-workers, letting them all share in the joy. After returning home to see his daughter, he hesitated before leaving. Thinking he would be away for another 5 or 6 years without seeing his children, he ultimately decided to refund his ticket. He decided to stay in a city near his hometown and try his luck. Why not go to New Spring and Autumn City? Shakya, listening to the man's description, realized that opportunities were truly limited in his previous city. But the man told Shakya that New Spring and Autumn City, a special municipality, severely restricted its residents' choices. You couldn't just enter there. Shakya sighed, beginning to understand the high barrier to entry for New Spring and Autumn City as a family defense fortress city for the rebellion. To put it bluntly, many citizens of New Spring and Autumn City were high-ranking individuals with connections to organizations and militaries resisting the families. There were some differences between him and ordinary workers like the man. However, there was one downside to living in New Spring and Autumn City, the possibility of being exiled by his family. People there went there with a clear mindset. Back to the man's story. Through a kind-hearted introduction, the man rented a 4-square-meter rooftop space for 300 yuan a month, barely enough for a bed, while working as a parking garage clerk. At the time, electric scooters were just becoming popular, and seeing the mechanics doing brisk business near the market, he was tempted. A skilled tradesman wouldn't starve. He offered to work for the mechanic for free, hoping to learn some skills. Since he had more time during the day, he volunteered to work the night shift. The man was a studious person. Although he hadn't even graduated from high school, drawing on his electronics knowledge from technical school, he spent every spare moment poring over electronic circuits and wiring. He memorized the solution to every problem. In just over 3 months, he rented a small shop and began his own entrepreneurial journey. To save money, the shop became his home, and his home also became his shop. He didn't just fix tires, add hoods, or replace batteries. He meticulously considered everything others needed, finding the lowest price they could afford, as long as it solved the problem. Due to his reasonable fees, friendly attitude, and excellent skills, he attracted many people. Not only did residents of the community come to him with car problems, but even some electric truck drivers and people hauling electric tricycles would go to Shiadwan for repairs and replacement parts to save a few cents or even a few dollars. He quickly developed a loyal following. Every day, his face was clean, a rare sight, accompanied by thick calluses on his hands and a man's confidence. He rented a house, moved in with his wife and children, and his small shop was often filled with laughter and joy. But things can change. In 2014, his daughter fell from a fifth-floor windowsill while playing with a relative's children. It all happened so suddenly. The sight of his daughter still haunts him. At the hospital, the doctor said his daughter's chances of survival were slim. Even if she survived, she would be left with lifelong disabilities. Even for a migrant worker family like him. He stayed with his daughter all night in the hospital. After watching her fall asleep and seeing his wife and mother off, he sat alone on a bench in the hospital garden, secretly wiping away tears and hoping for a miracle. Chapter 3:14. Perhaps the man had worked diligently all his life, and fate didn't want him to face certain doom. A miracle actually happened. Even if it was a bit far-fetched, luck had indeed favored this man. And it surprised Shakia greatly. Because the one who brought him hope was an organization calling itself the Cult of the Stars. The man was desperately short of money at the time. He began asking for help from everyone. Even the community members, upon learning of his situation, spontaneously launched a fundraising effort. It was still a drop in the bucket compared to the enormous costs. But one day, someone claiming to be from the Cult of the Stars told the man that if he joined the cult, it would help him raise medical expenses. Cult of the Stars? The man found it a bit strange. He had never heard of such an organization before. At first, he was skeptical, as there were so many scammers in society. Believe it or not, poor soul. Just listen to me first. The conditions of our cult, said the cultist he had contacted. Yes, let's try our best. Nothing mattered now. Faced with his daughter's life, the man made an almost instant decision. Save his daughter's life? Isn't joining a cult the only way? And it didn't seem like they require him to pay a hefty initiation fee. Have you considered it? Please. A contract was placed before the man. He immediately signed it, and placed his fingerprints on it. Go back and wait for good news. Congratulations on joining the Star Cult. You find the true meaning of life here. The cult member left these words as they departed. The next day, the man's account had over 100,000 yuan added. The man was ecstatic and handed the money to the hospital. After the medical staff's exhaustive efforts, his daughter survived, but due to a comminuted spinal fracture, her lower limbs were paralyzed. At least, his daughter's life was saved. The man excitedly notified the cult member who had contacted him. After a flurry of encouragement, the member told him that the cult would sometimes ask him for small tasks, and he didn't need to ask any questions, just do it. In the following years, the cult did ask the man to help deliver some cult materials or deliver sealed boxes of goods. It was quite relaxing. The cult even didn't require monthly membership dues. After learning about the cult's teachings, the man began to find peace of mind, and his life became increasingly prosperous. Just this year, the man heard that the cult had larger organizations overseas, and that these organizations had members who possessed supernatural powers. They even had the hope of helping the man's daughter stand up again. Seeking this kind of power, the man followed the contact information provided by a local believer and traveled to this place on the other side of the world. You know the teachings, right? If you follow them, your life will indeed improve, the man said to Shakia and Aoshua. But Aoshua and Shakia hadn't read them, so they just answered with a stiff upper lip. The teachings of the Star Order discussed the attitude humans should maintain in life, as well as the impending apocalypse, the arrival of the families. The man briefly explained the teachings to Shakia and Aoshua. This time, it was Aoshua and Shakia's turn to be surprised. Although this cult had committed many inhumane acts, it seemed to have a good understanding of the clan and related matters. Furthermore, some of the fragments mentioned in them coincided with those in the ancient texts of Aoshua and her clan. Shakia noticed that Aoshua's expression quickly grew serious. What's wrong? Shakia asked quickly via telepathy. This cult holds secrets beyond my imagination. After this mission is over, I try to take some photos of our clan's ancient texts and show them to you. Oh, and when we get out later, don't forget to pick up some of the cult's materials. Aoshua knew what to do next. Okay. Shakia nodded. So, are there any more complete texts? Where can I find them? Aoshua continued to tease. It's at the altar outside in the square. Feel free to take any. Did you lose yours? The man was straightforward. He really didn't seem like a bad person. Okay, thank you. Aoshua hadn't expected this information to come so easily, and turned to smile at Shakia. Yes, I'd lost hers, and I was thinking of getting a copy. Aoshua replied, leaving Shakia to play the role of the daredevil. Shakia spread her hands, indicating that it was all right. The man told the two his story, and Shakia and Aoshua thanked him. Well, I'm tired too. You should rest for a while. After talking for a while, the man also grew tired and decided to lie down and rest. Shakia and Aoshua also sat against the wall, preparing to sort out the information. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the exit. The guard then greeted them in a respectful tone. Although Shakia couldn't understand the guard's language, the tone suggested a presence. The footsteps reached the next room. The Imam is here. The man next door excitedly said to Shakia and Aoshua. These were his last words to them. For the Imam had come to absolve them. The Imam spoke a flurry of words to the man next door in a language Shakia couldn't understand. It sounded like a prayer. The Imam's tone was gentle yet firm, possessing a certain magical power. Shakia raised her eyebrows. She remembered the voice. That man hadn't escaped. That's him. I see you later, Shakia said telepathically to Aoshua. As the doors of the next cell opened, the man thanked the Imam profusely and briskly walked out of the confinement room. Although Shakia and the others didn't see the man's retreating figure, their footsteps suggested he was walking briskly. Then, a face that had troubled Shakia appeared before her from the right side of the cell's iron-barred door. The patriarch froze for a moment when he saw Shakia. And Shakia's gaze at the patriarch seemed to say, "Look straight at me, you bastard." Aoshua was a little curious. She leaned against the wall, watching the show, to see how Shakia would deal with the patriarch. "Why are you here again? Are you annoying?" The patriarch looked a little overwhelmed, and he knitted his brows. He had witnessed Shakia's terrifying pursuit abilities during their dealings with the gang. That wasn't human at all. It was even comparable to the biological weapons created by the cult. If Shakia hadn't fallen into the trap of the familiar's power, the patriarch would probably be in prison now. Chapter 315. Honestly, the patriarch had never encountered such a persistent enemy. I didn't expect this guy to come back to his base. When the patriarch saw Sakia standing up and walking toward him, he subconsciously took a step back. It seemed that Sakia had left a mark on the patriarch. Well, since it's you, I have the guards put you in the highest security cell. The patriarch said this, and was about to flee when Sakia called out to him. Wait a minute, patriarch. I'm here to join the Order of the Stars. I brought companions with me. The patriarch and Aoshua both looked surprised at this. Is this Sakia's plan? Interesting. The patriarch seemed to have thought of something. That light mist was once a secret treasure used to disperse the power of the clan for a short period of time and exert control over ordinary people. The patriarch didn't care where it came from. He only cared about its purpose. This thing always works well against gangsters. Has Sakia been corrupted by that power, so she's now running to him? Could this thing be working? Not necessarily, but it could be used. What's your name? The priest was a little confused, but still wanted to give it a try. Qin Yun. Seeing the other party's honest answer, the priest continued to question. Welcome to the cult, but before that, I'd like to ask, who are you? You're from the Swagger organization, right? What exactly do you want to do? Aoshua stood by silently, watching what Sakia was going to do. Yes, I answer all my questions. I'm an operator from the Swagger Combat Unit, an organization specializing in investigating families. We're here to investigate cases related to the families. The albinism phenomenon caused by the cult's previous use of family's power is the reason for our visit. Are we still making too much of a fuss? The priest sneered, clearly believing that even a little commotion wouldn't matter. Do you know that woman in white? After you were abducted and brought to my care, she seemed to take a different view of you. The priest recalled how the woman in white seemed to be particularly interested in Shakia after they first captured her and brought her to our base. Woman in white? Isn't she one of your people? Shakia's face was expressionless, and she certainly looked like she was being mentally manipulated. No, she's been sent here by forces collaborating with our leader to monitor me. I don't know much about her. I'm just following orders. The priest spoke of something that both Aoshua and Shakia were concerned about. There was something shady going on behind the scenes of the cult. Should we call this cult leader honest or foolish? He really enjoys playing it safe, perhaps even scheming. This is the kind of person I'm talking about. Shakia, the forces the cult is collaborating with? Aoshua asked telepathically. I know, but this guy clearly knows nothing. This time, Aoshua and Shakia put their acting skills to the test. The cult leader seemed a little disappointed to see that Shakia was also unaware of the white-robed woman's situation. Shakia and Ao Shui, from this questioning, realized that the cult wasn't entirely united. At least this cult leader, representing the forces in this area, harbored doubts about some of the leader's decisions. One last question for you. Why did you join the cult? The patriarch asked this question, just in case. This answer wasn't something you could just give casually. I want to know the true meaning of life. Sakia took a gamble. This phrase was a key word that came up repeatedly in the conversation between the guard and the man. It was the same excuse the cult members used to lure people in. The patriarch's expression didn't change. Sakia continued to stare at him. Ao Shui leaned against the wall, watching the confrontation between Sakia and the patriarch. Could he have answered incorrectly? Sakia tried to steady her breathing, her hands quietly behind her back, her palms already gathering spirit energy. The patriarch's lips curled up suddenly. Then, welcome to the Star Cult. Here, you can learn the true meaning of life. The patriarch nodded. He had seen many people who joined the cult, voluntarily or unwillingly, and their situations were similar. Probably. That's it. Although the familiar that produced this light mist had been defeated by Swager, and would be difficult to summon for a while, more and more people were embracing the cult's ideals without the need for mind control. Yes, master, could you please open the cell door? Sakia made her request. Okay, wait a moment. The master, still a little wary, called the guards over and opened the door for Sakia and Aoshue. TSK. That old scoundrel. Sakia sighed to Aoshue in the telepathic chat room. She had originally planned to wait for the master to open the door for her, then seize the opportunity to sneak attack and knock him unconscious before escaping. She would then steal the information and reunite with Nineveh. Let's not act rashly yet. Find a time to deal with him. Unexpectedly, the patriarch's actions, while seemingly aligned with Shakia's, were so cautious. Ao Shui didn't dare attempt to connect with the patriarch's mind and read his thoughts. That would be tantamount to telling the patriarch that we were secretly plotting something. Now Ao Shui and Shakia couldn't fathom the patriarch's intentions. I wonder if he's truly been tricked by Shakia, or is simply playing dumb. So, we just have to keep playing along. Strictly speaking, Shakia wasn't very confident in her acting skills. Ao Shui was probably much better at acting than she was. Shakia didn't know when she would be exposed. If she were exposed, it wouldn't be a simple case of her covert actions being discovered. It would be like stirring up a hornet's nest. She had to bear the consequences. The guards helped the patriarch open the cell and release Shakia and Ao Shui. Their belongings were returned to them. Was the cult leader confident that Shakia had been successfully brainwashed, or was this deliberate? For various reasons, Shakia and Aoshue dared not attack the cult leader. In this delicate balance, both sides emerged from the cell. As they left, the cult leader took 2 new cultist robes from the hanger by the door and gave them to Shakia and Aoshue. Were these new members? The cult leader appeared to be a serious, stern, and malicious middle-aged man, but he treated the cultists with kindness. However, this kindness to the cultists offered no solace to the souls of those who had died because of the cult. At one point, Shakia was furious, ready to attack the cultists. But for the sake of her mission, she had to suppress her anger and act in front of the cultists to extract information. And now, she had even approached the cult leader, the head of this base. Shakia wondered if this was any kind of progress. But Ao Shui, who was beside her, trusted her way of thinking. If she really acted impulsively, Ao Shui would definitely remind her. Thinking this way, Sakia donned her new cult robes and followed the cult leader out of the confinement room. Chapter 316. Sakia and Aoshue followed the patriarch to the lower-level residential area. The cultists walking around stopped and saluted upon seeing the patriarch, but that was just a gesture. The patriarch simply returned the salute. You're all quite polite, huh? Sakia said. We all gather in the cult under the guidance of heaven, and under the care of the families. Of course, we should treat each other well. The patriarch's tone was a touch proud. Although, sometimes the care of the families takes priority, It seems this guy has some self-awareness. Using the power of the families to brainwash people and lure them into the cult is also a method. But now is not the time to show anger and confront the patriarch about this matter. Sakia's emotional control is still good. After all, Swager's operator training was not in vain. It would be a mistake to think of Sakia as the kind of hot-blooded young man prone to impulsive behavior. Such a person couldn't possibly be a match for Operator Swager. After releasing the 2, the priest told them to follow him, apparently heading somewhere. As they passed the central altar, Ao Shui didn't forget to pick up some internal cult documents. These would be crucial evidence and information once they returned. We'd likely have to clash with this mysterious organization, the Star Cult, many more times in the future. Where are we going? Sakia asked. In a sense, I'm also curious about why the cult chose this ruin. The priest didn't even look back, simply leading the two on their way. We're going to hold a ceremony here called Resurrection Day. But what puzzles me is that I don't know the details of this ceremony. It's very unusual, very unusual. The patriarch muttered, seemingly quite indignant. His words left Shakia and the others a little confused. Patriarch, aren't you the administrator here? Yes. That's right. The patriarch emphasized this point. This made Shakia feel that the patriarch didn't hold complete power here. That being said, but the members of my branch aren't fully aware of the details of this ritual. I simply followed the patriarch's instructions and cooperated with his collaborator. It was that collaborator who informed the patriarch of this relic. Then, the patriarch ordered Wu to lead the cult from this country to relocate to this base. The patriarch spoke. Doesn't that seem strange? Yes, it is. If you wish to join the cult, then help me investigate the details of this ritual. You could take your own men and investigate. Why ask us, the newcomers? Ao Shui, fearing a conspiracy, asked a further question. The patriarch shook his head. Alas, I'm practically at a loss for manpower. Those carrying out the Resurrection Day plan include the leader's closest associates, specially transferred from other countries, and his collaborators. I dedicated myself to the cult, but I wonder what the leader truly thinks. It seems the leader isn't having a good time right now. Sakia felt like laughing. Based on past encounters, this guy is certainly a man of some skill. But now he seems sidelined. How ironic. Should we say it's karma, that no one is spared? I'm merely the property manager of this base now. Do you understand what I'm saying? I dedicated myself to the cult and never made a mistake, but now I'm being marginalized. I won't accept this so easily. And that woman in white. How dare she threaten me? The patriarch seemed intent on finding some way to uncover the reasons for his marginalization. He wasn't content to be ordered around by an unidentified woman in white robes. Shakia, however, felt she had gained a wealth of new intelligence. Furthermore, there were secrets deep within. She and Ao Shui planned to investigate thoroughly, needing no further explanation from the patriarch. Is it really okay to tell us all this? Shakia felt something was amiss. Who knows? The patriarch's ambiguous response was ambiguous. Shakia and Ao Shui began communicating privately via telepathy. They both agreed that maintaining a certain level of vigilance was the best course of action. The patriarch might not believe they had simply surrendered to him, but he needed Shakia and Ao Shui's fighting prowess to achieve his own objectives. But to gather sufficient intelligence, the risk was worth it. There must be big news behind this. Elsewhere in the underground base, Nineveh pursued the cultists escorting Alicia. She rushed into a chaotic, trap-filled passage. Nine's mechanical soul double-punched, blocking the dense barrage of arrows. This passage, like something out of some old movie, was filled with hidden arrows, rolling rocks, and traps. But she knew she had to break through the obstacles and reach Alicia. She watched with her own eyes as the cultists escorted Alicia into the passage. The hidden arrows had no effect on Nineve. And the huge round boulder that rolled down the sloping passage was shattered by Nine's double, condensed into a solid form by the power of her mechanical soul. The fall nearly caught Nineveh. The moment Nineveh felt the ground give way, her double punched the wall, clambered over it, and flung her to safety. These little tricks seemed completely ineffective against Nineveh. Nineveh, like a chariot, plunged into the cold weapon battle, unmolested. To stop her, at least some high-tech weaponry would be needed. Drones, rocket launchers, automated turrets, or something might be of some use. Ola! Nineveh punched the gate at the end of the area, breaking through yet another barrier. Is this cult trying to wear out Nineveh's patience? Using Alicia to lure her from afar, then forcing her into one trap-filled area after another. Although Nineveh was an experienced and calm warrior, she was also somewhat nauseated. Nineveh has broken through the third line of defense, and is now heading towards the next area. A cultist in a cult robe, standing in front of a surveillance console surrounded by high-tech equipment, turned and reported to someone. Good, she arrived quickly. I'm ready to move. A figure in a white robe approached the cultist. It was the woman in white. What on earth did she want to do to Nineve? Nineve broke through the gate and finally caught up with the group escorting Alicia. This area was a very technological passage. After chasing for a long time, Nineve kept getting slowed down by various traps. Honestly, she was getting a little impatient. She suddenly rushed towards the group escorting Alicia. Chapter 317. Finally, it worked. Oh! Nini was almost on the verge of reaching the group. She swung her fist, striking the man escorting Alicia in the head. Alas, Nini's fist struck nothingness, leaving no trace of physical contact. Not only that, Nini passed right through the group. It was just a 3D image. Only after landing did Nini realize it was an illusion. And not a very good 3D image at that. Suddenly, a vibration echoed from all around. 2 metal gates suddenly descended from either end of the passageway where Nini was standing. That's right. As Nini reached the location of the group's illusion, 2 gates suddenly descended, one in front and one behind, trapping Nini inside. Nini then realized she had fallen for a trick. In her impatience, she rushed forward without even having time to determine whether the group was real or fake, resulting in this fate. TSK. Nini gritted her teeth and stepped forward, attempting to break down the door. She had her double deliver a powerful punch to the gate, but the blow, a vent of frustration, left no mark. Nini sighed helplessly. She knew that breaking down the door would be difficult. She knew what this type of door was made of. If she tried to break through it with brute force, she wasn't sure she had the strength left to face a powerful enemy later. Were the cult trying to capture her alive? Nini remained alert, her mind gradually calming. For now, it seemed all she could do was wait for the cult's next move. What would be her plan? Release a more powerful monster? Or would the ceiling suddenly collapse? Nini stood quietly, waiting for what would happen next. But the anticipated brutal trap didn't unfold. A gate on one side slowly opened. Lights lit up in the deeper passages, from near to far, as if waiting for Nineveh to enter. Start luring the target. Is that all, sir? The cultist asked the white-robed woman beside her. Well done. Continue luring her to the place I mentioned. The white-robed woman's mask reflected the light from the monitor. This all seemed like a plot. She was going to lead Nineveh to a certain place. But why? Perhaps later, the white-robed woman would reveal the answer to Nineveh herself. With these words, she turned and left. Nineveh entered the gate that had opened for her, and found a series of passages, like a hamster maze. The route here seemed to be interconnected, but some sections with multiple exits would have gates lowered just as she was about to pass through certain directions, blocking the path. This process repeated itself over and over again, with each door. In the end, only one door, seemingly allowing Nineveh to take the route she had taken, would remain open. This irritated Nineveh greatly. It was like being a lab rat trapped in an invisible laboratory, being toyed with by humans. Nineveh gritted her teeth, but her rage had nowhere to go. The walls and gates of this corridor were made of the alexandrite that Ao Shui had mentioned earlier. Nineveh's full-strength attack might have shattered this material, but in this situation, it was pointless. If they could communicate, Nineveh would have cursed. But she had to accept the situation. At least Alicia had indeed been escorted in this direction, and the group that had been following her earlier was no sham. Her goal had never changed, to bring Alicia back, because she was Nineveh's only connection to this era. Following the winding gates of this area, Nineveh finally arrived at a pitch-black hall. Deep in the hall, some equipment glowed, and there was something resembling an altar. But it looked more like a massive portal than an altar. Nineveh, at least, hadn't lost her memory, so she could tell where some of these things came from. But the group that had escorted Alicia didn't seem to be here. What exactly was the cult up to? Welcome to the bridge, our executor, Miss Nineveh. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness. And it was in a language Nineveh could understand. The lights in the hall suddenly lit up. Nineveh found herself standing on a 3rd floor. In front of her was a passageway, with stairs leading down to the 2 floors below on either side. Near the 2nd and 1st floors were numerous terminals. It looked like a command center. At the very front of the 1st floor was a massive screen, but it was badly damaged. The screen had been shattered in the middle, leaving only the parts that had once proven its function hanging on either side. Behind the broken screen was another space, where the device that looked like an altar, or a portal, was placed. However, the equipment here was still glowing, appearing partially functional. And the woman in white emerged from behind the altar-like device. Miss Nineveh, you should still remember this place. The woman in white spoke in an ancient language, though her speech was slow, as before, but it was clear she understood more than just a passing understanding. At least, she could communicate normally with Nineveh. If you understand, then hand over Alicia. In an instant, Nineveh leaped from the 3rd floor and landed in front of the woman in white. Simultaneously, her mechanical soul form materialized and launched a powerful punch at her. Still so impatient. The woman in white casually grasped her hood. Nineveh's thunderous punch was incredibly powerful, sending her white robe and hood flying. But Nineveh's punch froze in the woman's sight. It was a show of force, but the white-robed woman had clearly seen through Nineveh's plan. Because she had beaten the white-robed woman to death, there was no way to find out Alicia's whereabouts. You look like you have something to say. Let me be clear, my only goal is to rescue Alicia. Nineveh glared at the white-robed woman. Although the mask and hood only exposed her mouth, Nineveh felt that her aura was familiar. Seeing that the white-robed woman had seen through her plan, Nineveh withdrew her attack. You still remember this place, don't you, Miss Nineveh? The white-robed woman repeated her question. Nineveh might as well listen to what this person was up to. The white-robed woman took the initiative to tell Nineveh and the others where the order's uniforms were stored and allowed them to use the identification system on the uniforms to enter the underground base. And after they entered the base, she contacted Nineveh privately. She even used Alicia as bait, allowing Nineveh to act alone. Finally, she lured Nineveh to her side. Furthermore, the route along the way seemed carefully chosen by the woman in white. From the moment she got off the long elevator, Nineveh realized something was amiss. Chapter 318. In Nineveh's memories, the events of that super-ancient civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago weren't all that distant. And the white-robed woman had taken her all the way underground, into this place imbued with the aura of civilization from the time Nineveh arrived, surely not simply for sightseeing. This is the Eye of Destiny, humanity's flagship during Operation Flashpoint. The commander and his men must have been here when we were fighting our way to the singularity, witnessing our departure. Nineveh's words were startling. She had revealed the secret of this underground base in one breath. It seems you remember it clearly. Nineveh, worthy of being one of the executors of Operation Flashpoint, is much more reliable than those schwaggers. The white-robed woman nodded, seemingly pleased with Nineveh's performance. Yes, within this vast underground space lay a massive space battleship. Although now, after hundreds of thousands of years of slumber, it had been fragmented into many sections, and its surface was also hidden by other ruins. But even today, with someone skilled in repairs, many of the equipment still remains operational. This warship was repaired and put back into service during the battle. In what is now the Martian sphere, that devastating defeat for human civilization. The white-robed woman recounted the past. The Eye of Destiny was once a flagship of the human interstellar fleet. Warships like it, tens of kilometers long, were common in the solar system during the era of interstellar civilization. However, amidst the overwhelming disaster of the family's invasion, the solar system civilization's combat power was steadily eroded. Indeed. Forced into a corner, humanity had no choice but to execute its escape plan. Nineveh also took up the conversation. Whether the white-robed woman was friend or foe, Nineveh was still observing. However, both of them knew about the ancient civilization, and Nineveh relaxed her guard for a moment. The families began to advance towards the inner solar system. After the Jupiter sphere defenses fell, the most populous inner solar system was thrown into complete chaos. Humanity mobilized almost all of its main forces, forming a joint fleet with some aliens from other galaxies, desperately trying to preserve Mars, then the center of human civilization. During the era of ancient interstellar civilization, the situation in the inner solar system was somewhat different from what humans currently observe. Back then, Mars was a comfortable and vibrant planet. It was also a major birthplace of solar system civilization. It could be said that most of the important political and economic centers were located there. The Earth today is more like a tourist attraction or resort area around a large city, but it also has its own country and government. Wars between Martian and Earth countries were frequent. It wasn't until the advent of interstellar civilization that things subsided. Although Venus's environment was somewhat harsh, its abundant resources served as a source of various resources for civilizations throughout the solar system. Mines were established on the planet's surface, and floating cloud cities existed within its thick clouds. Furthermore, the Venusian environment back then wasn't as harsh as observed today. Mercury is naturally uninhabitable, but due to its proximity to the Sun, it was used as a scientific testing ground and for the processing and research of military materials. For example, the processing and excavation of Alexandrian metals were not carried out on Earth. However, the defeat on Mars completely deprived humanity of its resistance in the solar system at the time. It was effectively a complete confiscation of its property. Under the power of the families, Mars was reduced to a wasteland and desolate landscape. The entire planet itself perished. Fearing that Earth would suffer the same fate, the escape plan was eventually adopted by the United Solar System government. The selection of executors, and the task of collecting root cubes also began at this time. More and more nations joined the escape effort. A considerable number of space fleets were converted into exile ships, transporting residents of the solar system to outer space. Because it was the era of interstellar civilization, other galactic civilizations that had signed friendly treaties with the solar system, upon learning of the family's approach, were willing to accept the exiled humans. However, a lucky exile fleet might be accepted by a friendly civilization, but an unlucky one would encounter the families en route and be annihilated. Thus, a group of humans decided to remain behind, acting as bait for the families to prevent them from interfering with the escaping fleet. Furthermore, this group of humans decided to take a gamble, betting on the root cube brought back by the 8 executors. This sacred artifact, revealed by alien sages, could enable humanity to launch a desperate counterattack. This group formulated humanity's last hope, Operation Flashpoint. The weapons and equipment left to this group at the time were significantly inferior in both quantity and quality. Thus, even the wrecked ships that could be pulled from the repair shop were patched up and deployed. The deep ruins currently holding Nineveh, the white-robed woman, Sakya, and the others were the flagship repaired with humanity's final resources. The Eye of Destiny. That planet is now called Mars. It was the invasion of the families that transformed it into the desolate wasteland it is today. You know all about this. So, are you an executor like me from that era? Nineveh felt the white-robed woman was well informed about her era. Logically, only 8 executors had been transported directly to the civilized era. Could this white-robed woman be her companion? But Nineveh didn't recall the executors engaging in such a habit upon meeting. Was this a test? Sorry, I don't really know much about the Martian world. I just heard about it. The white-robed woman's answer didn't sound like a lie. Why a test? It was because the 8 executors hadn't actually been around each other all that often. Before Operation Flashpoint was implemented, each of them had been independently collecting root cubes and completing their own missions throughout the universe. They weren't familiar comrades. They were dispatched by different planetary governments and had rarely met before they gathered at the portal at the Singularity to bring the root cube. Only on the eve of Operation Flashpoint did they return to the solar system from all corners of the universe, protecting the last evacuation fleet from the solar system while returning to Earth to carry out the final steps of the operation. The reason was that the solar system was about to be destroyed, leaving them no time to form a team and cultivate rapport. Thus, the best way to confirm their identities was through combat, or by using the power of their spirits to test each other's root cube protection. Swager's side claimed that the organization implementing the Flashpoint project was formed over countless years by the descendants of those who remained on Earth. And within Swager's group, Nineveh had indeed discovered the executor possessing the root cube protection. Sakya. Chapter 319. It was precisely because of the presence of Sakya within the Swager organization and her genuine goodwill that Nineveh decided to join them. Nineveh could now guess at what the white woman was doing. Was she trying to show Nineveh the stories of the ancients and recruit her? So you're showing me these things, and speaking a language I understand. What do you want to do? Nineveh's aura remained undimmed. She wasn't one to just accept what anyone said. It's simple. Join us. We hold the truth. The white woman said what Nineveh expected. However, after all the evil deeds this white woman had done with the cult, Nineveh was unlikely to follow her simply because she claimed to be an ancient. As the one who kidnapped Alicia, why should I join you? Nineveh sneered. It's true that the white woman's conditions weren't inappropriate, but her actions made her untrustworthy. Indeed, it's hard for you to believe me on this point. But if you join us, I can return that little girl to you. The white-robed woman raised her lips. It looked like she was planning to use Alicia as a hostage to threaten Nineveh. Asshole, is this your method? Give me a reason, or I beat you until you can't get up again, and then I can go find Alicia. Nineveh had no intention of wasting time on this guy. Do you know why the cult kidnaps so many girls with long golden hair? The white-robed woman didn't react strongly to Nineveh's threat. She just kept talking. Blonde? Nineveh had a strange feeling before. All the abducted women were indeed blonde. Even Alicia. So, when Nineveh and Alicia were together, everyone thought they were sisters. Their skin and hair color were identical. It was just that Nineveh was prettier. They kidnapped these girls just to catch you, Miss Nineveh. The white-robed woman's words made Nineveh clench her fists. Her foreboding was coming true. We're working with the cult, commissioning them to search for the executor. My boss knows a new executor has recently arrived in this era, and he knows her general characteristics. Unfortunately, due to limited intelligence, we can only cast a wide net. The white-robed woman walked slowly around Nineveh, explaining the plans of their mysterious organization. So the cult kidnaps anyone who looks like me? They're really foolish. Nini sneered. It didn't seem like they were very smart. Don't you know how to use your spirit power to sense things? Isn't this thing small enough to sense from a distance? I never concealed my power. The white-robed woman snorted coldly. Without the spirit power, there are alternative methods, but they're very inefficient. The white-robed woman was screening the women captured in that abandoned hospital one by one for this very purpose. And the white-robed woman probably didn't have the spirit power, so she had to resort to other methods. I thought their organization had an executor, so it was still a possibility. Are you kidding me? You know a lot about executors, but you don't have this power? Why should I go with you then? The white-robed woman seemed speechless. She turned her back to Nineveh and remained silent for a moment. Perhaps it's okay if it's my boss's turn. But it's not time for him to be seen in public yet. Nineveh noticed that the white-robed woman sounded a little helpless when she said this. Humph, who are you guys anyway? It's truly rude of you to invite someone else. Nineveh began to grow curious about this person and the organization behind them. Of course, all of this presupposes that this force isn't a bad guy. If you return Alicia right here and now, I consider your proposal. Nineveh decided to make her decision. This was the fastest way to rescue Alicia. As for what happened next, they would talk about rescuing Alicia later. It was true that Nineveh was now free, not affiliated with any organization, and she had the right to uncover the truth. It seemed like a rather aggressive negotiation condition, but it was also the quickest way to resolve this incident. I don't know what Schwager is trying to accomplish in this incident, but Nineveh's goal is simple. She simply wants to rescue Alicia. After rescuing Alicia and settling her down, Nineveh will decide whether to deal with Schwager or the white woman and her organization. Perhaps Schwager and that organization have their own forces and motivations behind their actions, but these are all issues related to the Flashpoint project. This shouldn't involve Alicia and her companions, civilians of this era. Nineveh hates harming innocent people the most. From this perspective, she dislikes the style of the Order and the white woman's organization. I really don't understand why you all have such a soft spot for these rubbish. The white-robed woman sighed and turned around. Useless? That's such an arrogant tone. In my opinion, you're no better. Nini continued her taunting. How can they not be useless? Even with the families attacking, they're still obsessed with infighting. And their own civilization is practically ruined. Otherwise, how did so many star cultists come about? Let's be clear, this cult has nothing to do with our organization. This is all humanity's own fault. How can such a civilization and humanity fight back against the families? Isn't it the greatest mercy to allow them to coexist with the families and become part of them? The white-robed woman seemed to have a valid reason. What was the origin of her organization? She had previously stated her philosophy during her battle with Nineveh and Shakia in front of the pyramid. How did the cultists come about? I don't even bother to think about it. Hand over Alicia first. But Nineveh wasn't interested, nor did she care. Humph, I didn't expect that among the executors there were not only fools, but also reckless people like you. Well, we won't care about that. But how did someone like you become an executor? You're so self-absorbed. The white-robed woman discovered that Nineveh was not only impatient, but also completely unreasonable. She felt a bit overwhelmed. Never mind. I heard of such things before, the white-robed woman added softly. Yes, her superiors had indeed told her that the executors were all very strong-willed individuals. Convincing and inviting them to join was a real headache. For this reason, in the advanced civilization era, executors rarely even worked together on missions. How I became an executor is none of your business. Didn't you come to negotiate with me? Here are my terms. Do you accept them? Nini plopped down on a nearby chair, her feet propped up on the table, her hands resting behind her head. She sat down with a very arrogant attitude and looked at the white-robed woman. Chapter 320. As expected of Nineveh, one of the executioners, your courage is truly remarkable. Okay, I agree to your request. Seeing Nineveh showed no intention or leeway to negotiate, the white-robed woman had no choice but to accept the offer. Because gaining her power was the primary purpose of this mission. Humph, don't try any tricks. I trust you just this once. Nineveh sat up and tossed her hair. Don't worry, since I stated the offer, I won't go back on it. Besides, our target isn't those civilian women, but you. The white-robed woman smiled. She also concluded that people like Nineveh were even less scheming and cunning. If she could trade a civilian girl for an executioner, there would be no better deal. Come on, I take you somewhere. Alicia's right there. I have them release her. The white-robed woman waved to Nineveh, motioning for her to follow. On Sakia's side, she was also walking with a member of the cult. As for the cult leader, Sakia didn't want to engage in lengthy conversation. Even when gathering intelligence, she had to be cautious. This cult leader seemed like a tough nut to crack. If she rashly talked too much and was discovered to be just acting, it would be troublesome. It wasn't the right time yet. For now, she could only talk to Ao Shui, using telepathy. I'm thinking about what that cult member said earlier. Sakia felt a surge of anxiety. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly talking about this? Ao Shui asked, puzzled. I really don't know much about this era. I always feel. Now that I think about it, I'm a bit out of touch with the real world. Shakia had never known the lifestyles of most ordinary people outside of New Spring and Autumn City. So initially, she couldn't understand why these people would do such things. The same thing happened with the gangs. What could they gain by doing evil? While the cults supposedly used the power of their clans to brainwash their followers to some degree, it's now clear that if the followers hadn't firmly believed in their ideals, they wouldn't have so many people joining them. What that middle-aged man said is true. Many people truly want their civilization to be destroyed. I completely fail to understand that mindset. And then, there were those refugees in the underground city. They seemed genuinely happy. Ao Shui was also trying to figure out how to explain this to Shakia. In a sense, the white-robed woman's description of this civilization was completely substandard, and she couldn't refute it. At this point, Ao Shui could only start with some conceptual explanations. I wonder if you read a book that describes an organization, Ao Shui said. It describes an organization. The Earth Three-Body Organization, abbreviated in English as ETO, originally aimed to rescind the decaying human society through external forces. This goal later shifted to eliminating human tyranny, hoping for the alien Trisolaran civilization to take over Earth. Its spiritual leader is Yi Wenjia, while its de facto leader is Evans. The organization comprises a large number of human elites, and because its members span a wide range of fields, its combined strength is considerable. Its members mostly come from the upper echelons of the intelligentsia, with a significant number of political and economic elites also present. The Trisolaran organization also attempted to recruit members from the general public, but these efforts failed. Ordinary people don't have the same comprehensive and profound understanding of humanity's negative aspects as the upper echelons of the intelligentsia. More importantly, because their thinking is less influenced by modern science and philosophy, their instinctive identification with their own species still holds sway. Betraying humanity, as a whole, is unthinkable to them. But the intellectual elites are different. Many of them have long considered issues beyond the human perspective. Human civilization has finally nurtured a powerful force of alienation within its own ranks. The Trisolaran rebels' growth rate is undoubtedly astonishing, but their strength cannot be measured by numbers alone, as most of their members hold high positions in society and possess considerable power and influence. Ah, I remember this. It's called the three-body problem, right? Sakia hadn't expected Ao Shui to have read this. Don't you think the Star Cult bears some resemblance to this organization? Ao Shui's words awakened the dreamer. Indeed. And they have their own factions. For example, this patriarch seems to be at odds with one faction. Sakia suddenly understood. In the three-body problem, the rebels are divided into three factions. One is the Adventists. This is the most original and pure branch of the Trisolaran rebels, primarily composed of adherents of Evans's speciesism. They have completely lost hope in human nature. Later, the Adventists' hatred of humanity began to take on different motivations, not just environmentalism and war, but also rising to quite abstract philosophical levels. Contrary to later assumptions, these individuals were largely realists and held little hope for the alien civilization they served. Their betrayal stemmed solely from despair and hatred for humanity. The motto of the Adventists was, "We don't know what alien civilizations look like, but we know humanity." The other faction was the Salvationists. This sect emerged quite a while after the rebels. Essentially, it was a religious group comprised of Trisolaran followers. In this respect, it was very similar to the Star Cult. The so-called civilization beyond humanity undoubtedly held a tremendous allure for the advanced intellectual class, easily fostering all sorts of beautiful fantasies about it. For a naive civilization like humanity, the allure of a higher, alien civilization was almost irresistible. There's a somewhat inappropriate metaphor. Human civilization has always been like a naive teenager wandering alone in the cosmic desert. Now, he has learned of the existence of another of the opposite sex. Although he cannot see his, her face or figure, he knows he She is in the distance, and he fond imagination of him, spreads like wildfire. Gradually, as their imaginations of that distant civilization grew richer, the Salvationists developed a spiritual religious attachment to the Trisolaran civilization. The 3 stars of Alpha Centauri became a kind of Mount Olympus in space, the abode of the gods, and thus Trisolarism was born. Unlike other human religions, Trisolarism worships a real entity. Unlike other religions, it is the Lord who is in danger, while the believers bear the responsibility of salvation. The star cult may have simply replaced the object with the familia. However, there is a difference between familia and aliens. It is unknown what image the cult has created for the familia. But it certainly fascinates the believers. As the Trisolaran movement developed, a third faction emerged among the Trisolaran rebels, the survivors. When the existence of the alien fleet invading the solar system was confirmed, surviving the final war became a natural desire. Of course, the war would take place 450 years from now, and had nothing to do with their own lives, but many hoped that if humanity were defeated, their descendants 4.5 centuries from now would still be alive. Serving the Trisolaran invaders now clearly facilitates this goal. Compared to the other 2 mainstream factions, the survivors come from lower social classes and are predominantly Eastern. Their numbers are small today, but they are rapidly growing. As Trisolaran culture becomes increasingly widespread, they will become a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 321. In the 3-body problem, 3 distinct factions of Earth's rebels are described, collectively referred to as the Earth Rebels. They despair of human civilization, they hate the species that betrayed them, and they even consider the extermination of their own descendants their highest ideal. In real life, these people's extreme views would shock the world and be considered outcasts, but in the book, these madmen are portrayed with remarkable depth. All these ugly ideas that shock the world are merely the overlay of the myriad phenomena of the world. I know. The Adventists are the most difficult of these factions to deal with. They despair of human civilization, Sakya said. The most pleasant thing about telepathically communicating with Aushua is that, because both parties communicate through thoughts, the density of information exchange is hundreds of times faster than speaking. There's no limit to speech speed. Thus, they can often exchange vast amounts of information in a short period of time. The Adventists, the most original and pure faction of the rebels, are composed of believers like Evans. What's most terrifying is that those within this group believe this statement as gospel truth. We don't know what alien civilizations look like, but we know what humans look like. This group sees the world as real, hopeless, and filled with negativity, and so they decide to destroy themselves and take the entire world with them. Some of their words and actions are truly reminiscent of that woman in white. While it's difficult to infer the cult's true nature based on its content, the phenomena it displays certainly warrant attention. Moreover, the rebels in the story include members of the upper echelons of society, proving that a significant number of people share this philosophy. Within the cult, perhaps even some high-ranking human figures would become adherents of the star cult. If that were the case, Schwager would face a daunting situation. What's going on in this world? I find the description increasingly terrifying. Shakia originally viewed the 3-body problem as entertainment. Zhou Lansheng had recommended it to her. But now, she felt a strange sense of unreality. I wonder how the people of my time could have reached such a state. Shakia was a little curious. I'm curious too. But I think the most important point is that they might be different species. Aoshua's statement struck Shakia as novel. Species? Indeed, you and I, as well as Jingxi and Nineveh, are probably not fundamentally the same species as the modern people of this civilization. Shakia remembered a fact. She had once reviewed her medical report. Several fields were blank. She had asked the medical staff, and they had replied that her DNA differed in some ways from that of modern humans. Furthermore, Trom was the only one she could activate, relying on her DNA verification. Additionally, Jingxi lived a long, historically long lifespan, and Aoshua had hinted that she had known Jingxi for centuries. Perhaps Sakya herself was similarly afflicted. Compared to the creatures around them, whose lifespans were only a few hundred years, they were a completely different species. From your expression, you might have understood something. Aoshua could overhear some of Shakia's inner turmoil. Come to think of it, my civilization really can't be considered from a modern perspective. Shakia ended the conversation somewhat angrily. Don't be discouraged. We're all biological beings and civilizations, so we should have a lot in common. Otherwise, how could ancient people have communicated with alien civilizations? Aoshua's words were indeed correct. Then, why are these believers? Many of them seem pretty good, but it's the environment that forces them. Shakia sighed. Those young believers who escorted us earlier didn't look much older than Longsheng and the others, and they were healthy. Why wouldn't they be working properly instead of joining in the fun? Everyone has their own problems. Although I despise them, there's a concept called alienated labor. Have you heard of it? Why are you suddenly talking about something from the politics textbook? Shakia had only seen it in the textbook, but hadn't given it much thought. It seems you know it, but haven't really thought about it. Aoshwe smiled. Our clan often investigates the humans on the surface. This phenomenon can be said to have permeated human history. It's also the source of their despair. The value of objects is easy to understand. Their inherent properties and functions carry a human-created value and meaning. People, in essence, are not all the same, though this is a manifestation of personification, or perhaps a metaphysical assumption given to all tangible beings in the world. Based on this foundation, a core contradiction often faced by individual humans is the lack of value. Aoshwe believes this is the greatest flaw of this civilization. This lack of individual value has become a decadent value orientation, essentially a lack of individual labor. The more this product, the less he possesses. The worker's externalization in his product means not only that his labor becomes an object, an external entity, but also that his labor exists independently of him, as something alien to him, and becomes an independent force opposed to him. It means that the life he gives to the object is hostile and alien to him. As a human being, in this case a worker, one needs to engage in labor to generate self-worth and material value, internally for spiritual recognition and externally for physical maintenance. In traditional educational environments, the satisfaction gained from labor becomes the fundamental principle of human action. However, in many cases, labor becomes the antithesis of the worker. Does labor replace the value of workers' existence, or does it mean that workers impart value to the objects of their labor, and conversely, it is precisely because of the value of the objects of their labor that they possess so-called value? To give a perhaps inappropriate example, the value originally embodied by workers has been replaced by automated production in the current era of high technology. Does this mean that humans themselves have lost value? It is the results of labor that contribute to the growth of capital, while workers themselves, in most cases, are at odds with the value created by labor. The fruits of labor do not determine their own value. They simply become the driving force behind the rise of capital, which in turn becomes a disguised form of exploitation for workers. For workers, labor is often an external means of physical maintenance. This contradicts the very nature of human beings. For the majority of workers, labor is not driven by their own subjective desires. This creates alienation, because labor is external, and not part of one's essence, and thus becomes a source of suffering. This, in turn, blurs the boundary between human beings and animals. Labor is what makes us human, whether mentally or physically. But precisely because labor's value contradicts this, humans feel they receive no value in creating the value of their labor. These people derive a certain degree of pleasure from performing simple animal functions. This is self-alienation. The root of all this is the lack of proper value and reward for their labor. To put it bluntly, it's simply doing something they don't want to do. I seem to understand. Shakia pondered. Chapter 322. So you're saying? These people, I mean the cultists, have become so distorted because of this? Shakia asked Aoshwe. Well, this is the conclusion we reached after observing this civilization for so many years. We tried to warn humanity, but we can't make a big fuss about it, Aoshwe said helplessly. It's not just these cultists. Most countries have this problem, especially the larger nations. Shakia, you might not be fully aware of the current situation on Earth. In fact, long before the arrival of the families, this civilization. No, it should be said that after your generation of super-civilization, several civilizations have emerged, all with similar problems. This is big news. Several more civilizations. Indeed, the civilization you executors have arrived at, dating back about 10,000 years, is the latest. Aoshwe and her clan seem to have seen a lot. Ah. Shakia only just learned about this now. But it seems like it will be a very long story. That's a long story. We can get everyone together to discuss it sometime. For now, let's forget about it. Aoshwe really wanted to tell Shakia and the others about these things. Of course, he could also give her the documents directly later. However, Shakia and the others didn't seem to understand the dragon people language mentioned, so he'd better explain it to everyone later. So, let's return to the distortions within this civilization and how they came to be. Previously, we discussed the relationship between labor and humans, and what constitutes the alienation of labor. The great difference between humans and animals is that, in most cases, humans are defined by their spirit. The driving force behind human labor is the need for spiritual rewards and value, a safeguard against self-destruction. This isn't difficult to understand. For example, Sakya fought off her kin to protect those around her and her current living environment. Compared to far-flung plans like Project Flashpoint, Sakya herself prioritizes her own immediate interests. In this sense, Sakya, including all members of the Swagger, are laborers. If labor output remains mechanical, workers will lose value, become alienated, and become barbaric. Thus, from the early days of laboring for the gods, where the results of one's labor do not belong to oneself, to the ancient practice of laboring for the king, forced labor. In modern times, labor has transformed into alienated forms, where people's activities have become a means of survival. The modern internet jokingly refers to people as working people, Dagongren, as a glimpse into the alienated nature of labor. Labor can be pursued for a purpose that fulfills one's own value. For example, soldiers sacrificing their lives for their country, while perhaps inappropriate, is a goal that is universally accepted. Just like the ancient civilization of Sakya and her companions, who sacrificed their lives to resist the onslaught of their families, blocking an unknown force. And treating humans like machines is not uncommon. In wartime, everyone becomes a cog, a component of the human species. These components operate at full capacity to ensure the survival of the human species. After all, Jingxi said at that time, humanity was at a critical juncture. But peacetime should be different. And a civilization that destroys itself in peacetime, that's a bit funny. While I don't know what Sakya's ancient civilization was like, if this civilization were to face a massive invasion by the families, wouldn't it collapse at the drop of a hat? Things like the Flashpoint plan would have been wasted. Ao Shui continued to indoctrinate Sakya. Indeed, during the two most recent world wars, the humans of this civilization devised many new ways to annihilate each other. Labor during wartime had little to do with alienation. At that time, the state would compel individuals to participate in labor. This was known as compulsory labor. Under this law, during wartime, citizens of many countries would be forced to perform national defense labor. During wartime, citizens were obligated to perform national defense labor, and the state could enforce this without their consent. National defense labor included building fortifications and providing for the needs of the army and other military units. Those subject to compulsory labor included the unemployed, university students, and some corporate employees. Sometimes, deep-seated ills of human civilization are cured through war. After the industrial era, during wartime labor, the accumulated stress of alienated labor among the people is quickly relieved. Of course, being captured by an enemy nation and forced into hard labor or slavery does not fall within this category. In such cases, as the underground race secretly guiding human civilization, there is nothing we can do. All they could do was prevent humanity from going too far. Even though the underground tribes secretly contacted the leaders of the major powers on the surface, their arrogance still gave Ao Shui and the others a headache. Because at the end of World War II, humanity had finally reached the nuclear bomb stage. Nuclear weapons were mastered by humanity. Following the summer of 1937, shocking news arrived from Berlin. Germany was conducting a secret weapons development project, called the Atomic Bomb Project. Success would mean the destruction of the Earth. Obviously, when this news spread, scientists around the world were shocked. How did Germany develop this astonishing weapon? It turns out that the principle of nuclear fission in the atomic bomb was first discovered by German scientist Hans Strussmann and Jewish scientist Meitner. Thus, at the suggestion of German scientist Hans Strussmann, Germany began the process of developing the atomic bomb. Ao Shui swore that this technology had not been leaked by the underground tribe. There was once an urban legend speculating that information about nuclear weapons was given to humans by aliens. In fact, Ao Shui's theory suggests that this information might have been left on Earth, leaked to humans by members of her clan. Nuclear weapons have long been documented in Ao Shui's clan's writings, and their power is many times greater than that of modern human nuclear weapons. According to records, during the prehistoric civilization, nuclear weapons were used extensively in space battles against the families. Because of their immense threat to the biological environment, they were practically exclusive to space battles. It was only later, when humanity was driven to desperation, that it began carrying out suicidal nuclear strikes against the families on their own planets. Even then, the families were never completely driven away. Chapter 323. Sakya and Ao Shui were both well aware of this. Even in the ancient times, facing a mountain of nuclear weapons, they couldn't defeat the families. How could this civilization, with its current level of development, truly withstand a true attack from the families? In fact, even now, with the families popping up here and there, Schwager could still manage by mobilizing the UN military and using the trams he had picked up. But this wasn't a long-term solution. Humanity hadn't yet been able to enter and exit space again, so the primary battleground with the families was on Earth. While Sakia could handle 1 or 2 attacks with the trams, if the families attacked simultaneously in multiple locations, they would be exhausted. Hence, the director's previous guidance on the UN's mobile weapons development program was a precautionary measure, a preparation for this eventuality. Al-Shua was also well aware that, as a core member of Schwager's founding, she had always played a role of covert support, along with her entire tribe. They all knew that the humans of this civilization were not very reliable. But there was nothing they could do, as the Flashpoint Project's operational deadline, as recorded in the documents, was drawing ever closer. Everyone was prepared for this. Even if humanity hadn't developed into a viable civilization, with the underground clan, the executors, and the descendants of the ancient tribe burdened with the Flashpoint Project, Director Chin and his men would fight the families to the bitter end. At the very least, if the 8 executors could be brought together, using their respective root cubes, they could create a space-time wormhole similar to the one used in the Flashpoint Project, sending the families to the depths of distant universe, or to another point in time, slowing their gluttonous advance. This was also a tactic. Even if it couldn't completely defeat this thing, it could be driven away, buying time for civilization. This was, at the very least, what the Shibakuju wanted to achieve. I heard Master Jingxi and the director talk before, but they didn't tell me so much. Sakia gritted her teeth. The patriarch led the two into a spiral corridor that spiraled downward. He snapped his fingers, and the lights in the corridor came on. But the fact that there was such a long walkway inside this high-tech base was quite puzzling. Perhaps it was some kind of emergency exit. The patriarch didn't say much to the two throughout the journey, and it was unclear if he was planning something. Perhaps, he simply believed that Sakia had been brainwashed by the power of the clan, and since she had been brainwashed, she was just his tool. There wasn't much to say about tools. After all, the dirty work could be left to the tool. This was a good idea. It saved the two from having to think about playing tricks with him. Previously, Ao Shui had explained to Shakia that one of the reasons for the decline of this civilization was labor alienation. So how can we escape this vicious cycle? So-called labor alienation. Shakia continued her telepathic conversation with Ao Shui. Well, we once sent representatives to share our concerns and perspectives with humanity. Among them, there was a man in history named Karl Marx, who was very fond of our theories. Are you referring to the Karl Marx who proposed Das Kapital? Shakia knew this man. She had seen him in her middle school textbooks. That's right. It's him. To some extent, he achieved our goal, Ao Shui said. I didn't expect such a historical figure to be connected to your clan. It's truly eye-opening. Sakia replied in surprise. I said our clan is behind human history, guiding human existence. We come into contact with many more people. Ao Shui continued. Marx believed that labor alienation includes 4 aspects. First, the alienation between the product of labor and the worker. In pursuit of maximum surplus value, capitalists continuously exploit the products of workers' labor. The more workers produce, the less they receive. The more wealth they create, the poorer they become. The worker's relationship to their product becomes an alien one. Second, the alienation between the act of labor and the worker. The alienation of the product of labor is the result of the alienation of the act of labor itself. Labor is not voluntary, but forced, and therefore labor does not belong to oneself but to someone else. Third, the alienation of human nature from humans. Free, conscious activity is precisely the human species, but the alienation of labor renders labor production merely a means of survival, a means of maintaining one's own existence. In other words, if human labor is merely sufficient to sustain one's own existence, devoid of any extraneous, civilized activities, then one is no different from animals and cannot be called human. Fourth, the alienation of humans from one another. The above 3 points discuss the alienation of humans from the products of their labor, from their own labor, and from their species' essence. And man's relationship to himself becomes an objective, real relationship for him only through his relationship to others, thus leading to the alienation of humans from one another. The theory of alienation, evolving from political alienation to economic alienation and finally to labor alienation, marked a significant shift in Marx's theoretical research, from a critique of religion, the state, and law to a critique of civil society, the material relations of social life, which was of great significance to the formation of historical materialism. Not only did he point out that private property is the direct product of labor alienation, but he also proposed that communism is the positive transcendence of private property, i.e., human self-alienation, and therefore the true appropriation of human essence by and for man. It is therefore man's return to himself, to social man, a return that is complete, conscious, and preserves the wealth of previous society. A civilization that has forgotten its human identity and lacks the attributes of a human being is completely incapable of resisting the engulfment of its own kind. The people of such a civilization are merely a more advanced ant, possessing the social attributes of a lower species. For their own kind to destroy their civilization is like an anteater attacking an anthill. They deserve no sympathy, and no one would come to their aid. During the ancient civilization of Sakya's own time, faced with a disaster for their families, the entire interstellar alliance of civilizations lent a hand, allowing humanity in the solar system to survive. This time, however, the situation seemed drastically dire. The woman in white repeatedly emphasized to Sakya and the others that such a civilization was only fit to provide food for their families. But there was truly no reason to refute her. Perhaps her organization had already recognized this. But Swager and his executors wouldn't give up so easily. Chapter 324. Faced with the attack of the families, the super-ancient civilization united the forces of the Interstellar Alliance and launched a rescue operation. Meanwhile, this wave of humanity is still arguing over the existence of aliens. A.O. Shue's analogy is that modern humanity is like a nest of ants, and the families are the anteaters attacking the ant nest. So, if you were a human and encountered such a scene, how would you react? Most people would probably just look briefly, take a photo with their phones, and then move on. Some might even pay no attention at all. But if a person is attacked by a wild beast, while those nearby may not be able to save their life, they will still try their best to help. This theory is simple to understand. It is terrifying. You mean, only civilizations of the same level will come to each other's aid? Sakya fell into deep thought. Indeed, the ancient civilization you once belonged to was, after all, an interstellar civilization. Its people had long lifespans, and the amount of knowledge they could pass on was many orders of magnitude greater than that of modern humans. Naturally, corresponding civilizations from the universe would come to interact with them. Through these interactions, everyone could understand many higher-level concepts. Jingxi also knows this. Didn't he tell you? A.O. Shue added. Jingxi had only briefly told Shakia about the events of the past. Perhaps he assumed Shakia wasn't at this stage then, or perhaps he hoped her memories would return, allowing her to recall them naturally. To a cosmic civilization capable of rescuing and supporting the familiar, Earth's current civilization might be no different from an ant. Otherwise, why haven't the descendants of those who once escaped returned to the solar system to help? Perhaps some of them have already arrived, given all the reports of UFOs. While a significant portion of these are likely aircraft belonging to Aoshua and her clan, there are likely also aliens involved. But they're not currently appearing publicly before humans, which is something worth considering. Miss Aoshua, do you think those aliens have already come to Earth to help us deal with our families? Shakia asked. Unfortunately, I don't know. If survivors of an ancient civilization with ties to a super civilization return from another galaxy, they should have come to us first. After all, we're Schwager, the executive agency for Project Flashpoint. It's said that many people knew about this plan before the ancients escaped the solar system. Aoshua's answer left Shakia somewhat disappointed. So, Schwager truly is fighting alone. The director is still striving to unite the forces on Earth. At least, the sharing of Trom's analysis data was a major step forward. Perhaps humanity today is as humble as insects. But the bugs are never defeated. Aoshua and Sakya said this simultaneously. They smiled knowingly. This is a passage from the three-body problem. This sentence should be etched in the heart of every member of the Swager clan. Even later, if the familiar enters the public eye and humanity realizes the crisis they now face, everyone should remember this sentence. There's a plot like this in the novel. The advanced development of Trisolaran civilization has led the Trisolarans to harbor a deep disdain for humanity, and they have never heeded human actions or calls. After Operation Guzheng, humans seized the equipment storing Trisolaran information and learned of the existence of Sophons. The Trisolarans used Sophons to monitor everyone on Earth and block the development of Earth science. General Chan Weisi convened a meeting to study the seized information, reminding attendees beforehand that their meeting was also under Sophon surveillance, and that all secrets would be lost in the future. You are insects. This was the first communication between Trisolarans and anyone other than the Earth rebels. Afterward, communications were severed. For the rest of their lives, none of the attendees received any further information from Trisolarans. Silence is the ultimate contempt. A highly civilized and advanced Trisolaran world could expand an 11-dimensional proton into a 2-dimensional envelope, enveloping the Earth. The level of human civilization is no more than an ant versus a giant tree, a slash-and-burn battle between missiles and satellites. What business is it of yours to destroy you? Humans are insects. It was humans who, through fire, flooding, poison, cultivation of natural enemies, and genetic modification, exterminated the insects for thousands and tens of thousands of years. Weak and fragile, they could be easily destroyed by advanced civilizations. Even the weakest person could easily crush a bug. But the insects have never been defeated. As human civilization has advanced, insects continue to soar through the heavens and earth, their populations and numbers no less than those of humans. Although the aliens of the Trisolaran system are portrayed as arrogant and full of contempt for humans, they are but little more than a younger brother in the face of a higher civilization. Thus, it seems that the Trisolarans are not much more intelligent than humans. They simply have advanced technology. Don't forget, the insects on Earth survived the attacks of the families during the era of the super-ancient civilization. There are so many species of insects, and their communities have a history of fighting for billions of years. Even the families haven't been able to eradicate them. And according to the description in the novel, if the Trisolaran civilization were to face the attacks of the families, it would only be able to hold out for a little longer than humanity. It seems that the Trisolarans' arrogance has also left them without interstellar allies, which only adds insult to injury. In a sense, the Trisolarans haven't fared as well as the people of Sakya and her civilization. At least during the era of the super-ancient civilization, they enjoyed a strong presence in interstellar society, and everyone would come to their rescue in times of trouble. If the human civilization in the novel were replaced by the ancient people of that time, they would probably be pushed all the way back to their homeland on Trisolaris. But even these ancient people were driven from their homeland by the families, leaving behind only the Flashpoint Project. Perhaps this was their final act of perseverance. And by Ao Shue's side, there are two people who represent the last bit of the ancient people's resolve, Sakya and Jinxi. Oh right, I recently ran into Nineveh again. That brings the total to 3 executors. Perhaps when all 8 executors gather, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The current situation still doesn't look optimistic. Looking at the priest leading the way, Ao Shue sighed inwardly. After all, with so many dangerous humans yearning for self-destruction, is this civilization truly worth saving? But only Ao Shue and Shakia have time for such contemplation right now. Operator Swager's team, en route to the Brazilian rainforest, don't have the luxury of such leisure. Chapter 325. How long have those guys behind us been following us? The ship's first mate asked a crew member. They've been following us at this distance since shortly after we departed from Mexico port, the crew member replied. Hey, those FBI guys really know how to pick and choose. The first mate shrugged, looking at the blip on the radar. This was Swager's ocean-going transport combat ship, its name still undecided. This was their first ocean-going mission. It was carrying Swager's secret weapon, Trom, and a team of operators led by Cheyenne, currently heading towards Sakya's current location. About 100 kilometers behind the transport ship, an FBI plane was following. Although they had previously stated that they would discuss a joint operation request with Director Cheen, they hadn't received the request yet, so they followed along. They were quite conscientious. Miss Cheyenne, the FBI plane is requesting landing permission, the staff member in the transport ship's command room reported to Cheyenne. Hey, why are they in such a hurry? The application hasn't come through yet. Cheyenne, now having a little free time, made a cup of coffee and sipped it while sorting through reports and information, formulating the next operational plan. Telling them to wait? Seriously, isn't that the order their superiors are responsible for? Cheyenne said irritably. Maybe they want to come and see Trom beforehand. Operator J, standing nearby, chuckled. Perhaps. But it's not up to us to decide. As long as they get permission, we can let them visit. The operator also came over, carrying a cup of drip coffee. Yes, but only if they, as Gale Nation's intelligence agency, can obtain permission to visit Trom. These guys aren't honest people. Cheyenne was addressing a very practical issue. It wasn't that Swager couldn't work together with organizations from various major powers. Even MI6 and the like have cooperative relationships with Swager's UK branch. However, core confidential matters, like Trom, shouldn't be freely given to these intelligence agencies. Scientific organizations, like the previous UN research team could, as they represent the interests of all humanity. These organizations, backed by major powers, are merely the power of a single nation. If Swager were to disclose such technology to them, it could potentially affect the current global balance. This was absolutely unacceptable. So, facing the FBI's proactive approach, The Swager agents represented by Cheyenne had to exercise restraint. Even Agent K, who had collaborated with the FBI years before, had to maintain confidentiality. But to be honest, this transport ship is configured according to naval standards, and the living facilities are truly complete. This is also a manifestation of the growing strength of the Swager Group following its close ties with the United Nations. Come to think of it, I wasn't very clear on the construction plans for this transport ship before. When did we even have one? Operator J asked Cheyenne curiously. After all, they were operators in the combat department, so they might not be fully aware of these developments. It's like the Swager Group's technical department constantly researching bizarre weapons. They just use them. Oh, about that. Go ask the captain. He explained it to you. Cheyenne was busy developing the battle plan, and didn't have time to explain it to him, so she told him to ask the captain instead. Cambridge was above the command room. Since Operator J wanted to listen, Kay decided to take all the operators along to listen to the captain's explanation. Since Schwager held no rank, there was no need for excessive formalities. Arriving on the bridge, Kay explained his purpose to the captain. It turned out that this ship was a gift from the United Nations to Schwager. Before its renovation, this ship had a significant background. The predecessor of this ship was the former Soviet Union's Ulyanovsk. The Project 1143.7 aircraft carrier, NATO, Ulyanovsk-class aircraft carrier. It was the first generation of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers planned for construction and commissioned by the Soviet Navy. The lead ship of the Project 1143.7 aircraft carrier, the Ulyanovsk, was initially named Kremlin and later renamed Ulyanovsk, after the Russian city of Ulyanovsk, which commemorates Lenin. Lenin's real name was Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. The Ulyanovsk began construction in 1988 at the Nikolaev shipyard on the Black Sea in Ukraine. It was the Soviet Navy's first super aircraft carrier. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine inherited the ship. However, due to Ukraine's economic weakness after the collapse of the Soviet Union, construction ceased completely in November 1991, and the ship was later sold for scrap. The story doesn't end there. The Ulyanovsk aircraft carrier is a product of the USSR-USSR rivalry. In 1987, driven by a shift in Soviet thinking and a desire to rival the Gale Navy, the Soviet leadership finally approved the construction of the new Ulyanovsk aircraft carrier. This carrier, unlike previous Soviet carriers, was a fundamentally new design, incorporating many novel concepts and design elements designed to counter U.S. carriers. In 1988, the keel of this highly anticipated new vessel was laid off the Black Sea. If all went well, the Soviet Red Navy would surely usher in a new era of hegemony. However, with the Soviet Union's sudden collapse, construction of the carrier was only 45% complete. The modular components of the reactor power plant had been constructed, and the nuclear power equipment had arrived. However, this left its builders with a profound regret. For its time, this carrier was only relatively advanced. First, its overall design was novel. Second, it featured the first-ever propulsion system and carried an early warning aircraft. To ensure safety, the Ulyanovsk was also equipped with 2 oil-fired boilers to ensure sufficient power to maintain navigation even if the nuclear propulsion system failed. This aircraft carrier, if it can be called advanced, is only superior to previous models. Compared to the number of aircraft carriers, performance, electronic systems, and carrier tactics employed by the then Gale, the Soviet Union still had a long way to go to rival the latter. When the ship was dismantled, it was only 45% complete. The ship was dismantled and sold for scrap. Of course, this was only the official version. This approximately 45% complete ship was hidden in a secret shipyard. What was sold was indeed some of the ship's steel, but it was not completely dismantled. About 30% of the hull remained and was sealed. If the ship had been completely dismantled, the Soviet Union's decades of accumulated aircraft carrier technology would have been completely destroyed. After the Soviet Union's collapse, a group of technicians contacted Director Cheen and others who had planned to build the Schwager. Thanks to the efforts of Director Cheen and his colleagues, the ship was successfully preserved. From then on, the aircraft carrier became a ship that no longer existed in name. Chapter 326. Initially, the United Nations was unaware of this non-existent mothership. Swager was still a small, fledgling organization at the time, and no one paid any attention to their concealment of the unfinished aircraft carrier. The shipyard's executives, after receiving at least a substantial reward, sold it as scrap metal to the core team of Swager, led by Director Cheen. The matter remained a Swager secret suppressed. It wasn't until the family's attack that Swager demonstrated a strong need for ocean-going operations. However, with Schwager's current financial and material resources, continuing the construction of the ship was a difficult proposition. The ship lay hidden for over 30 years, and funding constraints prevented further construction. Finally, after securing cooperation from the United Nations, Director Chin privately applied for technical and equipment cooperation, and with the help of major world powers, the aircraft carrier continued to be built. The family's attack was no longer just a prophecy from Director Chin, but an actual disaster. And Schwager was the vital force needed to combat the families. The United Nations agreed to Director Chin's request. Shortly after Sakia's first attack, construction on the ship began again after a 30-year hiatus. By the time Clark arrived at Schwager for technical exchanges, the main structure of the ship had been completed. After the UN expert team left with a wealth of intelligence, the ship was equipped with numerous state-of-the-art equipment in return. It took several months before the ship was barely up to mission-ready standards. Although it seemed like several months, it was still a very fast pace. After Cheyenne, Shakia, and the others flew to the southern Gale country to investigate the bleaching, this ship, carrying Trom, reunited with them. After over 30 years, this ship had been reborn. And it was equipped with the latest equipment. Even though the hull was 30 years old, it contained cutting-edge technology. In addition to transporting Trom, it would also carry technology from the Schwager Technology Department and the Underground Clan. In the event of an incident at Schwager Base, this ship could even serve as a mobile Schwager headquarters at sea. Of course, this is still a long way off. Currently, it only carries the most basic equipment. This was supposed to be the most powerful aircraft carrier of the former Soviet Union, and now it's actually being used. I wonder if the people who dismantled it will regret it later? The operators who listened to the captain's story were mostly young, as this story happened before they were even born. The captain of this ship was a veteran, roughly the same age as Kay. He was also a Schwager operator, but from a different department. The captain calls the combat department Operator Z. Operator Z from the logistics and technical department is an old comrade of the technical department's director. He himself was a former naval officer. Schwager Logistics and Technical Department operators are a special group of operators under the leadership of the Schwager Technical Department. Most of these operators are retired military personnel in technical positions. They include retired naval officers, radar officers, missile officers, and others. Schwager operators welcome talent from all over the world. Of course, the vast majority are retired military personnel. They assist researchers in the technical department and advance the military industry. They also frequently travel around the world, providing technical support to other branches. The technical department at Schwager headquarters wasn't actually their permanent location. They were usually dispersed across various branches. But with this ship, they finally had their own base, and they were delighted. Z continued to tell the young people about the ship's origins. As the Soviet Union's first large nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Ulyanovsk represented the pinnacle of the Soviet Navy's development. It was also the ultimate demonstration of the Soviet Union's mastery of key aircraft carrier construction technologies. This ship should have been one of the world's top aircraft carriers at the time. The Ulyanovsk's protected design, propulsion system, steam catapults, and arresting cables all represented the highest level of Soviet technology at the time. This aircraft carrier should have been the pride of the Soviet Navy, but with the disintegration of the USSR, everything was lost. This stemmed from a series of outrageous actions by both the East and West during the Cold War. As mentioned previously, the Ulyanovsk aircraft carrier is the lead ship of the Project 1143.7 aircraft carrier class. Originally named Kremlin, it was later renamed the Ulyanovsk. Its construction officially began in 1988 at the Nikolaev shipyard in Ukraine's Black Sea. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine inherited the ship. However, due to Ukraine's economic weakness after the Soviet collapse, construction was completely halted in November 1991. The Varyag, the predecessor of the Yengwa Navy's first aircraft carrier, the Liaoning, was also halted. Among Z's comrades were soldiers who had served on the Liaoning. However, the former was abandoned after nearly halfway through construction, while the latter was purchased by Yengwa after 70% of its construction was completed and continued to be rebuilt, thus avoiding dismantling. Surprisingly, the former was purchased by Schwager and, just before it was dismantled, transported and hidden. This led to the Schwager naval combat platform we see today. So what was the perspective of people at the time? The Ulyanovsk's fate as a carrier was largely due to the interference of Western countries, led by the Gale nation. The capitalists of the time, upon discovering their victory in the Cold War, were ecstatic and eager to divide the spoils, all Soviet goods, good ones, were taken, and any unused ones were destroyed to avoid further complications. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, a Norwegian company offered Ukraine's help in building 6 ships, but they were to be built on the same slipway as the Ulyanovsk. Had this gone smoothly, this ship might not have been so easy to acquire. Another company, the Gale Steel Company, seized the opportunity and offered a high price for the steel used in the carrier's construction. To earn foreign exchange, the Russian and Ukrainian governments jointly decided to vacate Dock 0 for Norwegian shipbuilding, while simultaneously dismantling the Ulyanovsk for sale. During the sale process, Director Cheen, his younger self, before he became Director Swager, appeared among the steel company's partners. He employed various tactics and leveraged Jinx's personal connections to secure contracts for the steel company. The young director at the time might have been unable to accomplish some tasks, but Jinxie, with her extraordinary abilities, somehow managed them. This move also brought an end to the Soviet Union's 30-year journey of aircraft carrier development. After Director Cheen's spoofing of the carrier, pretending to dismantle it, the Gale Steel Company found an excuse to declare the contract invalid and refused to purchase it. The Norwegian shipbuilding contract was subsequently cancelled for various reasons. Not only did Russia and Ukraine not profit a cent from this, but they also had their own aircraft carriers dismantled. The Gale nation successfully neutralized a potential naval rival within its own hands. It was truly ruthless. Chapter 327. At the time, the two world superpowers, led by their respective factions, engaged in a variety of competition and hostility known as the Cold War. They formed two competing and hostile groups of nations, the East and the West, forcing major nations around the world to take sides. The operators of Team K standing before Captain Operator Z were mostly born after the end of the Cold War, with the exception of Captain Operator Z. Although history classes cover some of the events of that period, many of the anecdotal texts remain unclear. Essentially, this was a struggle for world dominance between the victorious United States and the Soviet Union after World War II. The impact of the Cold War on post-World War II international relations can be broadly divided into the following aspects. First, it triggered an arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union, leading to the threat of war and seriously threatening world peace and security. For example, the nuclear race between the United States and the Soviet Union and the Cuban Missile Incident once dragged humanity to the brink of nuclear war, bringing instability to the world. However, the relative balance of nuclear competition also prevented the outbreak of a new world war. Had a nuclear war broken out, even if the dependents had arrived as planned, they would have been useless. Then, through competition, countries with different social systems learned from each other, drawing lessons from each other, promoting social reforms in each country, and promoting overall global development. This prompted the Gale nation's policy toward Japan to shift from suppression to support. Gale nation's unilateral peace agreement with Japan led to the Reykjavik's rearmament. Gale nation also protected Reykjavik, providing fertile ground for the development of right-wing forces within Reykjavik today. Furthermore, it caused long-term divisions in some countries, preventing them from achieving national unity. Director Cheen, Old K, and Z were all born during the Cold War. All three were born around the 1970s, and witnessed the changes in the world during the Cold War from a young age. Director Cheen, in particular, remembered his clan's ancient mission and, throughout different periods of human civilization, resolutely implemented the steps required by the Flashpoint Plan. Here, we must mention the story of the early days of Schwager. Z knew some things, and others he didn't. Back in the Cold War era, the young Director Cheen realized the importance of establishing a military organization to implement the Flashpoint Plan. From that time on, he actively campaigned around the world. Master Jinxie was an old acquaintance of their clan, and he felt the time was ripe. He joined Schwager's initial construction team and mentored Director Cheen. It was also through Jinxie's introduction that Director Cheen met Ao Shui, a member of the underground clan. They also knew that human civilization had barely advanced enough to master nuclear weapons, making it possible to proceed with the next step. Furthermore, during these turbulent times, various resources could be harnessed for their own benefit. Since then, in their global activities, Jinxie and Director Cheen established connections with numerous underground organizations and groups. These included not only national governments, but also private military organizations established during the Cold War. Though many of these organizations have now vanished into history, they laid the foundation for the establishment of Swager. Even much of the current operator system is the result of exchanges with these private military organizations. From that time on, Director Cheen had known Sakya, Bruce's ancestors. Bruce's ancestors' company was originally an arms dealer in Gale country. This family controlled a vast amount of capital and wealth. Young director Qin and Jingxi worked together to convince the then leader of the family and secured their cooperation. For example, much of the money for the purchase of this transport aircraft carrier came from this family. There were several other such partners. Because these wealthy individuals were not simply a loose group. There was an alliance behind them. This alliance was an organization called the Freemasons. Organizations like the Freemasons are the primary behind-the-scenes manipulators of Western governments and political parties. Their long-term strategic goal is to establish a unified world government or a world federal government. Also known as the Meishengwai, literally meaning Freemasons, the full name is Free and Accepted Masons. It originated in 18th century London, England, and is a religious fraternal organization. It originated from 4 lodges in England forming a Grand Lodge. Modern Freemasonry originated on June 24, 1717, St. John's Day. The Chinese term Freemasonry refers to the nature of the organization. Members were called Meisheng, which is the origin of the Chinese term Meishengwai. From its inception, Freemasonry has been plagued by conspiracies, suspicions, and opposition. The most famous example was the century-long war between the Catholic Church and Freemasonry, with the Pope of Rome wielding the anti-Masonic banner for over 200 years, continuing to this day. The initial suspicions of conspiracy arose during the French Revolution, when Freemasons were suspected of supporting the movement to overthrow the monarchy. Freemasonry is not a religion. In its early days, it was a secret society with no religious affiliation or background requirements for applicants. Membership was open to all healthy males of all faiths, but applicants must be theists, believing in the existence of a single god. According to ancient legend, Freemasonry was originally composed of stonemasons who built Solomon's temple. The Temple of Solomon, also known as the First Temple, is a structure mentioned in the Bible. Constructed in 957 BC, it was completely destroyed when the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the Jewish kingdom in 586 BC. Now, the Israel Antiquities Authority has announced the discovery of artifacts from the early Jewish kingdom during the Old Testament period near Jerusalem, providing the first archaeological confirmation of the First Temple's existence. Besides representing King Solomon's regime, the Temple of Solomon had another major purpose. It housed the Ark of the Covenant. What is the Ark of the Covenant? The Ark of the Covenant is also known as the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is a sacred object of the ancient Israelites. Covenant refers to the covenant between God and the Israelites, and the Ark of the Covenant is the ark that housed this covenant. This covenant refers to the 2 tablets of the 10 Commandments received by the prophet Moses from Jehovah on Mount Sinai. According to the Bible, the Ark of the Covenant was a cabinet made of acacia wood overlaid with gold. Inside it were 2 stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments, a budding staff once used by Moses' brother Aaron, and a golden jar containing the hidden manna, a foreshadowing of Christ. For Freemasons, ancient myths such as the Ark of the Covenant are firmly believed. Coincidentally, the Flashpoint Project, which Director Qin's clan is responsible for, is also recorded in ancient texts. From today's perspective, it is no different from a myth. The Freemasons gave Director Qin, Jingxi, and the others a grand reception. After careful examination, they concluded that the 2 individuals before them truly had a mission. Ao Shui then revealed her true appearance to them. This meant that the Freemasons were the first people in the world to understand the Flashpoint Project. If the Flashpoint Project is true, then perhaps what's recorded in the Bible, and even in various human myths is also true. Chapter 328. Freemasonry. Many people have certainly heard of it, but no one can be certain of its existence. Even when he was young, Director Qin didn't quite believe in the existence of this organization. It was only after Jingxi and his friends from the Underworld clan introduced him to them that he came into contact with them. It wasn't until Jingxi took him aboard the Underworld clan's aircraft, flying to the Fierce Wind Nation using a method untraceable to humans back then, and standing before this wealthy man, that the young Director Qin realized Freemasonry was more than just an urban legend. Furthermore, speaking of Freemasonry, one cannot help but discuss the Ark of the Covenant, which has a profound connection to this period in human civilization. For Director Qin, who was tasked with inheriting the Flashpoint Project, he was deeply familiar with all myths and legends. The Ark of the Covenant is a chest containing the stone tablets engraved with the 10 Commandments. According to the Hebrew Bible, the Ark was built by the Israelites while camping in the Sinai Desert after their exodus from Egypt. The Hebrew Bible doesn't specify when they fled Egypt, and scholars have long debated whether there was a great migration from Egypt. The Ark of the Covenant disappeared when the Babylonians captured Jerusalem in 587 BC. According to the Hebrew Bible, the Ark of the Covenant is said to have many miraculous powers. In one story, the Jordan River stopped flowing and remained still while a group of priests carrying the ark crossed it. Other stories describe how the Israelites took the ark into battle, where its power helped them defeat their enemies. When the ark was captured by the Philistines, it became plagued by tumors and diseases, forcing the Philistines to return the ark to the Israelites. Some stories describe anyone who touched or saw the contents of the ark being killed instantly. The Bible contains two accounts describing the construction of the Arkansas. The first, and most famous, version appears in the book of Exodus, describing how the ark was constructed using large amounts of gold. The second version, found in the book of Deuteronomy, briefly describes the construction of the ark from wood. Due to the varying accounts, unraveling the ark's origins remains challenging. Some scholars believe that multiple arks may have been constructed simultaneously or at different times. In the chapter in Exodus that describes the construction of the ark, God describes in great detail how Moses instructed the Israelites to build the ark from wood and gold, with the text stating that God provided very precise instructions. Let them make an ark of acacia wood 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Cover it inside and out with pure gold, and make a gold molding around it. Make poles of acacia wood and gold to carry the ark. Carve 2 cherubim of gold and place them on the lid of the ark. The cherubim shall spread their wings upward, covering the lid. The cherubim shall face each other. God's instructions are very detailed, almost like providing a blueprint. The Hebrew Bible instructs that the Ark of the Covenant be placed in a movable tabernacle, called a shrine. A veil was erected inside the tabernacle to prevent the ark from being seen. Before the veil was an altar and incense burners. The incense was made of pitch, onyx stone, gabbro, and frankincense, and was burned by Moses' brother Aaron and his sons from morning till evening. According to the Hebrew Bible, God chose a man named Bezalel to build the ark and furnish the tabernacle. I gave him wisdom, understanding, knowledge, and all kinds of skill, with the power of the gods, to handle gold, silver, and bronze, and to work in stone and wood, and to make all kinds of crafts. This phrase comes from the book of Exodus. The Hebrew Bible states that God chose Oholiab to be Bezalel's assistant, and sent skilled craftsmen to help him. Also, according to the Hebrew Bible, during the reign of King Solomon, the holiest place in Judaism, the first temple was built in Jerusalem, and the Ark of the Covenant was placed within a golden temple. This thing sounds incredible. To director Cheen and Jinxie, the description of the Ark seemed to have a deeper meaning. At the time, director Cheen seemed unable to understand it, but Jinxie explained its uniqueness. The contents of the Ark seemed somewhat similar to the Source Cube, which contains the fundamental power of a certain attribute of the universe. Why was the Ark of the Covenant covered in gold from head to toe? In Jinxie's fragmented memories, everyone except the executor would be harmed by the powerful energy radiation of the root cube. The root cube could fuse with the executor's body when needed. This allowed the executor to maximize their abilities, and served as a way to preserve and carry the root cube. However, this would continuously drain the executor's mind and body. Of course, some species in the universe could maintain this fusion for long periods of time. At least, the human body on Earth could not maintain this fusion state for long periods of time. In such cases, the root cube had to be stored separately. And the box Jinxie remembered from that time, the interior of the box that contained the root cube was made of gold. Gold effectively shields the energy radiation of the root cube. Thus, the container used to store the root cube underground in Schwager was also made of gold. When it comes to gold, many people immediately think of keywords like wealth and jewelry. In fact, the origin of gold is far more mysterious than people imagine. The gold we see on Earth is mined from gold mines. But this gold element is actually formed in the universe by the immense energy of neutron-star collisions. Gold itself is a manifestation of cosmic energy. At least the current scientific explanation on Earth is as follows. Heavy elements are released into space during cosmic events such as stellar explosions, becoming dust floating in the universe. After countless billions of years of drifting and gathering, this dust reassembles with hydrogen and other dust to form a nebula, whose main component is still hydrogen. As the nebula evolves into a star, the hydrogen is compressed and reignited, undergoing thermonuclear fusion reactions, giving birth to a new star. While lighter elements, like hydrogen, coalesce to form stars, relatively heavier elements in the dust surrounding the new stars formed planets around them, essentially forming at the same time as the stars themselves. Perhaps the heavy elements on Earth, like gold and silver, were created by the explosion of stars that existed near the Sun before it existed. These elements were then deposited on Earth during the process of regeneration of the nebula and the evolution of the new star, the Sun, and planets like Earth. In other words, gold, a substance representing powerful cosmic energy, has a special connection with the root cube. As to why it can contain its powerful energy, which is harmful to ordinary people, Jinxie does not know. Chapter 329. There are still many mysteries surrounding the root cube. Even the ancients, who used it to transport the main body of their clan to modern civilization hundreds of thousands of years in the future, could not fully unravel its secrets. They merely used its power, as the urgency of the situation at the time left them no time for analysis. Perhaps when the executors of Project Flashpoint reunite, they can accomplish this feat their predecessors have failed to achieve. Perhaps this feat will be accomplished by the Swords. But for now, we must all work together to overcome some obstacles. After Captain Z explained the origins of the transport ship, and some stories, from the early days of the Swords to the operators of Team K, everyone was eager for Z to tell more. But a mission notification interrupted Z's storytelling. Oh, a notification at this time is a real bummer. Operator J shrugged and picked up the Swords terminal with everyone else. The notice from above stated that the joint mission with the FBI Special Operations team had been approved. Oh! With this notice, the director and the other team's boss have basically reached an agreement. The notice stated that FBI fighter jets would land on the next transport ship, and all agents were required to go and greet them. Since the higher-ups had confirmed the joint operation, they should be treated as friends. The current route departed from the Gulf of Mexico, passing through Cuba, and along Venezuela to Brazil. Over 60% of the Amazon rainforest lies within Brazil. Swager's transport carrier had already reached the Brazilian coastline, but it still had quite a distance to travel to its port of call. However, due to topographical and political factors, the ocean-going transport ship still had to travel a considerable distance along the Brazilian coastline before reaching its destination, the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base. Director Cheen had previously obtained docking rights at the base through the United Nations. Swager's destination is the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base. Quite a long journey. We agreed to meet near the mouth of the Amazon River, where our aircraft will dock at Swager's ship for resupply. Agent Delta said to Agent Sigma in the FBI transport plane. Yes, although I've been there on missions before, I didn't have a very good impression of Brazil, Agent Sigma said. How's Agent Alpha doing? No news from her yet? Delta yawned in the cockpit. No, they have Special Operations Authority, so let's not worry about it. We just need to do our own thing. Agent Sigma smiled. It was a rare moment of leisure, and he even made a cup of tea and started drinking it. Speaking of the Brazilian Navy, most people might not be familiar with it. This is inevitable. After all, most people learn about the world through the media. The media often reports most on world-class navies. The Brazilian Navy certainly isn't among the top navies in the world. If it weren't for this mission, most operators would have had little impression of it. The Brazilian Navy, Portuguese, Marinha do Brasil, is the naval branch of the Brazilian Armed Forces. The Brazilian Navy is the largest navy in Central and South America. Still pretty good. The 32,800-ton Sao Paulo aircraft carrier is the flagship and largest ship of the Brazilian Navy. It was purchased from France in 2000. The Brazilian Navy also has British-built and Brazilian-built frigates, diesel-electric submarines, several inland and coastal patrol boats, and other vessels. The Navy also controls the Brazilian Naval Aviation and the Brazilian Marine Corps. The Brazilian Navy has a long history, established on December 11, 1823, and has undergone two major phases of development. Before the 1960s, the Brazilian Navy relied heavily on foreign countries for development, resulting in slow growth. Most of its naval equipment consisted of weapons obsolete by the Gale powers during World War II, resulting in a relatively weak overall naval strength. After the 1960s, the British Goliath-class aircraft carrier HMS Revenge, purchased by the Brazilian Navy, officially entered service and was renamed HMS Minas Gerais. The Brazilian Navy subsequently purchased dozens of various types of ships from the Gale powers and the United Kingdom. At the same time, the nation adhered to the path of domestic production, developing many vessels independently. This rapidly increased its naval strength, surpassing Chile and Argentina, and becoming South America's leading maritime power. The Brazilian Navy currently consists primarily of submarines, surface ships, naval aviation, and marines, with a total strength of 60,000 personnel. The naval staff of the Ministry of National Defense is the highest leadership body of the Brazilian Navy. It oversees 8 naval regions. Its primary mission is to defend the country from maritime aggression, safeguard its territorial sovereignty and exclusive economic zone, and ensure the unimpeded flow of sea routes. Its main bases include Rio de Janeiro, Bahia, Para, Rio Grande do Norte, and Mato Grosso. Because the Schwager is a military organization, and is entering foreign territorial waters, it must dock at authorized military bases. This is also one of the difficulties in conducting cross-border missions. Thankfully, the transport ship carries several transport aircraft and inland waterway transport vessels. Trom can be deployed via transit to the desired location. Of course, this is still somewhat inconvenient. I heard that the latest transportation methods are being developed, which is really exciting. So what are some of the world's famous navies? I'd like to mention them here. Over 75% of the Earth is ocean, and to become a powerful nation, its development is closely linked to the ocean. The Netherlands, once a maritime power, once had a famous saying that rings true: navigation is essential, life is secondary. In the late 17th century, the Netherlands relied on a powerful navy to ascend to the throne of world dominance. In short, to become a powerful nation, one must first control the oceans. Even against the families, there were fleets composed of UN peacekeeping forces to strike targets at sea. Although lack of experience ultimately meant that Schwager had to clean up the mess, it was clear that a united human army could still defeat the families in localized battles. While it's unclear how long humanity's military might could withstand the kind of overwhelming invasions the ancients once faced, it at least gave Schwager a sense of confidence and possibility. After the Pentagon and Schwager reached an agreement on cooperation, the Brazilian Navy was also notified to assist Schwager if necessary. The current situation is uncertain, so Schwager headquarters and the Pentagon are still negotiating a battle plan. Cheyenne and 2 elite FBI agents will be the on-site commanders. To avoid conflicting orders in the event of disagreements, personnel from both sides will prioritize the orders of their own commanders. Chapter 330. Operator Schwager and FBI agents began a joint operation, but the start time would be deep underground in the Amazon rainforest, determined by Sakia and the others. The message Sakia had previously sent Schwager included the coordinates of their location. Once Schwager had brought the transport ship to the naval base, a transport plane would be used to transport Trom to a location near the target. This way, if Sakia needed to board Trom, she could be deployed immediately. After all, in an emergency, flying north from the Rio de Janeiro naval base to the target location was too far. Now, deep in the Amazon rainforest, I wonder if Sakia is doing well. In fact, as they sailed towards their destination, Cheyenne was constantly worried. If something unexpected happened to Sakia, she wouldn't be able to get Trom support in time. Also, she hadn't been able to contact Sakia for some time. Previously, it was because the branch was attacked, and now, it was because Sakia couldn't be contacted. As for Sakia, she and Al-Shua were currently following the cult leader deeper into the abyss. This cult leader, who was supposed to be managing this settlement, had been sidelined and was now trying to stir up trouble. He didn't know what exactly he was planning, but he mentioned some sort of resurrection plan, and that it was being overseen by people sent from the cult's headquarters and partners. He had no idea of the details. He was only responsible for the basic management of the settlement, and he had no control over the specific actions the cult planned to take there. This made him somewhat indignant. He hadn't anticipated this. He felt he should have the right to know everything about this station. Even though Shakia and Al-Shua were acting as tools, not actively asking questions, but instead discussing their own affairs, the Patriarch had mentioned these things to them along the way. Now, only the security guards here obeyed the Patriarch's orders. Elsewhere, the Patriarch's influence was almost completely neutralized. Though Shakia felt like laughing, after all, this guy had caused her so much trouble back then, this was indeed crucial information, and she had to report it quietly later. The cult was not united. This was an opportunity. The Patriarch led Shakia and Al-Shua through a long tunnel and stairs until they arrived at a dark space. Only a few scattered lights shone on the ground. "Watch your step," the Patriarch warned them. Shakia then realized that this was a massive outer wall, and they were on a plank road above it, like a safety staircase. All around them was a vast underground cavity, bottomless. If they misstepped, there would be no return. "Be careful, Miss Al-Shua. What on earth is this place?" Shakia and Al-Shua were still chatting telepathically. "I don't know. Stay alert. If this guy tries to do something bad here, we have to be prepared." Al-Shua didn't dare let her guard down either. This place was dangerous. She had to be prepared for the worst. The headmaster, however, seemed more relaxed. He pulled out a flashlight, illuminating the path ahead, and slowly walked up the metal staircase. Following the light, Shakia noticed the outer wall had a strange curve, like the hull of a massive ship. This place truly seemed like some incredible spaceship. The path the Patriarch was taking Shakia and Al-Shua through seemed to be an emergency exit. This seemed to be the exposed section of the massive ship's hull, embedded within the rock cavern. This exit led to the other side of the rock face, which seemed to lead to the ritual site the patriarch had mentioned. The patriarch glanced back at Shakia and Aoshua, who were cautiously navigating the metal plank path, and sighed. He shone his flashlight towards them, giving them a clearer view. Then he said, "I don't want those people at headquarters to notice, so I'm taking a shortcut here. It's just a bit more difficult to navigate." This shortcut was truly. Some parts were suspended in midair, and the metal mesh floor creaked. The patriarch must be familiar with this route. He knew which areas were sturdy. There was nothing to do now, but to follow his footsteps slowly. "By the way, if you're from Swager, I'd like to ask, what kind of organization are you?" On the way, the patriarch mentioned Swager. "What does this guy want to do? What should we say?" Shakia was a little surprised and quickly asked Aoshua. "Tell him some things selectively, test his intentions. If we can use him to defeat the cult from within, that's fine." "Okay, let's do it." Shakia and Aoshua exchanged ideas within a second or two. "Master, we, the Swagers, are a UN investigation team specializing in incidents involving the families. What do you wish to know?" Shakia carefully considered her words and answered cautiously. "Is that so? No wonder our order is being targeted by Swager. From our perspectives, it's truly a clash of swords." The patriarch glanced back at the two of them. "Previously, it was agents from the Gale Nation that were causing trouble for us. I didn't expect someone even more formidable to arrive now." The patriarch sighed. "But even Swager's men can't withstand the power of their families. Becoming my followers is truly ironic." The patriarch still managed to gloat over himself. Hearing this, Shakia and Aoshua breathed a sigh of relief, proving that the patriarch hadn't caught on to their pretense. "So how many combatants do you have? They're being sent to confront us this time." Seeing the two honestly answer his questions, the patriarch posed a more substantive question. "I handle that," Aoshua telepathically told Shakia. "Master, this operation is essentially an investigation. Including us, there are only about 10 of us here." Aoshua had lied about the number. In fact, including the ocean-going transport fleet that arrived later, the various logistics personnel, the Brazilian military, and the UN fleet on standby for any eventualities, the total number was likely tens of thousands. And last time, I heard our test subject was knocked down by a giant robot. What kind of weapon was that? The master didn't turn around this time, but instead led the two of them carefully along the dark emergency corridor. It was unclear whether he doubted Aoshua's words. However, Aoshua's acting skills were truly superior to Shakia's, perfectly mimicking the calm tone of someone under mind control. "We don't have any relevant information here. It might be a secret UN weapon." Aoshua had the upper hand, directly denying Trom's connection to Schwager. This crucial information couldn't be revealed to the master. "I see. You're just an investigative team." "Never mind. Even the higher-ups wouldn't go to a place like this." The headmaster sighed, as if he wanted to ask for some substantive information, but these two might not know. Sakia and Aoshua began to secretly rejoice, for two of Swager's most core members happened to be standing right before him, but if they wouldn't tell him, he had no other options. Is this the thrill of playing the pig and eating the tiger? Chapter 331. Regardless of whether the patriarch cared whether the two were acting or not, or whether he had any ulterior motives, at least for now, he had revealed some information to them. This was information about how he joined the cult, and his reasons for joining. Aoshua and Shakia didn't ask, fearing exposure. Perhaps the patriarch was thinking it himself. The Star Cult is the salvation of people like us. I once firmly believed in this. But now, I can't understand what the patriarch is thinking. Aren't you a little curious about why so many people follow the cult? The patriarch's words startled Shakia and Aoshua. Could he have discovered their act and planned to push them off and kill them? The three were climbing over a fence on the metal walkway. Hearing the patriarch's words, Shakia and Aoshua froze for a moment. But the patriarch didn't make any unusual moves. Shakia and Aoshua exchanged glances and decided to be cautious. The priest introduced himself for the first time. His name was Antorio, and he had once been an ordinary office worker. He had lived a quiet and ordinary life. Like peers, he was a native of Mexico City. The rampant gang crime in that city was well known, and his company had been embroiled in a gang-related incident. After being set on fire by gang members in retaliation, all his employees were burned to death. Although he was the only survivor, he also suffered severe burns. The police chief handling the case at the time was the old boss Pierce had mentioned. This veteran police officer, driven by a sense of justice, fought tooth and nail to bring justice to Antorio, the sole witness. The criminal gang was apprehended and imprisoned, and the police swiftly sentenced them to death. The sheriff frequently visited Antonio, a survivor of the incident, and the two developed a deep bond of trust. He had thought the incident would end there, but subsequent developments far exceeded Antonio's expectations. However, due to the murky relationship between the local government and the mafia, the police chief was dismissed and disappeared, possibly even dead. Sakia recalled fragments of Pierce's remarks. It seemed that after the sheriff's dismissal, Pierce, disillusioned with the system, and his former subordinate, had also resigned from the police force. Unexpectedly, both Pierce and the priest had connections to the former police chief. The new chief seemed a mere pawn of the system, in cahoots with the mafia. After being discharged from the hospital, Antonio was unexpectedly pursued by the mafia and wanted by the police on trumped-up charges. The poor office worker was completely devastated. Forced into desperation, he began fleeing. This happened many years ago. During his escape, he suffered severe burns, leaving visible scars on his body, making it extremely difficult for him to hide. In those times, some of the poor people in the slums, whom he normally looked down upon, helped him, allowing him to hide for a while. However, the gangsters and police henchmen nearly found him, and committed a murder in the slums where he had once been hiding. If he continued like this, he would eventually die with hatred, so he might as well end his own life. As he was about to head into the wilderness to commit suicide, he encountered an elderly man in a white robe sitting by the roadside, lost in thought, along with some of his followers. The elderly man was dressed in strange attire, looking like a time traveler from ancient times, like the prophets in the Christian Bible. Surprisingly, the elderly man's body seemed to have some scales, and although he wore a turban, his head had visible protrusions, like horns. The elderly man sat with his followers, his back to Antonio, on the path he passed. At the time, Antonio paid no attention, but as they passed by the group, the elderly man at the head of the group suddenly called out to Antonio without even turning back. "Antonio, your shelter is here. Where are you going?" The elderly man's words startled the distraught Antonio. He had never seen this elderly man before. Pausing to look back, Antonio noticed the old man and his attendant turned to look at him, smiling. This smile made Antonio forget that he was about to die. The old man told him that they were the people of the stars, the ones who brought salvation to the suffering of this world. They called themselves the Order of the Stars. They had been waiting for Antonio for a long time. Antonio felt a strong sense of happiness and care among this group of people. The old man waved his hand in front of Antonio, and suddenly a glow shone. "Take off the bandages and face cloth, and go to the nearby stream to look at yourself," the old man said to him. Antonio did as he was told, and at the water's edge, he discovered that all the burns on his body and face had healed. This was a miracle. It was like the moment in the Bible when Jesus waved his hand to heal the blind. He immediately knelt and agreed to join the cult. The old man also explained that he and his disciples were waiting for his arrival. This old man was the leader of the star cult. From the leader's description, he truly was a miracle worker, and Antonio's description of the leader astonished Ao Shui. Wearing a turban with what appeared to be horns, wasn't that a characteristic of Ao Shui and her tribe? The leader of this star cult was actually a dragon man? In that case, it wouldn't be surprising if he had some knowledge of the super-ancient civilization and its clans. That leader, could it be? Sakia expressed her surprise in the private telepathic chat channel established by Ao Shui. It seems almost certain. This is bombshell news. Ao Shui had previously mentioned to Sakia that, historically, a small group of dragonkin did not follow the main group into underground life, but instead remained on the surface, operating in secret. The leader of this star cult is almost certainly one of the dragonkin who remained above ground. This makes the cult's actions even more intriguing. There are even more logical, incomprehensible aspects. Harnessing the power of one's followers, this crazy idea, even the dragonkin wouldn't dare attempt. Who is this leader? According to the cult leader's methods truly make ordinary people think they are a true god incarnate. Anyone would follow him without question. This method of recruiting followers is truly extraordinary. From then on, Antonio followed the cult leader throughout the world, striving to strengthen the cult. Then, following the cult leader's instructions, he returned to his hometown, establishing a branch there and bringing salvation to even more people. As for using the power of the clan to trade with, and even control gang members, it was also to punish them. The high sums of money gained from trading with gang members were further invested in the development of the cult, and in aiding the poor. Chapter 332. So, it seems this cult. If Sakia hadn't been a member of Swagers, and witnessed the cult's behind-the-scenes activities, she might have truly believed in them. But this cult leader, Antonio, has already reached the position of regional administrator. It's impossible that he's completely unaware of the cult's evil deeds, right? Sakia quietly shared this question with Ao Shui. First, it's hard to tell whether what he says is true or not. Second, for fanatics, often the evil they do isn't what they themselves consider to be evil. Ao Shui's assessment was relatively rational. This might be a little difficult for Sakia, who had lost her memory and lacked social experience, to understand. To put it bluntly, it was simply too naive. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Sakia's newly formed personality was still essentially that of a young girl. As for what she was originally like, there was no way to know. Ao Shui recalled the report Director Qin had given her when he found Sakia. At that time, Sakia was nothing more than a hollow shell. More than just a memoryless state, she was a fully functional vegetative state. However, unlike a comatose vegetative state, Shakia could still open her eyes and respond to external stimuli. She was simply unable to speak and had no memories, like a baby. Even the doctors at Schwager couldn't figure out what was happening. Director Qin had no choice but to ask Master Jingxi for help, and Master Jingxi naturally found Ao Shui and the others. Although Ao Shui wasn't present at the time, after reviewing the report on Shakia, the scientists of the underground clan concluded that her personality, or, more simply, her soul, was gone. Schwager couldn't investigate the specifics of what happened. He could only say that now that he had finally secured an executor, he couldn't just abandon her. Finally, Ao Shui and her scientific team suggested that Director Qin reload her system. In other words, rebuild her personality. In layman's terms, Shakia might have encountered some problem during her fusion with the root cube, resulting in the extraction or loss of her soul. Finally, Director Qin provided information about his deceased daughter, and, utilizing the underground clan's advanced technology, reshaped Shakia's body and spirit according to their own ideas. In other words, the current Shakia, to some extent, has a greater element of Qin Yun. Presumably, Director Qin also harbored complex feelings towards this reborn daughter. Although Director Qin wasn't particularly close to Shakia, perhaps because, after revealing his life story, he found it difficult to continue playing the role of a father, Director Qin's care and love for her were evident in many ways. As for how they knew about Shakia, it was because of what was written in Trom's operating system. Of course, these were secrets Ao Shui kept to herself. If possible, it would be best if Shakia never knew them. Looking at the driven and righteous Shakia before her, Ao Shui felt that this might not be a bad thing. This civilization was full of contradictions and undercurrents. As Priest Antorio had said, he, like most ordinary people, longed for redemption. It had always been like this. Compared to humans, Ao Shui had lived a long time. Compared to her own kind, human lifespans were much shorter, and dynasties changed much more quickly. To them, human history seemed like fast-forward. I wonder if Master Jingxi shares the same sentiment, but he's single-mindedly committed to Project Flashpoint, and perhaps sometimes his perspective differs from Ao Shui's. The three of them advanced cautiously on the shattered metal plank road, their conversation pausing. Ao Shui's thoughts drifted back to a distant past. Once, 100 years ago, Ao Shui and Jingxi had discussed the current human crisis. These days are truly turbulent. Master Jingxi, what do you think these people are fighting for? It's fine if Europe is just stirring things up on its own, but now it's dragging the whole world into this. In a temple, Ao Shui, draped in a long robe, stood behind Jingxi. She was gazing out at the mountainside below the temple, while Jingxi brewed a cup of tea and read a newspaper. Below the mountain lay the bustling town. This was a temple where Jingxi had once stayed. Even within the city, it wasn't deserted. Ao Shui often chose to visit Jingxi when the crowd was small. Fighting? Perhaps they just want to see who's better, and then the stronger one will take all. Jingxi took a sip of tea and handed Ao Shui a snack. Ao Shui also sat down beside Jingxi and read the news in the newspaper. The Treaty of Versailles? It seems the war in the distance is over. Ao Shui read the special edition headline. Yes, but the conflict is far from over. In my opinion, the bigger one is yet to come. Do you want to read it? Jingxi put down the newspaper and took a sip of tea. Ao Shui took the newspaper and began to read. Sometimes, Ao Shui would visit Jingxi, and the two would exchange intelligence, analyze the world situation, and chat about major events. Jingxi would also check in on Ao Shui's parents. This time, the time had just ended World War I, and Yen country was in the Republican era, just beginning its century of turmoil. The newspaper reported that the Treaty of Versailles had caused widespread dissatisfaction among the people, and had not benefited Yen country, the victorious nation. The Treaty of Versailles, also known as the Treaty of Versailles, or the Treaty of Peace between the Allied Powers and the Allied Powers, was signed after World War I between the victorious powers, the Allies, and the defeated powers, the Central Powers. Its primary purpose was to weaken Germany. The signing of the Treaty of Versailles marked the end of World War I. Later generations would learn that the Treaty of Versailles was only temporarily implemented, and the signatories' hesitation sowed the seeds for World War II. Yes, this kind of thing is not uncommon in history. After the strong have conquered everything, what do they plan to do next? A.O. Schwe said, glancing at the news in the newspaper. There have been many powerful regimes in history, all of which have, to some extent, led the advancement of human civilization. However, their downfall was swift. A.O. Schwe and Jing Ci were well aware of this. Unlike humans at the time, who were constrained by the development of civilization and faced transportation difficulties, Jing Ci and A.O. Schwe, armed with the advanced technology of the underground tribe, had long been traversing the globe. Jing Ci was observing human civilization, seeking the best opportunity to implement the Flashpoint plan. They were even witnesses to many events in world history. It's a good thing for the strong to lead the people, and I have no objection. Jing Ci stated her opinion calmly. But the leadership of the strong must be based on a premise. A.O. Schwe looked at Jing Ci curiously and asked, "The premise?" "That the strong will not discriminate against the weak." Chapter 333. The strong don't discriminate against the weak? A.O. Schwe took a bite of her snack and blinked. She had witnessed a fair amount of history, just like Jing Ci. "We can't even do that, let alone this group of people," A.O. Schwe said. Jing Ci nodded and said nothing more. As for A.O. Schwe's tribe, with their thousands of years of lifespan and small population, while there had been no conflict in the past few thousand years, it couldn't be said to be completely free of conflict. But at least the dragon people, because of their long lifespan, could carry more knowledge and pass on more civilization. With their less frequent concept updates, it was easier for them to pass on the legacy of ancient civilization. Perhaps this was why the ancients had chosen their tribe to inherit technology. Jing Ci was thrown back to over 1,400 years before Sakia's awakening. At that time, Jing Ci met A.O. Schwe's parents. As a newcomer to this era, there were no active organizations like Swager. Back then, humans were unprepared to deal with executioners. The dragon people took on this task. After receiving news of the suspected executioner's appearance, A.O. Schwe's parents traveled to the surface world to contact Jing Ci, and they worked together for a long time. During this time, A.O. Schwe was born. So, for A.O. Schwe, Jing Ci was an elder she had known since childhood, another family member besides her parents. However, Jing Ci was a true super-ancient being, and an executioner blessed by the root cube. His lifespan might be even more terrifying. A.O. Schwe had grown up. Although his parents lived long lives, they were also aging. Jing Ci, on the other hand, remained unchanged from when A.O. Schwe first met him. If there had been any change in appearance, it was that Jing Ci's hair had grown back for some reason long ago. Not long after, he returned to the temple, and shaved it off again. A.O. Schwe found herself lost in strange memories. She shook her head, trying to focus on the task at hand. Losing focus while climbing these ancient railings and falling into the abyss would be no fun. Unlike Sakia and A.O. Schwe, who were led by the abbot through the secret passage, Nineveh's situation was less complex. The white-robed woman led Nineveh along the main road, toward the site of the Resurrection Day ceremony. "You seem to know this place well. What are your origins?" After reaching an agreement with the white-robed woman on the dilapidated bridge, Nineveh followed her to the ritual room she mentioned. Because, according to the white-robed woman, Alicia had been taken there. As for why they were being taken there, was it for some ritual? Nineveh repeatedly questioned the white-robed woman, but she simply assured her that Alicia was currently safe. Furthermore, their familiarity with the interior of the worship revealed their familiarity with the area. It stands to reason that this place had only been developed by the cult for a few months, so how could the white-robed woman and her companions be so familiar with it? Nineveh was also aware of the cult's movements. Soon, Nineveh passed through a series of tunnels with functioning conveyor belts and followed the white-robed woman to a very strange place. This corridor, with a conveyor belt, had open portholes on either side, and beyond them lay endless darkness. Not only that, outside the portholes, one could actually see part of the worship's outer wall, while part of it was embedded in the darkness, presumably within the rock face. The passage the two had passed through led to a structure embedded within the rock face on the other side. "Where is this?" Nineveh looked outside, reminiscent of scenes from space. But this was deep underground. The woman in white knew what Nineveh was wondering about. "This is an underground cavity." We're in the warship substructure. The ceremony will take place in the cave at the other end. We need to exit the warship. That's quite a hassle. Nynaeve snorted. Once you're there, you understand its significance. The woman in white didn't say much. Their purpose wasn't to tell Nineveh anything without her actually joining them. That would be foolish. Nynaeve wasn't interested in this kind of threatening invitation. After saving Alicia, she'd find a chance to escape. Although she was following the white-robed woman, Nynaeve was constantly plotting how to escape. However, since this was a rare opportunity, Nynaeve intended to learn more from her. This information wasn't about whether or not she would share it with Schwager. More information would facilitate Nynaeve's own actions. Hey, after all these battles, I still don't know your name. If you're inviting someone, you should at least introduce yourself. Perhaps not expecting Nynaeve to take the initiative and ask questions, the white-robed woman was momentarily stunned. I'm asking you. Seeing the woman in white didn't respond immediately, Nineveh decided to put more pressure on her. She discovered that she wasn't the type to be scheming or eloquent. Sometimes, using a more ruthless approach, Nineveh could actually gain the upper hand. Please be patient. Miss Nineveh, since I said I'd take you there, I naturally answer your questions within the limits. The woman in white seemed to be searching for a way to counter this use of roughness and pressure to demonstrate her opposition. Nineveh knew that the woman in white had excellent negotiation skills, and this time, she used a soft knife to respond to Nineveh's rough attack. The two of them were still engaged in a confrontation. You can call me Ender. Well, at least now, she didn't have to call her the woman in white all the time. Enderman was clearly a codename. As for his real name, who knew? Codenames. Why do you all like to use these things? What's your real name? Naiwei sighed. She knew these secretive organizations loved to be so public. Real names are forbidden. I can't tell you. The answer was quite expected. Any other questions? Ask away. Enderman glanced back at Naiwei. Although her face was expressionless, Naiwei could see that she was smug at having been able to withstand Naiwei's pressure. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Naiwei was someone who paid close attention to every detail. It seemed he had underestimated her before. But Naiwei hadn't lost the initiative. She still had a mountain of questions to ask this guy. In that case, I have to ask hard. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Regardless of her origins, this Enderman is at least a relatively significant source of intelligence so far. Chapter 334. The Enderman responded with a defiant response. As long as it's within the permitted scope, I answer any questions I know. After all, I show my sincerity, right? Nynaeve smiled and said, I hope you're not just saying it nicely. Then I'd like to ask, what's the name of your organization, and what are its goals? Schwager told me before that their goal is to stop the invasion of the families and save the world. This is also my mission as an executor. The Enderman understood Nynaeve's intentions. Schwager had already demonstrated their sincerity towards Nynaeve, and carrying out the Flashpoint plan was the executor's mission. From every perspective, Nynaeve should join Schwager's side. The Enderman's combat power was inferior to Nynaeve's, and they were collaborating with a strange cult, even opposing Schwager. Under these circumstances, they actually invited Nynaeve to join them. Could they be crazy? What's our organization's name? I'm sorry, we don't have one, and it's not a large organization. We're just a loose collection of individuals, united by some common purpose. Often, we don't have a hierarchical relationship, and often we only occasionally work together. Yes, just like your executor once did. The Ender's answer was clever, and it served as a direct response to Nineveh's question. As for our purpose, similar to Schwager's, we also want to preserve civilization from the clutches of the families. Nineveh snorted, the answer sounding a bit contrived. Really? Then why are you capturing so many people? Using the family's power for human experiments? Is that preserving civilization from the clutches of the families? No, we asked the cult to capture the blonde woman just to find you. You have to understand that the executors and Schwager have all suffered some degree of brain damage or weakened strength due to the negative effects of using the root cube. Especially that little girl. They call her Sakia. She's completely lost her memory. I didn't expect the Enderman to know so much about Schwager's situation. They even knew about Sakia's amnesia. What kind of people are these? Nynaeve frowned, sensing that things weren't simple. The Enderman might not be as powerful as herself in combat, but they were still quite capable in other areas. Since you're following me now, those women can be released at any time. If you agree to join us, you can release them all yourself. The Enderman's response was also a topic directed at Nynaeve. How should Nynaeve respond? This was pure moral blackmail. What's with all those women looking so vacant, like robots? There seems to be no point in releasing them, does it? If anything happens to Alicia, I'd be damned. Need had seen the women captured, used as tools. There was no point in releasing them. Don't be alarmed. We're just using a little of the familia's power to put their minds to sleep. You can remove this hypnotic state yourself, and they wake up and be free. Of course, you have to join us. TSK. It feels like all these women are your hostages. I don't want to be associated with the cult. Nineveh gritted her teeth. She realized she had been unknowingly manipulated by the other party. Joining us isn't like joining a cult. We're a loose group of individuals, unconnected to the cult. You can even completely ignore the cult. Just fulfill our purpose. The Enderman spoke calmly. Your purpose is what? Preserving civilization? How do you plan to do that? In response to Nineveh's question, the Enderman nodded. As they spoke, they crossed the corridor. The Enderman led Nineveh to the exit hatch of what looked like a battleship. The massive hatch slowly opened before them. Sorry, I answer your question now. The Enderman waited until the battleship's door opened before continuing. Humph. Nineveh sighed. Our approach is to coexist with our families. The Enderman's words were startling. What nonsense! You're being incredibly arrogant. Nineveh immediately retorted. This was only natural. For Nineveh, she had only recently leaped from a solar system ravaged by the families to the present era. Her hatred for the families and her battles were still vivid in her mind, as if they had happened yesterday. And now, someone stood before her. If they had been able to coexist with the families, the ancients wouldn't have been driven out of the solar system and become interstellar refugees. Furthermore, even at the outset of the families' attack, some ancients had already divided into factions seeking to coexist with the families. But all attempts had failed. Initially, the coexistence faction attempted to communicate with the families, but after the loss of lives on a planetary space city, the solar system united government realized that the families were utterly incommunicable. Then, there's another faction that views the families as animals, hoping to analyze their habits, raise them, and use them as a human force. But this faction also failed. After making enormous sacrifices, they discovered that the families were hardly living creatures, let alone habits. They were more like the monsters of myth and legend, manifesting in various physical and non-physical forms. The alien race from Nineveh once circulated similar legends. Even the name families originated from Nineveh's elders. There's also the third faction, the mystic, who worship the families as divine punishment. They firmly believe that if they offer their faith, regard the families as divine retribution against humanity, and sincerely repent for the sins of human civilization, the families will retreat. At first glance, this approach resembles that of the Star Cult, but it's actually different. The mystic approach is to maintain a respectful distance from the families. Unlike the Star Cult, which approached the families and even actively sought contact. Not to mention actively summoning the families. After the failure of the coexistence plan, the families' invasion of the solar system nearly crushed humanity. The Interstellar Alliance was forced to lend a hand. Since then, the coexistence faction has been suppressed by the pro-war faction. Until the implementation of the Flashpoint plan, the coexistence faction was nearly submerged in the torrent of war. Naiwei remembered it clearly, so she sometimes wondered if the Star Cult had any connection to the coexistence faction that vanished years ago. She had many questions she wanted to clarify. However, compared to the coexistence faction, the actions of the Star Cult and its collaborators could be described as insane and radical. What was this group's plan to recruit her, an executor, into their ranks? Chapter 335. While Nineveh followed the Ender toward the supposed location of Alicia, and Sakya and Aoshua followed Priest and Torio toward the Resurrection Day venue, the Swagger Sea transport was also heading toward the naval port. Clear to land. The crew on the transport was guiding the FBI plane to land. This Lizard fighter transport aircraft was quite convenient. During previous missions in Mexico, Swagger had received support from this aircraft several times. At this moment, the nozzles on the Lizard fighter's wings were changing direction, from horizontal to vertical, as it slowly descended. It's a pretty cool plane. I was thinking of saying that before, said Operator J to K, who was there to greet them. Yes, but we at Swagger are also developing our own fighter transport aircraft. Really? When was that? I hadn't even heard of it. Jay shook his head and smiled. He knew that information from the technical department was difficult for ordinary operators like him to obtain. Only officers like K might be more informed. Haha, the Lizard fighter the FBI is riding this time was built using a prototype developed by the Schwager Technology Department. K watched the Lizard fighter gradually land on the helicopter deck at the rear of the transport ship. Yes, the Schwager Technology Department has a role in developing military equipment. Even if they don't equip or produce some equipment themselves, they can sell it to other countries or participate in other countries' military development. In this regard, because Schwager is directly affiliated with the United Nations, the weapons and equipment it develops don't necessarily belong to any particular country. As long as the goal is to fight the families, all countries are eligible to apply to the United Nations to purchase technology sold by Schwager. Many weapons and equipment projects are mostly known only to those in the technical department. Due to limited manpower and resources, Schwager doesn't immediately test some products after development, but instead outsources them to military factories elsewhere. Jay seemed to have mentioned this earlier when he met with the technical department. Several of the world's major arms companies have connections with Schwager. When it comes to arms, Gale Nation is naturally at the forefront. As the world's leading military power, its strength cannot be underestimated. Let's take a look at these connected arms companies. General Dynamics is a major Gale Nation arms company. Its primary business involves marine equipment, manufacturing warships, and nuclear submarines, as well as commercial aircraft and fighter jets in the aviation sector. It also has its own independent information systems and specialized technical departments, manufacturing some more offensive weapons. Its main product is the F-111 fighter bomber, with a military sales price of $22.9 billion, built with the covert technical support of Schwager. Northrop Grumman Corporation was founded in 1994 through the merger of the former Northrop and Grumman corporations. Its primary businesses include electronics and systems integration, with strong capabilities in military bombers, fighters, reconnaissance aircraft, as well as military aircraft components and information systems. Its most notable product is the B-2 bomber, with a military sales price of $26.6 billion. Lockheed Martin is a specialized manufacturer of military weapons. Among the world's top 10 arms dealers, it ranks first in aviation, aerospace, and electronics. It controls the launch and production of Gale Force military satellites and primarily manufactures strategic missile defense systems, tank missiles, and airborne electronic equipment. Boeing is a world-renowned arms manufacturer. While many of the planes we fly on are manufactured by Boeing, it's also important to recognize that the company is essentially an arms dealer. It primarily manufactures powerful military weapons, including aircraft and bombers. Its most notable products include the B-52 bomber and the F-15 and F-18 fighter jets, which are irreplaceable worldwide. United Technologies Corporation (UTC), formerly known as United Air Transport Corporation, is headquartered in Connecticut, Gale Nation. The company initially engaged in aircraft manufacturing and air transportation. In 1934, the Gale Nation government opposed the monopoly formed by airlines and aircraft equipment manufacturers and split up United Air Transport Corporation, resulting in today's United Technologies Corporation, Boeing, and Gale Nation United Airlines. Raytheon Company, a major Gale Nation defense contractor, is headquartered in Waltham, Massachusetts. Raytheon employs 73,000 people worldwide and generates approximately $20 billion in revenue, over 90% of which comes from defense contracts. According to Defense News in 2005, Raytheon was the world's fifth largest defense contractor. Since its founding, Raytheon has become a global leader in developing defense technologies and applying them to commercial markets. In recent years, Raytheon has acquired E-Systems, the defense systems division of Texas Instruments, and Hughes Aircraft. Through these strategic acquisitions, Raytheon has significantly enhanced its ability to serve its customers. Raytheon focuses its core businesses on three areas: defense and commercial electronics, commercial and special mission aircraft, and engineering and construction. Raytheon holds a leading position in each of these areas. Besides Gale Nation, other major military powers in the world also have ties to Schwager. Schwager's headquarters is located in the central region of the eastern continent. Yingua North Industries Corporation is a mainland arms manufacturer with a high international reputation. The company primarily produces rocket launchers, missiles, tanks, armored vehicles, precision-guided explosives, and other highly effective military weapons, making it a highly competitive force among the world's top 10 arms dealers and a source of national pride. Schwager is collaborating with the company on the development of combat drones. Yingua Electronic Technology Group Company, Limited, CTC, was established on March 1, 2002. It is a large state-owned enterprise group formed from electronic research institutes and high-tech enterprises directly under the former Ministry of Information Industry. It is also a state-approved authorized investment institution for state-owned assets and is directly supervised by the State-Owned Assets, Supervision, and Administration Commission of the State Council. Yanghua Electronic Technology Group Company, Limited primarily engages in the engineering and construction of important large-scale electronic information systems for national military and civilian use, as well as the research and production of major equipment, communications and electronic equipment, software, and key components. The laying of the communication lines at Swager's headquarters was accomplished with the help of this group. Moreover, Li Jiao's father, Lao Li, was once a member of this group. It can be said that they have a deep connection with Swager. Yanghua Ordnance Equipment Group Company, Limited, English abbreviation, CSGC, also known as Yanghua Southern Industrial Group Corporation, or simply Southern Industry, is a single company with two names. On July 1, 1999, in accordance with the major decision of the Party Central Committee, the State Council, and the Central Military Commission on deepening the reform of the defense science and technology industry system, it was reorganized from the former Yanghua Ordnance Industry Corporation. It is now a large-scale state-owned backbone enterprise directly under the central government, a central enterprise, and a state-planned enterprise, and one of Yanghua's 10 major military enterprises. As a backbone force in the defense science and technology industry, it has developed equipment systems for terminal defense, light weapons, mobile assault, advanced ammunition, information and optoelectronics, and counterterrorism and emergency response. The development of Swager's combat operators, guards, and other individual weaponry is closely linked to this group. Director Zhang of the technical department is said to have been a member of this group. Chapter 336. Swager's military design and production arguably holds a high position among military enterprises worldwide. However, due to its unique nature, these companies naturally refuse to publicly disclose this information. This is also part of Swager's strategy. Since Swager's goal is to unite all of humanity and build a force to resist the families, leaking the ultra-ancient advanced technology, led by the underground clan, through various channels to promote a technological explosion is one of its strategies. Before World War II, humanity had not yet developed enough to accept this type of technology. Although the underground clan also guided human development, their efforts were limited. This information is generally known only to a few high-ranking Swager officials, members of the Freemasons, and the heads of a few major powers. Even the general staff of Swager are not fully aware. Although Sakia will eventually learn of this, and Jingxi and Director Qin occasionally tell her some of the story behind Swager, her current understanding is limited. Now, an FBI fighter transport has landed on the Swager ocean transport ship. Cheyenne, Captain Z, and all the operators from Team K greeted the FBI team on the deck's helipad. The rear hatch of the Lizard fighter opened, and Agents Delta and Sigma, along with about 10 other personnel, disembarked. "Hello, Team Swager." "Hello, Miss Cheyenne." Agent Delta led the way down, greeting the Swager members and shaking Cheyenne's hand ceremonially. "Hello, Miss Cheyenne." Agent Sigma followed Delta's lead, shaking Cheyenne's hand. "Hello, FBI agents." "Hello, Delta." "Hello, Sigma." Cheyenne also greeted them. After all, this was a collaboration between two military organizations. Even if they had collaborated before, they had to follow the procedure again. The entire operation had to be recorded thoroughly, and no care was taken. "Where's the other person?" "I think her name is Agent Alpha? Isn't she coming?" Kay asked Agent Delta. "Well, as I mentioned before, she has free reign, and her organization is a bit different from ours. I don't know exactly where she's going." Agent Delta smiled helplessly. "So, don't worry about her presence in the upcoming operation. If necessary, she show up on her own." "Understood. Then, while we still have some time, let's slowly develop a battle plan." Kay nodded. In the upcoming operation, the FBI team will operate from different sides with Swager. On the ground, they will be responsible for suppressing the cult's base and rescuing the hostages. As for Team Swager, their mission would depend on the specific circumstances, whether to assist with the delivery of TROM or conduct ground operations. This would depend on the specific situation on Sakia's side. By the way, don't forget this. Operator Delta handed over a printed note. "Miss Cheyenne, what is this?" Kay watched Cheyenne take the note. Well, since I have permission, I will personally take you there later." The note in Cheyenne's hand was permission to visit Trom. Since this was the order from above, we would take them there as requested. After the welcoming ceremony, Captain Z and his crew returned to their duties. Cheyenne and Kay were responsible for showing the FBI personnel around the hangar. As for Jay and the others, they returned to the lounge to wait. Jay, shrugging, said he was used to it, and left with the other operators. In the hangar, the FBI agents seemed to have forgotten to move their feet as they watched Trom reclining in the cabin. Although we've seen it in action before, during the Battle of Mexico City, seeing it up close is still quite impressive, Agent Delta said to Agent Sigma, then turned and smiled at Cheyenne. That's Trom. I seen it in the manual we were given. Its pilot is that Sakia, right? Is she not here now? Agent Sigma asked Cheyenne. Yes, she's currently conducting a scouting mission at the Order's base, Cheyenne replied. That's impressive, being able to conduct reconnaissance deep within enemy territory by herself. She looks so young, but I didn't expect her combat prowess to be so high. Agent Sigma was a little surprised. He said that such individual incursions into enemy territory were rare in the spy organizations he had seen. Moreover, many such missions are accomplished by seasoned veterans. And for such veteran agents, they might not encounter such a challenge once in their entire careers. Sakia looks so young, yet Schwager sends her on such a difficult mission. Are all Schwager's operators monsters? What's more, Sakia is Trom's pilot. She's truly a young hero. After hearing Agent Sigma's opinion of Sakia, Cheyenne almost burst out laughing, but managed to hold it back. While she knew this was a huge misunderstanding, according to common sense, it was indeed the case. Sakia is certainly formidable. After all, she's one of the executors of Project Flashpoint. Seeing him in his youth, because he was transported to this era in this way, and because he completely lost his memories, he reshaped his personality to resemble Director Chin's daughter, which is why he's so goofy and sometimes even endearing. But he possesses a certain decisiveness and courage, as well as a fighting instinct, making him worthy of the role of an executor. Especially after Xiuan witnessed the two executors, Jingxi and Nineveh, who could be considered superhuman, she felt even more reassured about Sakia. A mage named Jingxi, one of the founders of Swager, a monk who sometimes seemed to have a frivolous nature. According to him, he has lost the symbol of being an executor, the protection of the root cube. Even so, he can physically fight against his families, and leap from dozens of stories without any harm. When he assisted Sakia in killing the fused Familia Yiksha king, he impressed Xiuan and the Swager members. Another one is Nineveh, the latest executor discovered during the Nami mission. According to Schwager, she had recently arrived in our time, and didn't speak the language. She was discovered by the people at the auto repair shop, and had been staying with them for some time, developing a deep bond. Although Nineveh's combat prowess hadn't been directly witnessed, Sakia, who had worked with her, stated that her fighting prowess was comparable to Jingxi's, and that she was capable of tearing apart a clan with her bare hands. Nineveh preferred to act alone, and had little desire to cooperate with Schwager. The immediate consideration was to quickly explain Schwager's purpose to her, so that she could be incorporated into the organization. According to a message from Sakia, who had been in deep conversation at the station, they had successfully reunited with Nineveh. With such a powerful individual in Sakia by her side, Cheyenne felt that this operation was a sure thing. Chapter 337. Ziyuan believed that Shakia and Nineveh were perfectly safe to carry out the mission together. Although she hadn't heard of Aoshua yet, Nineveh alone was enough. After this operation, Director Qin and Jingxi would surely introduce Aoshua to the other operators and Ziyuan. However, to Ziyuan's surprise, Nineveh and Shakia weren't currently working together. Led by the white-robed Ender, Nineveh emerged from the gate of the Eye of Destiny and headed deep underground for the so-called Resurrection Day ceremony. Ender said that there, she would meet the beloved Alicia and have a chance to rescue all the abducted women. How much longer will it take? Nineveh was a little impatient. It wasn't that she was tired, but rather that she was afraid Ender would play some tricks. Has it been so long since the Ender set up the trap to lure Nineveh to meet him? Has Nineveh been escorted this far? Be patient, the entrance is just ahead, the Ender said, leading Nineveh to a rock face. Ahead? What are you playing at? Are you kidding me? Nineveh said, hands on her hips. The Ender knew Nineveh was still on guard, but that was normal. Besides, her organization hadn't reached a consensus with Nineveh. She was simply following orders and taking Nineveh to the higher-ups. As long as she got her there, the Ender's mission would be accomplished. The Ender ignored Nineveh's questions and simply placed her hands on the rock face in front of her. Zheng! Suddenly, a pale blue energy flowed from the Enderman's arm to his fingertips. Then, like a stone dropped into water, it rippled and suddenly spread across the stone wall. Neve watched quietly from behind. She had a vague idea of what it was. Sure enough, as the blue energy spread, a crack cracked through the center of the stone wall, about 2 people tall. Then, it gradually opened in both directions. Once opened, The door was wide enough for 4 people to enter and exit simultaneously. As is often the case, the secret door was always connected to the stone wall. How cliché. Even Nineveh, too cliched, didn't want to think about it that way. Huh? A door in the wall, really? How old-fashioned. Until now, due to the language barrier, Nineveh and the others had never experienced her sharp tongue. This time, having met someone she could talk to, she couldn't help herself. Miss Nineveh is quite the talker. Please come this way. Ender ignored Nineveh's taunts, simply carrying out his mission. The stone wall opened, revealing a secret passage. This passage, unlike the one seen aboard the Eye of Destiny, was a standard rock-hewn passage. Nineveh noticed that this rock-hewn passage bore traces of fresh excavation. It certainly seemed like the cult had only recently moved here. To have cleared the underground in just a few months was incredibly fast. Of course, it wasn't ruled out that Interve and the other so-called collaborators of the cult had done this. Who knew? Some time after Nineveh and Ender entered the secret passage, the door began to automatically close. Just as it was closing, 3 figures followed through the secret door. What good luck. Those 2 people just happened to enter. Otherwise, we have to wait for someone inside to come in or out. It was Archbishop Antorio, leading Sakya and Alshua, along with Ender and Nineveh. He saw someone trying to enter the door from a distance, and told Sakya and Alshua to keep their distance and follow. Archbishop, are you unable to open this door too? Sakya asked. Yes, this is where the collaborator and the cult's leaders are. The Archbishop gritted his teeth. I should have known everything, but I didn't expect I couldn't even open a secret door. This feeling of being used as a pawn left Archbishop Antorio feeling uneasy. He began to tell his story again. After joining the cult, I was clearly loyal to the cult and the leader. In his eyes, he was a capable member of the leader's entourage, deserving of rewards through merit and the power of his clan. Contrary to Sakya's expectations, while Archbishop Antorio was accompanied by 2 cultists empowered by their familiar powers, during his initial appearance, he himself possessed no familiar powers. So, when Swager and the police appeared, Archbishop Antorio mobilized his 2 familiar-powered followers. However, since they were operating in the city at the time, it was impossible to cause a large disturbance. The cult's activities were, after all, not too conspicuous. So, in the slums, he simply transformed one of his followers into a monster to break through. After escaping into the city, he had to keep his subordinate in human form until Sakya caught up. In many cases, he hadn't needed to use such immense power. His subordinates were sufficient, but that was only when he wasn't facing Swager. Didn't he wish to possess such power himself? But despite his repeated requests, the leader still refused. You're not ready yet. You only become a mindless monster. The leader repeatedly rejected Antorio's requests. Antorio was puzzled. Why, while he was responsible for researching how to harness the power of his clan for human use, was he not allowed to obtain this power himself? Supposedly, such power would grant supreme happiness and divine power, much like the leader. However, the leader had not yet granted divine power to anyone of the rank of patriarch. As for Antorio's first encounter with the leader, his disciples, called apostles by the followers, seemed to have some power, but they had rarely displayed it in front of him. Antorio, resigned to the leader's rejection, was deeply dissatisfied. He asked an apostle who was his liaison to try to inquire with the leader, but even this disciple advised Antorio not to be too anxious. This requires a discussion of the organization's composition. Since the patriarch was willing to share all sorts of information about the cult, Shakia and Alshua were naturally happy to learn. The star cult is centered around the patriarch, with 12 disciples, apostles, serving as his companions. According to Antorio, many of their patriarch-level followers, when they first met the patriarch, were accompanied by several of his apostles. Sometimes, only a few of these apostles accompanied the patriarch, while other times, all 12 were present. It seemed that these apostles had their own freedom of action. This was also important information. Shakia and Alshua quickly noted it down. Below the apostles were the patriarchs in charge of various regions. Some places had 1 patriarch per country, while others had 1 patriarch per region or administrative division. This depended on the size of the country in question. Chapter 338. Archbishop Antorio was the chief steward of the cult's branch in Mexico. Because the cult's influence in the South Pacific region was limited, and the leader rarely visited, he held a very high position. Within the cult under Antorio's jurisdiction, he also began conducting human experiments. These experiments were initially initiated by the leader, seeking a way for humans and the families to coexist, and news of their success had indeed reached the cult headquarters. However, Antorio, driven, in part, by selfish motives, began to pursue more radical explorations outside the leader's prescribed procedures. These experiments had been ongoing for some time, and the apostle who had been in contact with Antorio seemed to have turned a blind eye and tacitly approved the private experiments. Although the specific reasons were unknown, Archbishop Antorio felt encouraged and began to invest more funds in these experiments. He wanted to develop a method of fusion faster than other cult leaders elsewhere, and he wanted to be the first to obtain the controllable power of the families. It seems they've been studying the families for years. Sakya quietly spoke to Ao Shui telepathically. Well, if they were from our clan, or Director Qin's ancient family, then that's possible. But as far as I know, Director Qin's family doesn't seem to have any other branches. Although from Sakya and the others' perspective, the families had only appeared about a year ago. But if the leader of the Star Cult is a member of Ao Shui's clan, then they must know a lot about the super-ancient civilization, and it's not impossible that they've been studying the families for a long time. There's another thing I'm concerned about. Before the families appeared, they probably couldn't obtain samples from them. How did they preserve and extract their power? Even for the families that have appeared now, were members of the cult present when they were defeated? Sakya's face remained blank, but her mind continued to ponder. There are two possibilities. One is that they secretly preserved some kind of sample from the ancient civilization, hidden from the eyes and ears of the Flashpoint Project implementation team. However, this is a bit exaggerated, so I'm just saying it. The other, more realistic, possibility is that they have personnel within the military, Ao Shui speculated. Indeed, ever since Sakya killed the first familiar, the military has been dispatched to clean up the mess. And Sakya knew that as long as the families weren't instantly annihilated, a research team would collect samples for analysis. The data collected would better inform future strategies against the families. The research team was composed of both Schwager and the UN team. This raises a terrifying question. The United Nations, and even Swager, have been infiltrated by the cult at some point. I still trust Swager's people. Our organization isn't that big. The United Nations has a complex structure and a mixed bag of people, so the possibility of infiltration is greater. Ao Shui quickly concluded. This is understandable. Within Swager, anyone involved in clan research must undergo background screening by Director Qin, Jingxi, and the high-level committee. Although Ao Shui wouldn't be at the meeting table, as one of the founders of Swager, she was required to review the reports of these personnel. The priest began to mention that the failed experiments were brought to this new base, and then abandoned in an underground garbage dump, where they would be destroyed in batches. At this moment, Sakya realized that the ones she and Ao Shui had encountered in the underground biochemical garbage dump were the failed experiments. They weren't originally there, but had been transported from somewhere else. But the place had been cleared out by Sakya and Ao Shui, and the devastation she had witnessed there had intensified Sakya's hatred for the cult. But no matter how angry she was, Sakya couldn't show it yet. And the priest had personally confessed that he was the instigator of all this. No matter what his reasons, Sakya would never let him off. The priest's test subjects had initially been members of the cult, but they had always failed. Because the cult had limited personnel, they couldn't waste them, otherwise the leader would blame them. Antorio then thought of the gang members. As luck would have it, every wrong has its perpetrator, and Antorio was quite happy to target the mafia. This was also why the patriarch later exploited the rampant mafia in the country to strike deals with them. Because the mafia behind this country was so powerful, even to the point of influencing the government, it would be wise to turn the tables, and use the power of the order to take them down in one fell swoop. This would save a lot of trouble. Besides, since the mafia had ruined Patriarch Antorio's peaceful life, this method of revenge was quite feasible. To some extent, this was also Antorio's personal selfishness. Corruption is rampant in this country, which is why the cult has exploited it. I see. This cult leader has some brains. How can I describe this form of revenge? Shakia spoke quietly to Ao Shui via telepathy. But she also understood that this cult leader's use of gangs for human experiments couldn't really be considered an act of justice. He's certainly very resourceful, but that doesn't mean he's done anything good. It's just dog-eat-dog. Ao Shui's assessment was exactly what Shakia was thinking. Indeed, the cult's involvement in those human experiments has already led them astray. I don't approve of that. And if they're trying to secretly control a country's government, that way, inserting cult members into key government departments won't be difficult. They're quite ambitious, and I'm beginning to wonder what they're up to. This goes far beyond just a so-called religious organization. And that cult leader who looks like one of our own. Looks like they have a lot to do in the future. Ao Shui turned her gaze from Shakia to the front, looking at Antorio, who had his back to the two of them, and was recounting his past. We put in a lot of effort to infiltrate key departments. Antorio sighed and continued. Indeed, if a cult in a small country could infiltrate every department, thus giving the cult's affairs a green light, its influence in that country would surely grow tremendously. This would also be extremely beneficial to Antorio personally. He could be considered to have made a significant contribution to the cult leader. What if the leader is so happy that he bestows the true divine power of his clan on him? He could also say that he has achieved his goal in one step. This wishful thinking is really a perfect match. Chapter 339. Those who are controlled will actively do things they don't want to do. Or rather, they will gradually come to believe that these things are their own volition. No supernatural powers are needed, just a few tricks. Are people really so fragile? Sakia shuddered. Yes, Aoshua replied. The two looked at Priest Antorio, who was walking leisurely ahead. This man had probably been controlled by the cult without even realizing it. But their current position didn't allow them to pity him. Deep within this passage, there were likely members of the cult's core leadership, performing mysterious rituals unknown to the priest. What was the priest bringing them here for? You're here, Ender. Deep within the passage, the white-robed Ender had already brought Nineveh to them. Where Ender and Nineveh stood was an enclosed plaza, formed by hollowing out a cliff. The square was surrounded by curious stone arches, reminiscent of the central plazas of ancient Greek cities. Ender and Nineveh descended the last long flight of stairs, passing through the rings of stands resembling those of the Colosseum, and arrived at the square. Why was such a structure located in this cave? Deep within this large square, a device resembling an altar exuded a sense of technology, with 3 metal claws pointing upward. The environment was dim, and Nineveh could only see the area surrounding the altar. A strange, bright light emanating from the altar provided one of the few sources of light. The high-tech altar could probably accommodate 5 or 6 people at once. What, exactly, was it used for? Nineve's senses were sharp. She sensed that even in the surrounding darkness, there were still many eyes fixed on this direction. All this fancy stuff. Nineve sneered inwardly. But at the same time, she remained vigilant about the device. Pipelines extended from the base of the device to the stone wall, from which streams of cyan light flowed toward the altar. It took some effort, but the results are not bad. The white-robed female Ender strolled leisurely to the side of the altar, standing before a tall, black-robed figure. The black-robed figure and several high-ranking cultists were working on something near the altar. She turned around when she saw Ender leading Nineveh into the sacrificial hall. Interesting. It seems your boss has a pretty high opinion of you, and it's not unfounded. The tall, black-robed, hooded man turned, waved the weapon-wielding cultists around him to retreat, then removed his hood and walked towards Ender and Nineveh. The man lifted his hood, revealing his tall, handsome features in the altar's glow. He was considerably taller than the average man, even exceeding 2 meters. Furthermore, a pair of black horns were clearly visible on his head, curving backwards. Nineveh noticed this too. This man reminded her of Aoshua, who also had horns. She realized that things were getting complicated. Israfil, the 7th apostle of the order, has come to see our Lord Executor. Ender nodded slightly and stepped aside. Let the tall man before him. Israfil, the 7th apostle of the star cult, meet Nineveh, the legendary executor who controls a corner of the universe's fundamental power. This person, sent by the cult's headquarters, is responsible for liaising with the cult leader of a major region. This cult leader's disciple, known as an apostle, is the equivalent of a regional general manager in layman's terms. The entire South, with the exception of Antorio, who was previously stationed in Mexico, as well as the cult leaders of other countries and regions, falls under his jurisdiction. However, as the cult has only recently arrived here, there is only one person currently liaising with him. Welcome here. You must be Nineveh, the executor. I have heard of your legend for a long time. Israfil said politely to Nineveh. And just as he had been with Aoshua, this man communicated with Nineveh telepathically. Hey, quite polite, huh? Nineve's demeanor didn't change at all. While she was a little surprised by the attitude of the people before her, she also understood that poison often cloaks itself in beauty. After all, she knew that the Enderman had promised her that upon her arrival, he would release Alicia and even the other abducted women. And yet, that promise remained unfulfilled. Hey, I'm here. Keep your promise. Nineve folded her arms over her chest and spoke unhappily to the mysterious men before her. What are you talking about, Lord Nineve? Clearly, Israfil was still unaware of the terms of the Enderman's promise to Nineve. I explain? The Ender quickly took over. After the explanation, Israfil's brow furrowed at first, but after a moment, it relaxed. The Resurrection Day ceremony will have to be postponed. In that case, I would have had to report this to the master. But since this is for the highest priority, there's no other option. Indeed, with the assistance of the executor, the Resurrection Day plan can proceed at any time. Her power is countless levels higher than these ordinary people. Very good. Gaining the power of the Origin Cube is better than anything else. Letting these people go is fine. The Ender and Israfil spoke quietly for a while, then turned around. Be careful, be gentle. Aoshue telepathically warned Sakia. Okay, we're out, Sakia replied. The two tiptoed, following Master Antoryu, out of the cave passage they had been in. Suddenly, a clearing opened up ahead. Although the light was still dim, it was clear that this was a large hall. Around the hall's exit, a stadium-like structure formed a series of rings, seemingly housing spectators, but without seats. Instead, the floor was covered in strange patterns that emitted a dim glow. Deeper in the hall, a light source emanated from an unidentified energy source within an altar-like object. Next to the light source, several people could be clearly seen standing. I was expecting a crowd, but it doesn't look as lively as I imagined. The seventh apostle Israfil. He's here after all. And the Ender. Headmaster Antorus gestured for the two to follow him to a low wall, peeking in. Hey, Miss Aoshue. Look at that. Standing with the white-robed woman, isn't that Nineveh? Sakia, after all, was an executor, and her senses were highly developed. She clearly saw Nineveh standing before the white-robed woman and the tall, black-robed man. Chapter 340. Nineveh? This? Aoshue also looked closely, and saw that it was indeed Nineveh standing there. This surprised Aoshue somewhat, but it wasn't entirely unexpected. Aoshue had seen Nineveh's methods. She might have used her own methods to gain access to the inner sanctum of the order. Unfortunately, the distance was a bit far now. If she could get closer, Aoshue planned to use telepathy to inquire about the situation. The patriarch was still crouching down ahead, slowly creeping along the wall, as if he too was seeking a suitable distance to observe what was happening. Aoshue waved to Shakia, signaling them to get as close to the altar as possible. The patriarch would not know of Aoshue and Shakia's secret conversation. His attention was completely focused on what was happening deep within the hall. Apostle Israfil, it's you who's here. I contributed so much to the order. Am I really unworthy of the familiar's power? Antoryu thought to himself, looking at the tall, black-robed man who had been communicating with him. This tall man was one of the cult's disciples, with whom Archbishop Antoryu had interacted many times. It was Israfil who had previously arranged for him to return home to expand the cult's branch. Devoted to the cult and a break with his past immaturity, Antoryu diligently completed his mission. He had been promised that once the cult established a foothold in the region, he would receive what he desired. Antoryu recalled some memories. That was almost a year ago. Before returning home to Mexico, Israfil had asked Antoryu what he most desired after completing his mission. I want the same power as you. I want to master the power of the families. I want to avenge those killed by the mafia. Antoryu had longed for this in his heart. Even without the power of the families, even a mere mafia can bring retribution. Do you intend to take them down yourself? Apostle Israfil asked. This? Antoryu was momentarily speechless, but if given the opportunity, that was exactly what he would have thought. He knew that each of these apostles was a superhuman, possessing abilities unattainable by humans. He joined the cult partly out of the leader's call, and partly out of a desire for this superhuman power. Back off, Antoryu. I said what I need to say. I will show you the true use of the family's power. The apostle had previously instructed him on what to do. Among them was how to use rituals to summon the family's power, which could control others with their minds. Of course, this power had its limits. If overused, the families possessing it would be dragged completely into this world. While this wasn't an uncontrollable situation, the apostle clearly didn't want Antoryu to face it alone. According to the apostle, this wasn't something Antoryu and the others could handle at this stage. It seemed the cult was also gradually researching ways to control the families. However, as the head of the cult, Antoryu had no idea of the specific methods. Antoryu felt a surge of indignation. Was this apostle doubting his own abilities? This set of rhetoric clearly made it clear that they didn't want him to tamper with the family's power and gain supernatural powers, like the apostles. Well, maybe I could study it secretly later, Antoryu thought. So, after returning to Mexico, he used his skills and the method of summoning his familiar to brilliantly complete the cult's mission. The apostles always held him in high regard, but in Antoryu's view, this was all superficial. While Antorio was using various means to bribe and dismantle the gangs, he also used them for his own human experiments, which actually yielded some results. He experienced the thrill of power, even if it fell short of what he desired. He knew that simply exposing people to the familiar's power would turn them into puppets. Only by merging with the familiar's true form could there be a chance of true transformation. Sakia and the others noticed the albinism phenomenon. It was partly a cult experiment, but more so Antorio's own. Originally, the cult's approach would have been more covert. It wasn't until Sakia appeared and displayed her superhuman fighting prowess before the Patriarch that the Patriarch realized the process had to be accelerated. Otherwise, his plans might be thwarted by the organization called Swagger. So the Master forcibly summoned the familiar assigned to him to draw power. The familiar Swagger called the Needle-Mouthed Demons. As he watched, they were defeated by Sakia piloting the Tron. The Master was shocked by the news, but could do nothing. He had originally planned to make a comeback after the transfer to the new base, but he discovered he had no access to the secrets of this underground base. He hadn't even been informed of the specific purpose of the cult's leadership there, and he was being marginalized. Although Apostle Israfil had previously hinted to him that a ritual called the Resurrection Day would take place down there, that was all. This happened before Antorio arrived. And the Apostle's arrival hadn't been disclosed to the Patriarch. In a sense, they were still wary of Antorio, and this behavior left him feeling betrayed. Those down there are the cult's higher-ups that this guy just mentioned. As expected, Aoshwe, a dragon man who had lived underground for a long time, had excellent night vision. Using the light from the altar, she clearly spotted the horns on Apostle Israfil's head. Sakia, look at that guy. He has the same horns as me. Although Aoshwe had covered her horns with a headscarf after donning her cultist robes to ensure a smooth operation during her infiltration of the cult's underground ruins, she had removed her disguise and followed Sakia from the spaceship into the canyon when she met Nineveh. So, when they met the Patriarch later, Antorio didn't seem to notice that she shared the same features as the Apostle. "Ah, I see. This is getting complicated," Shakia replied nervously. As previously suspected, the leader and his core disciples, the Apostles, are most likely descendants of the dragon people who historically never went underground. Aoshua also saw the dragon people who remained above ground for the first time. Previously, she had only heard about them from the people themselves and from written records. Shakia and Aoshua exchanged glances, then followed the leader to peek behind the low wall. Both understood what was going to happen next, and they needed to carefully consider their response. What was the leader thinking at this moment? He even brought along Shakia and Aoshua, two former outsiders. Admittedly, even if Shakia felt that deceiving the other party by claiming she was controlled by her clan, it was too easy. Shakia, with her inner turmoil, now had to suppress her anxiety. Of course, they would be prepared, and if necessary, launch a surprise attack on the leader. Chapter 341. Closer. Closer. Aoshwe followed the priest, slowly approaching the altar. She hoped to get closer to Nineveh, so she could communicate telepathically. "We should go to the altar and take a look," Sakia, knowing the range of Aoshwe's abilities, suggested to the priest. The priest didn't say much, but moved a little closer. "Okay." This distance. Aoshwe and the other two advanced another 5 or 6 meters, bringing Nineveh within Aoshwe's telepathic range. "Nineveh. It's me, Aoshwe." Aoshwe's voice suddenly echoed in Nineveh's mind. "Is it really you? There are 2 more people. It's Sakia, right? Who's the other one?" Nineveh didn't immediately look around. Remember, as an executor, she also had the ability to sense spirits. "You can actually sense us?" This time, it was Aoshwe who was surprised. "After all, I'm chosen by the Origin Cube, so I do have basic abilities like spirit sensing." Speaking of which, the third person's reaction seemed strange. "Who is it? Why are you here?" Nini remained calm and in control of the situation, a true veteran executor. Aoshwe explained to Nineveh that the third person was the cult leader. Then, she explained the basic situation. I see. There's something fishy going on within this cult. And what you said about this apostle being one of your people." Nineveh quickly grasped the situation. Despite her somewhat volatile personality, she handled things with remarkable composure. Moreover, she also knew that the cult was not a monolithic group. "By the way, Miss Nineveh, why are you here?" Sakia interrupted. Luckily, only the 3 of them could sense the telepathic chat room. "Sakia. I'm only here to rescue Alicia. They used Alicia as bait to get me to meet this apostle. Let's see what they're up to." Nine's purpose was unwavering. That's quite your style. Sakia was impressed. I understand the basic situation. I'm currently negotiating with the gang over here. They say they want to recruit me, the executor, as their new executor. I want to see what they're up to. Hold off on any action. I can control the situation. Nine's tone conveyed a sense of command over the situation. But that was only natural. An executor should possess such courage. Therefore, in front of Nineveh, the white-robed woman and the apostle seemed to hesitate, both appearing to have something to discuss. Just watch from the sidelines for now. I'm just about to ask the key question. Nineveh confidently told Al-Shua and Shakia. Since Nineveh has said so, let's just wait and see what she does. What do you think? We release everyone from now on, Miss Nineveh. That should demonstrate our sincerity, right? The apostle said to Nineveh. The white-robed woman, the Ender, translated these words to Nineveh, who sneered and nodded. It seems you're quite sincere. How about releasing them right before my eyes? Since Nineveh had said so, the apostle didn't hesitate. He clapped his hands, and the cultists beside him turned on the lights in the hall. Tick, as the lights in the cave hall came on, in the darkness behind the altar, a group of black-robed women, perhaps 50 or 60 in number, appeared sitting in the stands. Wow! But it seems this isn't all Sakia's side. But she knew the cult had abducted many women. She's seen it firsthand, so at least this many remained to be considered fully released. Nineveh, of course, knew this wasn't all. There are still some. I think there are more than this. Nineveh walked over to the women and took a quick look. Look! Ender stepped forward, taking a woman from a certain row by the hand and leading her to Nineveh. She pulled off the woman's hood. It was Alicia, whom Nineveh had hoped to rescue. Humph, you're quite sensible. Nineveh pulled Alicia toward her and held her in her arms. Alicia, come back with me. Nini spoke in her half-baked language. However, Alicia remained stunned, seemingly unresponsive. Hey! What's going on? Nini suddenly became alert. Please be patient, Miss Nineve. Their current situation is simply due to the familiar's power putting their personalities to sleep, turning them into puppets that obey orders. I released them right away. The apostle approached and explained to Nineve. The Enderman, as usual, translated. Don't play any tricks. And what exactly are you trying to do by using the familiar's power to hypnotize them? Nineveh frowned and pulled her hands out of her pockets. This was a posture of alert and preparedness for battle. After hypnosis, the pain of their sacrifice will disappear. Miss Nineveh, this is the path we have chosen. The apostle explained this to Nineveh through the translator. His tone was calm, but it caused Nineveh's blood pressure, as well as that of Shakia and Al-Shua, who were eavesdropping nearby, to rise. Anyone who could so nonchalantly say such a heartless thing must be no good. Shakia and Al-Shua glanced at the patriarch standing nearby. He too appeared nonchalant. They were indeed birds of a feather. The most satisfying thing was to let them fight among themselves. What a bullshit excuse. What right do you have to make choices for others? You're just defending your own evil deeds. Nineveh stared at the apostle approaching Alicia, her eyes blazing with anger. The apostle, however, approached with a calm demeanor. Miss Nineve seems quite displeased with our actions. However, if the situation warrants, we would prefer not to resort to such a desperate measure. The apostle's tone suggested he was accustomed to such comments. From the ancient texts our leader passed down, I learned about the executors and the ancient civilization. The apostle began to explain to Nineve the reason for the order's actions. During the ancient civilization era, the families forced most of humanity to abandon their homes, leaving only a few on Earth as the last remaining resistance. During humanity's escape from the solar system, the remaining resistance on Earth, at the cost of 90% of their own lives, successfully held off the families, allowing the rest to escape. Among these individuals, the brave warriors known as the executors, blessed by the power of the root cube, formed the core pillars of the Flashpoint Project. The families and their true forms were ultimately exiled to the future. Chapter 342. And now, the moment is upon us, the families return. The executors, using the root cube, leaped into the future with the families to assist future humanity in finding a way to defeat the families. The ancients merely drove the families away, and subsequent generations of humanity will face the same problem of how to deal with them. Will they use the same time-space jump to execute the Flashpoint plan again, or will they find a way out in some other way? You know quite a bit. Who are you? Nineve hadn't expected them to possess such a deep understanding of the Flashpoint plan. Apostles. The cult. Their knowledge of the ancients is as profound as that of Schwager. Is there truly a traitor within our clan? Aoshua's emotions were mixed. Sir Nineve, the hypnosis on the girl you requested has been lifted. She will awaken soon. The apostle seemed to have also completed the lifting of Alicia's hypnosis. Alicia's body slumped, and she was about to fall to her knees. Fortunately, Nineve caught her in time. Also, please recall carefully how difficult it was to formulate the Flashpoint plan. We're simply exploring new paths, the apostle continued. You make it sound like you know it all. You don't need to explain it to me. Nineve rolled her eyes, hugging the still drowsy Alicia. Our goal is the same as the executors, to address the danger posed by the families. Please listen patiently. The apostle ignored Nineve's attitude and continued. The cult's approach differed from that of the Swagers. The Swagers utilized the executors' combat power to gradually eliminate the various families that emerged in the Earth sphere as the families' true forms arrived. If this continues, it will only be a stalemate, and the number of families will only grow. Even if humanity can once again organize a fighting force comparable to that of the ancients, it will only repeat the same mistakes. Furthermore, the current civilization is countless orders of magnitude worse than the conditions of the ancients. It may seem that Swager can now rally his army to annihilate the families, but those creatures are mere minions, not worth mentioning. The path the cult seeks is one of coexistence with the families. Although the ancients once had coexistence factions, the cult is somewhat different. The cult does not intend to kowtow to the families. Rather, it seeks to control them and use them for its own purposes. How is that possible? If you could do it so easily, there would be no Flashpoint plan, Nineve retorted. Miss Nineveh. That's why we need an executor like you. According to the cult's documents, Project Flashpoint was a stopgap measure implemented in desperate circumstances at the time, and it's not a permanent solution to the family's problem. The apostle's words were resolute. This piqued the interest of Nineveh, as well as Aoshua and Sakia, who were eavesdropping nearby. Speaking so decisively, what was the secret? After Project Flashpoint, humanity has gone through a long period of history. During this time, it's not as if nothing has been done. Our leader has a deep understanding of the family's nature. That is, the families will not attack anything bearing their aura. It turns out that the cult's method is to sacrifice a portion of humanity to drain the family's power. This extracted power is then fused with humans, transforming them into creatures imbued with the family's aura. These creatures will be treated as their own kind by the familiar, and will not be harmed, thus preserving their lives. Those who possess the familiar's power will gain power similar to those of the familiar. The most basic form of familiar power is to enhance the body's own abilities. The gangsters who were previously corrupted by the familiar's power and attacked Sakia and Nineveh at the auto repair shop were considered the lowest level. Another type of power is the biological weapons previously carried by the cult leader. Those individuals were also cultists, who had been imbued with the familiar's power. They all gained various superpowers, and of course, many were transformed into monsters. However, at this stage, a considerable number of people who have gained the familiar's power have lost their human form and intelligence. This is a problem the cult is currently addressing. The most extreme example is the woman who was struck down in the city by Sakia's Trom and then became a familiar. That was an example of exposure to a large amount of familiar power in a short period of time. An ordinary person's body simply can't withstand the mutations caused by such a large amount of familiar power. They would simply be assimilated by the familiar, becoming the medium for their appearance in this world. Assimilated by the familiar? You spent so much time, and you only continue to create monsters. Doesn't this prove that this plan is unreliable? Project Flashpoint is far more reliable. At least it leaves people with hope. Naiwei seized on this flaw and refuted it. No, Miss Naiwei, over the long years, humanity has made progress. Moreover, Project Flashpoint spanned hundreds of thousands of years to attempt to resolve the familiar threat. Why wouldn't you give them the same amount of time when exploring another path? The apostle smiled mysteriously, rolled up his sleeves, removed his gloves, and revealed his hand. Your hand? What's wrong? Nineve saw that the other's hand had become covered in purple scales and had sprouted claws. This, Aoshua also observed with surprise. What's wrong, Miss Aoshua? Are your people's hands like this? Shakia was also a little puzzled. She remembered that while Aoshua's hands had some scales, the majority of them were similar to those of ordinary people. No, the hands of our men wouldn't be like this either. It could only be. Shua's response addressed Shakia's suspicions. Sir Nineve, please look at this. This is proof that we harness the power of our clan. The apostle proudly extended his somewhat arrogant hand to Nineve. What are you doing? Your hand looks like it's been burned. What's so good about it? Nineve's sharp tongue held no stone unturned, even in front of the apostles of the order. Please look. The apostle snapped his fingers, and he was immediately enveloped by a cloud of black mist, swallowed up and vanished. TSK, what's up? Nineve didn't even turn around. Suddenly, the mechanical soul substitute leaped from her body and punched somewhere behind her. Then the fist stopped right in front of the apostle's eyes. As expected of an executor. You're very perceptive, Your Excellency Nineve. Although the mechanical soul substitute's fist wasn't visible, the apostle could clearly feel its impact. The apostle used the power of his clan to teleport behind Nineve. However, due to the strong presence of the clan, Nineve, as the executor, could easily determine his position. Although the apostle didn't know how Nineve was attempting to attack him, it seemed to be just a friendly exchange of strength. Chapter 343. From the apostle's perspective, as soon as he flashed out, a strong gust of wind blew across his face, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Is this the executor's tyranny? He had only known about it from literature, but now, facing Nineveh, the apostle experienced it firsthand. Blink skill? That's quite interesting. Is this what you call harnessing the power of the families? Slowly turning, Nineveh spread her hands towards the apostle and the Ender. You are very powerful, Lord Nineveh. The family's power we currently harness is certainly not comparable to the power of your origin cube. But if you could work with us, we would surely be able to harness the family's power much faster. This would also be a good thing for humanity. Miss Nineveh, what do you think? Please consider it. If you agree, we will take you with us to personally free the remaining women. The white-robed Ender joined the apostle in persuading. Let these people go first. Nineve supported Alicia, but she still hoped the order wouldn't play any tricks. Understood. Then we respect your Excellency Nine's opinion. Apostle Israfil waved his hand, and his assistant stepped forward and began untying the rows of women. Well? At this moment, Alicia in Nine's arms also moaned, as if waking from sleep. Alicia. Nineve saw her awake, and called out her name in surprise. Nineve. Where am I? Alicia was drowsy and groggy, as if she had just had a long dream. Look, Your Excellency Nineveh, what I said is true, and we have demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Now come with us. The apostle extended his hand to Nineveh. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out in the empty hall. Goodness. The offerings I painstakingly gathered were just abandoned like that. It's hard to believe it was done by the apostles. It was Patriarch Antorio. He had somehow run to the side of the altar and emerged, clapping. While Sakya and Alshua were focused on Nineveh's negotiation with the apostle, he seemed to have his own agenda. Shit! When did this guy? Sakya was shocked. He suddenly appeared at this moment. Patriarch. Why are you here when you're not managing the operations of this settlement? The apostle, surprised by the Patriarch's presence, felt his face fall. As the administrator of this settlement, if I don't even understand the purpose of my work, wouldn't that be dereliction of duty? The Patriarch retorted sharply. How rude. I already told you, this matter has nothing to do with you, the apostle chided. The Ender watched the two men's verbal spat with indifference. She seemed to have anticipated this. As a member of the cult, Your Excellency the apostle colluded with outsiders, and even wanted to release the ingredients for the sacrifice. What kind of behavior is this? The Patriarch seemed to be saying this deliberately. You don't have access to the complete plan. This matter is not your responsibility. The apostle waved the Patriarch away. But this time, the Patriarch wasn't just trying to reason. He longed to gain the power of his clan, and the source of that power was right before his eyes. So this is what he'd been planning all along. Aoshwe gazed at the altar in the distance, almost figuring out the Patriarch's intentions. Master, this is treason, the Patriarch threatened the apostle. How ridiculous. We personally carry out the Patriarch's opinions. No one understands the Patriarch's true intentions better than us. How can you comment on them? If you don't step down, I use force. The apostle almost laughed out loud. In his opinion, the Patriarch had simply been fooled. I come prepared this time. Come out, my servant. The Patriarch understood the situation. He didn't care about the Patriarch's true intentions. He simply knew the source of power, and now all he had to do was obtain it. The Resurrection Day plan was just a pretext to deceive the people working under him. In reality, it was just a sacrificial ritual to drain the power of his clan. Once this power is acquired, it's entirely at the whim of the cult's higher-ups. Even those of the same rank as the Patriarch have no real access to it. And now, Antorio is breaking this rule. To this end, he's even brought along Sakya and Alshua, both from the opposing faction. Oh! I was wondering who else. Your helpers are them. What a coincidence. I didn't realize you actually thought they could become your servants. Seriously? The Ender sneered. She knew the patriarch must have believed he had mind-controlled the two, because that was exactly what she had lied to him before. Perhaps Sakia herself had realized this, and used some other lie to deceive the patriarch once more. When Sakia was knocked unconscious and abducted to the cult's headquarters, the Ender said something similar to the Master. The Ender wanted to let Sakia go, but the Master disagreed. The Ender told him that anyone infected by the power of the familiar would eventually return to their side. The Master then allowed her to go. However, the Ender didn't tell him that this trick wouldn't work on the executors, and the Master didn't know Sakia was one of them. The Ender saw Sakia and Aoshua emerge from behind the low wall where they had been hiding. What's going on now? What should we do? Sakia was a little confused. She quickly asked Aoshua and Nineveh via telepathy. Let's just play along and see what these guys are up to. Nineveh thought so. I agree. Now's the perfect time to watch them fight each other. Aoshua agreed. Are you planning a rebellion, Patriarch? You don't have the final say this time, Your Excellency the Apostle. Go ahead, both of you. Destroy the altar. I'm going to extract the energy within. Make them suffer. The Apostle didn't know Sakia and Aoshua. He had originally planned to call on his assistants to join him in taking down the Patriarch and the other three. Just the three of you? Dream on. Wait, Apostle. At this moment, don't forget we have our strongest external support. Right, Miss Nineveh. At this moment, the Enderman stood in front of the Apostle, signaling that the time had come for Nineveh to choose. The Apostle understood what was going on. He nodded and took a step back. Why are you staring at me? Nineveh knew what was going on. Nineveh was expected to stop the Patriarch and the other two, demonstrating her willingness to accept the Apostle's persuasion. Is this what it really has become? Nineveh looked at Sakia and Aoshua. What should we do? Act out a fight? Shakia didn't have any objections. It doesn't matter. We're all going to destroy that device anyway. After a few acts, we seize the opportunity and take down everyone in the chaos. Aoshua confirmed the plan for the two of them. Okay, let's do this. Nineveh agreed. This seemed to be the best solution at the moment, but it just had to be more convincing. Nineveh nodded to the Apostle, and sat Alicia down in the stands nearby. Nineveh, what? What are you guys going to do? Alicia saw Nineveh seemed about to engage in a fight with Shakia and the others. Completely confused, she stared at her with a mixture of confusion and fear. Don't worry. Just hide. Nineveh said to Alicia in a clumsy voice. Shakia also gave Alicia a gentle look, which put her heart at ease. Chapter 344. Ender, what's going on? Those two don't seem to be from the cult. Are they Antorio's personal thugs? And that woman, like me, is one of my kind. The Apostle also looked at Aoshua, who was standing next to Sakia. Aoshua also glanced at the Apostle. Though their eyes met briefly, the Apostle could tell that Aoshua's expression wasn't one of mind control. A telepathic signal came through, and Aoshua understood it was from the Apostle, who wanted to speak with her. Answer me, my people. I am Israfil. Why are you here? But Aoshua wasn't in the mood to respond. She planned to wait until she had dealt with the cult leader before addressing the Apostle. Seeing his call was ineffective, the Apostle also expressed confusion. Let's retreat to a higher ground and watch this unfold. The Ender said to the Apostle. The Apostle didn't know what the Ender was up to, but he knew the woman in white was a representative of the leader's important partner, so he nodded in agreement. The Ender leaped onto the elevated stands nearby. The Apostle, using his clan's power, teleported there. In the center of the square where the altar stood, only Sakia, Aoshua, and Nineveh were left facing off. Just keep your best efforts. The Patriarch also pretended to be watching the show, but he looked up at the Apostle, and the woman in white, who had moved to the stands and smiled strangely. Sakia, let me test your abilities. Aoshua, just a few feints will do. Keep an eye on that Patriarch. I have a strange premonition. When the opportunity arises, use your weapons to destroy that device. Nineveh telepathically explained her battle plan to Shakia and Aoshua. I understand. We're still under their watch. We need to find the right moment to strike. Here I come, Miss Nineveh. Shakia stepped in front of Aoshua, facing Nineveh, and took a stance. I understand, Nineveh. Shakia and I will find an opportunity to destroy that thing. Aoshua also stood behind Shakia to the left, forming a formation with her. However, her ultimate target was the device that concentrated the energy of the familiar's power. Shakia and Nineveh's eyes met, and they both charged forward simultaneously. Legs and fists clashed, and Shakia's kick aimed for Nineveh's face. But Nineveh effortlessly blocked Shakia's kick with her fist and continued to advance. Shakia had no choice but to abandon this attack and pull back to create distance. That's too much. Try again. If you fight timidly, the cultists nearby aren't fools. Nineveh used Aoshua's activated telepathy to warn Shakia. Okay. Shakia had already handed the grenades and other items she carried to Aoshua. Now free of anything that would hinder her movement, she was better equipped for combat. And there was a purpose behind handing these grenades and other weapons to Aoshua. Aoshua seemed to be shielding Shakia, but in reality, he was looking for the perfect moment to throw the grenade and blow up the altar. Watching the three men moving and fighting on the field, the apostle and the Enderman observed the spectacle with great interest. Sir Nineveh is willing to fight for us. This is a good start. The apostle seemed somewhat pleased as he watched Nineveh and the other two fight. I hope so. We've shown the proper attitude, but nothing in life is easy. The Ender's mask must have held a playful expression. She had personally fought these three, and knew the strength of Sakia and Nineveh when they got serious. And now, their fight in the square was nothing but a joke. But the Ender didn't intend to say much. She simply watched the show while she conversed with the apostle. Sometimes, her nihilistic remarks left the apostle speechless. I certainly know it's not easy. But the executor's words are the biggest boost to the success of our order's plan. I think she understands our motives. Well, let's see if your enthusiasm can impress her. Executors are some eccentrics, after all. In Ender's eyes, Apostle Israfil was a young man full of idealism. Ender had sensed his passion and loyalty to the order from the very beginning of their collaboration. But enthusiasm alone won't bring much. While he wasn't sure what the other apostles around the leader were like, the young dragon man before him seemed incredibly immature to Ender. This immature enthusiasm was exactly like someone else's. Ender looked at Sakia. What's wrong? You're feeling weak. Sakia, you possess the power of the spirit, but you don't know how to use it. What's going on? Nineveh had another purpose for this fight with Sakia, to confirm her own spirit power. Nineveh had previously collaborated with Shakia in battle, even borrowing their energy from each other. During the battle against the Familiar's clones, Nineveh had borrowed sufficient energy from Shakia. Although their energy seemed incompatible, and the borrowing left both exhausted, Nineveh at least sensed the immense energy contained within Shakia. The power of the mechanical spirit is a power possessed only by the executor, a testament to the protection of the root cube. Therefore, Nineveh had no doubt that Sakia was the executor. However, Sakia's use of the power of the mechanical spirit seemed extremely immature. For example, Sakia possesses a vast ocean of energy, but her current utilization is equivalent to using a ladle to scoop up seawater and pour it over her opponent. Logically, this situation shouldn't occur to an executor who has participated in the Flashpoint project. Although Nineveh feels that her power has weakened somewhat due to the changed environment since arriving in this era, her use of the spirit of energy is at least at the level of a high-pressure water cannon. Furthermore, any executor with a root cube possesses a vast reservoir of energy. Nineveh's current situation is simply a problem with the pump extracting energy from the seawater, resulting in a potential energy shortage. However, judging by the previous battle and the strength of her familiar, Nineveh shouldn't have any difficulty dealing with them alone. It's just a bit more laborious than expected. This also serves as a legitimate opportunity for Nineveh to examine Sakia's pulse. Miss Nineveh, please enlighten me. Of course, Sakia also understood this. Although she had trained with Jinxi for a period of time and had made great progress, she soon received the task of investigating the cult, so the use of the power of the spirit was like sharpening a sword before a battle. Chapter 345. Nineveh used her stage duel with Shakia to teach her how to harness the power of the spirit. This step was originally supposed to be taught by Jinxi, Shakia's master. Unfortunately, the cult's case unfolded suddenly, and Jinxi hadn't yet taught Shakia how to draw on the spirit's power. Perhaps the method Nineveh taught Shakia would be more effective. Furthermore, Jinxi had already arrived at the cult's headquarters. With Shakia and the other two secretly infiltrating the marked coordinates, they boarded the Aoshua underground clan's aircraft. Time flashes back half an hour. Jinxi, having reluctantly agreed to lead the three young people to the Amazon jungle, was now leading Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce to the designated location. The four of them emerged from an exit at the Swagger base and arrived at what looked like a forest. This place looks familiar. Where are we? Longsheng, carrying a backpack, walked at the end of the group. Although everyone had previously taken the cable car from Swagger base to the exit, They hadn't expected such a long flight of stairs. Longsheng, never particularly athletic, was now clutching his knees and gasping for breath. Master Jinxie was, needless to say, a superhuman. Bruce, a fitness enthusiast, had no problem climbing these stairs. Li Jiayi, with her high-tech prosthetic legs, also climbed the stairs with ease. New Spring and Autumn City is far below. We're in the mountains. Bruce gazed into the distance. This secret entrance is near my temple. I often use it to get to and from the base. Master Jinxie readily explained the mystery. He pointed to a nearby hilltop. The three of them followed Jinxie's direction and, as expected, saw the temple on the side of the winding mountain road. It's truly well connected. Li Jiayi sighed, hugging the box. Granted, even as the daughter of a high-ranking member of the Swagger base, she should have known many of the routes within it. However, even to this day, she was still unaware of many of the smaller passages. Swagger base's secret passages truly permeate every corner of New Spring and Autumn City. The use of a fortress to counter the city's attack on the families wasn't in vain. However, the recent events in South America presented Jinxie with a difficult problem. Previously, the families targeted New Spring and Autumn City because of the root cube stored underground in Swagger. To the families, the root cube was like a feast, drawing them in. Therefore, establishing a fortress base and battlefield atop the root cube was no problem. But now, with the arrival of executors carrying other root cubes, the family's targets are changing. Yes, the recent events in South America, along with the mysterious star cult, have made Jinxie wary. Setting a bait and waiting for the prey was a strategy Jinxie had initially been unsure about. He knew that, besides Sakia's stored deep within the Swagger base, there was also the one he had stolen. On the other hand, if the familiar attacked somewhere outside of Shinshinchuinchio City, that place would likely hold Jinxie's own root cube, which he had been searching for. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no such incidents since the familiar appeared. Just as Jinxie was feeling puzzled, the events in South America unfolded. Perhaps they were connected to Nineveh, the newly discovered executor, or perhaps they were truly connected to Jinxie's cube, or perhaps relics from a super-ancient civilization had been discovered there. In any case, Jinxie had to make this trip. Each of these would be crucial clues for Project Flashpoint. Compared to the preoccupied Jinxie, the other three seemed somewhat excited. After all, traveling to the other side of the world in a mysterious aircraft was a rare experience. So the three young men were looking forward to this trip. Besides, their mission was partly in support of this mission, to deliver Tron's delivery marker to Sakia. With it, Sakia would be more capable of handling various combat situations. The group followed Master Jinxie through the forest for 7 or 8 minutes before arriving at a clearing. What? We have to wait for someone to pick us up. Bruce, like the other two, looked around and noticed that Master Jinxie had stopped at this point. However, Master Jinxie calmly pulled out a small remote control, resembling a pen, and twisted it. Suddenly, the scenery before them seemed to melt, and a silver metallic sheen appeared before the four of them. There, parked in the clearing, was a strangely shaped aircraft. It must have used some kind of stealth technology to blend in with its surroundings. The ship's silver exterior, streamlined and unassuming, gave it a futuristic, technological feel. Wow! What the hell is this? Swagger's new gadget. It looks like something straight out of Star Wars. Longsheng, a science fiction fan, exclaimed excitedly. Oh! Can this thing really fly? Bruce walked around the ship for a while, trying to get a closer look. It did have windows, but from the ground, from this angle, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. There was no sign of a boarding gate either. Crucially, this craft lacked the propulsion system and aerodynamic design common on flying machines. Simply put, it looked like a cigar-shaped cylinder, but somewhat flattened. The nose and tail were clearly discernible, with the tail being slightly wider, forming a very sharp triangle. Besides exercising, Bruce also enjoyed extensive reading. He knew that this craft lacked wings and likely wasn't powered by aerodynamics. I never heard of this high-tech aircraft. My dad never even mentioned it to me. Li Jiayi shared the same sentiment. What surprised the three young men was that the craft lacked any exposed jets or similar propulsion systems. Well, anyway, you guys should get in first. Jinxie watched the three young men curiously survey the craft, understanding their questions. But now was no time for idle chatter. He also knew that the craft's technology was so advanced that even Swagger, who had been provided with the technology from the beginning by the Aoshue clan, couldn't replicate it in a short period of time. It was still too advanced for modern humans. Because even Aoshue and her clan haven't mastered the core of this technology. The underground clan merely inherited and utilized the power core left over from the ancient civilization. This spaceship, like Trom, is a legacy left behind by the civilization that executed humans. Only executors like Jinxie can allow the underground clan to borrow this spaceship. Chapter 346. Come up first. But Master Jinxie, how do we get up? Bruce walked around the craft. It wasn't very large, looking about the size of a minibus. Come! Jinx's remote control worked again. This time, after a flash of light, something like an indicator light suddenly lit up below the craft. Puff! From where the indicator light had shone, several streams of steam-like gas suddenly erupted, enveloping the ground. As the gas grew and spread, a gate with a staircase extended from the bottom of the craft. This looked like the entrance. Oh! This really is. Longsheng was excited at the sight. It resembled a famous scene from his favorite space opera movies. He had never imagined that he would one day ride on a spacecraft like this. Bruce and Li Jiayi also looked at the scene with excitement. Let's go! Master Jinxie boarded the craft first, followed closely by the three young men. Entering the spaceship, it was remarkably simple and clean. Upon entering, they arrived at a small living room-like space. This small living room served as a small living area, and Longsheng even spotted a toilet and bathroom. This small living area connected the front cockpit to the rear engine room. Wow, this is like a luxury RV, and it has a mysterious, alien-like feel. Honestly, the technology on this spaceship is at the alien level compared to current human civilization. Longsheng plopped down on the small sofa in the living room, placed his backpack on the sofa, and unfolded it. It was filled with all sorts of delicious food. That was Bruce's advice. After all, it would be wrong to go on such a long journey without some food. The three young men sat on the sofa, while Jinxie entered the driver's seat. Huh? I thought there would be a driver, but it was Master Jinxie driving it yourself. Li Jiayi watched Jinxie take the driver's seat, expertly fasten her seatbelt, and begin operating the controls. Yeah, what's up? I've driven this before, so it's no big deal. I want to sit in the passenger seat and see how it works. Is that okay? Li Jiayi was also fascinated by the advanced technology. No problem, that's fine. Jinxie didn't say much. Oh, so cunning. I want to see too. Longsheng and Bruce also ran to the front driver's seat. The man was even more interested in the stuff. Want a bag, Master Jinxie? Bruce handed Jinxie a bag of spicy strips. You guys really brought a lot of food. Since it was a kind gesture from a junior, Jinxie didn't refuse and took a bag and opened it. Since the spaceship was practically on autopilot, Jinxie had no problem enjoying a few snacks. Jinxie had already activated the spaceship, and the programs were working smoothly. As the programs ran, everyone saw the scenery outside the cockpit windows begin to move. The spaceship was climbing. Huh? When did this happen? Why can't we feel the acceleration of gravity? Li Jiayi noticed this strange thing, which was completely inconsistent with her previous experience. Oh, this! Longsheng and Bruce looked at each other in surprise. They had been so busy eating that they had overlooked this. No, it wasn't that they overlooked it. This spaceship truly possessed this kind of advanced technology. It's normal. This spaceship operates by controlling its gravity field, so nothing will happen to us inside. Even if we flip over right now and land headfirst. Bruce, not even your coke will shake. Jinxie turned and smiled at the three young men. This truly was incredible advanced technology. Furthermore, the three learned a startling fact. This journey, spanning nearly half the world, would be over in less than an hour. This meant that the food they prepared for the journey was completely pointless. Common sense dictated that a flight, including layovers, would take about 30 hours to reach their destination, so eating along the way was perfectly reasonable. Less than an hour. That's great. No need to endure the boredom of the plane. But our distance to our destination is nearly 19,000 kilometers as the crow flies. To arrive so quickly, wouldn't our speed be? Longsheng pondered for a moment, and came to a startling conclusion. That's about the distance of the Pacific Ocean. Bruce looked out the window. They were climbing higher and higher. It didn't seem like they were going very fast, just rising. If we calculate the distance to be an hour, doesn't that mean we're traveling at 19,000 kilometers per hour? Isn't that ridiculous? In the atmosphere, wouldn't we be incinerated? This concern was understandable. Traveling at this speed in the atmosphere was extremely dangerous. Even high school students knew the concepts of cosmic velocities first, second, and third. Although the first cosmic velocity, converted to speed, is approximately 28,800 kilometers per hour, their speed hasn't reached that standard yet. However, Launching a rocket involves traveling upwards, overcoming gravity, and doing work. This isn't much different from flying within the atmosphere. This is the technology of our super ancient civilization. This gravity engine is capable of supporting motherships to other star systems. This speed is considered a microspeed. Jinx's next words completely shocked the three young people. Although they had heard fragments about the Executor and super ancient civilizations before, their understanding of the gap between them and modern civilizations was not as profound. At that moment, the scene before them suddenly blurred. The spacecraft began to fly at high speed, but Bruce's coke remained perfectly still. Gravity control technology is truly that powerful. In other words, once this thing reaches speeds, it can easily exceed the third cosmic velocity. The minimum speed required for an object on Earth to escape Earth's gravity and become an artificial planet orbiting the Sun is the second cosmic velocity. The second cosmic velocity is 11.2 kilometers per second, twice the first cosmic velocity. A terrestrial object achieving this velocity can escape Earth on a parabolic trajectory. The minimum velocity relative to Earth's center for an object on Earth to escape the solar system is called the third cosmic velocity, and its magnitude is 16.6 kilometers per second. A terrestrial object, after fully utilizing Earth's orbital speed and then achieving this velocity, can escape Earth on a hyperbolic trajectory. When it reaches 930,000 kilometers from Earth's center, it is considered to have escaped Earth's gravity, and will thereafter move under the influence of the Sun's gravity. This object's orbit relative to the Sun is a parabola, and it will eventually escape the Sun's gravitational field and escape the solar system. Don't worry, the spacecraft's hull and force field will prevent us from feeling anything. We could go even faster, but for the sake of the engine's life, we prefer to fly slowly. Jinxie said, then ate another spicy noodle. Chapter 347. Does flying this thing seem so simple? Li Jiayi took a closer look and discovered that Master Jinxie had merely poked at the panel a few times, seemingly inputting something, and hadn't operated anything further. Even now, the spacecraft had already taken off. Look outside. Longshan pointed out the window. Huh? Bruce and Li Jiayi turned to look outside, and saw that the craft had risen above the clouds. No, it was even much higher than most airliners. The evening sun could clearly be seen, gleaming at the horizon. And above, one could almost see the pitch-black darkness of deep space. This craft had reached a height so high that it was practically leaving the atmosphere. At this altitude, even the curvature of the Earth was clearly visible, a truly rare experience. And reaching this altitude took only a few words of conversation. This craft's cutting-edge technology was truly impressive. Beautiful. The three of them couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Suddenly, the view outside began to blur. The three of them were momentarily stunned by what had happened. Because the spacecraft was encased in an anti-gravity field, the passengers wouldn't notice the change from vertical climb to forward flight. So, after a few seconds, Longshan was the first to realize that the blur they just seen was caused by the spacecraft's sudden acceleration. Wow, this is what it feels like to be traveling at nearly 20,000 kilometers per hour. Longshan stared at the blurry view outside the window, unable to believe it. Oh my god! Bruce was so shocked he couldn't say anything else. This is such a novel experience. Li Jiayi grabbed her phone and tried to record it. Jinxie poured cold water on her. Jiayi, don't record it yet. This is confidential even within Swagger. This is the core technology of the underground dragon race, and it's not time to disclose it yet. Furthermore, the three young people are living among the common people. Even if they wouldn't reveal the secret themselves, recording this information on their phones would inevitably be risky. Oh, what a shame. Li Jiayi slumped in the passenger seat, a look of regret on her face. It's clearly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Longshan's face was also filled with sadness. Hey, what a shame, Bruce chimed in. In that case, Jinxie understood the young people's feelings. He handed Li Jiayi his Swagger terminal, already activated recording mode. Using Jinxie's Swagger terminal to record the trip, the video will be stored in the Swagger database. Jinxie will control access, so there will be no problems. Great. The three young men expressed excitement, befitting their age, at having this unforgettable experience recorded. Watching the three young men using their terminal to record and take selfies, Jinxie stroked his bald head. Unlike the three young men, who were completely consumed by excitement, Jinxie felt a lingering gloom. If this relic in the Amazon rainforest truly was a warship from an ancient civilization, it would spark uncontrollable conflict in modern human society. Human society today faces the dilemma of technological stagnation and global involution. Ancient technology could bring about a new technological revolution and a new technological explosion. However, the warships, The crystallization of this technological explosion will inevitably become a focal point for competition among the major powers, leading to a new period of open and covert conflict. This is truly bad news now that the families have begun to break free from the seal and descend. Jinxie knew that even the current Swagger would find it difficult to fully convince the world's major powers. Even shouting at the leaders of the major powers through a megaphone would be futile. Humanity today would simply ignore Swagger's words. Jinxie had no choice but to personally conduct a preliminary investigation of the site. Then, once the joint forces had secured the site, Swagger would seamlessly take over the warship ruins. A silver spaceship, like a shooting star in the night sky, enveloped in an anti-gravity field, carried Jinxie and 3 young men deep into the Amazon rainforest. In a ruin deep in the rainforest, Sakia was sparring with Nineveh. That's right, Sakia, control your spirit. Don't just try to unleash it all at once. After several rounds of fighting, Nineveh pointed out Sakia's current flaws in her use of power. Thank you very much, Miss Nineveh. After Nineveh's guidance, Sakia felt that the sustained use of her spirit had an immediate effect. In the nearby stands, the white-robed Enderwoman and the Apostle exchanged a glance. The Apostle seemed to be demanding an explanation from Enderwoman, but Enderwoman didn't seem inclined to respond. Logically, Nineveh and Sakia were both executors, so a real clash would have led to a stalemate. However, the Apostle felt something was amiss. The Enderman said nothing, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. The Apostle saw Enderman's gaze shift from Sakia and Nineveh to something else. It was Patriarch Antorio who had caught Enderman's attention. He circled the altar, past the energy device, and approached the Apostle and Enderman. He was looking up at them. Antorio, you think you can challenge me on your own? The Apostle was puzzled. If the Patriarch could challenge him, why would he bring 2 helpers? No, this guy is planning. Enderman seemed to realize something, but hesitated. The Patriarch seemed to smile. Miss Aoshua, we're approaching the device. Prepare to explode? We evade it. Sakia, Aoshua, and Nineveh practiced and adjusted their positions. Aoshua would soon use grenades and other weapons to blow up the familiar energy generator. Alright. Aoshua, as they engaged, managed their distance, seizing the opportunity to approach the device on the altar. While simply aiming at the device and blasting it with grenades would be satisfying, it would also allow the cult to see through their plan, creating complications for future operations. Turning the tables on the enemy's enemy was the best strategy. Since the Patriarch had brought the 2 here, it was a perfect opportunity for everyone to sabotage them. I don't know what the Patriarch was thinking, but perhaps he simply wanted to assert his presence. It seemed this was simply a case of internal cult infighting, and Swagger was simply exploiting it. In a sense, Sakia and the others were quite lucky. Chapter 348. Antorio, your actions will be reported to the higher-ups of the Order. In the worst case, you could be expelled from the Order. Is that okay? The Apostle looked at Archbishop Antorio as he approached him and shouted at him. After all, Apostle Israfil remembered exactly how this man had met him and the Hierophant. I urge you to repent. If the Hierophant hadn't been so kind as to take you in, you would have died in a foreign land. I'm grateful to you, even now. Master. And you too. Without you, I would have ended my life in a foreign land long ago. Antorio adjusted his glasses and looked at the Dragon Man, the Hierophant's core disciple. The Enderman glanced at the 3 men fighting near the altar, then at Antorio approaching. She seemed to understand what Antorio was up to, but due to her position, she didn't intend to take any action. Ultimately, she was merely a partner of the cult. If there were problems within the cult, she had no right to interfere. Antorio, what exactly is your intention here? Haven't you managed the cult well in this country? I also promised you a corresponding reward. The Apostle didn't want to antagonize Antorio. He had always remembered him as a loyal member of the cult, highly capable, and possessing some management skills. So, gradually, he gave Antorio considerable freedom. However, certain secrets and powers within the cult, currently accessible only to the leader and the 12 apostles, would never be granted to someone of the rank of Patriarch. I had thought Antorio would stop while he was ahead, but the Apostle seemed to have underestimated the man's obsession. I really underestimated your obsession. What good will this do you? Apostle Israfil simply felt a pity. If this man had worked hard under him, he would have been one of the first to be saved from the clutches of his clan. Even if they wanted to fight, if he really got serious, what threat could a powerless ordinary person pose to him? Even the 2 helpers brought by the Patriarch would be powerless to stop him. So the Apostle was not panicked at all. But Indram saw clearly from the side that it was precisely because the apostles themselves possessed powers beyond those of ordinary people that they could not think from the perspective of ordinary people. It would be more accurate to say that he didn't even understand the patriarch's obsession rather than underestimated it. In fact, even Indram didn't quite understand the apostles' thinking. She had only encountered them once or twice for the sake of cooperation. Instead, the Indra was more interested in how Sakya and Nineveh, the two executors, would resolve this farce. But that wasn't something the Indra had to worry about. Sakya and the other two had already sent a signal to the Swagers, as planned. Indeed, they had done so the moment they met. The Swager terminal and other equipment hadn't been confiscated by the master, leaving them in their pockets. Although it was unclear what the master's motives were for doing so, Nineveh, using her mechanical soul substitute and following Sakya's instructions, had unnoticedly operated the Swager terminal, sending the final signal to Cheyenne and the others waiting at the Brazilian naval base. Thanks to Ao Shue's brainwave chat room, the three of them coordinated seamlessly. It must be said that Ao Shue's telepathic abilities were truly remarkable. If Ao Shue hadn't accompanied them on this trip, even if Sakya and Nineveh had reunited, they would probably have just stared at each other. After blowing up this altar suspected of summoning the familiar, and coordinating with Swager and his forces to suppress the ruins, the mission would be successfully completed. The plan seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Ziyu had also received news that Master Jingxi and three young men had arrived at the scene. She spoke to the director on the Swager terminal, a look of disbelief on her face. "Director? Are you kidding me? Master Jingxi is here, but those three children are here too? Doesn't that just add to our workload?" Swager's ocean-going combat platform was furiously preparing for its next move, and hearing this ridiculous news at this moment left Ziyuan feeling overwhelmed. "Okay. I understand. I just have to trust Master Jingxi. Director, cooperation with the military is going smoothly and according to plan." "Okay, I understand." After speaking with the director, Cheyenne sighed. She walked from the command room to the flight deck. In front of her, a fleet of UN transport helicopters, arriving to assist, were hoisting Trom from the hangar of the ocean-going transport ship. The ocean-going transport ship's flight deck could be split open, allowing Trom to launch a direct attack. Because this time's destination was deep in the tropical rainforest, helicopters were the only means of transport. The deck was bustling with people, the staff busy at work. Cheyenne squinted in the strong wind from the helicopter formation. After receiving Sakya's location signal, the ground forces had already headed to the scene. After Trom's transport unit departed, Cheyenne and the other operators followed in FBI vehicles. Finally, the operation had entered its final phase. This Southern Hemisphere operation will end successfully. Cheyenne prayed. This was Cheyenne's habit before every mission, and this time was no exception. Cheyenne watched as Trom was hoisted higher and higher by a fleet of helicopters, suspended by a network of steel cables. After all, the speed of the helicopter formations was far slower than that of the FBI's Lizard fighters. If they were to depart first, they should be able to catch the suppression operation in full force. The noise on the deck gradually faded as the helicopter formations took off. Cheyenne pulled out her terminal to check the time. In a little while, Cheyenne and the others would also depart. "Hey Cheyenne, it's time for us to get ready. Let's go to the armory and pick out the right equipment." Old K's voice came from behind Cheyenne. All the operators of Team K were already standing behind her. Everyone was rubbing their hands, ready for a big fight. "Well, it's been a while since we last got active. Let's go!" Cheyenne looked at the rested Team K operators before her. They all looked very energetic. I couldn't lose to them. Thinking this, Cheyenne gave a spirited and motivated smile and walked towards the armory with everyone. It had been a long time since we arrived on the other side of the world. This time, they encountered a new force they had no prior knowledge of, the Star Cult. They seemed to possess some mysterious power that allowed them to connect with the families. The final stage of this operation would involve uncovering the cult's secrets. The journey to Nami had finally reached its final chapter. Chapter 349. High above Cheyenne and the others, Master Jingxi and the young people were rapidly approaching in their aircraft. "This is simply... I can't take photos with my phone. What a shame." Longsheng peered out the window of the spaceship, clearly seeing the exosphere above them. The exosphere, also known as the exosphere, rises over 500 kilometers above the surface and is the outermost layer of Earth's atmosphere. The spaceship was currently flying at high speed at this altitude. Its primary components are hydrogen and helium, and it is extremely rarefied, with a density close to that of space, hence its name. Because the gases in the exosphere are hot and the particles are fast, It's easier for them to escape Earth's gravitational field and enter space, hence its name, the exosphere. Although the underground clan spaceships utilize gravity to fly, air resistance doesn't pose a significant obstacle to their progress. However, to avoid crossing national borders and military surveillance, it's best to ascend to a high altitude. In other words, this place is practically the universe. This was an extremely rare experience for the three young people. According to Jingxi, the ultra-ancient civilization technology aboard this spacecraft was already capable of supporting space travel. Even if the underground race utilized this inherited advanced technology, it would be sufficient for them to travel within the inner solar system, if necessary. After all, the ultra-ancient civilization that had been plagued by its own clan had already advanced to the stage of interstellar civilization. What an amazing feeling! Is this what it's like to look down at Earth from space? Even the usually unpretentious Bruce was captivated by the view before him and began to express his feelings. What's wrong? You suddenly become a different person? Seeing Bruce's sentimentality, Li Jiayi found it a bit strange. A dim blue dot suspended in the universe. That's our Earth. Isn't that common sense? Li Jiayi was right, but a strange feeling welled up in Bruce's heart. It's as if this Earth is life. As if it orchestrated our gaze upon it from the universe. Bruce scratched his head, unable to quite articulate his feelings. Are you trying to say that humans were born on Earth and then flew off, as if they were some kind of organ born from Earth to explore the universe? Long Shum came over and interrupted. Yeah. Right. How did you know? Bruce suddenly understood. This sounds a bit like the Gaia hypothesis. Long Shum laughed. Oh. Now that you mention it, I remember it again. That Gaia hypothesis. Li Jiayi, as if remembering something, slapped her forehead. The Gaia hypothesis states that the interaction between life and the environment makes Earth suitable for the continued survival and development of life. The Gaia hypothesis was proposed by British atmospheric scientist James Lovelock in the late 1960s. Later, through his joint advancement with British biologist Lynn Margulis, it gradually gained recognition in the Western scientific community and exerted a growing influence on people's understanding of the Earth. It also became a key theoretical foundation for Western environmental movements and Green Party activities. The core idea of the Gaia hypothesis is that the Earth is a living organism. James Lovelock once said, "The Earth is alive." Moreover, the Earth itself is a gigantic organism, endowed with the ability to self-regulate. For the health of this organism, if any harmful factors arise within it, Gaia possesses a counter-reaction mechanism capable of eliminating those harmful factors. Excellent. You heard of this hypothesis too? Master Jingxi also turned back and joined the conversation. It seems that controlling this spacecraft is indeed quite simple. Yes, it was quite popular online for a while, Longsheng replied. According to the explanation they had seen online, the Earth does appear to be a megalife system. Of course, life here doesn't simply refer to metabolism and reproduction in a conventional sense, but rather to a system capable of exchanging energy and matter and maintaining internal stability. According to this view, the Earth is precisely such an organic living system, harnessing the sun's energy and carrying out a metabolism on a planetary scale. In this process, living organisms play a crucial role. If all life on Earth suddenly disappeared, the hundreds of elements that make up the geosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere would react with each other until no further reactions could occur, thus reaching a state of equilibrium. Then, Earth would become a scorching, waterless, dead place, unsuitable for human habitation. Some believe humans are pathogens to the Earth, while others believe we are its precious fruit, used by the Earth to spread life throughout the universe. Li Jiayi recalled a claim online. This theory had sparked endless debate in the environmental field in the last century. Excellent! If humans are the fruit of Earth, meant to propagate life, then the civilization we, the executors, belong to has already achieved this goal. Moreover, Earth isn't the only planet like this. Jinx's argument was undoubtedly the most persuasive. As one of the executors, he was a true member of that interstellar, ultra-ancient civilization. Compared to modern civilizations, where even aliens are still urban legends, they had long since fought against the families alongside alien civilizations. The reason for not publicizing these matters in modern civilization was, firstly, that it was unnecessary and would negatively impact the current human order. Secondly, human and material resources were limited. After all, the executors were merely transported to this era, and could only implement the Flashpoint project within this civilization system. They weren't meant to guide human civilization forever. Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce, with permission, allowed Jingxi and the director to share some information about the ultra-ancient civilization, but it was limited. But if Earth is a living organism, then what are the families? Longsheng casually said. Bruce and Li Jiai exchanged a glance, shrugged, and then looked at Master Jingxi, who had popped his head out from the driver's seat. Unexpectedly, Master Jingxi simply rubbed his bald head and smiled without saying anything. The whole audience was silent for a long time. Did I say something wrong? Longsheng felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected even Master Jingxi to be at a loss for words. No, it's just that everyone wants to know the answer. Jingxi broke the silence with a smile. What a good question. Jingxi and the others certainly didn't want to know. But until the executors gathered the origin cubes and were transported to this era, humanity still didn't know where the families came from or how they formed. Perhaps they existed in the universe like locusts, destroying everything they went. After all, there were records of families bringing destruction to other planets. If that's the case, things aren't that complicated. Chapter 350. After over an hour of flight, the spaceship began its landing sequence. Longsheng and the others inside also saw the ground bearing down on them. Hey, are we diving straight down towards the ground? At this speed, will we have enough time to brake? Bruce leaned against the window, peering out. Although he knew the spaceship used a gravity engine, he was still a little scared due to his lack of experience. No, it's okay. Longsheng said it was okay, but he still felt a little scared. Li Jiai wasn't really afraid. She sat back in the co-pilot seat and discussed the ship's operation with Master Jingxi. Jingxi believed that teaching Li Jiai the basics of the ship's operation was also a way for them to stay out of danger during this operation, should she be unable to arrive in time. Over the rainforest, a small, glowing ball streaked through the air. It plummeted almost 90 degrees to the ground, then, as it neared the rainforest, made a strange right-angle turn, almost brushing against the treetops. The signal is not far away. There's another identification signal, which is... Jingxi saw from the control panel that the destination was not far ahead. According to Sakia's previous report, the cult's base was in a valley, inaccessible to the spacecraft. And a familiar signal was detected on the identification system. That's right, the signal was the same type of spacecraft Aoshua was using. The Invincible. Since that was the case, it would be a good idea to land the spacecraft near the Invincible, Jingxi decided. Braking from super high speed didn't cause even a drop of coke to spill. Just as Jingxi had said, Bruce and Longsheng were both amazed at the power of this cutting-edge technology. They felt like they hadn't had enough fun yet, and they were already there. Leave the rest to me. Stay on this spaceship. I notify you if anything happens, and let me know if you encounter any problems. The spaceship's exit opened, and Jingxi prepared to exit. He took the box Li Jiai had brought with him, which contained the equipment he was going to give to Shakia. Understood, Master. Go ahead. The three of them replied in unison. Okay, I'll be back soon. With that, Jingxi stepped off the spaceship, exerted force on her feet, and leaped down from the high ground with a burst of golden electricity. Blessed by the ripples of life, Jingxi's speed was quite impressive. Then why don't we have some barbecue nearby? Bruce felt a little eager as he watched Jingxi walk away. What are you thinking? This rainforest is full of dangers. You're not really planning on camping, are you? Longsheng was still quite reliable at this moment. That's right. This area is under the control of some cult. Light a fire, and the cultists will be here to check it out. Li Jiai also objected. Okay. Well, let's just get back to the ship. Bruce spread his hands. At this moment, the best they could do was avoid disrupting the operation. Besides, the ship's communication channel and Jingxi's Swagger terminal were always open, so Jingxi could hear what the three of them were saying. If the ship suddenly became quiet, Jingxi would definitely be uneasy. Although they couldn't contain their excitement at arriving so far away, Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce had seen a bit of the world in Swagger. They wouldn't run around and cause trouble during the ongoing battle. Jingxi assigned them the task of staying on the spaceship and helping everyone maintain security on the scene. Since they were already here, they should consider themselves part of the on-site crew. This was also good practice for the three young men. Jingxi quickly emerged from the woods where the spaceship was docked, like a knight in a martial arts film, mastering light kung skills. He quickly reached the road leading to the valley. The road led to a cave, which seemed to be the only entrance to the valley mentioned in Sakia's report. The wheel marks on the ground were also left by the cult's trucks. For Jingxi, this height was nothing. Remember, the first time he appeared before Sakia, he had jumped from the roof of a building. These tire tracks are still fresh. It looks like this is the place. Jingxi looked at the interlaced tracks of truck tires along the road in the rainforest. The rainy road was still quite muddy, and the tire tracks were very conspicuous. Luckily, Jingxi had already exchanged his monk's robes for tactical gear suitable for outdoor activities before setting out. Otherwise, he would have had to walk through the mud in cloth shoes. Entering the pitch-black cave entrance, Jingxi raised a ball of light created by the ripples of life in her hand, illuminating the area within dozens of meters. Footprints. Among the interlaced tire tracks, Jingxi discovered several sets of footprints, all overlapping the tire tracks. It looked like these were the footprints left by Sakia, Aoshua, and the others. The report also mentioned that Sakia and her companions had walked through the cave to the cult's base. So Jingxi only needed to follow the footprints. Soon, Jingxi arrived at a valley with 3 stone buildings on the ground. Security remained light here, with only a few parked vehicles and piles of supplies. As Sakia had described, since the ruins required identification via chip embedded in the cult's robes for entry, there seemed to be no one guarding the outside. Jingxi's agility was remarkable. He leaped directly onto the cliff face, maneuvering between the rocks and the dense vegetation. He reached the box Sakia had mentioned where the cult's robes were kept, and he too received a robe. What is this cult doing? They were able to get in so easily. Jingxi, the strongest member of Swagger, was allowed in so easily. It seemed a bit unreasonable. While he suspected a trick, based on the information Jingxi had gathered, this was the fastest way. After all, Sakia had transmitted the intelligence inside in great detail. Of course, it's possible that Sakia and the others had distracted the cult's security forces from within, which is why the situation outside was so weak. Jingxi also passed through the refugee camp Sakia had mentioned. The refugees here spoke languages from all over the world, though most were impoverished people from nearby countries. They seemed quite happy there, and had a strong faith in the cult. Jingxi, who spoke most of Earth's languages, paused briefly, chatting with the residents of the slums and gathering a wealth of intelligence. This was truly valuable on-the-ground intelligence for Swagger. Jingxi also learned that many in this world yearned for the Star Cult's salvation. Compared to facing a catastrophe with their own clans, uniting to resist foreign enemies, most people couldn't even save themselves. The Star Cult's rapid expansion in recent years gave these people hope. However, they didn't know that Swagger would soon lead his troops to attack them and capture the cult. After suppressing this place, these people will have to be taken in first, and then the Brazilian government will properly resettle them. Jingxi left the people in the slums, and continued on to the lower level of what was suspected to be a super-ancient warship. After all, this was Jingxi's main purpose for coming here. Chapter 351. While Jingxi also disguised herself and entered the cult's headquarters, Sakia and Nineveh continued to exchange blows. Aoshua wedged between Sakia and Nineveh, guiding them toward the energy rift. Ready. Aoshua assessed the distance. Now, whether he threw a grenade to feint, or Sakia or Nineveh calculated the distance and followed up with a powerful attack, they could destroy the device that created the rift in the familiar's power. And Patriarch Antorio, facing the Apostle and the white-robed female Enderman, gave a strange sneer. He stood next to the device, while Sakia and the other two pretended to engage in a fight as they approached it. The Patriarch glanced in their direction. The Apostle also took a look at the situation and spoke to the Patriarch. The people you brought are nothing special. If you know what's good for you, retreat. This is your last chance. However, Sakia and the other two wouldn't give the Patriarch and the Apostle, who stood there glaring at each other, any more chances. Aoshua pretended to attack Nineveh, throwing several grenades. Sakia and Nineveh, already aware of Aoshua's intention, clashed their legs together, leveraging each other's momentum to perform a backflip. Ding! 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 The grenade passed where the two had been and rolled straight toward the device. Oh! The Apostle noticed something strange rolling toward the device on the altar. However, the Patriarch's reaction seemed a bit strange. He seemed to have seen the grenade coming their way, but he didn't make any move. The Patriarch simply stared blankly at the rolling grenade before suddenly lunging toward it and the energy generator. Hey! Even the Apostle didn't know what this guy was up to. He reached forward, trying to call out to Antorio, but it was no use. That guy. What does he want to do? Sakia and the other two were startled. They didn't know when the priest had run to the energy generator, but seeing the grenade, he didn't even show any sign of avoiding it. The grenade accurately hit the familiar's energy generator and exploded on the stone altar. Well done, Aoshua. It worked, Sakia said excitedly. Are they deliberately targeting the device? The Apostle frowned. The fight between the three on the stage might affect the device. However, he also knew that the generator, enshrouded in the power of the familiar, would not be easily destroyed by gunpowder weapons. Unless an executor like Nineveh used his mechanical spirit to launch an attack, the device's defenses could not be breached. This shield kept ordinary people away. Anyone who entered would experience the painful burning of the flames. That was why he felt safe and confident in letting Nineveh fight Antorio's men. Apostle Israfil, I think we can leave now. The Ender's words puzzled the apostle. What's wrong? Weren't you the one who suggested watching the show? The apostle raised his eyebrows, looking at the Ender in confusion. You see, this is exactly what the patriarch wants. The apostle turned to look at the device, and the patriarch amidst the dust and smoke of the explosion. Be careful, Sakya, Nineveh. Something's wrong. Aoshwe watched the dust dissipate with caution. She felt a strange pressure coming from the direction of the device. It was the patriarch. The patriarch didn't avoid the grenade, but thrust his hand into the energy rift. Even if it meant enduring unbearable pain. Nineveh reacted the fastest. She grabbed Sakya's hand, then, resonating with her own mechanical soul, unleashed a ray cannon with her own mechanical soul substitute. A resounding explosion echoed through the cavern hall, and the device was shattered. The high priest, who had thrust his hand into the chasm, was also blown away. Did Nineveh save the high priest? Obviously not. She simply seized the opportunity to detonate the device. The grenade explosion seemed ineffective, so the mechanical soul power possessed by her, as the executor, would surely have an effect on the force field created by the clan's power. With her and Sakya as the executors here, there was nothing to fear. She was always a man of action, and she acted immediately upon her thought. The effect was immediate. The device was successfully destroyed. Antorio, have you finally taken that step? The apostle was chagrined. He saw the patriarch's hands glow blood red. Although the device was destroyed, the energy seemed to have transferred to the patriarch. The patriarch had anticipated the executor's intention to break the device's shield and, seizing the momentary opportunity, rushed inside, coming into contact with the power of his familiar. Furthermore, it was Nineveh who had initiated the attack on the device. What was Nineveh thinking? Everyone present witnessed the strangeness that befell the patriarch. Even the cultists, who had previously released the hypnotized girls, were watching from the stands. Sakya, Aoshwe, attacked together. Nineveh knew the patriarch was still alive, and his current condition was very strange. If they didn't kill him immediately, something unforeseen might happen. Alright. This time, Shakia and Aoshwe didn't have to act anymore. The three of them charged towards the patriarch. Hey, Ender, why are the three of them teaming up? The apostle hadn't realized what was happening. Why were they suddenly rushing towards the patriarch while fighting? He glanced at Ender in confusion. Who knows? But isn't the man with red hands the one we should be worried about the most right now? Wouldn't it be a good thing if they could help deal with it? Ender's mouth didn't even twitch, her emotion unseen, but the apostle had a feeling she knew something. But since she was the patriarch's collaborator, he had to trust her. Besides, the patriarch had so rashly engaged with the power of the families. No one could predict what would happen. Perhaps, as Ender said, with Nineveh and the other two helping to deal with the patriarch, they could avoid a lot of trouble themselves. Oh! Although the patriarch's hands were constantly shattering towards his body, he showed no sign of pain. He roared, standing up. I feel great now. Ha ha ha. In front of him were Shakia and the other two charging at him. Shakia leaped high, gathering the power of her spirit energy into her feet, and launched a flying kick at the patriarch. Aoshwe, on the other hand, pulled her spear blade from her compressed space bag and charged at him, firing as she did so. Nineveh seemed to be walking leisurely towards the patriarch, but her invisible double, formed from the power of her spirit energy, had already reached him. Hee hee, ha ha. You finally can't hold it back anymore. Just in time. The patriarch glanced at the three charging at him. Their movements seemed to be in slow motion. Furthermore, a humanoid energy form appeared before him, and he could see Nineveh's spirit energy double. Nineveh's spirit energy double launched the first attack, but the patriarch dodged it. Nineveh was startled. He could now see his own double. The strike missed, and the patriarch charged at Shakia and Aoshwe, who were following closely behind. Chapter 352. The parts of the patriarch's arms eroded by the power of his clan continued to grow, but he seemed not to feel any pain and, in fact, to be much more agile. He wiggled his wrists and felt his body surge with strength. This was the power of his clan he had always dreamed of, yet the apostle had threatened him, telling him not to touch it. Isn't he in pretty good shape now? You too can't hold back? You need to hone your acting skills. Antorio suddenly extended his arms, striking at Sakya and Aoshwe respectively. Sakya's flying kick, infused with spirit, collided head-on with Entorio's extended hand, sending forth a shower of sparks. Aoshua, however, was not so lucky. Although she was equipped with advanced weaponry, her body was ultimately no match for the executioners. Ouch! Although Aoshua had already made a dodging move, the attacking hand from the headmaster still lacerated her flank. Miss Aoshua. Seeing this, Sakia didn't dare to fight any longer. Using the momentum, she backflipped and landed beside Aoshua, quickly helping the fallen Aoshua to her feet. Such a deep wound. I'm afraid it's internally damaged. Let me help you. Sakia ignored the headmaster's advance. She gathered life waves mixed with spirit energy in her hand, attempting to heal Aoshua's wound. But the situation was tense, and Sakia's breathing was disordered, making the healing slow. Cold sweat streamed down Sakia's forehead. If anything happened to Aoshua, she'd be doomed. Huh? Sakia. Hurry and Nineveh to subdue him. Don't worry about me. Aoshua gritted her teeth, clutching the wound tightly, one hand rummaging in her bag. But Shakia was about to say something else when she turned and saw the Patriarch charging at her again. However, the Patriarch's passing over Nineveh was a mistake. Nineveh used her mechanical soul to pull him back, buying Shakia and Aoshua some time. Shakia. It seems our acting skills didn't fool that guy. You're such a bad actor. Aoshua shakily pulled a small bottle of potion from her bag, unscrewed the cap, and poured it all over the wound. Aoshua groaned as the potion poured onto the wound. The potion seemed to be quite effective though. Shakia saw that Aoshua's wound had stopped bleeding at a noticeable speed. The bleeding had stopped, and Aoshua and her clan's medical skills were truly remarkable. TSK. You really damaged your internal organs. Shakia. I'm afraid I have to leave now. Sorry. Aoshua tried to stand up and continue fighting, but even with a little effort, he couldn't. It looked like Aoshua couldn't continue the fight, so Sakia had to help her aside. Nineveh had attracted the priest's attention, and both sides engaged in a fierce attack and defense. Though Nineveh saw the priest's attacks as disorganized and his combat experience as pitifully inexperienced, the only thing to note was that, blessed with the power of the familiar, Entorio, while still retaining human consciousness, had essentially become a familiar. In the stands nearby, Ender was about to ask the apostle to leave with her. Hey, let's go, Dragonkin. Tell your men to leave too, Ender called to the apostle. What are you doing? I was thinking of teaching this guy a lesson myself. The apostle was puzzled. He felt he could at least suppress the current patriarch. He wait and see how the three men below played with the patriarch, then he go down and take advantage of the situation. I know what you're thinking, but listen to me now. The Enderman sighed and began to reason with the apostle. Having fought Nineveh before, Enderman knew how formidable her power was, but even Nineveh, even that kind of person, was cautious when facing the current Entorio. Although the apostles possessed the power of their families, tamed and refined by the cult, they were still no match for the original families. This was why the cult strictly forbade individuals from accessing unrefined families' power. The cult's mission was to sacrifice to the families, extract their power, and study it, finding a way to tame it. The faction Enderman belonged to agreed with this approach, and therefore cooperated with the cult. Now neither he nor the apostle could afford to suffer any harm, or their plan would fail. Let's go! Let the patriarch pay for his own mess. Ender watched from a distance as the eroded area of the patriarch's body reached its limits. Nineveh also sensed the ferocity of this man's attacks, forcing her to take her seriously. From her initial tentative attitude, she shifted to a genuine determination to annihilate him. Sakia took Aoshua's spear and returned to the fray, launching a surprise attack from behind the patriarch. Though Sakia usually appeared to fight with her fists and feet, she was actually quite skilled in weaponry, having learned a great deal from Jinxie. Furthermore, she felt a strange sense of familiarity with swords and knives. Miss Nineveh. We're trapped. Just as Sakia slashed, another upper body suddenly emerged from the patriarch's back, the other head stretched out, biting Sakia's incoming blade with its teeth. Startled, Sakia instinctively kicked Entorio, causing him to release the blade and use the momentum to retreat. Even Nineveh was startled. She frowned and took a step back to distance herself from Entorio, whose appearance had become distorted. I'm using this power quite well. Apostles only know how to scare people. Ha ha ha. The patriarch's back half, hands outstretched, supported itself on the ground, looking like a four-legged monster. Both of his heads turned to face Sakia, a strange smile on his face. You're quite courageous, actually trying to play me. I'm half believing, half doubting, but it's all just a trick. As long as we can obtain this power, The process isn't important. I knew you wanted to destroy this altar, and that won't do. The patriarch spoke as if he expected everything. As expected, Sakia felt things were going too smoothly. It seemed as if both sides had inexplicably reached a common goal, and were simply exploiting each other. As for her intelligence, it seems Sakia still needs some practice. Sakia glared back at the patriarch's two heads, undeterred. Damn. The patriarch is plotting against us. Although she maintained her composure, she felt a little annoyed. She truly hadn't thought of any other solution at the time. Sakia, Nineveh. It's up to you. Ao Shue's telepathic communication echoed in their minds, her way of informing them of her situation. At least her life wasn't in danger yet. Let these two executors fight without worry. Chapter 353. The ruins of the cult's headquarters. The second underground area, the area where Sakia transmitted the image, which Jingxi identified as the Eye of Destiny. Now Jingxi had finally arrived in person. Asking how Jingxi managed to circumvent the cult's numerous guards, remember that he is a battle-hardened executor. Even after temporarily losing his mechanical power, he possessed the life ripple technique, making him unmatched by ordinary men. Sakia provided the route to the underground worship ruins. Jingxi only needed to head straight for it. Even though the passageway was guarded, his ripple technique could temporarily hypnotize the guards. Unlike Sakia and the other two who had quietly passed through during the guard change, Jingxi swaggered to the passageway, and the cultist guarding it respectfully opened the door for him. The life ripple technique might not have the same combat effectiveness as the mechanical power from the Origin Cube, nor did it possess any special ability to suppress familiars, but it was versatile and could be used in a variety of situations. As Jingxi passed through, the cult guards saw him as Archbishop Antorio. After descending a long corridor, Jingxi finally saw the scene she had seen in Sakia's image. After all these long years, I'm actually here. Jingxi couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. The purpose of this trip was, on the one hand, to reunite with Sakia, and on the other, to collect as many samples and intelligence as possible from the battleship ruins area. From this point on, the walls and floors were all crafted from Alexandrian metal, an alloy smelting method lost to modern humans. But as the executor, Jingxi was all too familiar with it. Ao Shui had previously explained the origins of this metal to Shakia, but Ao Shui himself had never witnessed its widespread use. Jingxi, however, was different. He placed his hand on the wall made of alexandrite, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his face. During the era of the ancient civilization, numerous spaceships, buildings, and weapons were constructed from this metal. Even the massive super robot armies used to fight the families of that era were made of this metal. Needless to say, Tron was also made of this metal. Jingxi's concern for this warship was also related to this metal. Being able to reverse engineer this metal would enhance Swager's combat power and influence, allowing him to better lead humanity through the family's invasion. However, this metal wasn't something that could be easily broken off and taken away. Jingxi planned to have Swager establish a research institute here, after cooperating with the UN forces to suppress this area, to redevelop alexandrite smelting technology. Jingxi ventured a little deeper into the area, and came across the corpses of the guards that Nineveh had previously laid waste. According to Sakia's previous report, she and Aoshua were teleported directly to the lowest level. So, was Nineveh responsible for this? Jingxi had been gathering intelligence in this area, and hadn't encountered a single cultist. It seemed the guards had previously engaged in a battle with Nineveh, and Nineveh's strikes were extremely precise and ruthless. Jingxi had been a little excited. Nineveh was undoubtedly the executor, and most likely one with intact memory. Both she and Sakia had suffered varying degrees of memory damage, which posed a significant obstacle to completing the Flashpoint project. Jingxi longed to see Nineveh more and more. At the end of the area, Jingxi discovered several high-speed elevators leading to the lowest level. One seemed damaged, but the one next to it was still functioning. Jingxi boarded that elevator, and began to head to the lowest level. According to the Frenworfo identification on the Swager terminal, Sakia, Aoshua, and the others should be somewhere on the lowest level. While Jingxi was searching for information, the High Priest underwent further mutations in the ritual hall. Besieged by Sakia and the other two, the High Priest's body erupted with more tentacles. They plunged towards the living creatures around him. Wow! The cultists, unable to dodge, were pierced through by the tentacles, and several women who were being used as sacrifices also suffered. Asshole. Several tentacles even reached out towards the apostle. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the apostle had to raise his hand and attack. He fired several energy blasts, shattering one of the attacking tentacle. Be careful. Another attacking tentacle was slashed away by the Enderman standing beside the apostle with a single blow of his sword. I said, "It's time to retreat. Tell those believers to take their offerings away, or they all be killed by that monster. Just report what happened here to the leader as an experimental accident, the consequence of the leader's unauthorized experimentation." The Enderman seemed to have anticipated this eventuality. She seemed to understand the dangers of the familiar's power even better than the apostle. Okay. The apostle hesitated at first, fearing the possibility of punishment from the leader, but now that the Enderman had spoken, retreating was no big deal. With a wave of the apostle's hand, the remaining cultists began to escort the hypnotized women out of the cave entrance. While Sakya and the other two were still distracting the cultist transformed into a monster. "No. This guy's damage has healed," Sakya shouted to Nineveh. She and Nineveh held the monster to the left and right, but their attacks left gaps. After the monster's tentacles pierced several people, they were immediately enveloped in a ball of black energy and vanished. Instead, the wounds on the monster inflicted by the two earlier attacks began to heal rapidly. Ah! Nineveh was just as she was attacking the monster when two tentacles suddenly erupted from it and stabbed Alicia, who was standing by the stands. Alicia! Nineveh was in an awkward position. The monster was directly in line with her and Alicia. If she wanted to save Alicia, she would have to jump over it, but that was impossible. Oh! With Alshua maintaining telepathic communication, Shakia naturally understood. She gathered her spirit energy at her feet and charged towards the two tentacles. As she charged, she fired at the tentacles with Alshua's spear blade. Unfortunately, the rapidly dancing tentacles made it impossible for Shakia to fire accurately. If only she had a powerful long-range attack, like she had back in the cyberspace. Shakia thought with some frustration. Ugh! Just as Shakia was concentrating her attention on the tentacles on Alicia's side, she felt a sharp blow to the back. The tentacle whipped Shakia so hard she couldn't catch her breath. Her vision went black, and she flew backward, collapsing the stone wall of the stands. Ah! Alicia cried out, but it was too late. Just as Alicia was about to be absorbed by the monster's tentacles, a sudden flash of red light appeared. Chapter 354. Alicia! Sakya raised her head and shouted, realizing she had screwed up again. Just as she was about to think that, she saw this scene. The white-robed Enderman descended from the sky, lightsaber in hand, and severed the tentacle reaching out towards Alicia. After severing the tentacle, Enderman, wielding a red lightsaber, ignored the terrified Alicia, nor did she spare Sakya a glance. Instead, she seemed to glance in Nineveh's direction. Although Nineveh was being held back by the monster the high priest had transformed into, she had witnessed Enderman saving Alicia. It seemed Enderman was doing Nineveh a favor? Why? Sakya stumbled to her feet and struggled towards where Enderman and Alicia were. The white-robed woman had undoubtedly saved Alicia. Don't die. If you die here, I made a mistake. After leaving Sakya with these words, she simply turned and leaped to land beside the apostles waiting near the exit. The woman in white robes didn't seem to intend to engage Sakya further, nor did she intend to join the battle. Saving Alicia might have been just a spur-of-the-moment decision. TSK. You're running pretty fast. Sakya sighed, gritting her teeth as she watched the woman in white robes and the apostles flee towards the exit. Sakya helped Alicia up and comforted her, still trembling. But the girl looked terribly frightened, now speechless. Nineveh fought the patriarch alone. Although initially, the pressure wasn't great, the patriarch continued to mutate even as he fought Nineveh. Shakia? Take Alshua and Alicia and go ahead. I'd be right here. Nineveh made this plan through Alshua's telepathic energy field. Nineveh and her mechanical soul double split into two groups to attack the cult leader while conversing with Shakia. Nineveh? Don't be ridiculous. You alone. Shakia stopped mid-sentence. She didn't think Nineveh was impulsive. Even though she had a temper, Shakia and Alshua had both witnessed her combat experience and her ability to grasp the situation. In a sense, Nineveh, respected and sought to be recruited even by the cult's higher-ups, was truly the most authentic executor yet. Miss Alshua. Shakia suddenly realized that Alshua hadn't responded. She quickly grabbed Alicia's hand and ran to Alshua's side. Alshua looked at Shakia weakly, her lips moving as if to say something, but it seemed that maintaining the telepathic field had taken all her strength. Having seen Alshua use her clan's special medicine, Sakya had assumed she would recover quickly. But now, things seemed more complicated than they seemed. Alshua's wounds had healed, but his overall condition was not right. Sakya, Alshua isn't our executor. The power of the clan can't easily harm ordinary people. Nineveh raised her leg high and struck one of the headmasters in the chin, bending its neck backward. The headmaster lost his balance and fell to the ground. What a great opportunity! Sakia, hurry! Nini turned and nodded at Sakia. It was a look of trust, not a suggestion that Sakia was weak or holding her back. Shakia understood this feeling. After all, she was also an executor, so this was a tacit understanding between fellow executors. I understand. Miss Nineveh, I go first. Shakia helped the weakened Alshua to her feet and began to practice breathing techniques, breathing in and out as she walked. She gathered her energy into her limbs and lifted Alshua and Alicia, each holding one in each hand. Go Sakia! Nini called back her mechanical soul stand, which quickly approached from behind the high priest. Infused with a high concentration of mechanical soul, it became clearly visible and glowed. Like a cannonball, it struck the fallen monster. In the opposite direction of the stand, Nini unleashed a punch of her own concentrated mechanical soul energy. Sakia held the two of them, leading them towards the exit. The opportunity Nini had created couldn't be wasted. Thank you, Miss Nini. Sakia wasn't sure Nini heard her thanks, for as she rushed toward the passage, the roar of energy explosions echoed behind her. At this point, Sakia had no time to look back. Although they had only met briefly, and had fought together only a few times, Sakia had a natural trust in Nini. Master Jinxie took the elevator down to the bottom, following Nini's lead as they explored the worship of this ultra-ancient civilization step by step. Master Jinxie saw that the power plant seemed to be operating in the distance, and since this seemed to be the only path, she headed straight for it. She followed the metal floor of the warship's power plant to the end and entered the door, only to discover a large hall that had apparently been used to store some equipment. Now, the equipment had been removed, leaving a bare room. But there seemed to be signs of a fierce struggle here. The floor had been lifted up in places. A massive monster lay lying in the distance. Sakia's report didn't mention this monster, nor did it record the battle itself. It looked like Nineveh had done it again. Excellent. Neat and tidy. Jinxie looked at the massive monster, its body twisted and its death horrific. It looked as if it had been killed by a high-frequency, close-range bombardment. This made Jinxie increasingly curious about Nineveh's fighting prowess. He tried to search his mind for memories of the Executor, but as usual, any specific information about the Executor gave him a headache, and nothing came to mind. Shaking his head, Jinxie glanced at the monster's corpse, and continued to delve deeper. Suddenly, the entire ship's interior sounded an alarm. Jinxie turned back with some alarm, but the area remained safe. It didn't seem like he had been discovered or anything else. Perhaps Shakia and the others had made some noise? Thinking this, Jinxie quickened his pace. He still had something he needed to deliver to Shakia. After passing the other exit of the square, a winding corridor emerged. Jinxie had a deep impression of this place. Although his memory was damaged, he surprisingly remembered even the smallest details quite clearly. This type of corridor was typical of the space battleship design of their civilization's era. It could be said that every warship of this type had a similar passageway around its power plant. Resisting the urge to search every corner of the place immediately, Jinxie continued to advance amid the sirens. Chapter 355. Amid the sirens, Jinxie passed through the ship's corridors, expecting a large number of guards to run past, but there was no one. Jinxie placed her hand on the wall, releasing life waves. These waves spread out like spider silk, forming a sensory network. This was similar to Shakia's spirit induction technique, as Jinxie had also taught her this technique. As she turned each corner, Jinxie used it to detect whether she would encounter love around the corner. But this section of the road seemed to be empty too. Silence reigned, save for the sirens echoing hollowly through the corridors. Since the alarm had sounded, it proved something serious had occurred. Jinxie had run all the way to the corridors. She had to quickly rendezvous with Shakia and the others, and hand them her the items. Furthermore, the UN military operation was likely about to begin. A coordinated internal and external attack would capture this area in one fell swoop. While passing through a corridor, Jinxie spotted a dozen or so guards lying on the ground. Jinxie squatted down to check and found that most of them had fainted, not died. This was likely Shakia's doing. Her kind heart wouldn't kill as quickly and efficiently as Nineveh. Furthermore, it looked as if these people had been stunned instantly by some powerful energy. It looked like Shakia had used the technique she had asked Alshua to teach her. Jinxie smiled, pleased with Shakia's progress. Turning the corner, Jinxie arrived at a large room. This was the huge hangar where Shakia and Alshua had been captured by the guards. Jinxie slowed down his pace upon entering. Memories seemed to resurface in his mind. I actually ended up here. Jinxie looked up and around. This vast space. Perhaps Shakia and Aoshua hadn't understood its significance when they passed by. But Jinxie clearly remembered rows and rows of humanoid weapons once arrayed here. Yes, this was the hangar of the Eye of Destiny-class space battleship. Back then, stored here were humanoid mobile weapons similar to the Trom. Although Jinxie's memory had been damaged during the time travel, he still remembered these things. He vaguely remembered being invited here for a tour on the eve of Operation Flashpoint. But Jinxie couldn't recall whether he had come alone or with other executors. He found that his memory loss was particularly severe when it came to information about other executors. How strange. Goodness. But that was all he sighed at for a moment. There were more important things to do. Jinxie was running towards the other exit of the hangar, about to enter, when he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps. It seemed someone had finally arrived. To save time, Jinxie avoided a confrontation and quickly dodged behind the pillars behind the door. However, after the group burst into Jinxie's field of vision, they had no time to assess their surroundings. They were a group of cultists, most of them unarmed, but carrying large and small bags of belongings. They appeared panicked, as if fleeing. A large group of people hurriedly left Jinxie's sight, hiding behind a pillar. After confirming that no one was around, Jinxie quickly emerged and continued on. It looked like something major had happened deep down there. Was it Shakia and the others? But if it was Shakia, Aoshua, and the others who were causing trouble, they would have informed the Swagers in advance. With this question in mind, Jinxie followed the path the crowd had taken and came to a corridor overlooking the cult's underground settlement. Some cultists were still packing their belongings inside the settlement, apparently preparing to evacuate. Jinxie quickly took advantage of their inattention and scurried down the descending steps to the back of the settlement's building. Because he was also wearing a cult robe, Jinxie could disguise himself as a cultist preparing to flee. He wandered around for a bit, but no one paid him any attention. Jinxie found a lot of cult promotional materials in the base. He found a cloth bag and wrapped the materials up. He would take them back to the Swager base as evidence for the cult search. Well, after almost a full circle, these are all I have left. Jinxie found a quiet corner and pulled out his Swager terminal, hoping to confirm Shakia's location before setting off again. He was surprised to see Shakia and Aoshua's location indicated on the terminal, approaching. Good, what a coincidence. In that case, I wait here. Since Shakia and the others were approaching, that was perfect. However, Jinxie tried calling Shakia, but received no response. What could be the reason Shakia couldn't answer the phone temporarily? Since we're almost meeting anyway, we might as well check on Shakia's condition. Jinxie poked her head out of her hiding hut and surveyed the center of the settlement. In the small square, a dozen or so cultists were loading some items. Documents, it seemed, onto a cart, preparing to transport them away. It looked like something had indeed happened here, and these people were preparing to evacuate. However, it looked like these cultists were waiting for someone. After loading their belongings onto the carts, they began to wait. Some even glanced down at their watches. Who could they be waiting for? It couldn't possibly be Shakia and the others, could it? Of course not. Jinxie's ripple sensor detected considerable movement coming from another exit of the settlement. 10 people? No, perhaps even more, perhaps 20 or so. These people were hurrying, looking like they were seeking refuge as well. Swish, Jinxie felt a tear in his ripple sensor network. This wasn't something an ordinary cultist could do. He quickly retracted the sensor network. Jinxie had someone in mind who could do this. When Jinxie first appeared before Shakia and helped her repel the clan, that familiar aura had appeared on the battlefield. That aura was now beginning to appear here as well. Soon, a dark mass of people appeared at the exit of the passage. It seemed to be the group Jinxie had sensed earlier. Leading them was a man wearing a dark, ornate cult robe with horns on his head. Beside him, as Jinxie had expected, a white-robed figure. Jinxie hid in a small tin hut, watching through the window the two groups of people converging in the small square. The white-robed figure seemed to be the woman. The male figure was absent. The man in the ornate attire seemed to be a high-ranking member of the cult. As he approached and spoke to the waiting cultists, they saluted repeatedly. What caught Jinxie's attention was that, with the exception of 5 or 6 cultists, the rest of the group emerging from the exit were all young, blonde women. It looks like the kidnapping case can be solved. Jinxie quietly took out the Swager terminal, recorded the information, and sent it to Ziyuan. Chapter 356. Through the crack in the window of the small tin house, Jinxie quietly watched the cult members gathering in the small square outside. Apostle, this is the last batch of information. The leading cult member respectfully reported to the black-robed dragon man. Alright. Prepare to evacuate to the surface, everyone move. The black-robed dragon man. Apostle Israfil waved his hand, and the cult members around him began to help push the carts and carry things, then began to move in the direction Jinxie had come from. The white-robed woman, Ender, said nothing during this process. She was looking around. Jinxie shrank back inside, as the white-robed woman's gaze was about to sweep over them. Jinxie knew she had sensed her own aura. This white-robed woman also possessed a strange ability, seemingly able to sense and identify executioners. That's why, when the cult wanted to capture Nineveh, they had the white-robed woman do the screening. Although Jinxie no longer possessed the Origin Cube, the executor's power extended beyond the Origin Cube. Therefore, the white-robed woman could sense a distinct aura distinct from that of ordinary people. They're behind this, indeed, Jinxie thought to herself, holding her breath as best she could and retracting her ripple sensing. The white-robed woman didn't seem to pay much attention to the fleeting sensation. After all, the priority now was evacuation. Am I overthinking? Humph, that's all. Although Ender sensed an aura similar to that of Sakya and Nineveh, it was fleeting, and he didn't have time to determine its location. Ender quickly followed the apostle and his followers to the far end of the settlement. At the end, there were several glass-enclosed handles. The apostle broke the glass and pulled one of the handles, unlocking a door on the outer wall. It turned out to be an emergency elevator. The elevator was large enough to fit the apostles, followers, Ender, and the captured women the followers were escorting. Jinxie waited for the elevator doors to close and begin its ascent before emerging from her hiding place. After confirming that there were no other followers, Jinxie simply sat on a bench in the square and waited for Sakya and the others to arrive. The generator was still running, so the lights in the settlement were still on. Presumably, the followers had been so hastily evacuated that they had no time to worry about these things. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Jinxie sensed the power of the spirit from deep within the passageway where the apostles and the others had come. Sakya had arrived. Who? Sakya, carrying a man, had run all the way here. Even with the power of her spirit, this was her first time running so far. Her breathing gradually became irregular. From that underground hall to here, it had taken her over half an hour to walk slowly with the cult leader. Although she had taken many shortcuts following the retreating cult apostles and others, running had only taken about 10 minutes, it had still taken a significant toll on Sakya. Good boy. That was a bit of a mistake this time. Carrying 2 people is a bit. Sakya's pace slowed slightly. At least, she could see the light in the distance, and she knew she was about to return to the base where she had been imprisoned. At least here, she could put Aoshua and Alicia down, rest for a bit, and then head back to the elevator. Aoshua's condition was the main concern. It was undeniable that Aoshua's condition had Shakia a bit panicked. When panic strikes, thoughts inevitably wander. Rampant thoughts can easily affect breathing, and breathing techniques can be problematic. Shakia finally made it to the exit of the stronghold. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and her erratic breathing instantly overwhelmed her body with fatigue. She persevered, putting Aoshua and Alicia down, and sat down against the low wall nearby, trying to catch her breath. This breath was no small matter. She felt as if her limbs were about to break. Woo-woo. Shakia couldn't help but groan. This had rarely happened before, or rather, she had never encountered such a critical situation before. Now, if even Shakia herself were unable to move, then Aoshua would be in danger. Nineveh was still trying to buy time for everyone, but according to Nineveh, becoming the head of a clan would have far-reaching consequences. That's why even the apostles slipped away so quickly. Is there nothing left but to wait for rescue? No, we still have to escort Aoshua and Alicia to the upper levels. With this conviction, Shakia tried to stand. She leaned against the wall, took 2 steps forward, and attempted to carry the unconscious Aoshua on her back. Alicia said she could walk, but Shakia insisted on carrying her as well. Alicia's running speed alone was simply too fast for Shakia's. Alicia and Shakia didn't speak the same language, and as they stared at each other, Alicia glanced behind Shakia. Suddenly, Shakia felt herself enveloped by a warm golden glow. Was it the power of the spirit? No, this feeling was the life wave. Disciple, I haven't seen you in ages. You neglected your practice. A familiar voice rang out from behind Shakia. Master Jinxie? Why are you here? Shakia turned in surprise to see Master Jinxie standing behind her, her palm facing her, transmitting a steady stream of life wave energy. Life wave energy was miraculous for healing injuries and strengthening her body. Shakia felt her fatigue rapidly recede. Miss Aoshua. Shakia was about to say something when she turned back and saw Jinxie's wave energy being transmitted to Aoshua through her own hand, which was now touching her body. I delayed you for a moment. It seems you encountered the familiar. Injuries inflicted by the familiar are a bit tricky. Jingxi looked at Aoshua's wound, which was shrouded in an ominous red-black energy halo. He knew it was the result of the familiar's direct damage to his flesh. Fortunately, Schwager possessed the root cube, which could completely heal him. But everything had to wait until Aoshua was brought back. I'm sorry, Master Jingxi. Shakia had also heard Aoshua say that she and Jingxi were old acquaintances, but she had failed to protect Jingxi's friend. As a disciple, this was a complete failure. Let's go. Tell us anything on the way. There's an emergency elevator over there. Jingxi carried Aoshua on his back and motioned for Shakia to follow him. Their mission now was to escape. Shakia, having regained some strength, also carried Alicia on her back. Master and disciple mobilized their respective abilities and, like arrows from a bow, rushed towards the emergency elevator. Chapter 357. Jingxi followed the instructions she had seen the apostles use, finding the emergency elevator switch. This emergency elevator wasn't a later addition by the cult, but rather an escape mechanism built into the Eye of Destiny class battleship. Master Jingxi, you actually know this? Sakia watched Jingxi operate the panel on the outer wall, slightly surprised. I just watched someone else do it, Jingxi replied calmly. Jingxi still had some recollection of this. It came back to him when he saw the apostles and the others using it. The cult might not have known about it from the beginning, but don't forget the mysterious White Robe organization. Jingxi knew that some of them had close ties to their own super-ancient civilization. If that was the case, it wouldn't be surprising that they knew about the structure of this battleship. If this could be used as an opportunity to apprehend the organization that stole Jingxi's power, that would be a good thing. It's hard to say that what's happening here isn't connected to that group, so Jingxi had that in mind when she came here. But the priority right now was getting Shakia back upstairs. Soon, a row of green lights lit up on the outer wall, and the elevator started moving. A violent earthquake nearly toppled Shakia, who was carrying Alicia on her back. Not good, very bad. Shakia's heart tightened, and a bad premonition instinctively welled up. The elevator door, which had just opened, creaked from the tremors. TSK. Is this place going to collapse? Let's go! Jingxi, carrying Aoshua on her back, led the way into the elevator, followed closely by Shakia. The vibrations grew more frequent, and even in the ascending elevator, a sense of unease spread. What's wrong? Shakia saw Alicia, her brow furrowed, sitting silently on the elevator floor. The elevator creaked intermittently with the vibrations from below. Alicia glanced at Shakia, anxiety evident in her eyes. Shakia didn't understand her language, and with Aoshua unconscious, she couldn't chat happily. Shakia knew Alicia was worried about Nineveh. She wondered what the situation was like down there now. Why is it Nineveh, the one you mentioned in your report with us? Is she still down there? Jingxi, sensing Alicia's thoughts, asked Shakia. Yes, she stayed alone in the deepest part to cover our escape, holding back the leader, who had become a familiar. Shakia gave Jingxi a brief account of what had happened. Ever since being captured by the Order, Sakia hadn't reported to Schwager. At the time, under the watchful eye of the Patriarch, it was difficult to do so. Sakia recounted to Jingxi the story of how she followed the Patriarch to the Apostles' location, and how Nineveh shielded everyone's escape. Jingxi, too, seemed lost in thought. Nineveh, indeed, was one of the executioners. And incredibly powerful. Jingxi rubbed her temple and blinked. What's wrong, Master? Sakia had expected Jingxi to be delighted by this news, but instead, she displayed a rare look of doubt. Don't worry, disciple. Jingxi said. She simply couldn't recall anything before Nineveh. The affected part of her memory clearly concerned information about the executor. Logically, if all went well, Jingxi should have been able to recall Nineveh's true identity, abilities, and deeds. Unfortunately, like Sakia now, he had no idea where this was going. Nineveh was currently holding the head of the clan, now a familiar, in the deepest depths, her fate uncertain. This had Sakia and Alicia deeply concerned. Although Jingxi didn't seem that worried, she was confident in the executor's strength, as long as it wasn't inexplicably weakened. Jingxi wanted to convey the same message to Alicia. Don't worry. Nineveh is strong enough not to perish in a place like this. Jingxi actually spoke Alicia's language. Oh, by the way, Jingxi mentioned before that he had traveled the world, and that Mexico had been there too. It seemed Sakia had forgotten about this, and only just remembered it. Alicia hadn't expected the bald man before her to speak her own language and offer encouragement. Really? Trust Nineveh, and please trust us. Jingxi's words had an uncanny power, calming Alicia considerably. The tremors below were still rumbling, Who knew what the situation was like down there? Could Nineveh really escape this situation? At first, Sakia had been confident, but now she was starting to feel a bit apprehensive. The joint encirclement operation by Schwager, the UN Special Response Force, and the FBI of Gale Country should have begun. Once we get up there, we should be able to coordinate our efforts. Before escaping, Shakia had already sent a signal to Ziyuan and the others. Ziyuan and her group's main force should be advancing towards this place right now. She confirmed this to Master Jingxi, as they were deep underground at the time, and Shakia was worried about losing signal. Very good, I saw it on the Swigger terminal as well. Well done this time, disciple. Jingxi's answer reassured Shakia. It seemed the Swigger terminal, developed with the technology of the Dragon People, didn't have to worry about signal issues at all. By the way, you can use this once you're up there. Your new equipment. Jingxi pulled a metal box from her backpack. He handed it to Shakia, asking her to open it. Oh! What is this? Shakia pulled something resembling a bracelet from the metal box and put it on her hand, as Jingxi had requested. This is a locator, newly developed by the technical department, specifically for you and Trom. It's designed to work with ocean-going combat platforms, allowing for automated delivery of Trom within a certain range, Jingxi explained. Ah! In short, I can summon Trom with this thing. Sakia was a little excited, almost impatient to use it. But for now, it can only be automatically deployed outdoors. Deploying it anywhere, anytime. That's difficult with the current tech tree, Jingxi said. In that case, the only thing left to do now is to safely reach an area close to the ground and reunite with the main force. Judging by the current situation, it's almost time to deploy Trom. Over the Amazon rainforest, the combined forces were advancing simultaneously by sea and air toward the location Sakia had sent the coordinates. A fleet of transport helicopters in the air were flying, suspended by a network of steel cables, carrying Trom. But to the soldiers heading for their target location, a strange sight appeared on the horizon. Chapter 358. This is Vulture 1, calling the command aircraft. What's that in the distance? The transport helicopter pilot called out to the other pilots over the comms. I don't know. The scouts on the front line just sent in intelligence. It looks like this phenomenon has just occurred, the combat commander replied. At the rear of the formation, in the command aircraft with command markings on the fuselage, Cheyenne, FBI agent Delta, and the UN field commander gathered. They represented the three forces collaborating on this operation. What is that beam of light? Everyone slowed down. The UN commander gave the order. Could it be another life-threatening beam of light? After experiencing the events in Mexico City, the FBI knew not to act rashly. Are Sakia and the others okay? Cheyenne, understandably worried, immediately called Sakia's comms. But Sakia didn't answer. This made Cheyenne's heart tighten. Logically, Master Jingxi had also arrived at the scene. If they could successfully reunite with Shakia and the others, everyone should be safe. Perhaps they were temporarily experiencing some kind of difficulty. Cheyenne's previous experience against the families taught her that these executors were superhuman, and it was best not to use common sense to predict their actions. Near the ruins of the space battleship, Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce, who were aboard the spaceship, also noticed something unusual happening outside. The entire sky was enveloped by a cloud swirling with red and black energy. And from the distance, a red beam of light rose, piercing the cloud. Shit, do we have to retreat? Bruce began to worry. Don't worry. If it's an emergency, Master Jingxi will notify us. Li Jiai seemed relatively calm. But this situation doesn't seem normal at all. Should we contact Master Jingxi? Longsheng was also starting to panic. He suggested that Li Jiai contact Jingxi proactively. Li Jiai was honestly a little worried too. So let's ask Master Jingxi. Thinking this way, Li Jiai followed Jingxi's instructions and activated the ship's communication channel. But Jingxi's calm voice, as expected, didn't come. Only a rustling sound responded to the three of them. No way. Is Master Jingxi in trouble? Bruce began to panic. Li Jiai couldn't answer. She knew all they could do was wait. If there was an emergency, Li Jiai would have to take the two of them and flee. Longsheng and Bruce watched as Li Jiai silently took the pilot's seat. She activated the spacecraft's various sensors, keeping a constant eye on the outside world and retreating if the situation became dire. Master Jingxi and Shakia were indeed experiencing some difficulties. They were temporarily unable to establish communication. Shakia? Hold on. The light is just up there, not far away. Jingxi used her feet and the ripples in her hands to firmly grasp the emergency ladder handle. She held on with one hand, while another supported Aoshua behind her, carrying her on her back. Understood? Alicia, hold on tight. Shakia wasn't as skilled as Jinxie, who could hold on with just one hand. She had to use both hands and feet to securely cling to the elevator shaft's emergency ladder and climb. Fortunately, Alicia was awake, so she had to rely on herself, holding Shakia's neck tightly and lying on her back. Just as the group was about to reach the upper level, they were suddenly struck by an explosion from below. The elevator shaft was affected, damaging the transmission mechanism. Seeing the four of them trapped in the stopped elevator, Jinxie made a desperate decision. She and Shakia would take Aoshua and Alicia out of the elevator car and climb directly up the elevator shaft. What a crazy plan. Shakia was stunned upon hearing this. Perhaps she was a bit claustrophobic. She found herself unable to move in the pitch-black, cramped environment. But the so-called executors inherently possessed abilities beyond common sense. There seemed to be nothing wrong with occasionally doing something crazy. With Jinxie's encouragement, Shakia, Jinxie, Alicia, and Aoshua climbed out of the elevator car. At intervals inside the elevator shaft, red emergency lights at the four corners indicated the distance. Looking up, there seemed to be a bright spot high up. That must be the exit. But it was still quite far away. Shakia secretly sweat-dropped. Jinxie used the ripple energy to create a ball of light, illuminating the surroundings. This made Shakia feel much better. He had taught Shakia this illumination technique before, and Shakia followed his lead, creating a ball of light that hovered beside him. The elevator shaft was wider than expected, given the size of the elevator car. However, a wide elevator shaft also meant that if one lost a firm grip, they wouldn't have anything to hold onto as they fell. Thinking of this, Shakia swallowed. Several transmission mechanisms around the elevator car were damaged, sparking feebly. It seemed the elevator was a dead end. Repairing it was a pipe dream. Let's go! The elevator shafts in this area should all have emergency escapes. Jinxie used the light from the light ball to survey her surroundings, and sure enough, she spotted an escape ladder nearby. Jinxie looked at Shakia and beckoned her to bring Alicia over. Shakia and Alicia exchanged glances, and hesitantly, she carried Alicia up on her back. This was a test of Shakia's delicate manipulation of her spirit energy. Jinxie wasn't simply relying on her strength to carry Aoshua up the ladder. She could clearly see that Jinxie was also activating ripple energy on her back, drawing Aoshua to her. After all, Aoshua was unconscious and unable to move. On Shakia's side, Alicia still had some strength, which saved her some trouble. But how long could the little girl's strength last? So Shakia had to provide her with a safety measure. Furthermore, Shakia understood that as the executor, carrying someone up the escape ladder would be more. Let's call it swift. As Shakia had predicted, Jinxie and Aoshua climbed at a speed comparable to an average person running on flat ground. It wasn't so much climbing as sliding up the elevator shaft, using freely controlled wave energy. Only when resting did they grasp the handles of the emergency ladder. After climbing a distance, Jinxie turned back and waited for Shakia. Apparently, he wanted to see how far his disciple Shakia had progressed. Good boy. Let's catch up. At first, Shakia had obediently grasped the handles. Since that was the case, let Master Jinxie see how much progress he had made. Chapter 359. Sakia caught her breath, and with a single leap, she ascended 7 or 8 steps. Repeating this process repeatedly, Sakia demonstrated her agility. It wasn't particularly aesthetically pleasing, but it was practical. At this critical juncture, she couldn't care less about appearances. Sliding along the wall like Jinxie might be a bit of a hassle for now, but it could still speed up the ladder. Very good. Then hurry up, disciple. Jinxie smiled faintly, pushed off again, and slid upward another 10 meters. Hey, Master Jinxie, wait for me. Sakia caught up. At least, she wasn't feeling tired yet. Thanks to Jinxie's strange competition, Sakia and the others dispelled much of the boredom and anxiety as they climbed. After climbing for a while, the two reached a small platform, seemingly reserved for maintenance workers. They sat down to rest. Since nothing was happening below, conserving and resting their energy was crucial. Ah, I almost forgot. I think there was a communication from Swagger earlier. Sakia seemed to recall something important. At the time, Sakia and Mage Jinxie had been too busy to respond to the communication on Swagger's terminal, but now they finally had time to respond. I must have worried them, Jinxie said apologetically, pulling out the terminal. Outside, the situation facing Swagger and the combined forces was equally grim. A strange light shot straight into the sky. The ground forces had already advanced towards the cult's ruins, but the advanced reconnaissance team had suddenly lost contact. What's the situation with the advance team? No response yet? The Joint Force Commander looked troubled in the command plane. The encirclement and suppression forces have assembled in the jungle, but we can't act rashly at this rate, the FBI agent from Delta continued. Didn't you, Swagger, send scouts there? Any news? The commander asked Cheyenne. They lost contact as well. Please wait a moment. Cheyenne's expression showed no emotion, as she replied calmly. Sigh, even Swagger is having a hard time. It's really a headache. Tell the flight formation to continue circling and holding. The commander's expression was unconcealed, his head pounding. Report. At this moment, the communicator delivered another piece of bad news. The surrounding standby forces have been attacked by the cult. This just made matters worse. Ding ding. At this moment, Cheyenne Swagger communication finally started ringing. It's Shakia. Shakia? I'm so glad you're okay. Please report the situation. Xiuan was overjoyed, but she couldn't show her excitement too much in front of these commanders. You reunited with Master Jinxie? That's reassuring. Shakia recounted what had just happened and said they were on their way out. Xiuan, Shakia and I are on our way to the surface. What's the situation out there? Should the ground forces be arriving by now? Jinxie took over, wanting to confirm the situation. Something's unusual out there. Ziyuan faithfully informed Jinxie of the situation outside. However, the troops outside were being extremely cautious regarding the red energy rising into the sky. Furthermore, the advance team had lost contact, and the standby action unit had been ambushed, leaving the situation at a stalemate. Red energy? We haven't sensed anything unusual here yet. Shakia was puzzled. But who knew what was happening outside? They were in this elevator shaft now, and if they didn't get out, they wouldn't be able to provide any valuable intelligence. Understood. Let's get out here as quickly as possible. This base is too large, and we haven't encountered any members of the cult yet. Jinxie urged Ziyuan and the others to be patient. The battle plan hadn't encountered any fundamental difficulties. Everything should proceed according to plan. Now that Jinxie had spoken, Ziyuan could confidently explain the next steps to the Joint Force Commander. If the plan remained unchanged, they would quickly go down to relieve the ground forces. The FBI had proactively requested support from new fighter jets. After relieving the ground forces, they would join the ground forces in attacking the position. By then, Sakia and Master Jinxie would likely have reunited with the ground forces. The commander agreed to their plan. The FBI's Special Operations Team's Lizard fighters broke formation and flew toward the area where the ground forces were located. The Lizard fighters' thermal imaging systems clearly captured the scene within the rainforest. My goodness! A ground force of approximately 100 men was completely surrounded by a swarm of inhuman alien creatures. These creatures weren't too large, but judging by the thermal imaging, they looked noticeably different from humans. The scene before them reminded Agent Delta and the others of the biological weapon they had dealt with at the police station. It seemed the cult had exploited the power of their familiars for biological experiments, and this had reached a considerable scale. Thankfully, the firepower of the Lizard fighters rendered these biological weapons insignificant. The well-timed air support relieved the ground forces. The Lizard fighters' 4 Vulcan cannons and micro-missiles blazed through the air, clearing a bloody path for the ground troops. Go, go, go! Move out! The ground troops were energized, and following their captain's shout, they charged towards the cult's base. Wow, there's a fight going on outside. It's the UN forces. Longsheng stared out the window of the spaceship as the Lizard fighters circled and opened fire. The 3 young men knew the battle had begun. The Underground Clan spaceship, equipped with various receiving equipment, also allowed them to clearly hear the distant gunfire. There's a fight going on outside. I think Master Jinxie mentioned that Swagger and the UN forces are going to take out some cult's base? Longsheng was getting a little restless. Has Master Jinxie still been contacted? What should we do? The usually carefree Bruce began pacing the spaceship, his face anxious. I try again. Li Jiayi sat in the pilot's seat, ready to launch the spaceship and take everyone away from this dangerous place at any moment. Master Jinxie had previously taught her how to operate the spaceship in full automatic mode. Although Li Jiayi appeared calm, she was still a young girl. Unable to contact Jinxie in this situation, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But just as she was about to operate the communicator, it connected. There was a slight electronic jamming sound at first, followed by a clear voice. Hello, Li Jiayi. It was Master Jinxie's voice. Bruce and Longsheng excitedly gathered around. Li Jiayi also quickly gathered around the speaker. Chapter 360. Li Jiayi. Are you 3 okay? Master Jinxie's calm voice echoed through the communication, though a lot of electronic interference crackled in the background. It's fine. Master Jinxie, how are you doing now? Things are looking bad out there. What's going on? Do we need to evacuate? Li Jiayi's tone grew unusually anxious. It's fine. We ran into a minor issue, so we were finally able to reply. Jinxie and Shakia were resting on a recessed maintenance platform in the elevator shaft, using the Swagger terminal to respond to calls they hadn't been able to answer earlier. Although the Swagger terminal had in-ear headphones, it couldn't be operated without a free hand. Thankfully, now that they had a little free time, they quickly replied to prevent anyone outside from worrying. Jinxie had previously spoken to Ziyuan and learned of the unusual situation outside, so they needed to give instructions to the 3 young people outside. Shakia also sat on the other side of the recess, allowing herself and Alicia to rest. She and Jinxie had already climbed quite a distance and could already see the emergency lights at the exit above. So the group decided to rest here for a bit before making a final push to reach the surface. You 3, retreat first, but remember not to encounter the Allied flight formation. Retreat about 20 kilometers west and find a place in the rainforest to wait. Jinxie gave Li Jiayi and the others clear instructions. Got it. Li Jiayi also quickly launched her spaceship. Li Jiayi and the others? Wait, why are these 3 here? Sakia was surprised to see Jinxie communicating with Li Jiayi and the others. Logically, this operation had nothing to do with them. Do you want to talk to them? Jinxie asked, noticing Shakia's shocked expression. Of course. With that, Shakia activated her terminal and joined the communication channel. Longsheng. Li Jiayi, Bruce. Are you all here? What brought you here? Li Jiayi was setting the destination on the control panel when Shakia's surprised voice suddenly came over the speaker. Shakia, you're here too. Li Jiayi turned around in surprise. Oh! You're all reunited safely. That's great. Longsheng also came over. They had been quite worried. How would Jinxie find Shakia in such a large area? Hey, Master Jinxie actually found you. We haven't heard from you in almost a month, Shakia. Bruce also came over to the microphone and greeted Shakia, although the two were still some distance from the microphone. Even though the microphone on the spacecraft communicator was just a small hole, the reception was surprisingly good. Shakia heard their voices. Although there's still some interference, it's been ages since I last heard your voices. Hearing her friends' voices, Shakia suddenly relaxed. Thinking back on the nearly month since arriving on this continent, it had been so full of dangers, Shakia felt like she was almost collapsing from exhaustion. The 4 of them reconnected and casually started chatting. Shakia, we still have the last bit of distance to go. Don't let up, Jinxie couldn't help but remind her. Yeah. I know. Shakia said to Jinxie apologetically on the other end of the line. Li Jiayi and the others, also aware of Jinxie's warning, awkwardly dropped the conversation. Just as they were about to say goodbye, a sudden bang erupted from Shakia's end, and the line was suddenly disconnected. Hello? Hello? Shakia, Master Jinxie? No matter how the 3 called out, the line remained disconnected. They concluded they had encountered some emergency, but they were too busy to care about anything else. Communication is disconnected. Li Jiayi glanced at the 2 people beside her. Honestly, she was starting to panic. The spaceship had just launched, and something had gone wrong. Unlike her previous experience in cyberspace, this was Li Jiayi's first time on the battlefield. Therefore, she was less calm than before. Let's go! Let's do what Master Jinxie says. They be fine. At this moment, Longsheng was the first to make the decision. Now was no time for hesitation. An ominous dark red energy beam rose from the distant sky. The 3 people, having witnessed the rampage of the familiar in New Spring and Autumn City, could sense that it was no formidable force. Li Jiayi, I also trust Master Jinxie and Shakia and the others. We just need to take care of ourselves, Bruce consoled Li Jiayi. Thank you. With her friend's comfort, Li Jiayi regained her composure. The silver spaceship took off again. In the elevator shaft, Shakia and Jinxie were caught in a sudden explosion. The smoke and shockwave instantly engulfed all 4 of them. This time, even Jinxie was unable to react. Before Shakia could say goodbye to her friends, her vision went black. However, Shakia remained conscious, instinctively protecting Alicia tightly. A massive impact from the darkness blew Shakia and the others away. The blast, rising from the bottom, seemed to have completely destroyed the lower level. Shakia wanted to scream, but her vision was completely obscured, and her hearing was blocked by the deafening roar. She began to feel herself falling instead of ascending. Not good, this was very bad. We had climbed for so long, was we going to fall to the bottom again? Regardless of other things, Under normal circumstances, using the power of the spirit of mechanical force might have slowed her descent or helped her climb the elevator shaft. But now, with the terrifying heat emanating from below, if she fell, she would be completely destroyed. Shakia's mind was blank, and it was too late to do anything. Just as she was thinking this, a force suddenly lifted Shakia out of thin air and sent her soaring upward. A sudden barrier blocked the intense heat, and Shakia was pulled into a mysterious dimension. She finally opened her eyes. Jinxie. And Nineveh. Before Shakia, Jinxie, using the power of her life ripples, unfolded a spherical barrier. Nineveh stood beside her, holding Aoshua in one hand, freeing Jinxie's hands to focus on defense, while the other held Shakia and Alicia in her arms. Before she could say anything, Shakia saw several people being driven by the blast at high speed toward the elevator exit overhead. Seconds later, with a tremendous impact and a cloud of smoke, the compressed air blast ejected them from the elevator shaft. The elevator door blew apart, slamming loudly against the hall wall. Chapter 361. Shakia, dazed, coughed uncontrollably from the smoke and dust that erupted with the airflow. Finally opening her eyes, she found herself lying on the floor, unharmed. Alicia was lying nearby, just as dirty, but otherwise unharmed. What the hell just happened? Shakia was still trying to gather her thoughts. Everything had happened so quickly. Hey! You're still up? A familiar voice came from beside her. She looked up and saw it was Nineveh. Nineveh was reaching out a hand toward Shakia, trying to help her up. Ah, it's okay, it's you. Shakia took Nineveh's hand and stood up. Then Shakia and Nineveh quickly helped Alicia to her feet. Wait, what's wrong? How did Shakia understand Nineveh's words this time? That must have been Aoshua's ability at work. Ah, you finally figured it out. Look! Nineveh saw Shakia's startled expression and pointed to a nearby corner. Jinxie was helping Aoshua sit down, once again, using her life wave energy to help Aoshua suppress the encroachment of her clan's power. Once again, I express my deepest gratitude for your rescue. Seeing Nineveh and Alicia approaching with Shakia, Jinxie turned to Nineveh and thanked her. You should thank Aoshua even more. It was she who, in the nick of time, sensed my presence and, with all her might, activated her ability, allowing me to determine your location. Nineveh said this, and she and Shakia walked over to Jinxie and Aoshua and squatted down beside them. Aoshua had barely woken from his coma and nodded with difficulty. Don't move. I just spoke with Jinxie. We need to get you back to your base as soon as possible, Nineveh said to Aoshua. She came over and lent a hand to Jinxie. A soft glow appeared in Nineveh's hand, and with this glow, the erosion of Aoshua's wound stopped completely. Shakia, come along too. Use your power to build a bridge, Nineveh waved to Shakia. Okay. Although Shakia could only use a limited amount of her mechanical soul power, it was still useful now. Shakia's power was originally the product of Jinxie's teaching her how to harmonize the power of the root cube, using the life ripple technique as a foundation. Therefore, through Shakia's power, Nineveh's mechanical soul power, originally primarily destructive, could now also be transformed into a healing power in conjunction with the life ripple. Furthermore, mechanical soul power itself had the ability to restrain her familiar, so Aoshua's injuries and erosion were now receding. Your power is pure and more powerful than mine and Sakia's currently possess. Nineveh, you're indeed one of the executors. Jinxie nodded with some delight. Executor. Yes, that's right. You mentioned seeing me in the report before, so you must be that high-ranking member of Swagger. Nineveh made no secret, and simply admitted her role as executor. From what Sakia said, you seem to be an executor as well, right? Why don't you use the power of the root cube? That should heal Aoshua's injuries. I seem to have forgotten to tell you about Master Jinxie. Sakia interrupted. While treating Aoshua, Jinxie briefly recounted what had happened to her. Misfortunes never come singly. I'm even starting to wonder if the Flashpoint project is that reliable. Naiwei said, stroking her chin. How are you doing? Jinxie asked. I was transported to a point in time not long ago. At least I don't have any memory issues right now. I remember everything I need to remember. But there's no point in telling you now. Ask me when you need me. Naiwei's words hardened both Jinxie and Shakia. Honestly, the Swagger that Jinxie had built with his fragmented memories might still have flaws he wasn't aware of, let alone Shakia's complete amnesia. The addition of Naiwei, a person who retained all of her memories from the ancient civilization, would at least significantly increase Swagger's combat effectiveness. By the way, Jinxie, what's your real name? I don't recall there being a bald man among the executors? Naiwei asked Jinxie, as she assisted in treating Aoshua. Mounreal. I do remember that, Jinxie replied calmly. Oh, I remember now. Although the executors didn't interact much, I remember you. Your fighting skills impressed me. You were quite a passionate man. It's just that you were so young, so you were a bit impulsive. Nineveh suddenly revealed Jinxie's past. Really? Really? I don't remember that. Jinxie was also unusually surprised. From Nineveh's tone, Jinxie was considered a junior among the executors. Your temperament is completely different now. Time really changes a person. By the way, your hair was quite long before, and it was a waste to shave it off. Nineveh smiled meaningfully. Well, that's good. Jinxie decisively changed the subject. Okay, that's enough small talk. After confirming that she had helped Aoshua suppress the encroachment of her clan's power, Nineveh stood up. We have to get Aoshua out first. We all have to get out too. It doesn't look good out there. Jinxie also stood up and urged. Jinxie wanted to carry Aoshua on her back, but Aoshua, realizing she could walk on her own, waved her hand, indicating she would go on her own. Don't force it. Jinxie repeatedly checked Aoshua's condition. Well, it's okay. Thanks to Miss Nineveh for saving us. Let's get out. Aoshua seemed quite normal now. Aoshua, although the erosion has been somewhat suppressed by the power of the mechanical soul, it only allows you to remain normal for a longer period of time. To fully heal, you must return to your base. This requires a certain period of exposure to the energy of the high-purity root cube. Nineveh also explained the current situation. It seems that the power of the executor alone is not enough to heal Aoshua. He must be bathed in the energy of the root cube. Miss Nineveh, I have a concern. Shakia seemed to remember something. What is it? Nineveh looked up at Shakia. I heard that to those who are not executors, the energy of the root cube is similar to nuclear radiation. Is this possible? Shakia had heard a lot about her own root cube. Many scientists had paid the price of their lives while analyzing it. This will be our next task. I will gather the experts from the technical department to find a solution. Nineveh, you will help us, right? Jinxie looked at Nineveh. Although the light was dim, she could sense an unprecedented sincerity in his eyes. Well, let me see what Swagger is capable of. Naiwei nodded faintly. Chapter 362. Sakia and her group were rushed out of the elevator shaft and finally reached the shallow underground level. She remembered this place from the time Aoshua was shocked to discover that it was covered in alexandrite. Back then, Sakia, Aoshua, and Nineveh had passed through the underground ruins housing refugees, deceived the guards of the chapel, and quickly arrived at this place. Of course, Jinxie, who had just recently found Sakia through this place, was also very familiar with it. They now had to hurry out and reach the surface. They would work together inside and outside to capture this cult stronghold. Even now, even after reaching the shallow level, they hadn't seen a single guard or any of the monsters created by the familiar's power. Were they all outside to deal with the UN Special Operations Group's ground forces? If so, then they should hurry and reach the exit. I didn't expect that, Master Jinxie. This is your first time meeting Nineveh, and the two of you would work so well together. Sakia sighed, looking at Jinxie walking behind her. Jinxie, with Aoshua's help, was conversing with Nineveh, who was holding Alicia's hand. There's nothing strange about this. Without the influence of time travel, the executors all knew each other, Jinxie replied. Although we weren't as familiar as if we were together day and night, there were still times when we fought together, Nineveh agreed. That's true. Unfortunately, I only have fragments of many things in my mind now. Jinxie rubbed her head helplessly. The time the executors fought together was relatively short. Moon, who called him Jinxie, is one of the warriors I remember most vividly. I'm deeply honored. Jinxie clasped her hands together and thanked her. It seems you become accustomed to the ways of this civilized era. Well, you've been here for so long. Nineveh wasn't entirely sure what Jinxie's gesture meant, but she understood it was a kind of etiquette from this era. By the way, Jinxie, do you still speak our language? You said your memory was damaged earlier. I'd like to confirm what you still remember. Nineveh looked at Jinxie, then glanced at Sakia. One of them had damaged memory, the other completely amnesiac. They had no clear understanding of events from the ancient past. Could this be the price of using the root cube to travel to the future? Nineveh's intention wasn't anything else. She just wanted to confirm her own memory. Although she didn't notice anything unusual, she had only recently arrived. She couldn't predict what would happen over time. I understand the language of our era, but expressing it is a bit of a hassle. It's quite a headache. Jinxie didn't hide it. He had indeed encountered quite a few strange problems since arriving in this era. To think there were such problems? If Aoshua hadn't been here, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with you. Nineveh sighed. Hee maybe. Alshua smiled. Once this is over, I have to learn the language here. Nineveh pinched her nose, feeling a bit worried. She hadn't finished her conversation with Jinxie yet. So what about the previous era? How much do you remember? Nineveh continued. I do remember the general outlines of past events, the forces, the history, how the battle with the families began, and so on. My memories, mainly those related to the origin of the root cube and the executors, are very vague. For example, I can't quite recall the events that led me to my root cube. Jinxie closed her eyes, trying to recall. Even with her eyes closed, her pace didn't slow. So, could it be that those root cubes, even though they possess the power to travel through time and space, are still bound by certain rules? Is your amnesia also caused by these rules? Alshua couldn't help but interrupt. Is amnesia the price? The price of the Flashpoint project? Sakia also realized something. Sakia, Alshua, Jinxie, and Nineveh exchanged glances, each seemingly sharing the same doubt. Well, who knows? At the moment, I don't have that question. Nineveh, holding Alicia's hand, followed Sakia, who was exploring the way ahead, into an upward corridor. This is where they first descended. They're almost out of the section of the super ancient warship. Up above are the underground ruins, not too far from the exit. Miss Nineveh's memory is fine, so what's the reason? Sakia asked Alshu. My clan has been priests serving the Protoss of our planet for generations. That so-called Protoss was the one who later chose my root cube. I wonder if this has anything to do with it. Miss Nineveh is an alien? Shakia was a bit surprised, which was understandable, as Nineveh had never mentioned it to the Swaggers. However, the white-robed woman, Ender, knew quite a bit. That's not surprising. The executors are all kinds of people. Besides, our era was an interstellar civilization, and we long coexisted with civilizations outside our solar system. I should have told you before. Jinxie added. Sister Nineveh is an alien? Really? Alicia, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. She heard everyone chatting about topics she didn't understand, and didn't know what to say. However, she also discovered that Alshua's special ability allowed her to understand Shakia and Jinxie even when they spoke in other languages. Yes, Alicia, I'm sorry I kept it a secret from you. I'm even from ancient times. Nini patted Alicia's head. Sure enough, I had this premonition all along. Uncle Larry and I were working in the woods when we noticed strange lights and noises nearby. We ran over to investigate, but were knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I found you watching over me, leaving me in Uncle Larry's care. Alicia described the scene she saw when she discovered Nineveh. The energy of the root cube's transfer was incredibly powerful. If I hadn't spotted it in time and pushed you away, you'd probably be missing an arm today. Nineveh's words didn't sound like a joke. Is that so? I can't remember the circumstances of my arrival. Sakia said with a wry smile. I hope it didn't hit anyone else. Well, I hope so. Good riddance. Jinxie looked at Sakia with a meaningful smile. Okay, Master Jinxie, stop saying such disturbing things. Let's go. Sakia had no choice but to ignore it and change the subject. Sakia, speaking of this, I wonder if this is the effect of time travel. Nineveh's words made Sakia turn back again. Chapter 363. What's wrong? Sakia turned back to Nineveh. Well, I have some impression of the other executors, but I don't seem to have any memory of you at all. Nineveh tilted her head as she looked at Sakia. Who knows? The executors were originally fighting on their own, and only really gathered before the Flashpoint operation. Jinx's words sounded so matter-of-fact. Well, maybe my presence wasn't very prominent before, ah. Sakia smiled helplessly. Well, maybe. We only met a few of us when we were trainees. Nineveh's expression was a little subtle, and it seemed she wasn't quite sure what she was doing. As Jinxie had said, the executors seemed to have been individually selected from various regions of the galaxy, and when they went to collect their respective root cubes, they all set out on their own journeys. Some of them crossed paths, but many others didn't. Perhaps it was understandable that Nineveh didn't have much of an impression of Sakia. But I heard Jinxie say that the executors ultimately entered that singularity together, didn't they? Alshua, curious, joined in the conversation. That's true. But at the time, everyone rushed to the portal. Each executor wore their faction's gear, some even wearing helmets. I can't remember their appearance very clearly, Nineveh reminisced as she ascended the stairs. It's rare that you remember it so clearly. I've been in this era for a while now, and I can't recall many details. Jinxie supported Alshua and followed Nineveh and Alicia. To me, it just happened a few weeks ago. Nini patted Alicia's head, then turned to look at Jinxie and the others. By the way, speaking of helmets. Nini stepped forward and patted Sakia on the shoulder. I remember the last person to enter the Singularity base was a female soldier wearing a helmet. Could that be you? I remember, you were wearing the Tyran Planetary Mobile Corps pilot uniform at the time, looking like a lowly soldier. Nini's expression suddenly dawned with realization. Huh? I don't remember anything. Sakia was quite happy to hear about the past. I just thought the name Sakia sounded familiar. You gave us a brief introduction back then. Nini recounted to Sakia what had happened at the Singularity portal. Sakia was the last to arrive with the root cube, but the other executors seemed a little surprised, as if they were surprised that a little girl had arrived. However, Nineveh wasn't familiar with those people, so she didn't think much of it. Furthermore, Sakia didn't dissolve her spirit mechanical fusion, but instead descended directly from the plane via a steel cable. It seemed something had happened with the Tyrone mobile team. Nineveh didn't pay much attention to the details at the time. After all, the situation was extremely urgent, and the families were on the verge of breaking through the final line of defense. It seems you truly forgotten everything. I explained the power of the Origin Cube to you before we teleported you. It seems your body isn't very resilient. Nineveh looked at Sakia's curious and bewildered expression, and threw up her hands helplessly. Nineveh, stop blaming my disciple, Jinxie interrupted. I still remember who was the second to last person to run in, the one who got beaten black and blue. Nineveh looked at Jinxie, her lips curled up. Good, I don't remember anything. The clan's combined attack was still very powerful. Jinxie looked away, clasping her hands together. Sakia saw Jinxie being beaten to a pulp for the first time, and couldn't help but laugh along with Nineveh. It seemed that, at least in the past, Nineveh and Jinxie were quite familiar with each other. That was a good thing. Working together would be much smoother from now on. Quickly, as they chatted, they finished the stairs leading to the refugee reception area above ground. For ordinary people, walking up the long spiral staircase would be a real headache. But for the executors, it was a piece of cake. They might wonder if Alicia and Alshua could keep up with them. That didn't matter. Facing the long staircase, Jinxie and Nineveh, carrying Alshua and Alicia on their backs, quickly rushed up the stairs. Shakia, however, was overtaken and had to speed up to catch up. After rushing out of the church's secret passage, the guards were long gone. The dungeon was in chaos. It seemed that the cult's fighting force had all gone out to fight, and the apostle in charge of this area had fled with his men to who knows where. Could the apostles have abandoned these refugees and fled? Shakia wondered. Shakia rushed to the stone archway connecting the various areas and peeked out to check. She saw no apostles or members of the cult sheltering the refugees, but rather letting them flee. To reach the exit, they had to make their way through the fleeing refugees ahead. Some sought shelter, while others, packing their bags, also attempted to flee. The crowds from different directions thronged each other, making it impossible to move. Shakia signaled to the others that she was going to go forward and ask the refugees questions. Miss Alshua, I leave the automatic translation to you. Shakia smiled and gave Alshua a thumbs up. Whatever. Alshua didn't mind. Her abilities were there to make things easier for everyone. Shakia walked to the edge of the crowded crowd ahead and asked someone for information. What's going on up ahead? Oh, it's chaos. It seems the cult is under attack. The guards have all gone out, leaving us here. What should we do? A ragged man replied with a bitter expression. Goodness. This is like a train station during the Spring Festival travel rush. Jinxie looked helplessly at the crowd thronging the passageway. Forcing our way through would probably be a waste of time. Let's take a shortcut. Nineveh, always a believer in efficiency, didn't want to waste time in the crowd. She observed the surrounding structures, looking for a better option. I see, we're on the same page. Jinxie looked up, seeming to understand Nineveh's thoughts. Above this sacrificial hall was a structure resembling a church dome, but it was crudely built. Perhaps due to the haste, but there was a lot of wooden scaffolding left behind. This scaffolding stretched throughout the entire dungeon. Nineveh wanted everyone to climb up there to avoid being jostled by the crowds on the ground. Chapter 364. Nini suggested jumping onto the beams. The ceiling was supported by a series of stone and wood beams, resembling scaffolding, and it was very wide, making it easy to climb. Good idea, let's go. I see a corner where we can get up. There's a pillar. Shakia walked to the wall, observing how to jump up. She soon found a pillar close to the wall. Using it as a rebound jump, even a skilled parkour athlete could reach it. However, for the refugees huddled together here, climbing up would be impossible without a ladder. So Shakia and her group didn't have to worry about anyone trying to stop them from reaching the top. Even though they were carrying Alshua and Alicia, it wasn't a difficult task. The elevator shaft they had just climbed was much more challenging. Hold on. Nineve didn't lift Alicia with her mechanical power as she had with Shakia. Instead, she gently carried her on her back. Then, using the wall and the pillars as a wall jump, he easily landed on the beam. Nineve had already ascended, and the others quickly followed. Sakia quickly followed Nineveh. Jinxie was pondering how to get Alshua up when Alshua pulled a grappling hook from his tool bag. There's no need to trouble Master Jinxie with such a small matter. Alshua smiled at Jinxie, then pulled the grappling hook and easily leaped onto the roof. Good. Seeing that Alshua was fine, Jinxie nodded, then pushed off the ground with both feet and landed safely on the ground with a beautiful front flip. There was a nearly straight line leading to the exit, and the group immediately set off running towards it. Who? As they began to move, a strange, loud noise erupted from the depths of the passage they had just emerged from. It was like the muffled rumble of a flood, or the piercing sound of a violent gust of air rushing through the narrow passage. Even the ground shook. When the vibrations reached the beams, they felt their footing unsteady. They immediately crouched down, waiting for the vibrations to pass. Huh? Shakia glanced back, only to see a burst of purple-red mist suddenly pour out of the door leading from the chapel to the depths of the underground. What the hell is this? Shakia froze for a moment, watching the purple-red aura spread at an extremely fast pace. The crowded refugees seemed to sense something ominous and clamored to flee, but it happened too quickly. Those closest to the energy began to weaken and collapse. Not good. Retreat. This is the power of the clan, Jinxie urged. In this situation, there was no need to overthink, just run. Damn it! Shakia turned and ran. But the mist quickly dissipated like smoke, and no matter how hard she ran, she couldn't outrun it. Nineve! Use your spirit energy to cover us! Shakia, you too! Jinxie shouted to the two men in front and behind. Oh! Huh? Ha! Shakia obeyed the command, taking a deep breath and using breathing techniques to circulate the energy in her body, then compressing it into a shimmering golden spirit energy that immediately enveloped her. Shakia used her hand to push a portion of the energy towards Jinxie and Alshua. Jinxie was also prepared to receive it. When Shakia's spirit energy met Jinxie's life wave energy, it instantly merged with it like milk into stirred coffee. Thank you, Shakia. Although Jinxie had lost his origin cube, preventing him from tapping into his soul energy, he had learned how to wield it from Shakia, so he could naturally utilize the portion Shakia had given him. While Shakia couldn't draw on much soul energy herself, the amount she had allocated to Jinxie and Alshua was enough for self-preservation. Soon, the same golden light enveloped Jinxie and Alshua. Does Miss Nineve need anything? Shakia asked Jinxie, but before she could finish her words, Jinxie pointed at Nineve, who was running in front with Alicia. Nineve and Alicia were already covered in a layer of cyan energy. This appeared to be the color of Nineve's soul energy. Come to think of it, soul energy has different colors? Shakia asked Jinxie as she ran after them. The power of the spirit comes from the origin cube, which condenses the energy of various substances in the universe. This isn't surprising. Each executor possesses power in various directions. Jinxie briefly explained. And? Jinxie paused deliberately. Huh? Shakia raised a brow, as if this master was going to reveal something else. Master, I heard you lent your power to Nineveh once before. You should be more careful next time. Don't do this unless absolutely necessary. This question puzzled Shakia. Jinxie was referring to the previous defeat of the small clan at Uncle Larry's auto repair shop. That time, Nineveh and Shakia worked together to defeat the enemy, and their combined strength seemed quite good. Except after Nineveh unleashed her ultimate move, both of them felt quite exhausted. However, this fatigue had almost subsided with the arrival of Operator Swager's team. What's wrong? Origin cubes have different incompatibilities. Perhaps your attributes just happen to be compatible with Nineveh's. There are also mutually exclusive attributes. If you rashly merge your powers, the consequences could be serious. Jinxie said. Ah, I didn't know that at the time. Sakia broke out in a cold sweat. But it was Nineveh who had taken the initiative to ask Sakia for power. Perhaps Nineveh had already judged that even if their spirit energy flowed, it wouldn't cause any major problems. It's my fault, Master, for not anticipating this situation. Jinxie apologized, because who could have known they actually run into another executor? The group ran towards the exit from the heights, but the refugees below were not so relaxed. The fog arrived so suddenly that many people were completely unaware of what had happened. Many of them felt limp and fainted, as if they had been anesthetized. One after another, people collapsed rapidly, spreading out from the direction of the prayer hall. The refugees finally realized the gravity of the situation and began screaming. But what good would screaming do? The crushing crowd left them with nowhere to escape. A billowing lavender smoke quickly engulfed the panicked crowd. If it weren't for the protection of the mechanical soul, Sakya and her group would likely have been spared. It was precisely because of the mechanical soul's protection that they were temporarily protected from the damage caused by their clan's power. Ordinary people, however, were not so lucky. The underground city housing the refugees suddenly transformed into a purgatory. Many began to collapse, and the crowd began to panic and flee. Chapter 365. The group quickened their pace. Even with the protection of their mechanical spirits, Shakia and the others didn't dare act rashly. After all, Alshua and Alicia still needed protection. Master Jinxie, look over there, Shakia shouted. After leaping over the wall of the prayer hall from the rafters, Shakia spotted a familiar group of figures in the crowd. There were dozens of them, huddled together, bewildered. They were dozens of meters below Shakia and the others. Those are the women abducted by the cult. I've seen them before in the deepest depths. Shakia clearly remembered that these women were the ones who had been sacrificed by the monstrous creature claiming to be apostles of the cult, and who had been brainwashed by Nineveh in order to win her over. Although the cult leader's interference had caused a great deal of chaos, the apostles had at least kept their promise and released the women. However, releasing them was one thing, but leaving them in the refugee shelter was too careless. It seemed the apostles had already escaped. Shakia, focus on escaping now. Nineveh noticed Shakia slowing down and quickly reminded her not to get distracted. But Shakia knew that another purpose of this operation was to rescue the abducted women. If they simply investigated the cult and thwarted their plot without rescuing any of their targets, Schwager would have trouble explaining to the local authorities. Although Operator Pierce had a strong police background, he was outnumbered. Disciple, follow your heart, Jinxie said as she passed Shakia from behind. Shakia, you can do something, Alshua echoed. Shakia also understood that there was no time to stop and rescue the women. They had to escape on their own. But at this distance, and with the chaotic situation below, simply shouting was useless. Hey! Come this way! There's no one around here! Shakia used the ripples of her spirit-sensing energy to transmit her call to the women. Alshua also helped Shakia activate her telepathic field, so the women understood her words. The women looked up and around. They were confused. For the first time, they had a strange feeling. Someone was speaking directly into their minds. Who is it? What's going on? How do we get out? Where am I? But as the telepathic field opened up to the women, it felt like Shakia had put her ear to a broken receiver and suddenly it was powered on, with a loud noise pounding against her eardrums. In an instant, all sorts of thoughts and words from the women flooded into Shakia's mind. Oh my God! Shakia crouched down, clutching her head. She almost fallen otherwise. It seems Alshua really needs to use this ability with caution. Clear all distractions, Shakia, and focus on the message you need to convey, Alshua quickly reminded her. Got it. Shakia took a breath and called out to the group of blonde women again. I'm above you. Shakia shouted through the women's clamor, using her induction field. Who are you? What are we doing now? One of the leading women asked in a panic. I'm the police, sent here to rescue you. Don't panic. Follow our instructions, and you can escape. Quick! Move! Get out of the way of the poisonous gas. Shakia reassured them. The women began to quiet down, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Shakia's description of the pervasive familiar power as poisonous gas was apt. Falling under its envelopment was no different from the gas. Shakia pointed out the escape route. From their vantage point, Shakia and her group had a clear view. Some areas were less crowded. Got it. Let's head in that direction, right? The leading woman seemed a bit bolder. She waved at Shakia and then, leading the others, began to move. Well, good job, Aoshwep praised. Well, after all, I can't forget to give Operator Pierce an explanation, Shakia smiled. But Shakia's delay had allowed Nineveh and the others to run away. She forced herself to channel spirit energy into her legs, taking 2 steps at a time to catch up. The people advancing above quickly reached the exit, where they could jump directly. But there was a problem. The scrambling crowd had blocked the entrance and exit. This was a real headache. Sakya scratched her head. She looked back and saw that the group of blonde women were also trapped behind the crowd. Although there were fewer people in that area before, Sakia could direct them from above, but now there was no way. Don't just stand there, come with me. Nineveh sighed. Seeing Shakia's hesitation, she acted decisively. Bang! With a loud bang, the crowd blocking the blonde women was blown away by an invisible force. Nineveh! What are you doing? Shakia realized that Nineveh had attacked the refugees. Attacking civilians was something Shakia hadn't anticipated. She tried to stop Nineveh, but Jinxie held her back. Jinxie shook her head at Shakia. Master Jinxie. This? Shakia was puzzled. The situation was urgent, and Nineveh didn't use any force. She simply knocked them away, Jinxie explained. Let those women go. Seeing Jinxie's determination, Shakia didn't think much more. Hurry! Now! Shakia shouted at them, almost at the top of her lungs. They were still a bit surprised by the inexplicable evasion of the crowd before them, but with Sakia's roar, the women shuddered, screaming and starting to run recklessly. Although they didn't know why the people around them were suddenly blown away, at this point, the women didn't think much of it. Sakia and her companions had to make up their minds. Disciple, Master has no choice but to take action. Spread out your spirit sensing network and focus it on the entrance. Jinxie also decided to help Nineveh. Damn! Attacking unarmed people. Sakia gritted her teeth and spread her spirit sensing network to the exit. Don't worry, Master won't harm them. Jinxie gathered a golden arc of light in her hand and slapped Sakia on the back. Jinxie injected a powerful life wave into Sakia's arm. This power, flowing through the spirit sensing network, immediately spread to the crowded crowd at the dungeon exit. The group near the exit immediately convulsed and collapsed, as if struck by lightning. With the group clearing the way, the dozens of women quickly rushed through the exit. At the same time, the group also reached the top of the exit. Chapter 366. This way, you won't have to worry about anything. Nineveh glanced at Shakia. She knew Shakia was tasked with rescuing these people. If possible, I really don't want to resort to such a brutal method that would sacrifice others. Shakia was still somewhat unwilling, but she hadn't thought of a better way. If you hesitate, chaos will follow. We're simply using the best method now. Jinxie has also taken action, and I trust his judgment. Aoshua also noticed Shakia's hesitation. I understand. Shakia glanced at the fog behind her, which was almost reaching the exit. If they didn't hurry, the previously open path would be blocked again. Many people were already scrambling to their feet and running towards the exit. Follow! In a flash, Nineveh took the lead and leaped down from the upper level, Alicia in her arms. She had to seize this opportunity to rush out. Let's go! Jinxie followed without hesitation, leading Aoshua. Nineveh had unknowingly completely led the others, a truly decisive woman. Sakia followed suit, leaping from the upper level and dashing for the exit. The rest was much easier. Once they escorted the women to the surface, everything would be easy. Sakia and Nineveh used their spirit energy to block the poison gas coming from behind, allowing their target to escape. Sakia and the others also had the cult's key, rendering the exit gate useless. Finally, Sakia was the last to escape the passage. She held the rear guard, blocking the familiar's poison gas until the very last moment, until the stone gates of the ruins closed. Outside, everyone noticed the sky above had been dyed red. The light cast by the red sky cast an eerie, ethereal glow across the valley. Sakia cautiously checked the area around the exit. There weren't any guards. So many cultists, had they all escaped? It looked like things weren't that simple. Suddenly, gunfire rang out in the distance. They stopped. Look over there. Alicia's voice caused Sakia to shift her gaze. Cultists lay sprawled on the ground. No, not just cultists, but also the bodies of several soldiers. It looked like the fighting was still going on. How could these women have ever seen such a scene? They hid behind the containers storing supplies, peering out to observe the situation across the square. Sakia and the others also approached the containers and peered out. Following the sound, they saw ground troops engaged in combat with the cult's guards at the square's exit to the tunnel. This ground force, numbering about 10, was using the terrain at the tunnel entrance to engage the cultists. It looked like this was the vanguard. Judging from the corpses of soldiers left in the square, this vanguard had nearly entered the ruins before being caught off guard by a new reinforcement, forcing them to retreat back to the tunnels. The cultists fighting them were no ordinary force. They were numerous, estimated to number 40 or 50. Some cultists, armed with swords and shields, braved the fire and charged relentlessly at the rifle-wielding soldiers. While the shield soldiers drew the fire, the cultists, hidden behind the terrain, took their chances and opened fire, creating a web of fire. They seemed to be the entire force guarding the entrance to the ruins. Because they were so far away, they seemed completely oblivious to the large group of people fleeing from the ruins' entrance. These cultists look so poorly equipped. How come the special forces haven't captured them yet? Ao Shui pulled out her binoculars and examined them, a bit puzzled. Before Ao Shui finished her words, a large man, over 3 meters tall, suddenly emerged from behind the cultists firing their weapons, casually lifted a large rock, and hurled it at the soldiers. The soldiers retreated again. The rock struck where several soldiers had been standing, collapsing part of the tunnel. Ah! Agents Delta and Sigma are here too. Shakia's eyesight was still sharp. She spotted 2 FBI agents among the retreating soldiers. Okay, I admit I underestimated these cultists. Ao Shui lowered the binoculars and exchanged glances with Jinxie. That monster. Is it the one you mentioned in your previous report? Jinxie and Ao Shui exchanged glances before turning to Shakia, who was standing nearby. It's hard to say. The thing we encountered earlier grew enormous, and its appearance was very different from that of a human. But Miss Aoshua and I have seen the cult's underground human laboratory. There are a lot of strange experimental subjects there. Who knows, maybe that giant figure is one of the results of their research, Shakia replied. A biological weapon created using the power of the familiar. Without heavy firepower, the Special Forces team won't be able to withstand it. It looks like we need to do something. Jinxie nodded to Shakia, and then glanced at Nineveh. Nineveh nodded silently. This matter needed no further explanation. What needed to be done was simple. The goal was to crush the defending cultists before them. This included the large biological weapon that had suppressed the Special Forces team. The large figure strode forward amidst the soldiers' hail of bullets, seemingly insignificant to the power of rifles. A personal rocket launcher or something might have helped, but the Special Forces team didn't seem to have any heavy firepower left. The cultists nearby, however, seized the opportunity to pursue the enemy, one after another bursting out from behind cover. Shield-wielding cultists gathered around the large figure and advanced together toward the tunnel. You want to siege the ground forces, huh? Well, we have to see if we allow it. Jinxie took the lead, leaping high from behind the container where she had hidden. He stepped on the rock face and branches beside the container, sprinting vertically up the cliff face. As if performing a martial arts technique, he attacked the cultists from above. Ha! Huh! With Jinxie's breaths, golden arcs of light appeared in his palms. Then, with a sharp tug, the ripples of light in his hands were torn into several strands. Jinxie's ripples of light were catapulted in all directions, blocking the tunnel entrance and the cultists' movements. Master Jinxie stood at the center of this net, preparing the next wave of attacks. The sudden attack caught the cultists off guard. Even if they had reacted and wanted to move, they were forced to stay where they were. The ripples had already pierced their bodies, paralyzing them. Master Jinx's ripple skills, it's been ages since I've seen them. Sakia rushed over immediately after. Master Jinxie had already instructed her on how to coordinate this attack. Great and mighty heavenly dragon. Great mantra, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama Boom. The two chanted the incantation in unison. Master Jinx's life ripples, and Shakia's spirit energy transformed into a massive golden dragon, which swam across the battlefield. Originally, this move was taught to Shakia by Master Jinxie through Aoshua to subdue her followers. It can also be performed using spirit energy alone. Shakia's version blasted the energy like a heavy artillery barrage, but with the addition of Jinxie's abilities, it became a controllable dragon, stalking and devouring enemies. Chapter 367. Instantly, the cultists who were about to pursue the ground troops were knocked to the ground with a loud bang. Even the soldiers watching from the tunnel had no idea what happened within the golden light. After the light faded, only the large figure remained, barely standing. However, its robes were ripped to shreds, revealing its grayish-white, distorted muscles. As expected, this creature had been transformed using the power of its clan. The robe seemed to be some kind of straitjacket, and with the straitjacket destroyed, the monster seemed to have lost control. Its muscles began to swell. If it had previously retained a humanoid form, its arms and legs now stretched out, gradually transforming into a four-legged beast. Not good? Alicia observed the battle from behind the container. She and the women hiding behind it began to grow nervous. For ordinary people, it might indeed be a threat. It alone could trap the Special Forces team in the tunnel. But now it had to face Nineveh. Oh! The giant roared. But it had no effect on Nineveh. The giant was still in the process of transforming into a monster, its body asymmetrical and unable to attack immediately. It thought its roar would scare off its opponent. Alas, as the old saying goes, The beast's cunning and deceitful tricks only add to the laughter. You're an eyesore. Get out of here, Nineveh whispered. She walked slowly forward, looking at the ordinary pace. The monster was just beginning to wonder when countless dents appeared on its body. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, there was a loud and intense sound, the sound of heavy objects hitting flesh. Nineveh hadn't even had to manifest her mechanical soul substitute to deal with it. Then, a resounding crash erupted from the nearby cliff face, and rocks collapsed. Alicia looked over, and saw a massive crater had been shattered into the cliff face beside the ruins. The monster had been reduced to a puddle of flesh, embedded within the crater. But it took less than a second. Alicia and the onlookers hadn't yet fully grasped what had happened. Nineveh was as powerful as ever. This wave of attacks, the three executors coordinated flawlessly. The cultists' reinforcements, who had been forced to retreat, were instantly depleted of their combat effectiveness. Seeing the danger was gone, Alicia and the women wanted to leave, but Nineveh waved them off. She asked Sakya and the others to go ahead and take a look. We're from Swager. Feel free to come out. We eliminated the enemy. Jingxi and Sakya walked towards the tunnel, holding their credentials high, and shouted in unison to the Special Forces team inside. Is the FBI agent here? It's me, Shakia. At their shouts, the soldiers in the tunnel emerged. It was a special operations team of about 10, all covered in dust. 4 or 5 of them wore FBI insignia on their uniforms, and Shakia recognized them as members of the team she had worked with during the previous joint investigation. It's really you. You look like you completed your mission beautifully. One of the team members removed his helmet, and as expected, Shakia hadn't recognized it before. Agent Delta. I'm here too. Another team member also removed his helmet. It was Agent Sigma. Long time no see, Miss Swager. And who is this? Shakia and Jingxi stepped forward, shaking hands with each of them and introducing themselves. This is from Swager. Sakya was just thinking about how to introduce Jingxi, but Jingxi suddenly interrupted. Hello, I'm Jingxi, the representative from Swager. You're members of the FBI team, right? Nice to meet you. Jingxi spoke fluently with the agents in English. I see. Thanks to your support, we were able to escape. Agent Delta thanked Jingxi. He could tell that this Jingxi had a special aura. She must be a high-ranking official. Then tell me about the current situation. Jingxi didn't exchange pleasantries. The situation was urgent, and they needed to liaise with the outside world. It turned out that the UN Special Operations team had encountered an unusual event after entering the area near the ruins. A red energy emanating from the depths of the rainforest had dyed the sky above the Amazon rainforest red. The sky above the rainforest, once clear and clear, had now become dim and ominously stained red. As the air formation flew close to the energy source, mechanical components and electronic equipment were disrupted. Therefore, the airborne command post, carrying Cheyenne, the commander, and the others, could only hover outside the energy interference range to conduct operations. The ground forces, meanwhile, airdropped into the rainforest and began advancing toward the cult's stronghold. However, the UN Special Operations team had clearly underestimated the cult's strength. Previous investigations had revealed that the cult's armed forces were severely underdeveloped, relying primarily on cold weapons, and possessing few even rifles. The commander, believing the cult's combat effectiveness was inferior to even that of well-trained terrorists, discovered this too late when the troops encountered the cultists in the rainforest. The cultists were incredibly agile and elusive, often ambushing the ground forces and catching them off guard. Furthermore, some of them appeared to be biological weapons, invulnerable to weapons and ammunition, further increasing the pressure on the ground forces. The main reason was that heavy and aerial firepower was unable to provide support to the ground forces due to interference, which temporarily hindered their advance. Thankfully, the FBI's new fighter jets seemed to be able to withstand this unusual electromagnetic interference to a certain extent, so the FBI team volunteered to support the ground forces. This opened a path for one of the ground forces to advance towards the cult's stronghold. That was the ruins where Sakya and her team were. The original plan was to capture this place and contact Sakya for a victorious reunion. However, just after defeating the cultists stationed in the square, a large wave of enemy troops suddenly emerged from the ruins. Among the cult's guards were 2 of those massive biological weapons. The Special Forces team expended all their grenades and broadsword mines to defeat one of them. Sakya and the others witnessed the subsequent scene after they emerged. How many enemy forces did the ground forces encounter? Jingxi asked. According to reports, the enemy's forces deployed in the forest surrounding the ruins are roughly 2 to 3 times our own, Agent Delta said, reminiscing briefly and lighting a cigarette. We deployed approximately 100 ground special forces, plus the FBI's special task force, bringing the total to nearly 150, Agent Sigma added. With over 100 ground forces, logically, they should be able to fight a small-scale counterterrorism war. Jinxie and Agent Sigma exchanged a glance. However, the changes in the cult exceeded our expectations. The forest has been transformed into a maze filled with traps. Agent Delta recounted the ground forces' experiences. Chapter 368. Originally, the pre-deployed and advancing ground forces were to be supported by air support. This operation plan was based on the combat capabilities of the area Sakia had scouted. However, the red energy rising from the ground emitted a large amount of interference signals, causing electronic components to malfunction. This made it impossible for aircraft to approach the area. As Sakia and her group were escaping the ruins, a fighter jet formation attempted to force their way in, but ultimately one aircraft lost control and crashed. The other aircraft were forced to return urgently. Thankfully, the new fighter jets the FBI had brought could withstand the strong interference for a while. With them, the team was able to reach the ruins. It seemed that the cult's defenses were even stronger than Sakia had imagined. It was only because she and Aoshua were aboard a high-tech stealth aircraft that they were able to infiltrate so smoothly. Add to that the white-robed woman's ambiguous act of letting them in, acting as a lure. Otherwise, the infiltration mission would have been far more difficult. This means that, without fire support, the ground forces will have no choice but to fight the cultists ambushed in the jungle. Sakia looked at the dusty special forces before her, who looked like they had all been through a fierce battle. Yes, the fighting in the jungle is probably still going on, but it's also holding up quite a few of the cult's forces, Agent Delta replied, wiping his sweat off. Also, just as we were about to enter the tunnel, we encountered a large group of cult members heading out. The leader was actually wielding a lightsaber. There was also a strange individual who seemed to be able to use some kind of magic. We couldn't stop them at all. These guys' fighting ability is completely beyond that of normal people. Agent Sigma added with some frustration. But they seemed to be retreating. After breaking up our team, they headed back into the rainforest without looking back. After listening to the agent's description, Sakia was almost certain that the white-robed woman and the apostle had led a group outside, perhaps to support the battle outside. However, facing the attacking special forces, they clearly had the ability to annihilate the team members, yet they spared them. It was a bit strange. However, based on past experience, the white-robed woman wasn't a cruel and ruthless person. The apostle of the cult was also very purposeful. Perhaps in their view, the most important thing right now was the battlefield outside. At this time, Aoshua also came over with Alicia and the others. Also coming with them was a group of rescued women. Who is this? And what are these women? Agent Delta was also stunned when he saw the group approaching. Oh, she's also a member of the Swagger organization. These women are the hostages we rescued, the women who were abducted earlier, Sakia quickly introduced Aoshua. So it's here. Congratulations, Miss Shakia. Your mission should be complete. Agent Delta congratulated Shakia on completing her mission. Not really. I'm afraid. Something big is coming. Shakia looked at the sky turning red, feeling a bad premonition. FBI agents, I have a favor to ask, Jinxie said to the agents. Now that the area had been cleared, Jinxie intended to ask them to take good care of the rescued women. He and Shakia's team still had to investigate the source of this mysterious energy. Can you do it? These women are in your care, Aoshua asked the two agents. No problem, we wait here for reinforcements, Agent Delta replied. But before he could finish, Sakia interrupted. Agent Delta, I think it's still quite dangerous here. How about escorting them outside the war zone? Why? Our ground forces will be entering the ruins soon. Wouldn't it be a good idea to wait here for the main force? Sakia understood the agent's confusion, as they didn't know what was happening inside. I'm afraid, at least for now, it's best not to go in. Sakia smiled wryly and began explaining what was happening inside to Agent Delta and the others. Thankfully, Sakia wasn't the type to talk too much. She always spoke to the point. Jinxie and Aoshua both found this quite helpful. After a few words, the agent seemed a little bewildered. Wait, so the meaning is that there are still some civilians inside, but their fate is uncertain, and the cultists have mostly escaped? Agent Sigma scratched his head. That's right. We were nearly engulfed by that energy too. So, let's have the ground forces suppress this area, and not go in yet, Jinxie said to Agent Sigma. Damn. Doesn't that mean we can't investigate the cult secrets? Agent Sigma seemed somewhat dejected. That energy appeared after the leader touched the clan seal at the deepest point. I think it's related to the phenomenon in the sky right now. Sakia looked at the sky, which was stained red. She knew that this anomaly was related to the battle deep underground. Are you sure, Miss Sakia? Then we cover the retreat of these women for now. As for this anomaly, I leave it to you, Agent Delta asked Sakia. If the situation is confirmed, he would contact nearby ground forces to cover the team's retreat. Nineveh stepped forward and said to Jinxie, she's right. That energy comes from the one we fought deep underground. We must do something. Well, then we must do what we must. Jinxie also trusted Shakia and Nineveh's judgment. What is she talking about? Agent Delta looked at Jinxie curiously, as if he understood Nineveh's words. Let's go out of the tunnel together, and then you lead these women to a safe place. The rest is up to Swagger. Jinxie smiled at Agent Delta. Well, I hope everything goes well for us. Agent Delta shook hands with Jinxie, Shakia, Nineveh, and Alshua in turn, then instructed the team to protect the women from front and back, and began to enter the tunnel ahead, preparing to return. Nineveh followed with Alicia. Shakia, Jinxie, and Alshua walked at the back, covering their retreat. The group left the cult's ruins square. Originally, the ground forces had intended to directly attack the ruins to rescue the hostages and suppress the cult's armed forces. However, due to the surging familiar energy from the underground, the interior of the ruins has become a restricted area, and the cult's armed forces have almost fled outside, so it's okay to not enter for the time being. The main task now is to deal with that pillar of light rising into the sky. Chapter 369. Outside the rainforest battle zone, the flight formation circling overhead also faced the same decision. Should they continue to linger here, or retreat? Commander, several more squadrons have lost contact. The communicator at the Airborne Command Center reported in real time. Damn it. We can't command at all if this continues, the commander said with a solemn expression. The mysterious energy field covering the battle zone grew increasingly intense. Initially affecting aircraft electronics, it was now significantly impacting the radio signals of the ground forces. Aircraft couldn't enter the area, but at least they had to reconnect the ground forces. The current casualties among the ground forces were unknown. Sometimes, the loss of contact wasn't due to combat damage, but simply a loss of signal connectivity. Perhaps, the casualties were more severe than anticipated? At this point, we can only hope the ground forces can break the deadlock on their own, the Joint Force Commander sighed. Originally, a fleet of armed helicopters had been prepared to provide support to the ground forces, but who could have foreseen that the helicopters would become mere decorations? From the aerial perspective, the ground began to collapse and crack where the energy had burst forth. Instantly Cheyenne, also in the command plane, heard a transmission from the Swagger Ocean Transport. I'm Operator Z. This is the Ocean Transport. We detected a strong familiar signal in your vicinity. Please be safe. Understood. Then it's almost Swagger's turn. I notify Shakia and the others immediately, Cheyenne replied calmly. On a high slope near the tunnel exit, the FBI team, Shakia, and the others ascended, using binoculars to observe the beam of light. Looks like you need to hurry, Sakia said, turning to Agent Delta, who was observing the landslide and earthquake through a telescope. The tremors were also felt here. This change was beyond the soldiers' understanding. The other members of the team were clearly very uneasy, and the group of rescued women also squatted on the ground, too frightened to move. TSK, what's going on? It seems something is coming out from underground. Agent Delta lowered the telescope and turned to greet the team members around him. Escape quickly. You won't be able to handle what's coming next, Jinxie emphasized again. Hold on. If you want to survive, move quickly. With Delta's shout, the team members finally came to their senses, helped the immobilized women to their feet, and prepared to continue their retreat. So, what are you going to do? Agent Sigma looked at Swagger and his group, who remained where they were. Thanks, we still have work to do here, Jinxie nodded. You should retreat first, the sooner the better. Take that new plane and rescue the hostages first. Sakia smiled confidently, and waved to the agents. Agent Sigma and Delta exchanged a glance, then nodded to the others. Alicia, aren't you going with them? Nineveh nudged Alicia. But Alicia refused to leave Nineveh's side. No, I want to stay with Sister Nineveh. Alicia's attitude was resolute. The ground was shaking more and more, and the wind was getting stronger. Furthermore, the sky grew darker, tinged with an ominous red. It looked like a major event was indeed coming. Alicia, if I have to fight, I might not be able to protect you. Nineveh always expressed concern for Alicia. Please be patient, Miss Nineveh. Don't forget we're here. Alshua smiled at Nineveh. She meant she would protect the little girl. The ground forces retreated, and Jinxie picked up the Swagger terminal. He had to contact Ziyuan. But just as he picked it up, Ziyuan's communication came through. What a coincidence! Was this the Swagger's tacit understanding? Ziyuan, it's perfect. Could you please report the current situation? Jinxie answered the call and asked Shakia and Aoshua, who were present, to join the channel. Great. Everyone's here. I was a little worried when the communication suddenly stopped earlier. Zizi. There was a little noise on Ziyuan's end, but the communication was working. It's okay. Just a little trouble. Everyone's here. Jinxie's tone reassured Ziyuan. The situation seems to be getting even more ominous. I guess. Maybe I need to do something? Shakia realized. Yes, we detected the familiar signal. It seems the energy is definitely coming from the familiar. Everyone was mentally prepared for Shiwan's information. However, this time the fluctuations are very strange. We don't have any matching data. Everyone, be careful. Shiwan's addition made Shakia nervous. You said there's no matching fluctuation. Does that mean this might be a new species? Got it. We act cautiously? Jinxie also grew serious. Generally speaking, familiars, like the hungry ghosts, are recorded in Jinxie's ancient documents, including their weaknesses and characteristics. This is also information passed down from super ancient civilizations used to combat the familiars. Logically, Swagger could use this information to be well prepared if the familiars awakened again. But so far, a new type of familiar, undocumented, has already appeared. Will it be the same this time? Speaking of which, how are Li Jiai and the other three? Ziyuan? Have they retreated to the transport ship? Jinxie thought of the three young people. According to the previous agreement, they must retreat when such a situation arises. They contacted me, and I instructed them to retreat. They should be on their way now, right? Ziyuan replied. Understood. Then it's time for us to move. Jinxie, Nineveh, Alicia, get on my spaceship first. Aoshua pointed to a nearby hilltop where her aircraft was parked. Regardless of the situation outside, escaping danger was the most urgent priority. Okay, Tra may be needed next, and Sakia should be ready to attack. Please come to the rear. Zizi. Ja. Ziyuan's communication was cut off mid-sentence. Hello. Miss Ziyuan. Sakia's shout seemed to reach nowhere. What happened? Communications down. Shakia nervously put down the terminal. She glanced at Jinxie, Nineveh, and the others, worried something might have happened to Ziyuan. Aoshua also looked at Jinxie. In this situation, no one knew what had happened. Don't worry about the worst-case scenario. Let's go to Aoshua's spaceship first. Just in case, I prepared a backup plan. Ziyuan and the others should still be within a safe range. Jinxie's words reassured Shakia a little. Aoshua's spaceship wasn't far away. It would only take 2 or 3 minutes to walk there. Chapter 370. I wonder, what happened to Ziyuan and the others? Shakia asked, a little uneasy. It's hard to say for sure yet. Let's just do what we need to do now, Jinxie replied. As they talked, they arrived at the clearing where Aoshua had docked the Invincible. As Aoshua flipped a switch, the Invincible's camouflage was removed. Wow! Alicia froze in shock as she watched the ship gradually emerge from the air. She eagerly ran up and touched the hull to confirm it wasn't a special effect. Naiwei raised her eyebrows slightly, but didn't comment. It seemed as if such a ship wasn't surprising to her. The landing gear beneath the ship began to rise. Aoshua had already activated it. Buzz? Then, an opening opened at the bottom of the ship, the downward opening portion forming the steps leading up. The ship Jinxie had given Li Jiai, and the others was built with the same structure. Let's go! We need to get in touch with the outside world. Aoshua glanced at the surprised Alicia, smiled at her, then turned back to greet everyone. I see. The communicator on the Invincible might be useful. Sakia and the others boarded the ship. According to Aoshua's explanation, the communicator on the Invincible was actually an enhanced version of the Swagger terminal. Logically, the Swagger terminal didn't use electromagnetic waves, so there was no physical obstruction that would cause the signal to degrade. But now, on the battlefield, communications were being disrupted for both the ground troops and Sakia's group. This was a truly bizarre phenomenon. This means this area isn't simply experiencing electromagnetic interference. Sakia followed Aoshua's reasoning and came to a conclusion. Yes, if it were electromagnetic interference, we could perhaps attribute it to the cult's use of related equipment. But even the Swagger terminal, which uses our own technology, is being disrupted. This can only be caused by some force field emitted by the families. Aoshwe glanced out the window. Something was about to rise from the ground in the distance. It looked like that something was causing trouble. Jingxi and Aoshwe climbed into the driver's seat and began to work. The communications equipment on the Invincible was powerful enough to overcome the signal shielding currently created by the family's energy. I see. Swagger technology looks familiar to me. Nineveh seemed to recall something. Swagger communication devices are a form of advanced technology from the ancient civilization era. According to Nineveh, this technology was originally used for space travel. This technology supported the flourishing interstellar civilization. Communication and trade between civilizations separated by light years are facilitated by this technology. For interstellar civilizations that have already traveled in and out of outer space, communication across galaxies is now possible, not to mention Earth itself. So this thing is so powerful. Shakia was stunned. So it can really be used to this extent. Our clan's range of use is, at most, limited to the vicinity of Earth. Even Aoshue was surprised. It seems Jingxi, due to memory impairments brought on by the transfer, doesn't remember such details, so I hadn't explained it to her. But Nineveh didn't seem to have this problem. Her account renewed everyone's understanding of the power of the super-ancient civilization. However, think about it, the battle against the families took place across the entire solar system. Such a vast area would have been nearly impossible without a technology tree that would seem like a hack in this civilization. Conversely, our current civilization's technology tree is still far behind. Can it truly defeat the families? After all, the executors transported from ancient times to fight the families are still from a super-ancient civilization. The gap is a bit exaggerated. Saki sighed after hearing Nineveh's account. It all depends on how hard we work. After all, it's us who chose this path. Jingxi was quite open-minded. After all, when everyone chose to use the root cube for transport, the future development of human civilization was completely unknown. That's right. Even if we arrive in this era and find no one left alive, it's up to us to fight the families. Nineveh confirmed this statement. In other words, when the Flashpoint plan was originally implemented, the possibility of human annihilation was also taken into consideration. The fact that humanity has survived and has managed to develop to a reasonable degree is also a credit to the ancients. By the way, what are the families you fought against so far? How many have you killed? Nineveh also wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the situation. Let me think. Sakia began to recall what had happened so far. She briefly recounted to Nineveh her first time aboard the tram, all the way to her defeat of the Needlemouth demon in Mexico City. After listening to Sakia's recollections, Nineveh's expression was somewhat complex. She seemed a little happy, yet also a hint of unconcealable sadness. What's wrong? I rarely see you like this. Sakia saw Nineveh's complex expression and knew she had something on her mind. It's nothing. I just feel fortunate I arrived not too late. But that's the problem. What? Sakia didn't quite understand what she was saying. But she could see Nineveh was genuinely worried. The time we've been given isn't much, is it? Nineveh expanded on the subject. She meant that Swagger had to hurry now, as the full body of the families hadn't arrived yet. Furthermore, the families Sakia and her companions had dealt with so far were either scattered, small creatures that had escaped as the family's seal weakened. As for the undocumented families, they might, like this time, be the product of the cult's mischief. In other words, the families Sakia and her companions were currently dealing with would have been mere scumbags in the past. Speaking of your trom, Nineveh seemed to recall something, but paused mid-sentence. Shakia tilted her head, motioning Nineveh to continue. Nothing. Speaking of which, Jingxi gave you this. Don't you want to try it? Nineveh pointed to the bracelet on Shakia's wrist. Come to think of it, I haven't tried this locator yet. Shakia raised her hand. It probably won't work right now. This one uses the same signal. Let's wait until communication is restored. Jingxi interjected. Sure enough, Shakia pressed the bracelet, and it still displayed an error message. It seems this thing isn't very convenient after all. Nineveh patted Shakia's shoulder. After all, it's just a delivery locator, not something you can turn into a giant by pressing it. Aoshue shrugged, glanced back, and then turned back to her work. Chapter 371. Sure enough. Even the locator doesn't work. Shakia glanced at the bracelet and shook it. Nini glanced at Shakia, then turned to look at the two people busy at the driver's seat. Wait a moment, we're doing the final adjustments. Jingxi seemed to be progressing more smoothly. Shakia had originally wanted to see the positioning bracelet in action, but it hadn't been a success. Now all she could do was wait. You better hurry, the situation outside is worse than before, Nini urged. Good. The signal's connected. Perfect. Ao Shui clapped her hands, swiveling around in the driver's seat and addressing Shakia and the others behind them. Jingxi also turned and gave everyone a thumbs up. Great. Then quickly contact Ziyuan and the others, Shakia said impatiently. This is easy. Zia. Hello? Sure enough, a voice came through the communication. Although the interference was still loud, it was undoubtedly Ziyuan's voice. This is Jingxi Ziyuan. We encountered some trouble. Thank God. Master Jingxi, you're alright. Communication suddenly went down, and I thought you met with an accident. Ziyuan's voice was excited. Ziyuan explained the current situation to Jingxi. The UN Special Operations Flight Formation could no longer approach the area. They were cut off not only in communication, but also at the optical level. She had already reported the situation to the director, who instructed her to first restore contact with Jingxi, Shakia, and the others. At the optical level? Shakia was puzzled. She looked into the distance. Aside from the crimson sky and the ominous sphere hovering in the distance, nothing else seemed different. Although this was enough to be considered a major event, according to Ziyuan, the area was now covered by a dark red spherical force field, which was growing larger and stronger. I'm afraid that Guy is isolating this area from the outside. Ao Shui frowned at this description. Ninive nodded, dragging our area into an alien dimension. Truly unethical. At this rate, Shakia might not be able to reach Trom. Ziyuan's words made Shakia very worried. Oh, so I'm just going to have to watch Miss Ninive fight? It's too late to rush over now. The signal strength required for the transmission is still a little short. Jingxi touched his bald head and fiddled with Shakia's wristband locator, somewhat worriedly. The wristband had a signal strength indicator. It was barely enough to communicate with Ziyuan, but it seemed that it needed a bit more to reach Trom. But we're currently unable to increase the signal strength. So, Master Jingxi, how did you find a way to communicate? Ziyuan asked casually. It was the companion I mentioned earlier. I used her equipment, Jingxi replied. A brief silence fell. Well, if there was some way to relay our signal. Shakia thought for a moment, then offered her suggestion. Jingxi, as if suddenly remembering something, glanced back at Shakia. Relay. Yes. We have 2 spaceships. Li Jiai and the others are still out there. If we have 2 spaceships. Ziyuan, let's think of a way and contact each other later. Yes, sure, as soon as possible. Jingxi ended her call with Ziyuan and quickly began to operate the dashboard. Soon, the communication was connected. Hello? Li Jiai's voice came, much clearer than when she'd been communicating with Ziyuan. It's really connected. Shakia laughed excitedly. Hey, you really borrowed another invincible? I can't afford to pay for it if it breaks. Ao Shui watched Jingxi's operation with a wry smile. Ah, I heard Shakia's voice. What's the situation? Jiai, we need a little help here. Where are you guys now? Jingxi asked. We're high in the sky, at the edge of the rainforest. We originally wanted to rendezvous with the transport ship, but I thought it would be better to check the situation first. Li Jiai and the others hadn't gone far, which was a good thing. The situation is urgent. We need you to help relay the signal with the spacecraft. We encountered a new enemy here, and it's cut off our contact with the outside forces. Jingxi briefly explained the current situation. Understood. Please tell us how, Longxing's voice echoed. If you need our help, just let us know. Bruce's voice was full of energy. It seems you've taken in some excellent apprentices. Ao Shui smiled at Jingxi, listening to the enthusiastic attitude of the 3 young men on the other end of the line. Her expression seemed to say, I didn't expect you, Jingxi, to also enjoy caring for children. Well, besides, they're not really apprentices yet. Jingxi didn't bother to say more. The situation was urgent, and she had to quickly tell the 3 of them her plan. Jingxi's strategy was simple. If the newly emerged clan created a domain in this area, Ao Shui and herself would pilot the Invincible within the domain to gather information, while the 3 young men would operate the Invincible series spacecraft and relay information near Ziyuan and the others' command center, ensuring its proper function. After all, the tactical analysis system could still be very useful in combat. After all, it wasn't just entrapped within the domain. The ground forces were also involved. If all went well, communications with the ground forces could be restored as well. This would allow for a smooth retreat if necessary, preventing unnecessary casualties. Ao Shui was more familiar with the specifics. Okay, that's it. I sent you the instructions. All you have to do is turn on the corresponding transmitters and hover outside the domain. Good luck, kids. Although Ao Shui hadn't met Longsheng, Bruce, and Li Jiai much, she had heard of their performance. Understood. Li Jiayi didn't ask any further questions. She only knew there seemed to be a few new faces there, and she hadn't heard of Ao Shui. The situation was urgent, so it wasn't the time to introduce new members. Okay. I leave this to you three. Jingxi, though she didn't say it, was impressed by the three children. Everyone quickly set to work according to the instructions. Ao Shui piloted the Invincible, carrying Jingxi and Alicia. In this situation, Shakia and Nineveh took on the battle, with Ao Shui and Jingxi providing support. This was the best arrangement. Alicia would be safer staying with him. Jingxi reconnected with Ziyuan, while Nineveh and Shakia immediately disembarked and headed towards the Sphere clan, seeking a suitable engagement position. Chapter 372. That thing. Is it the same priest from before? Sakia asked Nineveh beside her. A strange red glow enveloped their faces. Who knows? But all I know is that our mission is to crush it. Nineveh spoke with her usual domineering composure. Yes, I knew you'd say that. Sakia raised her lips. She had longed to hear that. It was the promise of a seasoned warrior. The two stood on a cliff, and before them, a massive, glowing sphere floated in the distance. This sphere was the source of the intense electromagnetic interference. As the sphere emerged completely from the ground, as Shine had predicted, a mysterious force field enveloped the surrounding area, stretching dozens of kilometers. The sphere broke through the ground before Sakia and the others, rising from the depths. This, in turn, transformed the landscape of the rainforest. The lush rainforest seemed plowed through. A circular canyon centered on the spot where the sphere had broken through the ground. The vegetation was tangled, as if it had experienced a massive earthquake. For a moment, Sakia even felt like she was standing on another planet. Nineveh stared at the object, silent and thoughtful. What? Following Sakia's question, Nineveh ruffled her hair. It's nothing. I just can't believe it. If this thing is really that priest. It's incredible. Humans and their families could actually merge into something like that. Nineveh sighed. Haven't you seen it before? Sakia asked, glancing at the distant ball of light. There's no such example in the ancient times. Nine's tone was very firm. Next, we had to wait and see what happened with Ziyuan. Ao Shui, Jingxi, and the others were currently hovering high in the sky in the Invincible, their signals relayed through the spacecraft. Meanwhile, Sakia and Nine's translation communication was also conducted via Ao Shui's spacecraft. This is Sakia. Nineveh and I have arrived at the observation point. The target is now shrouded in dense energy, making it difficult to see the main body. Requesting instructions. Sakia reported to Ziyuan using the Swagger terminal. Understood. Please wait until communication is restored. We are evacuating the ground forces. Once the ground forces have withdrawn, you will begin the battle, Ziyuan replied to Sakia from the command machine. Now, with the Invincible and Li Jiayi and her crew's spacecraft relaying signals both inside and outside the realm force field created by the families, the combat command system was finally restored. Perhaps if Sakia and Nineveh were alone on the battlefield, each with their own strengths, they could achieve something. But present now weren't just the executioners. There were also ground troops and the FBI team leaving with the hostages. We had to buy them some time. Communication had finally been restored, and the blockade created by the familiar hadn't yet fully formed, so the ground troops were methodically withdrawing from the battle zone. Of course, they weren't the only ones retreating. On another high ground, a group of people had also gathered. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. This is basically the situation, Master. The tall Apostle Israfil stood at the cliff edge, gazing at the massive energy ball rising in the distance. He pressed his fingers to his ears, as if communicating with the Master. A small ball was plugged into his ear hole. It wasn't likely a standard electronic device. Huh? Is everyone here? That's all right. It was Ender who spoke. She stood beside the Apostle, listening to the cultists' report. Hundreds of cultists had gathered here, having fled the stronghold. It looked as if they had completely abandoned the stronghold and were focused on retreating. Yes, those who can evacuate have already gathered here, a total of 360 cultists, the cultist reported. Okay then. Ender turned to look at the Apostle on the cliff edge. Well, disciple, I understand. He's a rare specimen. Let's see how far he can go. Apostle Israfil ended the call and turned. Report completed? What should we do next? With so many people, will we be able to evacuate in time? Ender asked. The cultists here seemed confused about what the Apostle was going to do. Some sat on the ground to rest, while others whispered to each other. Be patient. Well, let me show you our strength. The Apostle approached Ender and the assembled cultists. Everyone, gather in this open space. I will teleport you to a safe place." Hearing the apostle's words, the believers half knelt in greeting. Wow! Truly a reliable apostle. Seeing this, Enderman knew the believers' faith in the leader and the apostles had deepened. The apostle raised his hand and began to perform a ritual, his entire body radiating a purple glow. Apostle Israfel's greatest pride was his ability to teleport, having demonstrated it briefly against the patriarch. He hadn't expected this ability to be used to transport people and objects. A circle of energy also began to form beneath the feet of the group in front of him, enclosing them. "Wait a moment, can you transfer me somewhere else?" Ender asked. Then you stand outside first." The apostle nodded to Ender. "Understood." Ender jumped lightly and jumped out of the circle. Then, before her eyes, a full 360 cultists were transferred outside the battle zone by the apostles. The previously crowded open space was now completely empty. Amazing! It's hard to believe until you see it with your own eyes. Where were they transferred to? Ender's mask revealed her uncovered mouth, and she gave the apostle an approving smile. The leader has already arranged a location outside the battle zone, where transportation will be available. "Okay, where are you going?" "It's not too far." "Hurry, I have to go too," the apostle urged. "Here, we can teleport by looking at the coordinates, right?" Ender pulled up a map coordinate from the device on his wrist. I can do it for now. But these coordinates aren't too far from the barrier. Did someone from your organization come to pick you up?" The apostle looked at the coordinates thoughtfully, asking. "I suppose you have other plans. After all, the data from this sample is valuable." Enderman pointed his thumb at the sphere in the air. "I understand. You're the leader's guest. I won't interfere with your actions. Then let me give you a ride. Take care." The apostle nodded, readily agreeing to Enderman's request. "Thank you very much." Enderman smiled. In a flash of light, Enderman was also teleported away. Then the apostle himself disappeared into the teleportation array he had activated. The cult's forces had quietly left the war zone. Chapter 373. Ziyuan, what's the situation in the battle zone? Combat operator Old K was communicating in the command room aboard the ocean-going strategic platform transport ship, keeping an eye on the situation in the distance. The battle zone is covered by a special force field, which is slowly becoming solid from top to bottom. Previously, it only blocked electronic signals and optical observation. Anticipating the appearance of an unknown familiar, Mr. Jingxi and Sakia have already prepared for an attack. They use some special methods and have managed to restore contact. Ziyuan briefly briefed K and the others who remained at the supply base on the current situation. "Understood. You should also be careful," K replied. "The ground forces are currently retreating outside the area. Leave the interior to Jingxi, Sakia, and the others." "Is the battle with the cult over?" "The ground forces are moving earlier than expected," Old K asked. "The cult also suffered considerable losses, but they managed to escape," Ziyuan replied. "Understood. We first received the returning airborne troops. Good luck with the operation." K also understood the situation. The situation was not optimistic, so they had to do their part. For this operation, Swager's combat operators did not join the ground operations forces. Only Cheyenne accompanied the UN Special Operations Group to the front lines. This operation was expected to require naval support, and this ocean-going transport ship would also serve as a staging platform, responsible for resupplying troops returning from the front lines. On the front lines, thanks to the efforts of Jingxi and others, the ground forces were now beginning to find their correct direction, and were gradually withdrawing from the battle zone. A lizard fighter emerged from the rainforest, almost at treetop height, and landed on the flat ground where the command aircraft was parked. The area above a certain altitude was now blocked by a solid force field, though fortunately, some aircraft below could still pass through. "This is the FBI team. We rescued some of the hostages. Requesting assistance." Agent Delta and his team successfully evacuated. Special forces near the command aircraft quickly retrieved the hostages, and the FBI team had completed their mission. In the small square where the command aircraft and the Chinook helicopter formation were parked, ground troops continued to gather from the rainforest. "All units, take headcount, assemble, and treat the wounded." The Joint Force commander was also busy at the scene. More and more soldiers gathered in the small square, seemingly completing their retreat. "Report." A soldier ran over and saluted. "Yes," the commander returned the salute, motioning for the soldier to continue. 3 more teams from Group Beta are still en route. They have more wounded, so their progress is slow, the soldier said. "Understood. You return to your unit first." The commander cast his gaze toward the FBI's new fighter transport aircraft parked nearby. In the battle zone, the giant sphere before Sakia and Nineveh underwent a strange transformation. It's so hot. What's this? Although still several kilometers away, Sakia was startled by the wave of heat that washed over her. Several beams of intense heat emanated from the sphere, igniting the nearby rainforest. Prepare for battle, Sakia, Nineveh, Jinxie commanded. Understood. Sakia activated her bracelet again. This time, there were no errors. Trom, neural remote link activated. The bracelet announced, then projected a green confirmation message. At this moment, the transport helicopter formation, carrying Trom, suspended in the air, also felt the vibrations of the steel cables below. Trom's thrusters ignited, and there was clearly no one aboard. Report. Trom suddenly started, requesting instructions. The pilot quickly contacted the command aircraft. Sakia is preparing to attack. Okay, transport forces, prepare to release Trom. Cheyenne had also heard about the long-range delivery system from Jinxie. Snap! Bang! Bang! The cable suspending Trom snapped in rapid succession. Trom plummeted from the sky. Is it really okay? Even the transport pilot was stunned. Cheyenne was also nervously watching the camera feed. After all, the automatic delivery system hadn't been tested, so using it right away in real combat wouldn't be too much of a stretch. And Trom was almost near the ground. If they didn't slow their descent. Of course, the sky was now covered by a physical barrier formed by the families, making it impossible to drop it from the air. When Trom was about 100 or 200 meters above the ground, its thrusters suddenly blasted to full power, instantly cushioning the impact. Then, propelled by its thrusters, the unmanned Trom flew into the barrier at low altitude, before it solidified. Great! Success? Cheyenne couldn't help but feel excited. The technical department had truly accomplished something remarkable. Trom's hovering time was approximately 5 minutes, more than enough for an automated delivery. Coordinates confirmed. Landing in good condition. Prepare for landing, Sakia's bracelet announced. It also displayed Trom's distance from her. The engine roared closer, and Sakia looked up to see Trom already in her sight. Seconds later, the massive steel figure was in front of her and landed safely. The Trom was also equipped with new weaponry. A shield was mounted on its left arm, and a large spear-like weapon was mounted on its right. Cheyenne, the Trom has successfully arrived. It's equipped with. Sakia exclaimed to Cheyenne in surprise over the comms channel. Come on, Sakia! This is the brainchild of the entire Swager technical department. It's called the Dragon Knight Armament System, Cheyenne explained. Named after the legendary Dragon Knight, this enhanced armament consists of a spear and a shield. The shield is a defensive system developed based on attack data collected from the families appearing in New Spring and Autumn City. It features a special force field generator that provides immunity to a certain level of attack, thereby creating valuable counterattack space. The spear, on the other hand, is a derivative of the composite gun system wielded by Swager operator. The spear is not only used for close combat, but also carries multiple Vulcan cannons and electromagnetic cannons for long-range fire. Although the Trom's own weapons were artifacts difficult for modern human civilization to develop, their limited stock made them inadequate for dealing with the growing number of families. Therefore, Swager also utilized the technology of the underground race to strengthen the Trom. Miss Cheyenne, please give my regards to the technical department. I will definitely make good use of the power you have given me. Sakia looked up at the brand new Trom and replied firmly. The Trom's cockpit opened, and a cable with a step lowered. Also, the pilot's suit is already inside the cockpit. Change on the spot, Cheyenne prompted. Okay. Sakia jumped onto the step, grabbed the cable, and boarded the Trom. Miss Nineveh, what are you going to do? Sakia peered down from the hatch. She wasn't sure how Nineveh planned to fight, though she was certain she had her own plan. Go quickly, I'll be there in a moment, Nineveh waved to Sakia, appearing confident. The spherical family began to react with renewed energy. Several beams of heat rays burst out from the sphere, creating walls of fire in the rainforest. The 3 ground teams, dragging their wounded through the jungle, were still some distance away from escaping the barrier, but the familiar seemed to have located them. A beam of heat rays was aimed in their direction. A flash of death struck the 3 teams, and they didn't even have time to realize what the flash from behind them was. However, the expected evaporation by the heat rays did not come. It was Trom. Sakia piloted the Trom, blocking the soldiers. The Dragon Knight system's shields were surprisingly enhanced with mechanical energy, forming a golden energy wall that blocked the attack of the heat rays. Chapter 374. Impressive. I thought it was just an ordinary shield. But it actually has this function. Sakia discovered that Trom's defense had been greatly enhanced. If, as before, she had used Trom's body to block damage, she might have suffered serious damage. This time, the opponent seemed to be a tough nut to crack. The power of this high-energy ray was not to be underestimated. The energy bar in front of Sakia's eyes rapidly decreased. Equipped with the Dragon Knight system, Sakia's control panel naturally displayed a new interface. According to the instructions, if the defense bar reaches 0, the defense will be broken. She must wait for the shield defense system's cooldown. Damn. Is this okay? Sakia didn't doubt the Dragon Knight system's strength, but it was enough to show how fierce this opponent was. Thankfully, the high-energy ray finally stopped before the energy bar was depleted. Beep, beep, beep. In the cockpit, alarms blared continuously. Although Sakia was currently using Trom's perspective through the neural link system, she could still imagine the flashing red alarm lights from inside the cabin. Huh? Finally holding on. Sakia breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the frightened soldiers and gauged their distance from the border. So, at the ground troop assembly area, the commander received a report that the stragglers had successfully escaped the battle zone. This was truly great news. Even the commander, who was sitting in the square directing the assembly of the troops, jumped to his feet. That's great news. Didn't they say their location was? The commander nodded to the soldier who had delivered the message. Realizing he'd gotten a little too excited, he straightened his clothes and sat down again. It was Trom, Swager's secret weapon that got them out. The soldier brought good news. Really? Under the circumstances, it's truly reliable. Then, it's up to them. The commander continued counting the ground troops. He had to admit that with Swager's help, casualties were minimized. Sakia, having returned the wounded troops, turned back to the battlefield. After Sakia's return, the barrier created by her clan was fully formed. From the outside, it appeared as a vast hemisphere emitting an ominous dark red glow, covering the rainforest covering dozens of kilometers. It was impossible to observe what lay within. Except for Ziyuan, there was a full live broadcast from Jingxi and the others. Jingxi and Aoshua were circling the barrier, piloting the Invincible, while the three young men, high in the sky outside, received signals and transmitted them to the command aircraft, relaying the battle situation. So now, all the Joint Force commanders outside had gathered in the command room, anxiously observing the battle. As much as I hate to admit it, now it's all up to you, the UN Special Operations Commander looked at Cheyenne expectantly. Leave it to Swager, Cheyenne replied confidently. She knew that the combat power deployed this time was arguably Swager's peak. Not only Shakia and Jingxi, but also Nineveh, their newly found executor. Aboard the ocean transport, the operators were also keeping an eye on the battle. On the other side of the world, at Swager's headquarters, Director Qin, along with Director Zhang and others from the technical department, were watching the battle. After all, this was the Dragon Knight system's debut, and the technical department wanted to see its capabilities in actual combat. The strange, dome-like familiar had risen from the crack in the ground to a height of about 30 or 40 stories. Sakia took cover behind a hill, raised her shield, and with her Dragon Knight lance resting on it, she thrust it out from the gap in the mountain wall. Trom's firearms controls were fully activated, and they were on full alert, ready for both offense and defense. Sakia recalled a time when she had faced a spherical enemy. That enemy also emitted high-energy beams. At that time, Swager, with the assistance of the Great Powers, had crafted an enormous electromagnetic cannon. He had snipe-killed that familiar in the skies above New Spring and Autumn City. Of course, the sphere was later revealed to be nothing more than an egg. The black, muddy familiar that emerged from it inflicted immense damage to New Spring and Autumn City. It was during the battle that Sakia felt her own weakness. The regret and helplessness of failing to save thousands of lives are the very reason Sakia continues to strive for strength. Although this time, the battle wasn't taking place in a city, Sakia still hoped to kill her clan members more quickly and accurately. The more she could achieve this, the more she would prove herself to be growing. Plus, with Mage Jingxi and Nineveh by her side this time, Sakia wanted to perform well. The subject is experiencing a high-energy reaction again. Take cover, both of you. Jingxi served as the battlefield communicator this time. Due to the barrier's isolation, the command aircraft sensors were rendered useless. Instead, the Invincible spacecraft became the battlefield command center. A flash of red light flashed across the sphere's surface, and then a dense mass of light spots appeared. These light spots were all diffuse, high-energy beams. The scale of the beams was even more dramatic than the rays that had swept through the rainforest before. Though Sakia had been prepared, this was her first time witnessing such a display. The spear mounted on the shield was equipped with a large-caliber twin-barreled cannon. Sakia quickly unleashed a barrage of fire, then immediately activated the shield's protective shield to maximum power, tucked the spear behind it, and ducked low to hide within the mountain wall. Just as Sakia's barrage of fire was about to strike the sphere, it suddenly split in two, dodging the barrage. Watching the battle from above, the Invincible was forced to perform a super-fast maneuver to avoid the all-encompassing beam fire. Fortunately, Sakia's attack had split it in two, creating a gap for the Invincible to slip through. Damn! This kind of clan is no ordinary one. Jinxie, do you have any clue? This super-fast maneuvering made Ao Shui sweat. She quickly asked Jinxie beside her. This creature doesn't seem to be an ordinary clan. There's no record of it in my documents. Or rather, we executors didn't encounter such a clan back then. Jinxie also held her chin up, her expression serious. Didn't your memory suffer? Can't you remember? Ao Shui knew about Jinxie's memory. Unlikely. If that were the case, it would be better. The documents I have were compiled by those who stayed on Earth to rebuild civilization after the Flashpoint Project. They were passed down specifically for the executors who moved to the present day. They record the types of clans that civilization had fought against, their weaknesses, and various countermeasures. Jinxie's words made Ao Shui even more uneasy. In other words, the ancients prepared a strategy guide specifically for the current civilization, and even sent their greatest combatants to personally lead them in the fight against the families. They truly did their utmost. But the troubling thing now is that the families seem to have evolved. Ao Shui sighed, reaching a conclusion. Will the families evolve? Jinxie said thoughtfully. He had a strange premonition. These strange families always seem to be formed by external interference. For example, according to Sakia and the others, this large sphere was the product of the priest's possession. If that were the case, it would be terrifying to contemplate. Chapter 375. While Jinxie was pondering, Ao Shui noticed something unusual. Look! What's that flash over there? Ao Shui saw a strange flash high in the sky. Amid the crimson flames ravaging the land, this golden light shone dazzlingly. The clan's high-energy radiation was abruptly cut off before this light. Ao Shui magnified the image, and the scene it revealed thrilled Longsheng and the other two, who were relaying the signal from outside the barrier. It's fair to say that not only the three of them, but anyone who saw this image would be shocked and thrilled. Wow! What is this? A giant hero? It's on fire! Longsheng practically leaped with excitement. I believe in light again now. Bruce was also thrilled. I'm finally beginning to understand the true status of the executor in the minds of the ancients. Li Jiayi's mouth dropped open. Is this the power of the executor? Xiuan and Operator K, at their respective posts, also witnessed this inspiring scene. Director Qin in his office also held a teacup, observing the scene. From the radiant light, a giant about 50 meters tall suddenly rose to its feet. The glow surrounding the giant directly deflected the high-energy beams fired by its followers. Then the light gradually condensed on the giant, taking on the color of its armor. The giant, covered in armor, looked a bit like a robot, but it was clearly not a robot. It's been a while since I've seen this. Nineveh, you truly deserve to be one of the executors. Jinxie looked at the giant with a rare smile. What's wrong? You're smiling so happily. How did you know it was Miss Nineveh? Ao Shui asked curiously, noticing Jinxie's rare excitement. Mechanical soul fusion is the executor's true power. The executor's combat form fuses the power of high-purity mechanical soul with their own, transforming into a combat mode that suits their preferences. Different people use it differently. If I still had my origin cube, I could do the same. Jinxie seemed to have seen something long lost, and a hint of anticipation lingered. Over on Sakia's side, a continuous barrage of high-heat rays quickly flattened the mountaintop. Seconds later, the Dragon Knight's shield came into direct contact with the heat rays. Woo-woo. Now Sakia was completely helpless, relying solely on her shield defense system. However, this wave of fire seemed to last longer than before. Based on Sakia's previous calculations of blocking a wave of attacks, a single barrage lasted about 10 seconds. But this time, as soon as one ray passed, another arrived. The shield's charge bar was almost empty. We must find a way to survive this wave of attacks. Suddenly, a giant descended from the sky and, with a wave of his hand, deflected the incoming high-energy beam. It wasn't so much a deflection as it was a giant creating an energy shield, remaining in place and deflecting the beam. Then the giant extended his hand toward Trom. Sakia was still in shock when Nineveh's voice echoed from the giant. Are you alright? You're Miss Nineveh. Sakia finally had a chance to take a closer look at the giant before her. The Titan was taller and larger than the Trom piloted by Sakia, and she seemed to pull it up with ease. Although its face resembled a robot's, with no nose and seemingly unable to open its mouth, it was as if Nineveh herself were wearing a mask and armor. The Titan's eyes glowed a milky white, appearing divine, and the upturned shoulder armor on its shoulders was majestic. The armor was tightly packed, yet there were plenty of gaps to allow for movement. Sakia seemed to have some impression of this form. Oh, isn't that the humanoid she often saw around Nineveh, this very image? Nineveh seemed to have mentioned before that this was one of the ways she harnessed her mecha energy. It seemed that this mecha substitute could not only fight alongside Nineveh herself, but could also transform into Nineveh's armor and grow even larger. Sakia began to think of the Giant of Light from the special effects works that Ryumari and the others loved. She had never expected the real Giant of Light to be right next to her. One could almost imagine their delight when they met Nineveh in person. You don't even know about mechanical soul fusion? Well, let's talk about that later. Let's deal with this guy first. Nineveh didn't seem to want to dwell on the issue. She pulled Trom up, and together with Sakia, they faced the monster. Okay, got it. I leave it to you, Nineveh. Nineveh raised her hand, creating an energy shield to clear the way. The two of them began advancing towards the dome, braving the barrage of beams. This gave Trom's shield an opportunity to recharge. It seemed that this all-around sweep had drained a lot of the familiar's energy. After half a minute of continuous strafing, the familiar's movement slowed. But precisely because of this powerful attack, the rainforest covering several kilometers was instantly reduced to scorched earth. The entire landscape has changed. Where does this creature get its destructive power? Aoshua frowned, watching from high above. This is the familiar, a being that brings despair and destruction. From the past to the present, it remains unchanged, Jinxie replied slowly. But there seems to be something else mixed in. Aoshua's eyes seemed a little sad. As a Dragonman adept at telepathy, she sensed anger and revenge in the familiar's attacks. The same thing happened with Sakia. She and Aoshua had heard the headmaster recount their experiences. Sakia, the familiar's attacks have stopped. Take them down. Nineveh saw the familiar's beams finally cease, seemingly needing a breather. Just as they were at the right distance, they unleashed their strongest attack, effectively completing their mission. Ah. Okay. I finished charging here too. Sakia planted her spear in the ground, freeing her hands to deploy the tracking beams and photon missiles equipped by Trom. What's wrong? Hesitant. Nineveh thought Sakia's state was a bit strange. Nothing. I just think this familiar before me was once human. Sigh. Sakia was kind, and even her enemies, after hearing their stories, felt a pang of displeasure. Don't be silly. We're at war. Even if this creature was human before, he's not anymore. No need to show mercy. Nineveh took the lead, gathering the energy of the spirit in her hands. Yes. I know. Go ahead, Miss Nineveh. Sakia understood this, and quickly composed herself, locking onto the strange ball with all her strength. Chapter 376. While the Dragon Knight system prioritized assault capabilities, Sakia preferred to utilize Trom's own photon missiles and tracking beams when firing at full power. All weaponry locked onto the large sphere, beams gushing from Trom's palms, and the emitters on his back. Nini crossed her arms, stroking them across her arms, gathering the energy of her spirit from her arms into her palms. Pointing her fingertips at the enemy, she pressed her palms together, and a dazzling light emanated from her palms. Nini's palms interlocked, creating a torrent of energy that shot towards the enemy. Opsu flowing light. Jinxie muttered silently. He watched the stream of light emanating from Nini's palms, and fragmented memories seemed to awaken in his mind. The smooth, spherical familiar, struck by the two, didn't seem to have time to break apart this time. Perhaps the previous violent beam attack had exhausted it. Whatever the case, it didn't matter anymore. The fierce attack had already cracked the familiar's body. These cracks were now rapidly spreading throughout its body. Is this the combined strength of the two of them? Aoshua exclaimed in delight. This scene was also broadcast outside via the Invincible, and the commander of the joint forces at the rendezvous felt certain of victory. Everyone in the command room was beaming with joy. But if only it were this smooth. Jinxie, beside Aoshua, was not immediately relieved. Far across the ocean, Director Qin, in the director's office, also frowned, as if realizing the battle wasn't over yet. The familiar shattered shell looked a great deal like the one Sakia had pierced through over New Spring and Autumn City. Why did they say the shell was shattered? Because Sakia had seen this happen once before. The previous creature was even more cunning. After its shell was shattered, its true form actually slipped away and lurked within the city. But the creature they faced now simply and crudely revealed its true form beneath the shattered shell. TSK. How tenacious. Was that previous appearance just a shell? Nineveh had clearly not expected this. This was her first time encountering such a familiar. The two shattered the familiar shell, and the true form revealed within astonished everyone watching the battle. This form. How does it relate to that egg-like thing from before? The director and Jinxie both thought of this simultaneously. One of them had read ancient texts about the familiar, and the other had personally encountered one from that era. According to Sakia and the others, the creature they were currently battling was the transformed form of the head of the cult responsible for the management of the country's religious order. Because the patriarch coveted the power of the families being studied within the order, and attempted to seize it, unforeseen consequences ensued, turning into this egg form. Is there a connection between whether or not it's a human? Jinxie observed the battlefield on the ground, and came to a terrifying conclusion. Nini quickly regained her composure, once again taking her stance, readying herself for the next attack against the creature emerging from the egg. This egg-like object. Let's call it an egg for now. Within its shell emerged a white ball that resembled countless gigantic human limbs forcibly squeezed together. Oh my god, what the hell is this thing? Sakia had seen many bizarre families before, but this one seemed particularly hostile towards humans. Indeed, previous families hadn't possessed so many human features, but this time, this enemy clearly had human limbs. Hee hee. The creature let out a strange, cold laugh. This sneer reached everyone through the broadcast. Swaguda, on his side, had been battling the families, observing the battle with a serious expression. The communicators of the combined forces, however, all turned pale, and instinctively removed their headphones. Even their commander suppressed a sneer that sounded like hell, maintaining a steady expression. Still, the beads of sweat glistening beneath his hat couldn't conceal his fear and nervousness. It's no wonder that even the most skilled soldiers on the battlefield would be thrown into confusion when faced with a metaphysical foe that surpassed human intelligence. If it were simply a giant creature, like a monster, the army could still calmly formulate a plan. But this thing didn't feel like a living thing, but rather a nightmare that triggered a fear deep within its DNA. How could a normal person remain calm, except for the executors, so even the super ancients had to rely on them for salvation. The non-executor staff of the Swarovski gems were somewhat protected by the root cube's energy, and were less affected than ordinary people. Sakia, it seems you know something. Nineveh noticed that Sakia didn't show much surprise when faced with this kind of familiar. As executors, they themselves believed they had seen every kind of familiar in their time of life and death struggles with their own families. Even Jinxie, upon encountering this kind of familiar for the first time, was surprised to see a new type. I guess so. Nineveh, let's go! Since the enemy hadn't been eliminated yet, Sakia knew the only option was to fight again. Okay. You provide long-range cover, I go and need it. Nini still found attacking from a distance unsatisfying. She preferred to pummel the enemy up close. Yeah, okay. Okay. Seeing Nineveh's enthusiasm, Sakia used her shield to prop up the Dragon Knight's lance. In fact, Sakia also wanted to try the Dragon Knight's lance's charging tactics, but when fighting with others, long-range and short-range coordination was the best. Nineveh's strength was obvious to Sakia and the others, and her high fighting spirit was a good thing for everyone. It's truly exhilarating, this feeling of power filling my body. The giant familiar muttered to himself. His voice was clearly that of the patriarch. The familiar actually spoke? How disgusting. Nineve, charging towards the giant flesh ball, found it even more disgusting. She leaped high, twisting her body in the air, and focused her spirit energy on her feet. Nineve's flying kick was like a meteorite falling from the sky, accompanied by a dazzling light and roaring roar, as if demonstrating the power of an executor to everyone present. Sakia knew that Nineve had brought her true skills to bear in this battle. The opponent didn't seem to attempt to dodge, and the ball of white flesh suddenly began to break apart. No, it simply stretched out. The huge white flesh ball was actually just the creature's curled-up form. Now it suddenly unfolded, sprouting 6 wings. 6 wings formed from limbs, growing from a shriveled humanoid form. This was the enemy's true appearance. The shrunken figure in the center bore the features of Patriarch Antorio. Chapter 377. Antorio finally gained the power of his clan, as he had hoped. What exactly was he planning to do? Unfortunately, none of this mattered to Nineveh. That's Tiamat's star-shattering kick. I remember it. Jinxie, who was watching the battle, exclaimed in a rare moment of surprise. Aoshue could see that Jinxie was a little excited, perhaps because she hadn't seen another executor perform a special move in a long time. Jinxie, did you remember something? Faced with Aoshue's concern, Jinxie found herself expressing emotion, a rare moment. What was going on? Could it be that Jinxie had seen Nineveh's ultimate move before? Plus, Nineveh seemed familiar with Jinxie when they met. Perhaps they had worked together in the ancient times? It looked like she and Nineveh would have something to talk about after the battle. Nineveh's meteorite kick practically painted the sky and earth within the barrier red, and it instantly struck Entorio. Instantly, Sakia felt a flash in her vision. It seemed the shockwave from Nineveh's ultimate attack had shocked Trom's sensors. Naturally, Sakia's vision, currently supported by Tron's vision, would also be affected. Nineveh is truly formidable. Is this the power of an executioner? Aoshue was also stunned. Indeed, unlike Sakia's previous battles, Nineveh's fighting style could be described as overwhelmingly domineering. This scene. I seem to have some recollection. Jinxie also seemed to have been evoked by Nineveh's ultimate attack. His memories of the executioner had become hazy, and he didn't know why, but the fact that he could gradually recall something through contact with Nineveh was naturally the best. The Invincible, hovering overhead and broadcasting the live battle, was shaken by the shockwave and jolted violently. However, precisely because of this turbulence, the power of Nineveh's attack was clearly visible to others. Wow! What a win! Longshin and his team, responsible for the broadcast, were thrilled. They already loved superhero movies, and now it was like seeing a real hero in person. Oh. Even the usually calmly Jiayi was touched. Her face flushed as she watched excitedly on the battlefield as Nineveh unleashed a finishing blow. Is it over? Cheyenne watched the violently jolting camera feed, and the flashes that covered her vision from the command plane. The power of this attack was perhaps no less than that of a low-yield nuclear bomb. With Nineveh as a powerful ally, this battle seemed to have little suspense. In fact, Sakia played a supporting role in this battle. But for Cheyenne, Sakia's safe return from the battlefield was a blessing in disguise. The camera feed gradually stabilized, and the image became clearer. The footage captured by the Invincible showed a skid track several hundred meters long on the ground. At its end stood Nineveh's giant form. Along the way, the familiar's outstretched wings had been kicked to pieces, their fragments scattered across the ground. The shrunken humanoid core, being relatively small, still had half of its fragments left, falling to the ground. In contrast, the seemingly violent explosion didn't create a large crater on the ground. It seemed Nineveh had precisely controlled the release of her energy, directing the maximum possible impact on the enemy. Nineveh's star-shattering kick pierced through it, shattering most of its body. Earlier, the creature had probably tried to raise its wings to block the attack, but this attack was clearly beyond its capacity. Nineveh. We finally crushed Priest Antorio's ambitions. Sakia walked past the shattered body of her familiar, and approached the now standing Nineveh. Nineveh turned and looked at the pile of rotting flesh on the ground. It seemed to be still writhing, and if you listened closely, you could hear some indistinct whispers. Ah, is it not quite dead yet? Sakia also turned, as if sensing something. Generally speaking, this kind of scene is quite common. So, hurry up and finish off the enemy before it gets too late. The two nodded, then aimed their weapons again at the pile of rotten flesh on the ground. Facing a lingering enemy, decisively finishing off the enemy, to avoid further complications was indeed something the skilled Nineveh would do. Sakia had suffered the consequences of not finishing off the enemy before, so she learned her lesson this time. But the enemy was more cunning than they had imagined. Suddenly, Sakia noticed a strange scene before her. The shattered flesh that Nineveh had kicked apart seemed to shrink and melt, seeping into the ground. Or, if one had to describe it, soak into it. Fire! Without further delay, Sakia quickly unleashed her palm beam. Nineveh also generated a halo from her palm and flung it at the target. With a resounding bang, another massive crater was blasted into the ground. The dust cleared, revealing nothing inside. From the footage transmitted by the Invincible, the families had been annihilated. Inside the command plane, the officers of the joint forces began to discuss with the commander. Ziyuan heard someone say that the familiar was just bluffing and nothing serious. Judging from their performance, it seemed to be true. But no one on the Swagger side jumped to conclusions. Having long battled the familiar, the Swagger had developed their own tactical system. Old K and the others on the ocean platform simply watched the situation unfold before the large screen in the command center. Director Qin also gave everyone instructions simultaneously. Ziyuan quickly relayed this order. All Swagger units, maintain alert. Ziyuan's order also reached Shikia and the others. Well done, everyone, Jingxi praised the judgment. We can't see the enemy now, but... Shikia reported to Jingxi and Ziyuan. Although the familiar had vanished, leaving behind a trail of debris, the barrier covering the area had not yet dissipated. Furthermore, Shikia was certain that the strange phenomenon she had just witnessed was real, not a misinterpretation. The executor's perception was extremely strong, and such unreliable situations wouldn't occur. Miss Nineveh, you saw it too, didn't you? Sakia asked Nineveh. Of course. Pay attention. This guy should have escaped, but he hasn't evacuated. Nineveh spread her spirit sense across the ground. She was also surprised. With the perception of an executor, it shouldn't have been possible to lose track of such a large-scale familiar. Could this guy have gone underground? Sakia had fought against familiar that could transform into liquid before. Coincidentally, this guy was also the type that emerged from an egg. We understand the situation. The two of you remain alert. We search from the air. Jingxi decided to survey the entire battle zone from the sky, looking for any clues. This barrier had become a physical entity, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. If the familiar was still a physical entity, they wouldn't be able to escape. Of course, just in case, Jingxi notified Xuan to have some of the combined forces helicopters take off from outside the barrier for reconnaissance. Chapter 378. This wasn't the first time Sakia had encountered a familiar fleeing underground. When they were fighting the black mud-like familiar in New Spring and Autumn City, they had infiltrated the city's sewer system to escape, eventually reuniting. In that battle, Sakia was powerless, watching helplessly as thousands of people were killed or wounded. So this time, Sakia vowed to be absolutely careless. Miss Nineveh, the barrier hasn't dissipated yet. Please be alert. I understand. But I can't sense any familiar energy right now. This is strange. Nineveh naturally understood Sakia's warning. As an experienced warrior, she certainly wouldn't let her guard down at this moment. But as an executor known for her keen sense of familiar fluctuations, she was a little surprised to find herself completely unable to sense the enemy's presence. Me too. Sakia's spirit sense was fully activated, now capable of using it with ease while riding Trom. But the feedback from their spirit sensors was complete silence. Trom's radar also showed no activity. Could it be that this barrier and the families were not the same thing? Master Jingxi, how is the situation over there? In that case, Sakia intended to seek assistance from the Invincible, which was on air patrol. Surveillance of the battle zone, sensors scanning the ground. Wait a moment. Jingxi and the others also worked swiftly on the Invincible, carefully observing the situation on the ground. With an enemy like the families, full of unknowns, you never know what tricks they might employ. Not to mention that this time, they were something not even mentioned in ancient texts. Jingxi, look. Ao Shui suddenly pointed out the window, as if she saw something. The light within the barrier was dim, but the dragon race had exceptional night vision. Although the sensor showed nothing, Ao Shui claimed to have seen something unusual with her naked eyes outside the porthole. The Invincible immediately turned and flew over the area. With night vision activated, Jingxi also saw a strange scene on the monitor. The trees in a certain rainforest began to wither rapidly, and then the branches and vines began to twist wildly and unnaturally. Although the terrain within the barrier had long been shattered by the fighting, the vegetation on the ground had retained its original appearance. So such unusual movements were quite conspicuous, with night vision activated. There's unusual movement 5 kilometers to the south. Coordinates sent. After determining the location, Ao Shui sent the coordinates of the change to Shikia and Ao Shui. Roger. Sakia confirmed the coordinates, and immediately called Nineveh to set off. Nineveh couldn't help but be curious about a familiar capable of deceiving the executor's mechanical senses. Perhaps this was a power gleaned from merging with humans? Faced the continuous onslaught of Nineveh's ultimate attacks, and still surviving, this guy certainly has some skills. Nineveh watched Sakia lead the way, a long-lost feeling of unease welling up in her heart. She had originally intended to end the battle quickly, but it seemed the enemy wasn't so weak. 5 kilometers wasn't much for the two of them now. From a distance, Sakia and Nineveh noticed that all the vegetation in the area had withered. In the distance, at the heart of the blight, the tangle of vines and branches writhing on the ground formed a strange tree. If we can call it that. It was clear that the tree's image was constantly twisting, tangling, and transforming before them, growing taller and larger. By the time Sakia and the others arrived at this mutated area, the tree, emitting an ominous appearance, had transformed into the form of the previous familiar. TSK. A lingering ghost. Nineveh immediately prepared for battle. I knew it. Sakia also raised her shield, resting her spear on it, blocking Nineveh. However, Nineveh, skilled and bold, stepped forward from behind Sakia. It seemed that she did not need Sakia's protection for the time being. Just as the two were about to advance, the familiar spoke first. Chuckles. It let out an unpleasant laugh. Really? No mercy at all, huh? You two, tricking me is one thing, but you're also beating me without even explaining. Being so impetuous is not good. Although the voice had grown a little strange, it was unmistakably the way Archbishop Antorio spoke. He had now finally gained the power of his clan, as he had longed for, but now, in this unsightly state, what else could he do? Antorio. Having become like this, you'd done something irreparable. Perhaps there were sympathetic aspects to your past, but you committed an unforgivable sin. I must eliminate you right here. Sakia aimed at the man. She recalled the Archbishop's human experiments. The restless souls lingering beneath the earth still lingered in her mind. Ridiculous. Right now? I feel great. Antorio, the familiar, seemed to be in a state of madness. He twitched violently for a moment, then bared his fangs and claws at the two men. The familiar spoke. The officers of the United Forces in the command plane were startled. This scene was relayed to everyone via the Invincible. The officers in the command cabin felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave, and the bustling command room suddenly fell silent. When a monster exhibited some human characteristics, it always shook the morale of ordinary soldiers. The United Nations forces had only faced simple monster-like families before. They had never imagined that families could speak human language. Facing a simple monster, you could just let loose and blast it to pieces, unleashing all-out firepower. But for a creature like this that muttered to itself, it added an unknown amount of terror. This creature's words seemed strangely penetrating, and Cheyenne felt her head buzzing. However, it seemed the executor wouldn't be affected. Besides, Sakia and Nineveh knew this guy's background, so they felt no fear at all. Chuck, chuck, chuck. Antorio's voice now always evoked this strange vibration, making his voice low and slurred. Wonderful. This power. No wonder those guys were hiding it before. Sakia and Nineveh didn't want to give him time to revel in his own ego. They understood and launched their next attack. Sakia, try the Dragon Knight system's energy cannon mode. Cheyenne's prompt echoed in Sakia's ears. Instructions are on the included control panel. Understood. Previously, Sakia had only used the most basic live-fire mode. In reality, this spear was more than just a simple, double-barreled, live-fire, large-caliber cannon. Although it was a product of modern civilization, it was, after all, a Schwager product. Their advanced technology was no joke. Schwager already has an energy weapon system like the combi gun, so how could the Dragon Knight system not have energy attacks? Using it was simple. A socket popped out from the Dragon Knight spear, and Sakia inserted Trom's original melee weapons, 2 high-energy particle blades, into it. This way, the two weapons became like external batteries for the spear. Chapter 379. Sakia inserted Trom's particle knife into her spear and activated it. As the aiming interface appeared before her, 2 crosshairs flickered before her eyes. The spear's tip also opened, energy gathering within it, emitting a faint purple glow. It seemed this weapon system had been fine-tuned by the technical department, perfectly integrating with Trom's operating system. Minister Zhang and the others are truly skilled, Sakia explained, fluently manipulating the weapon system. In less than a second, the 2 crosshairs converged, locked. Fire! Sakia pulled the trigger, and Trom's hand followed Sakia's neural signals. Light erupted from the spear's opening, a beam of high-energy particles gushing out. At the same time, Nineveh, nearby, extended her right hand, resting her left hand on her elbow, her arm glowing. As Sakia fired, Nineveh's right arm blasted out a stream of light bullets. The two simultaneously struck Antorio. After a violent flash, the area where the headmaster, now a member of the Familia, stood was completely engulfed in flames. The shockwave shook the Invincible violently in the air. The explosion echoed throughout the barrier. Well done, Sakia. Nini was rarely direct in her praise. Maybe we went too far. Sakia observed the massive explosion before her. She wondered if this thing or Nini's attack was more powerful. It's a shame, but the surrounding vegetation has withered. So burning it won't matter, Nini replied solemnly. Are you focusing on the plants? Sakia was puzzled. Not a bad attack, Aoshui commented on the shot. The Dragon Knight System's ray cannon was built using data I preserved. With your clan's technology, we can closely replicate the power of our civilization's mobile weapon energy cannons, Jing Ci explained calmly. I didn't expect you to still remember that kind of thing. As expected of an executor. Ao Shui was a little surprised. My memory is impaired, and I'm not a researcher, so naturally I don't remember these technologies. I learned this from ancient documents of Director Qin's clan. Our own bloodline has been passed down, specifically responsible for guiding us executors. Certain scientific achievements must be preserved, just like your clan. Jing Ci replied. No wonder you received a batch of equipment from me a few months ago. It turns out you're researching this stuff. Speaking of which, you said this thing was? A ray cannon for your era's mobile weapons. So it's standard equipment? Ao Shui's surprise was understandable. A ray cannon of this power far exceeded the underground clan's expectations of weapon power. While Nineveh's attack might have been a factor, Jing Ci's reaction suggests he's fully aware of the power of the Dragon Knight's beam cannon. Jing Ci also seems familiar with Nineveh's moves. He didn't name them just now, so Nineveh likely only used a minor one. Well, this is the weaponry from the Familiar Wars. Back then, to defeat the Familiars, humans went on a frenzied rampage in weaponry. It's unknown how much of that technology remains unrecorded. In short, Schwager selected some of the most immediately useful technologies for reverse engineering. Jing Ci gazed out the porthole and recounted the preparations Schwager had made. This was understandable, as modern humanity's technological advancement was several orders of magnitude behind that of the ancient civilization. To ensure the executors could receive as much support as possible once they reached the future, the people of the past employed various methods to preserve their technology. Is that so? Ao Shui's response seemed nonchalant. But that didn't mean she didn't understand the weight behind it. Spanning hundreds of thousands of years, even with the vastness of human history and the successive shifts in civilization, there remained a group of people who carried on the flames that kept this planet alive. No, not just this planet, but the entire solar system. So, let's see what the executors, burdened with this heavy responsibility, could accomplish. After the explosion, the dust gradually dissipated. Ao Shui and Jing Ci scanned the enemy from the air, ready to provide immediate tactical support to Shakia and the others. Shakia, Nineveh, there's no response from the impact zone. It looks like the enemy has been eliminated. Shui's voice echoed in Shakia's ears. Finally, Sakia relaxed slightly, sheathed her weapon, and prepared to step forward to investigate. Trom sensors didn't respond. Sakia, wait! Nineveh, realizing something, had just shouted when the ground in front of Sakia suddenly opened up, and two tentacle-like objects shot out from it. Ouch! Sakia was caught off guard and bound by the tentacles. Thankfully, Nineveh swiftly stepped forward and slashed the tentacles binding Sakia with her energy hand blade. This is... Nineveh pulled the fallen Shakia to her feet. A closer look revealed that the severed branches were vines twisted into long sturdy strips. Something's wrong. Why can't the Invincible's instruments sense the Familiar's energy? Ao Shui was surprised to see Shakia attacked. Logically, the Invincible should be able to sense the Familiar's existence. This guy can control plants? Nineveh seemed to sense something. She pulled Shakia to her feet and leaped to her feet. As the two leaped, the trees around them twisted into giant, sturdy vines, whipping towards where they had been standing. As Nineveh landed on a nearby hill, Shakia looked back to find the rainforest they had just stood in had transformed into an indescribable, swirling hell of vines. And amidst this swirling vines, the familiarized Entorier appeared again. Humph. Not bad for that power, the vitality of this rainforest. I gladly accept it. Hee. Damn it! He's made this rainforest his own territory. Shakia glanced around. Twirling vines began to sprout from all corners of the rainforest. She realized a new round had begun. Outside the barrier, the UN Special Operations team was still on standby in the rainforest, resting and monitoring the battlefield. But just now, the soldiers had witnessed a strange phenomenon. To the west of the troops' position, a large area of rainforest had suddenly lost its greenery. While the soldiers were still puzzled, headquarters had already received intelligence. This is a satellite photo. The UN and the Brazilian government are asking us what the situation is. The commander of the Special Operations team was currently holding a combat meeting with several advisors, including Cheyenne. The satellite photo showed an orbital view of the Amazon rainforest. It clearly showed a large area of the rainforest had withered. This was an unprecedented situation. This area is right near us, over 100 kilometers in radius. This is what happened just now. The advisor from the Gale Nation described the current situation. Was it the enemy within the barrier who did this? The commander blinked seriously. I think so. Ziyuan sighed. She had to think of a way out. After all, she was now the on-site commander for Swager. Even though Jingxi and Aoshua, two of Swager's founders, were closer to the scene than she was, Ziyuan couldn't just stand by and watch. Chapter 380. Perhaps the enemy's ability is to absorb the energy of living things to heal itself. We need more intelligence now. In the conference room, Cheyenne offered his hypothesis. We can't say for sure yet. Perhaps it's someone else from the cult. The Gale Nation's military advisor nearby felt Cheyenne's hypothesis needed further verification. Then, on behalf of Swager, I request helicopter patrols and reconnaissance. Don't we have intelligence sources within the barrier? This shouldn't be difficult to verify. Cheyenne's reasoning was sound. A helicopter fleet was readily available, and rather than waiting for satellite images to arrive, direct observation would be preferable. Excuse me, if the enemy has an ambush, our reconnaissance mission could be a waste of time. And the current situation for our troops is not optimistic. The military advisor had his own considerations. These troops were drawn from the armies of various countries, so his words made sense. Our troops have already suffered significant losses in ground combat, including the complete loss of our reconnaissance drones. Using helicopters for reconnaissance is simply too expensive now. After hearing this, Cheyenne was speechless. Cheyenne wanted to argue, but she didn't know what to say. Although 3 young men in an underground clan aircraft were currently communicating outside the barrier, they couldn't fly around for reconnaissance in order to maintain a stable signal. I believe an investigation is necessary. Let's go! A man's voice suddenly rang out, and everyone turned to look at the door. It was Agent Delta. It's you. Cheyenne was a bit surprised. I heard everything. It just so happens that we have new fighter jets, and they're also part of the Special Operations Unit. Agent Delta removed his sunglasses and glanced at the high-ranking officials before him. Even in an emergency, we can escape. Leave it to us. The commander was pleased with the proposal. He nodded. Okay, I approve your reconnaissance, but on one condition. The commander glanced at Cheyenne. Miss Cheyenne will also come. Cheyenne shrugged. This was the expected outcome. Agent Delta and Cheyenne exchanged a glance and nodded. Understood. Leave it to us. Cheyenne bowed politely to the commander, and then left the meeting room with Agent Delta. The thrusters under the wings of the Lizard fighter jet blasted out hot air, sending the aircraft vertically upward. Cheyenne, following the other agents, took off for reconnaissance. This aircraft had performed remarkable feats many times during the Nami mission. Yuan now had the opportunity to examine it up close. Apart from anything else, the technology embodied in this aircraft was far ahead of today's mainstream equipment. Various ultra-compact devices were concentrated within the aircraft, leaving ample space for personnel. Why was Yuan so confident in her assessment? Because, after all, she was a former Air Force fighter pilot. Yuan was well aware of the current mainstream equipment. It seemed that the technology previously leaked by Schwager had finally borne fruit. The speed and stability were also quite reliable, and the fighter demonstrated exceptional stability even during high-speed flight and sharp turns. The reconnaissance equipment on board was also rapidly gathering data on the rainforest area. The Lizard fighter was a truly exceptional aerial command and transport aircraft with exceptional firepower. Therefore, the Gale Nation only deployed one for this operation, demonstrating their considerable confidence in it. The results came in quickly. Cheyenne, examining the aircraft's instruments, felt compelled to confirm something. Master Jingxi, this is Cheyenne. Something strange is happening outside. Inside the barrier, the Invincible hovered overhead. The battle below had reached a stalemate. Inside, Master Jingxi had been tasked by Cheyenne to verify a hypothesis she had developed. Sakia and Nineveh were trapped in an endless encirclement. The familiar seemed to be one with the land, controlling all plant life to form tentacles that attacked from all sides. Every time the two destroyed a wave of incoming tentacles and attacked the main body, even if it was shattered, it would quickly regenerate from a distance. Damn it! This never-ending thing. Seeing her ammunition dwindle, Sakia was forced to resort to close combat with her spear. However, the spear was quickly entangled by the plant-like tentacles. The vines were stronger than expected, instantly yanking the spear from Sakia's grasp. A flash of light shot out, saving Sakia. Sakia, are you alright? Nini destroyed the vines entangling the spear and tossed it back to Sakia. Thank you. Sakia thanked him and quickly leaped to a higher ground. Is this guy trying to hold us back until we run out of ammunition and food? Nineve used her hand knife to cut off a few tentacles that were encircling him and leaped to the higher ground. Antorio was no fool. If he had continued his previous confrontation, he would have been beaten to a pulp. He always attacks from tricky angles. How despicable, Antorio. Sakia fired a barrage of photon-seeking missiles from behind, aiming at the main body of the familiar, hidden outside the tentacle swarm. But countless vines suddenly rose from the ground, forming a wall and blocking the missiles. Huh. Just as before, defend with all your might. Sakia's attempt failed again. Melee attacks didn't yield any advantage, and ranged weapons couldn't penetrate. While Trom's special energy source could keep the machine running almost forever, it only protected the machine itself. The ammunition for the various weapon systems on board would eventually run out. We couldn't just resort to physical techniques or energy blades to deal with the current situation, could we? Nineve, I only have a third of my ammunition left. How are you? How long can you last in this form? Amid the chaotic battle, Sakia needed to check on her teammates. I don't know exactly how long, but a conservative estimate is about an hour. Nine's answer brought a sigh of relief to Sakia. Let's see if there's any way to attack and capture him. That flying kick from before was pretty good. Sakia thought they should try concentrating their firepower to take out the enemy in one go. I can't just keep using powerful skills. The energy after transforming takes time to regenerate. I have to figure out how to capture it. A rash attack will only let it escape. Nineve was waiting for her energy to regenerate, while also observing the familiar's movements, trying to find a way to trap its true form. I see. Sakia knew she had to hold out for a while. Indeed, they had seized opportunities several times before to destroy the familiar, only for it to escape from somewhere else. The only conclusion was that what they had previously believed to be the true form was a fake. Antorio had concealed his true form. Chapter 381. In that case, Sakia pressed her hand to the ground, spreading her spirit energy, trying to locate the true target. Humph. Nineveh did the same thing, but with a simple tap, a ring of light emanated from beneath her feet, burrowing into the earth. Observing this, Sakia was surprised that Nineveh's energy net could penetrate the ground. Currently, all she could do was detect objects within a certain range along their surfaces. Never mind, having a strong teammate was always reassuring. Next, it was up to the diffused spirit energy to provide the answer, and both needed time to await the results. Just as they were about to regroup, Jinxie sent a confusing command. Stop attacking. When Jinxie's voice reached them, Sakia and Nineveh suspected they had misheard. Surrounded like this, simply running away would only make them more vulnerable. What the hell was going on? Nineveh just happened to face several more vines, and she raised her knife and cut them without hesitation. Listen, Nineveh, I'm not telling you to run. Take a look at this first. Jinxie seemed to have received some urgent intelligence. The information was immediately transmitted to Sakia and Nineveh. Although she didn't know how Nineveh had checked it, Sakia, in Trom's cockpit, switched to the cockpit view and saw the holographic image in front of her, showing the surroundings of the battle zone from a high altitude. A considerable portion of the rainforest had turned grayish-white, just as it had been when she first fought alongside Nineveh. Albinism? Sakia was startled. Have new families appeared outside? No, take a closer look. This is footage captured by Cheyenne during aerial reconnaissance. Below where Trom stood, numerous vines were still trying to entwine their way up the cliff. Sakia, reacting naturally, stomped on several of them. At the same time, inside the cockpit, a new bleached area appeared in the aerial view of the rainforest, as quickly as a drop of paint falling on a canvas. What's going on? Are these two connected? Sakia vaguely sensed something was amiss. Nineve must have seen the same thing. Perhaps she wasn't too convinced, so she crossed her hands, then suddenly opened them, drawing a beam of energy from her palms, and slashing at the vines rising from the mountain's base. This time, a large area was instantly bleached, perhaps affecting an area several kilometers in radius. The two immediately understood what was happening. As Sakia and Nineveh destroy these vines, the rainforest outside will wither. Asshole. You're actually draining the life force of other creatures to restore yourself. Nineveh's tone was filled with anger, and she immediately understood what was going on. Even someone as strong as Nineveh had no choice but to stop and escape the encirclement. Sakia was forced to stop as well, and the situation was now extremely passive. What should we do? Doesn't that mean we have no choice but to flee? We're analyzing the situation. We hold on until the results are in. Jinxie was also trying to find a way to break the deadlock. Jinxie, I need you to scan the underground of the battle zone. This spaceship should be able to do that, right? Nineveh shared her thoughts. Ahem, use the detection sphere to scan the subsurface. I handle it. Aoshua wasn't looking well. Sweat beads formed on her forehead, and she looked uneasy. What's wrong? You look so pale all of a sudden. Jingxi looked at Aoshua with concern. Maybe it's because you've been concentrating, maintaining the brainwave communication field, otherwise, Sakya and Nineveh wouldn't be able to cooperate. Aoshua gave this as her reason, but Jingxi could clearly see there was more to it. As Aoshua spoke, she clearly turned her body to avoid Jingxi. Jingxi knew that the previous attack from her clan had still left an impact on Aoshua. Although Nineveh had suppressed the erosion with her spirit energy, significantly slowing it down, Aoshua might have been finished in 10 minutes otherwise. But that didn't mean it would last much longer. The root cube's energy would still be needed to directly illuminate the eroded area to eliminate the hidden danger. Okay, we end this battle as soon as possible. Jingxi had no choice but to say this. Aoshua persevered, her hands deftly manipulating the control panel. Two small, spherical detectors flew out from the Invincible's hull and began scanning the area above the wriggling vines. These detector spheres can sense energy flows thousands of meters underground. They were originally used in space exploration. Hopefully they'd be useful this time, Aoshua explained. Okay, you rest for a while. I take care of the rest. Jingxi sighed, formed a wave of life force, and patted Aoshua's shoulder with her palm. With the healing energy, Aoshua finally felt better. Thanks. Aoshua took a breath, rested his head against the driver's seat, and rested his eyes slightly closed. Rest well. Jingxi sighed silently when he saw Aoshua close her eyes. Jingxi knew the decisive moment was approaching. This is Jingxi. I ordered Sakya and the others to cease their attacks. How's the albinism going? Jingxi communicated with Ziyuan. They stopped. Our suspicions were correct, Ziyuan replied. High in the sky, the rainforest looked as if it had been doused in flour, creating a strange spectacle. Oh, this is trouble. What should we do? Agent Delta, watching from inside the plane, said with a look of helplessness. This enemy is quite cunning this time. While their combat effectiveness isn't particularly strong, their tactics are extremely despicable. Ziyuan gazed at the endless rainforest below, a worried look on her face. The Amazon rainforest, if anything happens there, Earth won't be able to handle it. Agent Delta knew they only had the two men within the barrier to rely on. Damn it, what should I do? Inside the barrier, Sakya was also a little anxious. She could only keep running to higher ground. Facing the vines that were coming at her, Sakya could clearly use all her firepower to mow them down, but now she couldn't. Watching Nineveh being pushed further and further away by the vines, she seemed to be feeling uncomfortable too. She had always preferred direct confrontation, but now she had to resort to a retreat strategy. What's more, the enemy was only using underhanded tactics. In terms of combat power, they were no match for Nineveh. In a way, Sakya admired this guy. Even when he was still a human, Priest Antorio loved to play tricks. Now that he was no longer a human, he could still come up with such a shady trick. He was truly brilliant. This is simply taking the natural environment hostage, or in other words, directly holding the Earth hostage. The abilities of the familiar should not be underestimated. Now, the only thing the two can do is wait. Chapter 382. Waiting is always unsettling. Nineveh beckoned Shakia to follow. They had to keep moving until Jingxi and the others could come up with a plan. The underground mechanical soul sensor network Nineveh had planted would also need time to respond. Don't sigh, Shakia. My mechanical soul sensor network will be responding in a few minutes. Until then, let's not get caught by this guy. Nineveh's words were still reassuring. Well, speaking of which, you're quite impressive. Teach me this trick later. Shakia could probably figure out the principle behind Nineveh's move. It felt similar to sonar. The key, however, lay in the energy utilization. Well, let's win first, Nineveh said readily. While the two were moving, the Joint Forces command room outside was busy too. Well, it would be great if you could come to support us, but how do we get into that enclosed space? In the command room, the Joint Forces commander seemed to have received a call. What? You say you have a solution? That's great. Please arrive as soon as possible. Thank you. The commander hung up the phone with a smile on his face. It seemed the combined forces weren't just there to serve as a backdrop. They had a backup plan. But besides the Swager organization, who else could be considered a professional team to deal with the families? Jingxi had also received a communication from Nineveh, saying that with the help of organic spirit sensing, the detection of the war zone would be twice as efficient. Now, the Invincible's detectors and Nineveh's organic spirit energy were scanning the ground at high speed. Gradually, A three-dimensional image of the underground war zone unfolded on the Invincible's display. Goodness. This guy is so cunning. Jinxie sighed and sent the results to everyone. Ziyuan's Swagger terminal rang. It was Jinxie sending her an image of the underground battlefield. What on earth is this? Ziyuan picked it up and looked at it, also puzzled. What is this? Sakia also saw the image. The black areas on the image represented underground rocks and soil, while the large and small golden lines within it represented the bodies of the familiar. These lines connected to the plants on the ground, turning them into weapons. It's just like mycelium, Nineveh said sharply. Wait, you mean this thing spread itself out and transformed into a fungus-like structure? Sakia pursed her lips. The familiar truly possessed all sorts of bizarre abilities. Fungi can be exemplified by mushrooms. Their main body can actually spread out very large, covering an entire forest. And the large and small mushrooms that emerge from the forest floor can actually be considered different parts of the same individual. In other words, the largest creature on Earth isn't a dinosaur or a blue whale, but a mushroom. I remember that what appeared to be the main body emerging from the vines earlier was actually a mushroom cap, a deception. I wonder how this guy, Antorio, became such a monster. Perhaps it was just luck. Like his human self, this familiar form's abilities are all about scheming and deception, and its direct combat effectiveness doesn't seem very impressive. So how do we defeat it? Sakia said, puzzled. It's impossible to overturn this entire plot of land. According to my spirit sense, this guy's true form is right here. Look, there's a bulging node near the edge of the battle zone, Nineveh said. It's too deep there. Is there a way to attack it? Jinxie spotted the spot, but it was at least 300 or 400 meters underground. This old bastard. He's overturned the ground. Let me try. Sakia, perched on a high ground, set up her Dragon Knight lance. Sakia inserted the hilts of Trom's 2 high-energy particle knives into the joints of the lance, adjusted them to beam cannon mode, and aimed at the direction of the true form. She intended to penetrate the ground and attack the guy's true form. Literally, overturn the ground. Okay, remember to avoid the vines. Jinxie agreed with Sakia's attempt. As if Antorio had sensed something, it began to mobilize the surrounding vines to pounce, attempting to obscure the target's location. Then Nineveh leaped up, diving into the vines in that area. Grabbing them with both hands, she forcibly pulled them apart, exposing the ground. Nineveh. Thank you. Sakia quickly aimed at the exposed ground and pulled the trigger. There was no expected massive explosion. The beam from the Dragon Knight's lance's energy cannon only stirred up a little dust on the ground, followed by the vitrification of the sandstone and soil near the cave entrance, which had been heated by the high temperature. Nineveh also took the opportunity to let go, leaping high to higher ground, out of the vine's range. How is it? Sakia continued firing for about 5 seconds, until the muzzle overheated, and had to automatically deactivate the beam cannon mode. Zizizi. Watching the red spear tip emit a cloud of steam in the humid air, Sakia placed the spear on the ground. The hilt of the sword ejected from it as Sakia manipulated it, like unloading a magazine. Sakia tried to activate the high-energy particle knife, but as expected, it was out of energy and wouldn't activate. Looks like it needs to recharge. Sakia tucked them back into her waist. The storage opening of Trom's skirt armor. Master Jinxie? How did that shot work? Sakia hurriedly checked the results. It reached over 200 meters underground. Sadly, it was just a little short. Sakia was a little frustrated by Jinxie's detection results. Trom's most powerful single-shot weapon right now was the Dragoon beam cannon, and the opportunity to attack was now lost. Damn. If that's the case? Sakia refused to believe it, and fired a full barrage at the hole she had made. The photon missiles on Trom's back, and the photon tracking rays in his palms fired simultaneously. With Trom's super-sensing equipment, we should be able to send all these attacks straight into the cave entrance. Wait, Shakia! Nineveh shouted, but it was too late. The opportunity to attack had already been missed. A blanket of vines surged forward. No matter how precisely Shakia's tracking beams and photon missiles could control their trajectory, they couldn't penetrate such a dense web. A violent explosion erupted before reaching the ground. Plant fragments were scattered all over the mountain. Ah! Shakia shuddered. What's going on? Ziyuan's surprised cry echoed through the communication. The albino rainforest had suddenly expanded over a large area. Damn it! Shakia clenched her fists, realizing she had gotten too carried away. Calm down, Shakia. Find another opportunity. Jinxie also warned Shakia. Nineve glanced at Shakia from the next hilltop, wondering what she was planning now. Chapter 383. Nineve recalled some events from ancient times. Earth, a planet brimming with life. When Nineve was a child, her grandmother told her that this planet was the goddess's greatest gift to her people. The Nineves hailed from a distant galaxy. After wandering the universe for ages, they finally found a vibrant planet like the third planet in the solar system. A place as vibrant as their home planet. The indigenous people of Earth were kind and simple, welcoming them as interstellar wanderers. Later, they built a great civilization together, and many new races arrived in this galaxy. Until the civilization entered the interstellar age and encountered the invasion of the families. As a tribe that believed in nature, they preserved Earth's relatively pristine natural scenery during the interstellar civilization era. While other planets were being developed, their efforts transformed Earth into the solar system's paradise of life. To the extent that the current generation of humans hardly even realizes the existence of this former super civilization. Unlike Sakia and the others, Nineve's memories are very clear. So, facing the despicable clan Entorio had become a clan that preyed on the life of the planet, she couldn't let them go. Sakia, retreat, Nineveh said to Sakia. Sakia was still pondering how to pursue. Her ultimate was running out of cooldown, and since Sakia hadn't completely defeated them, she would just have to finish them off. Nineveh once again gathered high-density spirit energy in her hands, placing them at her waist. A dazzling light erupted. Sakia, wait for my signal. Once you recharged, attack those vines blocking the path. Nineve. You? Okay, give me a minute. Sakia looked at Trom's flashing panel, which showed that only 20% of the charge had been completed. It would take several minutes to deliver a strike like the previous one. Now she had to stop. Nineve didn't elaborate on her plan. She simply gathered a ball of spirit energy and enveloped herself. Sakia, hurry! Nineve stared at the vines that began to extend. Nineve, you. Jinxie seemed to realize Nineve's plan. But he also knew that Nineve could handle it. So he didn't intend to say anything. Charge 50%. Sakia shouted to Nineve. That's enough. I go first. Nineve, her whole body aglow, leaped towards the huge hole Sakia had blasted. Sakia was shocked. Nineve. But Nineve simply told her to fire. Jinxie and the others were also greatly surprised, but at this point, they had no choice but to trust Nineve. Nineveh leaped toward the cave entrance, but was swept up by a mass of vines, seemingly dragging her inside. Fire! Following Nineveh's command, Sakia fired another shot. Though this one wasn't as powerful as the previous one and had exhausted its magazine, it was enough to blast through the vines sealing the cave. Sakia. Attack like this. Cheyenne also observed the unfolding battle. Wouldn't such a direct attack play right into the enemy's hands? However, this time was different. Observations from the plane showed no increase in the albinism. It looks like Miss Nineveh has done something, Agent Delta, who was traveling with her, realized. This. Mage Jinxie, piloting the Invincible, also observed the scene. Although he had lost the protection of the root cube, that didn't mean Jinxie couldn't sense its energy. After all, he could physically approach Sakia's root cube, stored beneath Swagger. Furthermore, a vast wave of life energy emanated from Nineveh, dazzling like a beacon to Jinx's eyes. Furthermore, this was quite different from her own mechanical soul power. This was Nineveh transforming her own mechanical soul energy into a mass of life force to attract the familiar. Each executor's mechanical soul power was said to possess different attributes. However, before the Flashpoint project began, there had been little communication between them. The decisive battle against the familiar had already begun when the root cubes were gathered. Nineveh's ability, unexpectedly, was to gather vast amounts of life force. It was thanks to Jinxie's practice of the life ripple technique that she was able to sense it immediately. At this moment, Nineveh had been pulled into the cave by the familiar's vines. Relying on the familiar's feeding instinct, Nineveh, transformed into a ball of life force, was pulled closer to the familiar's main body. Sakia's previous shot had knocked away the vines blocking the path. And the familiar, eager to secure their feast, proactively cleared the remaining path. It stands to reason that the familiar transformed from Entorio still retained some sense. Previous battles had shown him to be as cunning and sly as ever. So, there was only one possibility. Nineveh's life energy was so dense that the familiar didn't recognize her, merely considering her a feast. Tentacles twisted from the plant's core stretched out, pulling the vine ball enveloping Nineveh deeper. Jinxie made the above speculation. Miss Nineveh, it's up to you now. Sakia ejected the empty energy magazine and stared at the smoking hole. The Dragon Knight system had now completely lost its ability to conduct long-range energy bombardments. It could only function as a melee weapon. Nineveh's plan was to rely on her followers to proactively clear the way for a single, close-range kill. While being engulfed by the vines, Nineveh was already mobilizing energy within her body, gathering it. Under the flowing life force on the surface, she surged with destructive force as a killing blow. This was only possible because Nineveh, as an executor with her memories intact, was able to so precisely allocate the power of her spirit. Her combat experience was fully utilized. Jinxie was even inferior to her in this respect. Right now, Nineveh, sensing through her spirit, clearly knew she was being pulled toward a large underground node. Within this node, the priest's true form should be encased. But just as Nineveh was about to unleash her ultimate move, she felt the vines pause. She understood what this meant. Without time to ponder, the vine ball enveloping Nineveh exploded in a flash of light, a stream of multicolored energy gushing out, hurling itself towards the swollen, root-like structure ahead. On the ground, everyone fell silent. Sakia watched the suddenly quiet battlefield, feeling as if hours had passed. A sudden, violent tremor erupted from beneath her feet, snapping her out of her trance. Then a muffled sound echoed from deep underground. "It's done!" Sakia was about to think this when the ground near the distant cave entrance suddenly bulged, a massive force blasting through the soil, creating a massive crater. Dozens of tons of soil were sprayed high into the air, and mud began to rain down from the sky. Everyone looked expectantly into the giant crater after the explosion, but Nineveh wasn't there as expected. Had the families been wiped out? Outside the battle zone, the commander of the combined forces was also anxiously monitoring the situation. The video feed from Li Jiai and her crew's spaceship continued to transmit. Report, strange biological activity nearby. Heading towards the camp. The new report interrupted the commander's thoughts. What's going on? Is it a cult ambush? The commander's assessment was not surprising. The cult had many armed personnel. It was impossible for them to evacuate in such a short time. There must be a small group of forces attempting a surprise attack. Thankfully, the army had prepared for this from the outset. Order the troops on alert to move out immediately and stop the enemy. Yes. Chapter 384. Outside in the rainforest, around the Joint Forces encampment, a security force had already been dispatched to prepare for an impending surprise attack. In the battle zone, Shakia and the others watched as the rain of mud and the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. The explosion had altered the landscape, literally uprooting the ground within a kilometer or two. However, it was pitch black inside, making it difficult to discern the precise situation below. Trom's sensors did detect an energy reaction deep within. It must have been Nineveh. Nineveh, please answer. Repeat, Nineveh, please answer. Jinxie's voice echoed back into the communication channel between Shakia and Ziyuan. Miss Nineveh. What's the situation? Shakia called out anxiously. Swish. The communication seemed to be severely interfered with. It was clear that the energy of the explosion was immense. The power of Nineveh's ultimate move had truly exceeded Shakia's expectations. Sakia. It was Nineveh's long-awaited reply. This is Sakia. What's going on down there? Sakia was overjoyed, finally receiving a reply from Nineveh. Run! Nineveh's response startled Sakia. Huh? Before Sakia could even think, the spirit-sensing net surrounding him rippled. Something's happening. Behind them, twirling suddenly, two thick vines had broken through the ground and wrapped around Trom's left arm. Damn it! Did Nineveh fail? Jinxie's brow furrowed, a rare frown on his face. Now, even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Woo-woo. Sakia's left arm was entangled, and she was momentarily unable to distance herself. Several more vines attacked again, attempting to bind her entire body. Sakia, attack with all your strength. Nineveh's commute chimed again. All right. Sakia knew she had no choice but to trust Nineveh now. Regardless of the situation below, Nineveh had already bought her some time. The photon missile bay behind Trom ejected, firing at the oncoming vine tentacles. The photon missiles traced a magnificent trajectory through the air, blasting the incoming vines to smithereens. Sakia also blasted the vines wrapped around her arm with her palm cannon. This time, however, Sakia's attacks on the enemy didn't cause the whitening phenomenon to spread. Is it coming? Sakia finally freed herself and quickly leaped back, gaining some distance. Looking closely, not far behind her, the mycelium on the ground began to twist and tangle, once again forming a massive, humanoid monster. I'm sorry, he escaped at the last moment, but I suppressed his recovery from down there. Nynaeve's voice came through again. It should have come up to you. I leave the rest to you. Although it was a light-hearted description, Nineve seemed to be suffering down there as well. Are you alright, Miss Nineve? Sakia looked at the mycelial figures converging from all directions before her, sensing that they too were ready for a showdown. Its condition, this time, was different from before. I'm fine. Just go ahead and finish it off. It can't hide anymore. Nineve's tone remained as reassuring as ever. Leave it to me. You must hold on. Sakia knew what Nineveh had done down there. She said she was suppressing the Familia's recovery abilities. While she didn't know the specific method, she couldn't let Nineveh's efforts go to waste. To have pushed me to this point is quite impressive. This is the power of the Executioner. Antorio, transformed into a gigantic humanoid monster, sighed in frustration. That's good to know. Let me liberate you. Sakia pointed her palm cannon at Antorio with one hand, then slowly walked to the spear, crouched down, and picked it up. Haha, this power is even greater than that of the Familia. Let it be mine. Antorio shouted, charging at Sakia like a madman. Come on! Sakia knew this was the final battle. It would be a grave mistake for Antorio to let his guard down just because he was facing Sakia. She raised her spear and charged directly at Antorio. Outside the war zone, the security forces conducting a reconnaissance operation encountered new trouble. The attackers weren't the remnants of the cult, but a horde of inhuman monsters. These creatures let out muffled growls and, the moment they spotted the troops, launched a surprise attack from the rainforest. The troops had, after all, fought the cult not long ago, and they immediately began to fight back. But to their dismay, many of the monsters transformed after being struck, rapidly expanding like balloons. Oh no, sir! This is the footage captured by the security forces. The commander of the joint force grew restless after seeing the report of the security forces' sacrifice. The cult actually has this trick up their sleeve. Is this a biological weapon they left behind? The commander stood up and paced back and forth. He was, of course, aware of the previous incident in Mexico City. That was the first time it was confirmed that the cult was using the power of their familias for human experiments. The deployment of biological weapons, this time, was not unusual. The alarm sounded, and the combined forces prepared to evacuate. However, with so many wounded and sick present, evacuation would be slow no matter how hard they tried. A massive figure emerged from the forest, quickly surrounding the retreating combined forces. In the battle zone, Sakia, wielding her Dragon Knight lance, engaged in a dazzling offensive and defensive battle with Antorio. Goodness, this guy always looked so incompetent. Was it because he was constantly in a split state? Cheyenne wondered, watching the live video feed. Either Nineveh's fighting power was too great during their previous battle, causing Sakia to underestimate her, or perhaps the enemy was now cornered. Antorio's attacks were frantic, clawing furiously with his limbs and summoning numerous vines from the ground to attack Sakia from all sides. This offensive was a stark contrast to the Antorio's previous attempts at keeping a distance and intercepting her. Although Sakia's combat skills far surpassed her, thanks to the power of his familiar, Antorio seemed to be able to predict her movements to some extent. Sweet scent. The power of the Executioner. It seemed that gaining the power of his familiar had inflated Antorio's power, and he was eager to capture Sakia and devour her. Antorio's arrogance was not without reason. Considering that he was the first person to gain the power of his familiar, transforming his body into a monster while still retaining some mental capacity. Although the capacity wasn't much, it was likely that he retained much. Greedy fellow. Sakia remembered she still had a few solid shells in her rifle's magazine, so she decided to give them a little shock. Sakia took a large step back, pretending to stab. But the distance was clearly insufficient. As Sakia had expected, the familiar Antorio didn't retreat. He had taken the bait. Chapter 385. Sakia, completely unaware of what was happening outside the war zone, successfully tricked Antorio. The spear shells fired at close range struck the familiarized Antorio firmly. This time, however, Antorio's body didn't simply disintegrate. Instead, it seemed as if all its scattered parts had gathered together, strengthening it. Although a large hole had been punched through his body, he didn't look particularly well. TSK, this power isn't quite up to par. One more. Sakia stepped forward, ready to fire a few more shots at the kneeling enemy. Smart trickery. But do you dare fire? Family Antorio half knelt on the ground, mumbling incoherently. Still talking nonsense at this point. Sakia ignored him and reloaded her rifle. She still had some ammunition left, and her priority was to eliminate the scoundrel who had gained the familiar's power. Wait, Sakia, hold your fire. Cheyenne anxious voice echoed over the comms. What's this time? Sakia had already trained her gun on the enemy, on the verge of bringing the battle to a close. Has Priest Antorio still been playing tricks until the very end? The combined forces are surrounded by a group of monsters, Cheyenne said with difficulty. Antorio has used these monsters to deliver a message, telling you to stop immediately. At the same time, the outside view was projected onto Sakia's cockpit. Sakia's vision darkened. She knew these monsters were the same ones she had seen in the priest's underground biochemical laboratory. Those jars contained the larvae of these creatures. It seems that when the patriarch transformed into a familiar, he also unleashed the biological weapons in the laboratory and used the familiar's power to enlarge them. In a sense, Antorio, who could come up with such a series of schemes, was no ordinary individual. For now, let's avoid their attack and keep our distance before making any plans. Jinxie, having also learned of the situation, offered advice to Sakia. This Antorio was truly cunning. Now they had to resort to a delaying tactic. When the familiar combined with human intelligence, even for Jinxie, the executor, this was a new experience. Outside, the troops in the camp were treating hundreds of wounded. How could they act so quickly? As soon as the alarm sounded, gigantic, twisted monsters emerged from the rainforest, seemingly suddenly enlarging in size. They relayed the patriarch's message to Sakia and the others to cease. Now, everyone in the combined forces camp, including the commander, was Antorio's hostage. Family member Antorio's healing was much slower. He knelt for about 3 minutes before slowly rising. His body, roughly the same size as Trom, slowly rose to its feet and once again gazed in Trom's direction. Sakia, piloting Trom, could only watch helplessly as the enemy slowly recovered, unable to do anything but pull away and retreat. Thanks to those self-righteous fools out there. I want to thank them. Familiar member Antorio's deep, muffled voice tinged with excitement. Understanding the familiar's tone was not a joyous experience. Sakia had finally been on the verge of victory, only to find herself backed off again. This left her feeling both infuriated and helpless. All right, your power is mine. Familiar Antorio swung his hand at Sakia, and several long, thin threads shot out, piercing Trom's armor. At the same time, roots from the ground suddenly entangled Sakia's hands and feet. Sakia didn't dare to move rashly, so she was entangled. Strongs of purple energy traveled along the thread shot by familiar Antorio, colliding with Trom's armor, creating bursts of blue sparks. At this moment, a golden glow once again shone from Sakia's cockpit. Sakia knew it was the glow of the root cube's protection. Family Antorio had trapped Sakia, intending to corrupt her, but he had clearly underestimated the root cube's power. After calming down, Sakia realized that the roots that trapped her were nothing more than that. A burst of energy from her spirit energy would surely blast them apart. But for the safety of the hostages, she had to let Antorio gloat for a while. Although Sakia felt no discomfort under the protection of the root cube, the rage and yearning for destruction emanating from her familiar, Antorio, still assaulted her spirit. What is this? Why do humans harbor such strong resentment? Sakia felt as if she had taken some hallucinogenic drug, her head spinning slightly. But it was only a slight sensation. Any ordinary person would have long since lost their sand value to zero, becoming part of the familiar. Sakia couldn't understand Antorio's resentment. It had nothing to do with her. Master Jinxie Cheyenne. What should we do? Sakia could only endure with all her might. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. Looks like we have to do something. Cheyenne, who was out on reconnaissance, also noticed this situation. The only unit still capable of fighting was this fighter transport aircraft. The lizard fighters prepared to return, hoping to break the deadlock. However, on the way back, Cheyenne and the agents spotted a humanoid machine approaching the camp at high speed from high altitude. This size? On the same level as Trom? What exactly is it? Cheyenne exclaimed in shock. In the battle zone, familiar Antorio noticed something was amiss. His erosion had no effect on Sakia. He had already reached Sakia's Trom, and more filaments emerged from his body, but they didn't affect his erosion at all. It seemed he didn't understand the characteristics of the executor, which was good news for Sakia. What are you doing? If you keep dragging your feet, I strike back. Sakia's taunting infuriated him. Why is it ineffective? Familiar Antorio roared. He began to smash and pound Trom furiously, venting his anger. Damn it! Is this guy crazy? Sakia was a little dizzy from the shock. But Trom was still quite strong, so smashing and pounding seemed futile. So, the familiar Antorio decided to get a little ruthless. He manipulated his roots to straighten Trom's arm. Then he bombarded his elbow with high-energy beams. Although Trom was still relatively strong, the frenzied attacks from the fully formed familiar had caused significant damage to his armor and joints. "After I kill you, I slowly take care of that woman down there." Antorio roared at Sakia, who was covered in smoke and sparks. "Ahem. Bastard, if it weren't for the hostages, you'd be dead." Sakia knew Trom was incapacitated, and if necessary, she would destroy him, even with her own body. Of course, it was unclear whether Sakia could do it now. "It's true she sealed my recovery ability, but the price is the same damage she took. Knowing that, are you still willing to kill me?" Antorio, a member of the Familia, was searching for Trom's cockpit, hoping to pull Sakia out of it. "If this is her intention, I will kill her." Sakia switched to the interior view, where the entire cockpit was creaking. If the enemy had truly opened it, she was ready to rush out and catch them off guard. Although Trom was operating via a neural link system, it was fortunate that it could adjust its damage response. Otherwise, the wave of attacks she had just endured would have been enough to devastate Sakia. Not to mention being able to think about her next strategy. Chapter 386. Sakia was being squeezed by Antorio. The man, transformed into a familiar, was using the vines he could control to tightly bind the Trom she was piloting. She could have forced herself free, but the situation was a bit unusual. "Almost. A little closer," Sakia muttered to herself. The wounded soldiers in the camp were being held hostage by this despicable man before her. Sakia didn't dare to retaliate rashly. If she wanted to strike unexpectedly, she had to strike with a single strike. The enemy seemed to feel they had the upper hand and began to close in on Sakia. This was a trick Jinxie had taught her before. It was, since she couldn't yet master the power of her spirit, in a critical situation, she could gather all the strength she could muster and then unleash a powerful explosion. This was a simple and crude tactic, but also a great way to sneak up on her. The trade-off was that after launching the attack, she would be unable to attack for a long time. And now Sakia was planning to use it. The familiar Antorio attempted to overpower Sakia, but the Executor, protected by the power of the mechanical soul, rendered the familiar's power ineffective. This puzzled Antorio, who struggled to understand what was happening. Sakia, on the other hand, was trying to lure Antorio closer, and a new round of tactical maneuvering began. "Sakia, mysterious reinforcements have appeared at the camp." Xion's communication chimed in. This news lifted everyone's spirits. Reinforcements? Indeed. The ambush troops surrounding the camp have been completely eliminated. This is the news the commander just sent. Xion's tone was unusually excited, and it seemed she hadn't anticipated the arrival of reinforcements. Well then, this battle should come to an end. Jinx's words sealed the outcome for the enemy. He also knew that Sakia was probably preparing to use that move. The only fate left for this alien, neither a familiar nor a human, was annihilation. "Here it comes! Here it comes!" Sakia saw her opponent pressing against Trom, seemingly trying to wrap itself around Trom. It was as if the executioner's energy held a special attraction for the familiar. "Want to eat? Then devour me." The moment the opponent pressed against her, Sakia's entire body erupted in golden light. This energy was effectively transmitted through Trom's massive armor. Trom's hands suddenly broke free from the vines and clung tightly to the familiar's body. This was Sakia's final strike, a close-range, high-density explosion of mechanical energy, transforming into a dazzling radiance that engulfed the familiar, Antorio. It worked. Even Nineve, who was underground, controlling the familiar, felt the ground shake. "Shakia?" Ziyuan panicked as she watched Shakia's self-destructing maneuver. Self-destruction? Li Jiai and the others were also horrified by the sight. This is the mechanical soul bomb. Shakia's most powerful killer move yet. "Ziyuan, don't worry. She won't be hurt." Jinxie nodded and calmly explained to Ziyuan and the others. The mechanical soul energy will radiate from the surface of the Trom armor, while the interior will remain unaffected. The only side effect is that she won't be able to use the mechanical soul energy for several hours. That's good. Ziyuan could hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the communication. "Huh? Don't scare us, really?" Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce also breathed a sigh of relief. The light faded, and Trom stood in the center of a circular crater created by the explosion. The familiar had vanished, leaving no trace, not even a fragment. Though the explosion had seemed intense, it hadn't actually created a large crater. It seemed the mechanical energy was primarily directed at the familiar, not causing much damage to the surrounding environment. "It's over." Sakia sighed. Trom's body was also covered in scars, but they didn't seem to be from the previous blow, but from the beatings he received from the familiar when he was passively taking a beating. In a sense, the mechanical soul bomb was quite effective, with fewer side effects than expected. However, Sakia felt a little hollowed out now, losing the lightness she felt when filled with mechanical soul energy. She felt like an ordinary person again. This is Shakia. The battle is over. Did we win? Shakia's voice echoed across everyone's channel, and Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce, 3 close friends, immediately cheered in the cockpit. Thank you for your hard work, Shakia. Get ready to return to the team, Ziyuan replied with relief. Well done. Hey, don't worry about me. I'll be out in a minute. This was Nineveh. Shakia, you remembered everything I taught you very well. Good job. Jingxi also praised Shakia. The strange color in the sky was fading. It looked like the clan had indeed been annihilated. The barrier it had created was beginning to dissipate. Just as Shakia was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed a strange reaction on Trom's sensor. A creature the size of a human was moving at a walking pace, traversing the rainforest a few hundred meters away. This was strange. A major battle had just occurred in this area, so how could someone be here? Could it be? A bad premonition flashed through Sakia's mind. She tried to control Trom to move his legs to investigate. But as luck would have it, Trom's knee seemed to have been injured earlier, and he nearly fell. Sakia had no choice but to let Trom kneel down. She jumped out of the cockpit, using Trom's arms to reach the ground. She intended to pursue the target physically. Sakia, what happened? Ziyuan saw Sakia hurriedly dismount from Trom, seemingly chasing something. Trom's sensors just detected a humanoid creature. I'm afraid the enemy isn't dead yet. I go check it out. Wait, Sakia, we go too. Jingxi, piloting the Invincible, also approached Sakia from high altitude. Speaking of searching for a target, the Invincible sensors were quite sensitive. Sakia was temporarily unable to utilize her spirit power, and she found her mobility in the wilderness had suddenly decreased significantly. She struggled to reach the direction where her target might appear, only to find that the dense rainforest obscured her view. But then, a strange growl seemed to come from the front. Sakia cautiously pushed aside leaves and brush and moved forward. She saw it, a figure in a black robe, his back to Sakia. Kneeling beside the black-clad figure was a shrunken figure. It seemed to be Antorio. 2 people? Trom clearly had the same reaction. Sakia was shocked. Sakia wanted to stop the black-clad figure, but for some reason, she was speechless. At that moment, the black-clad figure snapped his fingers at Antorio, and his body vanished into ashes, completely vanishing before Sakia's eyes. Chapter 387. That shrunken figure was definitely Antorio. It was now several dozen meters away from Shakia, rapidly reduced to ash before a black-clad figure, dispersing in the wind. Master Jingxi, Miss Yu and I saw 2 people. One of them was the headmaster, still breathing, but now reduced to ash. Shakia's report left everyone a bit bewildered. Don't worry, Shakia, take your time, Ziyuan replied. 2? The Invincible sensors show only 1 target. Jingxi was also a little puzzled. However, the radar signal seemed to leave them no time to listen to Shakia's retelling. Attention, Shakia, there's an object flying towards you. Is the identification signal friendly? Ziyuan then spoke to Shakia. That's Jingxi, aboard the Invincible, also saw the object flying towards Shakia. It was a gigantic robot, and from its outline, it bore a striking resemblance to Trom. Of course, Longsheng and the others responsible for signal relay outside the barrier also spotted the machine. It was coming from the direction of the military camp. Wait! What are you doing? On Sakia's side, she leaped from behind the bushes, attempting to stop the black-robed figure still standing before her. She had so much she wanted to question him about. Judging from his attire, he might be a high-ranking member of the cult. Just like the self-proclaimed apostle they had encountered earlier. The seeds have been sown. The black-clad figure wore a black hood, his face obscured by a strange energy mask. He muttered something, seemingly glancing up at Sakia, then turned his gaze off into the distance. Sakia frowned slightly as she looked at the man in black. She knew this guy was no ordinary person. Boom boom. The sound of a jet engine grew closer. Sakia followed the man's gaze, and saw a massive figure flying from the sky. Sakia couldn't mistake the silhouette. This mecha looked similar to the Trom, though the color seemed different. Hey! Sakia turned again to look at the man in black, but he had vanished as if in an instant, leaving no trace. With a massive gust of air and the sound of mechanical parts colliding, the Black Trom landed in front of Sakia. Black Trom. Who built this? Jinxie and the others had also arrived above Sakia, observing the scene. This mecha wasn't in Swager's records. Sakia took a few steps back, examining the mecha that had landed before her. This machine clearly looked like a Trom model, except for the different head armor, the lack of the rear head-shaped mechanism, and the black paint job. It looked essentially the same. It didn't seem to be equipped with any other weapons at this time. Could it have been built by Dr. Clark's team, with whom I had previously exchanged technical information? Just as I was wondering, the cockpit of this machine opened. The cockpit was positioned exactly like the Trom's. A person emerged, a white-haired woman to be exact. She also jumped onto the machine's palm and looked down at Shakia. This woman looked familiar to Shakia. Shakia, you did well. Do you need me to help you carry the Trom back? The other person spoke as if they were completely at peace with him. Listening carefully, it was the same voice from before, Agent Alpha. This person had previously led Nineveh to the cult's base, and then, Nineveh said, she had diverted the enemy to clear the way for them, and had since lost contact. Unexpectedly, he reappeared in this Trom model, which he'd come from nowhere. This guy was truly remarkable. Are you the Agent Alpha I met before? Sakia asked directly, without hesitation. Yes, by the way, let me introduce myself again. You can call me Tessa. Tessa and Sakia officially met. The recovery of Trom was successfully completed with Tessa's help. For Chinook helicopters carried Trom, with its damaged joints, back to the military base for repairs. Before returning to the Swager ocean-going carrier, everyone had a brief conversation at the Special Operations Team's camp. The Joint Force Commander introduced Tessa to the Swager team. She's a military advisor from Gale Country, an FBI special agent, and a test pilot for the special aircraft Incubus, German for Nightmare. This Incubus is based on the Trom data we shared earlier, right? Cheyenne asked Tessa directly. Yes, you can assume so. You should know Dr. Clark. His team has brought us quite a few good things. However, this machine hasn't been tested yet, so this time it's just a test flight. Tessa's answer confirmed Sakia and Cheyenne's suspicions. It's surprising that Dr. Clark's team could create such a highly refined robot in just a few months. It seemed Schwager handed over all of his Trom research data without reservation. Of course, in the face of a global catastrophe, there's no reason to keep technology hidden. This also defeats the original purpose of Schwager's establishment. It would be fantastic if Dr. Clark and his team truly utilized Trom's data. Tessa participated in this operation as an FBI agent, and she was at the forefront of the combined forces from the outset. She brought Nineveh to the cult's base first because, as the combined forces' hidden ace, she was responsible for turning the tide in critical situations. After helping Nineveh distract the enemy, Tessa also surveyed the surrounding area. She even reportedly infiltrated the cult's base, operating separately from Sakia and the others. You're amazing, Miss Tessa. We didn't notice you the entire time. Sakia exclaimed in admiration. It was as if she had anticipated the master's surprise attack on the wounded. It seemed she had been prepared. Sakia could only admire her for her foresight. That's all I can tell you for now. We should have many opportunities to work together in the future, everyone from Swager. Tessa shook hands cordially with Sakia, Ziyuan, Nineveh, and Master Jinxie. After shaking hands, Ziyuan, Sakia, and Tessa exchanged glances. Ziyuan, in particular, seemed to be gazing at Sakia. Sakia understood why. Because this woman named Tessa, while different in temperament and hair color, looked incredibly similar to her own, it was hard to say they weren't cut from the same mold. But now wasn't the time to discuss that, so the two of them tacitly kept their silence. Nineveh seemed to have a strange expression as she shook hands with Tessa. Their glances seemed to convey something else. Miss Tessa, please come to Swager more often. Jinxie, on her part, seemed pleasant, but the handshake seemed shorter than with the others. It was time for the Swagers to return. They would first return to the ocean-going combat carrier, then return to Mexico City for rest and recuperation. Tessa would return with the joint forces and the FBI. She still had a lot of work to do. I believe we see each other again soon. Until then, take care. Before parting, Tessa gave Sakia a meaningful look. This combat operation had finally come to an end. Sakia recalled that she hadn't rested since arriving in Namadu. The missions had even intensified, until even Master Jinxie came personally. She had truly experienced so much during this period. Chapter 388. The battle in Nanmi has come to an end. More than 2 months have passed since the battle in the rainforest. Shakia and the others have returned to their home country. Of course, before leaving, Master Jingxi and Director Qin didn't forget to treat everyone by giving Shikia, Ziyuan, and the team a short vacation, allowing them to explore Mexico for half a month. Although Li Jiai and the others wanted to enjoy some more time, they still had schoolwork to complete, so Jingxi planned to send them back to New Spring and Autumn City first. Ao Shui also came along. She needed to go to the Swager headquarters for further treatment. Before leaving, Li Jiai, Zhou Longsheng, and Bruce also bought a bunch of local souvenirs. Shikia could rest assured and enjoy her vacation with Ziyuan, Old K, and the others. After their vacation, Ziyuan and Shikia would take an international flight back home, while the team would board an ocean-going combat carrier to transport Trom back home. Back during her vacation, Sakia once again visited Uncle Larry and Alicia's auto shop. "Hey, you're finally here." Uncle Larry offered Sakia and Operator Jay, who had come with her to serve as an interpreter, a cup of hand-ground coffee each. "Looking good," Uncle Jay replied. "Are you leaving?" Uncle smiled at the two, a little reluctant. "I come back to see you more often in a few days," Sakia replied. "Ninita's packed up everything. She's leaving with us, right?" Uncle Larry asked, taking a sip of coffee. "Yes, she's one of us, one of the executors. Swager needs her," Sakia nodded. Uncle Larry nodded. He understood that this was Nineveh's mission. All he and Alicia could do was cheer Nineveh and the others on. Although he didn't know exactly what the term executor meant, Uncle Larry understood some of it. In the branch's meeting room, Pierce and Cheyenne reviewed the current operation. He presented Cheyenne with a piece of evidence. It was the former police chief's badge. It was dropped by that monster before. "You mean, the monster that attacked the police station was transformed into that chief?" Cheyenne pondered, examining the contents of the evidence bag. "Exactly. This time it was just the police chief. Next time, who knows, it could be someone else. We're never sure." Pierce sighed. "If this cult's influence spreads worldwide, it looks like we have our hands full." Cheyenne quickly recorded the battle report on her tablet. "Next, Swager will strengthen the manpower and hardware of branches around the world. This will allow them to proactively respond to potential threats from the cult. Originally, Swager was built with the goal of combating the families. This is why large fortress cities, like New Spring and Autumn City exist, serving as battlefields for the war against the families. It's believed that by storing the Executor's root cube beneath Swager, the families can be drawn here and eliminated one by one. But now, the emergence of this cult has made the threat of the families even more complex and confusing. Especially since they have proven that humans can become families. This meant that as long as they were willing to launch terrorist attacks, cities around the world would be threatened by the families at any time. This would put Swager in a state of exhaustion. How to deal with this situation would be the focus of the next task. The family's threat would soon become public knowledge, no longer a secret mission carried out by a small group of special forces. Thinking of this, Ziyuan felt a wave of fatigue. There was no point in overthinking it now. She decided to rest up first, and then discuss it with Director Qin, Master Jingxi, and the others after returning. Meanwhile, Sakia and Jay were at the auto repair shop helping Nineveh pack her luggage for her arrival. With Aoshua away, Sakia couldn't communicate smoothly with Nineveh for the time being. Nineveh had just arrived in this era, and was exposed to the Spanish spoken by Alicia and Uncle Larry, which Sakia didn't speak. She had to ask Operator Jay to act as a translator. Nineveh didn't seem to be that familiar with Spanish either, so communicating solely through language led to the same flamboyant gestures as when they first met. Alicia chuckled as she watched Jay scratch his head. "Alicia, take care of yourself while I'm gone." Nineveh closed her packed suitcase and patted Alicia's head as she stood beside her. Although Nineveh's Spanish was still shaky, Alicia was able to communicate with her without issue. "Don't worry, Sister Nineveh. But you, hurry up and learn our language. Otherwise, you and Shikia and the others won't be able to communicate at all." "Well, that's a small problem. I'm trying to learn the language of this era. We only just arrived." "Okay, Miss Nineveh, we have a language class just for you when the time comes, so don't worry." Operator Jay helped Nineveh stack the other boxes together, and they would all be loaded onto the car later. Nineveh's luggage would be stored with Schwager first, and then she could take Shikia and Cheyenne on an international flight all at once. In the remaining few days, Nineveh could say goodbye to Uncle Larry and Alicia without worry, and relax and play with Shikia and the others. And now, Shikia had returned to her long-awaited home in New Spring and Autumn City. After flying for over 10 hours, Shikia felt sore all over. Could it be varicose veins? She needed to move around. This house hadn't been occupied for over a month, so it was a good time to stretch her muscles. Today, Shakia planned to give it a good cleaning. She had just tied her apron over her hair when she heard the sound of a trolley carrying luggage from the elevator. The door was ajar. Shakia was just about to pack up the trash and throw it in the stairwell trash can when she stepped out, encountering Nineveh, who was pulling a suitcase and pushing a cart. "Shakia, you just gotten back and you're cleaning alone? How about we come and help?" Cheyenne, pulling her luggage, walked toward Shakia. Shakia remembered that after returning from the airport, Cheyenne drove Nineveh to the Swagger headquarters, apparently to register some information. Then she went home. She hadn't expected Nineveh and Cheyenne to appear before her so soon. "Huh? Miss Nineveh lives next door to me?" Shakia learned this shocking fact from Cheyenne. "This neighborhood has a deep connection with Swagger. We can use many of the houses here, that's all." Cheyenne smiled at Shakia and helped Nineveh open the door to the house next door. "You be neighbors now, so get along well." Cheyenne patted Shakia on the shoulder. Nineveh also smiled at Shakia and walked in with her luggage. Chapter 389. With Nineveh becoming a neighbor, Shakia's life back in New Spring and Autumn City suddenly became more vibrant. At school, Schwager had already taken care of the paperwork for Shakia, so she no longer had to go to school and could focus on her work with Schwager. Li Jiai, Long Sheng, and the others also knew of Shakia's situation, but simply told the class that she had moved to another city. Nineveh was learning the primary language of the era, striving to overcome the language barrier as soon as possible. She was also assisting Shakia with her cultivation, along with Jinxie. Having been in New Spring and Autumn City for some time, Nineveh had become somewhat familiar with the city thanks to Shakia's introductions. What is this?" Nineveh's expression lit up as she ate the food she picked up from the dipping sauce bowl. This was something Shakia had never seen before. "After training, let's have hot pot, wouldn't that be great?" Jinxie, dressed in casual clothes, sat across from Nineveh. He looked at Nineveh in front of him, and Shakia sitting beside her. "Oh my, shouldn't I be the one enjoying the food the most? That's great. I inexplicably gotten more coaches." Shakia sighed. Nineveh's training regimen was considerably more rigorous than Jinxie's. It seemed Shakia had just finished her training for the day, and Jinxie invited her and Nineveh to a traditional hot pot restaurant for hot pot. But Jinxie, as usual, only ate vegetarian dishes. In contrast, Nineveh seemed to have a voracious appetite, accepting everything. Even so, Nineveh's eating manners were remarkably elegant. Even with the sesame oil dish she used, no oil stained her clothes at all. "The food is completely different from Alicia's country, and it seems quite good for this era," Nineveh commented. Nineveh's Chinese is now good enough for basic daily communication. Although Shakia wanted to claim this as her own contribution, the truth is that she only recommended some language learning books and materials to Nineveh. The rest was all Nineveh's self-study. It must be said that Nineveh's IQ is also exceptional, and her learning ability is off the charts. It seems this is the most basic quality of an executor. Shakia also believes that she is smarter than many people and learns quickly. The sooner Nineveh overcomes the language barrier, the faster Jinxie and Shakia will be able to obtain more information about the ancient civilization. It's embarrassing to say that they both traveled through time. Nineveh also understands their intentions. At this rate, Nineveh will be able to communicate smoothly with them in just over a month. The daily schedule for this week was, Nineveh would wake up in the morning to study language with Shakia. After lunch, Nineveh would accompany Shakia to Jinxie's training ground to continue training in the use of the spirit. It seemed Jinxie had already discussed this with Nineveh without Shakia's knowledge. "Honestly, Nineveh, I didn't expect you to be so ready to hand over your origin cube to me. Furthermore, you were able to maintain that state for so long." Jinxie thanked Nineveh again. "Miss Nineveh's origin cube. By the way, I think I heard you say you kept it inside your body for a while?" Shakia interrupted. "Well, it's quite tiring though." Nineveh nodded and replied. This secret technique of transforming the root cube into an energy form, merging it with one's own body, is one of the ways executors preserve the root cube. Every executor undergoes this process upon gaining the root cube's recognition. However, this isn't a long-term solution. Executors, like Jinxie and Nineveh, no matter how unique they are still human, and they almost immediately return to the solar system upon receiving the cube. Perhaps long-term adaptation to the root cube will gradually improve their adaptability to this high-density energy form. However, their newly acquired state will still have some impact on their bodies, potentially resulting in death. Even during the ultra-ancient civilization period of Project Flashpoint, executors who acquired the cube later used a special container to transport it. However, when fused with the root cube, executors are truly formidable. This is also the reason why Nineveh's combat effectiveness was so astonishing in previous battles. It can be understood that executors fused with the root cube are constantly in a state of explosive power. Sakya must learn this trick from now on. At that time, all the root cubes merged, opening the door. Then, everyone disappeared in a flash of light. Ninive recalled the events. Is that so? I seem to have some recollection of it. Jingxi seemed to be struggling to recall them as well. At that time, everyone seemed to be blown apart by some force. Perhaps they were pulled to a different time period. Ninive's description was truly fascinating. Sakya, who had no recollection of the incident, listened with rapt interest. So, does that mean the executors are completely unaware of each other's situation? Sakya sounded a little disappointed. Indeed. In the bright light, I felt my own root cube floating before me. Just in case, I used the fusion technique to store the cube within myself. I'm not sure what happened to the other cubes, but it seems I'm in a similar situation. Jingxi seemed to recall something. Could this just be a natural phenomenon after the root cube opened the space-time portal? It consumed a lot of energy, so it returned to its executor's body, but now Nineveh felt a lot more relieved. She placed her own cube in the underground storage vault in Swager, alongside Sakya's. By the way, how's Miss Aoshua doing? Sakya asked Master Jingxi while eating potato chips. Thankfully, she's receiving treatment at the medical department. The energy from your and Nineveh's root cube will heal her. Don't worry. It'll only take a few months. Hearing Jinx's response, Shakia felt relieved. The properties of your and Nineveh's cube energies seemed different. They seemed to be having a miraculous effect on Aoshua's recovery. Jingxi smiled. Properties? Sounds strange, like something from a video game. Shakia had only heard Jingxi mention it briefly before. The root cube is a concentrated form of several primordial energies in the universe. It's difficult to explain theoretically. Even in our time, our understanding of it is not very deep. Nineveh's words only intensified Shakia's curiosity. Oh my god, something even the executors themselves can't explain, and they just used it like that? Seeing Sakya's astonishment, Jingxi scratched his head helplessly and said, at that time, humanity was at its wit's end. They must have resorted to desperate measures. Don't worry, this information was given to humanity by our clan at the time. The Origin Cube is a sacred object in the universe that, when used properly, will benefit all life. Ninive spoke slowly, then gracefully devoured a piece of tofu's skin. Well, since Miss Ninive said so, Sakya still believed Ninive's words. During this period, the three executors will have many opportunities to exchange information, because the situation will only become more chaotic. Besides the families, who have broken free from the ancient seal, the cult will also be a troublesome force. Now that 3 executors have been gathered, Jingxi told them that his goal is to gather all 8 executors and implement the Flashpoint plan as originally planned, eliminating the families or exiling them to the end of time and space. Perhaps the real battle has just begun. Chapter 390. Several months passed after everyone returned from the battle in the southern hemisphere. These months were relatively peaceful, but Swager was also actively tracking cases related to the cult, ready to respond if anything came up. Summer had arrived in the northern hemisphere, and the temperature was gradually rising. The cicadas' chirping seemed anxious, constantly assaulting her eardrums. Sakya, holding a bouquet of flowers, walked through a cemetery. The cemetery was built into the hillside, with a long staircase running along the slope. Further up the stairs, layer upon layer of tombstones stretched out on either side of the steps. After ascending a flight of stairs, Sakya reached the entrance to a certain level. A familiar figure appeared in front of her, Director Chin. Director Chin noticed Sakya approaching and looked up, seeming a little surprised. He opened his mouth, as if about to say something, but held it back. Director Chin, you're here on this day again? Sakya spoke first. Yes, here's my wife's tombstone. Next door, that's my daughter's. Director Chin adjusted the brim of his hat, but he was wearing casual clothes today and had traded his sun hat for a sun hat. Under the blazing summer sun, such a hat was still necessary. Yes, we come here every year to pay our respects. That's how it should be. Shakia walked over to Director Chin and looked at the tombstone. This scene was supposed to be very familiar in her memory. Although Director Chin had previously modified his memory of Qin Yun's death, still, seeing the tombstone of this child, Shakia felt a sense of emotion. Qin Yun, Director Chin's daughter, was truly gone. This was a fact that could not be changed, even if she accepted her memories. I'm sorry, Shakia, your memory is correct, Except for the part about Qin Yun. But this is my first time visiting a grave with you. Director Qin smiled, and gave Shakia a thankful look. I'm glad you came. Thank you, Shakia. It's okay. Although I don't know if this is the right thing to say, I'm glad I still have family. Whether it's Qin Yun or Shakia. Although I was angry at first, I'm not an ordinary person like Longsheng and the others. I understand my responsibilities. But at least today, let me be Qin Yun again. Director Qin watched quietly, as Shakia placed the flowers in front of the tombstone. Well, I accomplished something important. Shakia turned to Director Qin with a look of relief. Then I can discuss it. Go ahead. Director Qin looked at Shakia before him, as if his daughter had truly returned to him. A few days later, Longsheng, Li Jiai, and Bruce were just finishing their school's closing ceremony and heading towards the gate. Summer vacation was about to begin. Starting next semester, they would be seniors. But judging by the current atmosphere at this school, there didn't seem to be any urgency surrounding the college entrance exam. No wonder, under the threat of this clan, the old rules of human society could vanish at any moment, and with the college entrance exam, the school seemed to be in full swing. Li Jiai walked ahead of Longsheng and Bruce. She now had prosthetics, allowing her to move like a normal person. Therefore, the three of them hadn't disclosed Li Jiai's leglessness to the students from the newly merged school. We merged students from almost 5 schools to barely make up the previous class size. New Spring and Autumn City is in such a bad state. So many people have left, Bruce sighed. Yeah, it's because this place is essentially a defensive fortress. If it weren't for people like us, ordinary people with no connection to Swagger would be better off leaving, Zhou Longsheng continued. However, in the current economic climate, New Spring and Autumn City is a place of both risk and opportunity. Li Jiai smiled. The families attack from time to time and tear down a bunch of houses, but they still have to rebuild. There are still plenty of job opportunities. Recent online news has been encouraging people to move to New Spring and Autumn City in search of opportunities. The fact that the families are attacking is no longer a secret, but for most people, it's just a knowledge of it. They don't really feel the scourge of the families. There are fewer students, but I've seen more and more people looking for jobs lately. Is that really okay? Bruce said, scratching his head. The three chatted as they walked to the school gate. They still had important things to do today. That was enjoying the summer and going rafting in the mountains. And this time, Shakia was leading the event. She seemed quite busy lately, with work and training at Swagger, and she couldn't afford to slack off. She must be tired after months of hard work and needed a break. Although summer and the beach go together beautifully, unfortunately, New Spring and Autumn City is an inland city, without a sea. The current situation didn't allow Shakia and the others to spend a leisurely time at the beach. Besides, rafting in the mountains allows you to change into cool swimwear and enjoy the water. The three of them arrived at a cold drink shop across the street from the school gate. Their ice jelly was delicious. Shakia, Li Jiai, and the others had always been fond of visiting, so they decided to meet there this time. Hey, sorry to have kept you waiting. Just as the three of them glanced around and pulled out their phones to check the time, a tourist SUV pulled up in front of them. The passenger window near them rolled down, and it was Shakia who greeted them. She was in the driver's seat, while Nineveh sat in the passenger seat. Oh, Shakia, you're driving this time. Li Jiai looked at Shakia with surprise as she took the wheel. First time seeing you driving, is that okay? Longsheng blurted out, only to be slapped by Bruce. Look at you, how are you talking? Bruce muttered to Longsheng in a sullen tone. Longsheng rubbed his nose, realizing he said something wrong. Shine forced me to get my driver's license these past few months. It's no big deal. Miss Nineve and I both passed. We have plenty of driving opportunities in the future. Shakia didn't seem to mind at all. That was Longsheng's personality. He was still a child. Come on in, little ones. This is a rare vacation. Shakia requested it. Nineve nodded to the three of them. Shakia had been explaining the three of them during this time, and Nineve had already heard about Shakia's life in New Spring and Autumn City. Miss Nineve's Chinese has improved a lot, Bruce said, looking at Nineve with a hint of surprise. He let the other two get in first, demonstrating his gentlemanly spirit. Well, if you have time to calm down and study, you get there quickly. Nineve's words were true. The executors all seemed to have exceptional IQs. Putting aside Shakia's former reputation as a nerd among her classmates, Jingxi also seemed quite intelligent. This time, Nineveh had also opened the eyes of the three of them. She was truly worthy of being the one tasked with overthrowing the familiar and saving the world. Li Jiai and Longsheng Bruce exchanged a smile. They were truly looking forward to what the fourth executor would be like. Seeing everyone settled in, Shakia started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The car headed down the highway toward the suburbs. Chapter 391. While Sakia and her group were on vacation in the mountains, Jinxie once again visited Director Chin's office inside the Swager base. They couldn't sit idle. You mean Sakia went to the cemetery too? That's great. To you, she truly is someone you can trust, like a daughter. Your Qin Lin's daughter, Qin Yun, is still with you. This will make you feel much better. Master Jinxie made tea while chatting with Director Qin. This was a rare occasion for him to address Director Qin by his first name. Director Qin's name was surprisingly plain. No wonder no one usually addressed him by it. Perhaps she's more open-minded than I am, haha. But don't worry about me. Sakia and my daughter are different people. I know that very well. Director Qin looked at Master Jinxie's face with gratitude. He felt like the same young man he had been, being cared for so well by Master Jinxie. That's the best possible outcome. At one point, I was worried this would put too much pressure on Sakia. This technology is also restricted in our time. Jinxie spoke, not stopping to brew her kung fu tea. Yes, but I never thought of it before. After finding Sakia and Trom, we didn't have much time to think. Time was tight. I had no choice but to transfer my daughter's personality into her. Director Qin sighed, taking a seat across from Jinxie. We were also trying to save Sakia. It seemed something went wrong with her consciousness during the transfer, leaving only a shell in Trom's cockpit, Jinxie recalled. He too had participated in the Sakia recovery operation. The situation at the time troubled Jinxie, Director Qin, and the others. Although Trom and Sakia were repatriated, the driver fell into a deep coma, his vital signs gradually disappearing, leaving everyone extremely anxious. If the executor, whom we finally managed to find, died, the Flashpoint project would have suffered a severe setback, Director Qin said, taking a sip of tea. Luckily, Aoshua and her underground clan were instrumental and managed to preserve the consciousness restoration technology. Otherwise, Sakia wouldn't have been saved. Every time they recalled the situation, they broke into a sweat. Speaking of which, the diagnosis at the time was that her consciousness had left her body and vanished. It was like a soul being extracted. So where would the original Sakia have gone? Jinxie had no definitive answer to Director Qin's question. I didn't know that using the combined power of the Origin Cube to perform time jumps would involve significant uncontrollable factors. Back then, we executors fought with the certainty of perishing alongside our clan. Perhaps Sakia's soul has already entered reincarnation. Jinxie felt a touch sad at this. He understood that perhaps he was lucky, and only his memory was damaged. Nineveh, on the other hand, was luckier and seemed unaffected, though perhaps it simply hadn't manifested itself yet. Perhaps we see more after effects of the transfer, or even the death of executors. How about setting up a memorial tablet for the original Sakia and praying for her salvation? The current Sakia may be a completely new person, possessing Sakia's body, your daughter's memories, and personality. Perhaps this is a more objective view. When I was training her, I noticed that her use of the power of the spirit machine was so immature because of this. However, because she maintains a physical connection to the Origin Cube, her strength is not a problem. Jinxie told Director Qin that every executor who obtains the root cube after undergoing the trial has an adaptation period. Supposedly, during Operation Flashpoint, the executors who rushed back from all corners of the universe had already completed this process. Sakia, perhaps due to her consciousness being refreshed, had to start this adaptation process all over again. Of course, since the executors had obtained the cube and then rushed back to the solar system for the final battle, they had only a short time to utilize the root cube, and no one could say how much of its potential they had exploited. They were all just novices. Otherwise, Jinxie wouldn't have had his root cube stolen. Perhaps, with enough familiarity with the root cube, a single thought would have returned Jinxie's cube to him. Jinxie couldn't help but laugh at herself whenever she thought of this. Precisely because they wanted to be fully prepared for any eventuality, Swager's intelligence department was operating at full capacity, monitoring the activities of the families around the world and the movements of the mysterious cult. If the whereabouts of the new executor were revealed, they would rush over immediately. Speaking of that star cult stronghold in the Amazon jungle, Director Qin said, rubbing the rim of his teacup while looking at Master Jinxie. Well, buried beneath that ruin is a spaceship from our time. Next, we have to continue investigating. Jinxie took a sip of tea and spoke thoughtfully. He knew he had to salvage as much data from the spaceship as possible. This would aid Schwager's work. It could yield even more powerful technology than the documents left behind by a super-ancient civilization. It's not that the information and data on the families left behind by Director Qin's clan is bad. It's that these documents and materials have been distorted through the passage of civilizations and history. Furthermore, Jingxi, who is presumably the first to arrive near this era, has also experienced memory loss, making the documents somewhat awkward to use. Our technical team and operators have already arrived on site. Although the United Nations, led by the Gale Nation, also wants to analyze the technology on the ship, they can't do it without us, the Swagers. Let them be responsible for sealing off the surrounding area. Director Qin smiled. Well, it's not that we want to monopolize this ancient technology, but we're just afraid that modern humans might suddenly acquire uncontrollable abilities, which could lead to chaos. Moreover, we need these technologies to enhance our combat effectiveness. I can't predict what kind of enemies we face in the future. The cult has actually created an example of a fusion of humans and families. Let's call them transformed families, to distinguish them from the original families. Jingxi mentioned the previous incident of an unknown familiar attack in Mexico. The familiar disaster has now been witnessed by many civilians. One day, governments will be forced to disclose this information to the public. At that point, the existing structure of human society will likely crumble in an instant. Forget uniting humanity against the familiar. Humanity will be completely annihilated by internal strife. Our job is to make as much preparation as possible before the collapse. Director Qin was well aware of this. Nineve is also a very capable helper. With an executor who hasn't lost her memory, analyzing the technology within the spacecraft will be much easier. I discussed this with her, and she's willing to help. However, she also said that she's not a technician after all. While she understands some basic techniques, she's not up to speed on things like building a starship. Jingxi knew what Director Qin was hoping for. However, most executors are considered high-level combatants and aren't particularly skilled in technology. However, executors don't often get to know each other very well. Perhaps one of them is more technically savvy. Everything will have to wait until a new executor is found to determine the outcome. Chapter 392. At the Swager base, Director Qin and Master Jingxi were still chatting happily, while Sakia had already driven the group closer to their destination. The weather in June was already starting to get hot, but fortunately, New Spring and Autumn City was located near a mountainous area. Thanks to the complex vegetation and ecosystem, the mountain air was much cooler than in the city. Since their last trip to Nanmi, the three young men had had little contact with Nineveh, the other executor. Upon learning that Nineveh's memories of the super-ancient civilization were intact, they became extremely curious. Sister Nineveh, were things expensive back then? Longshan asked. Not so bad. It felt cheaper than now, didn't it? Nineveh replied somewhat helplessly to the three people's questions. You've been asking all the way. Sakia grumbled as they drove. Nineveh's Chinese wasn't fluent yet, but she did try to describe it to them. Really? This is even more troublesome than the report I gave Jingxi before. Nineveh began to form her words helplessly. Earlier, after arriving at the Swager base, Nineveh had spent time sorting out her memories of the super-ancient civilization and compiling them into a report. This report summarized Nineveh's perspective on the Flashpoint project and other items from that era for the Swager members to study. However, Jingxi also discovered that while Nineveh's memories of those years were complete, each executor had a different role. Trying to recover any super-ancient technology from Nineveh was not very meaningful. As Nineveh herself said, as an executor, she was essentially a highly capable combat unit, not a scientist. Before becoming an executor, Nineveh was a clergyman of Talon. Talon was Earth's name during the super-ancient civilization. Back then, she lived a life that valued harmony between nature and humanity. Nineveh's understanding of technology wasn't as good as that of scientists like Aoshua. It was impossible for her to even master the ultra-ancient advanced technology. However, Nineveh was willing to share with Jingxi the adventure she experienced while obtaining the root cube. Of course, perhaps there would be scientists among the remaining executors. Although Nineveh and her clan immigrated from an alien star system, Nineveh's generation was born on Earth and was truly Earthlings. Though not native to Earth, compared to the various races that arrived later, they were at least the majority of the people in the solar system. Sakia and Jingxi also learned the general situation from Nineveh. However, when Longshan and the others heard this news, they were still excited. Scientists have been studying the origins of humanity and have proposed countless hypotheses, but they never expected the truth to be this. Humans didn't evolve at all. Longshan was so excited that if he hadn't been in the car, he would have jumped up. He had been interested in these unsolved mysteries since he was a child and had always been interested in theories about human origins. The textbooks are still the same now, so just read them. But we shouldn't just go around sharing what we know, Bruce agreed. But none of you here are native to Earth. Nynaeve explained that Earth's original inhabitants were the dragon people, like Aushua. The modern human race is largely descended from immigrants like Nynaeve. This shocked the three. However, knowing they were connected to Swager, the three young men had to learn to accept whatever they encountered. So, we humans without horns are the ones who came from other planets, right? Sakia grumbled. Maybe. In the universe, humans are a vast race. The human races on each planet have adapted their appearances to their specific environments. This was common sense in our time. Sakia sighed. Who told her she had lost her memory? The age of interstellar civilization? That's something to imagine. Sister Nineveh, we like to learn more about the stories of the executors. In the back seat, Li Jia continued to pepper Nineveh with questions. Nineveh told the three boys and girls that the executors didn't really have much in common. Basically, after deciding to search for the root cube, each government nominated its own executor to set off. Except for those like Nineveh and Jinxie, who had previously crossed paths, Nineveh didn't know much about the others. Nineveh hadn't even known Sakia before. She and the other executors had only met at the last minute of the Flashpoint project. It was time for everyone to gather with their root cubes and open the time tunnel. Aren't we all quite lucky? Miss Nineveh gets to work with Jinxie again this time, Li Jia interrupted. Well, the next phase of Project Flashpoint was supposed to be to gather everyone again. I'm sure all the executors will be revealed from now on, Shakia said as she drove. Soon, the car turned a corner, and a mountain lake appeared before them. This was the destination of this vacation. The summer sun seemed just as scorching in the mountains. However, being away from the city, the land's ability to absorb heat did its job. At least, it wasn't as hot here. Unfortunately, all the scenic spots around here require an entrance fee, and even the executor has to pay for it. Fortunately, times have improved, and you can buy group tickets directly through mobile apps, eliminating the need for arduous queues. Otherwise, in this hot summer, you might get heat stroke. Although it wasn't the weekend, the scenic spot was still crowded. After all, it was summer vacation, and students were out and about. Shakia had specifically chosen to plan this vacation after Li Jiai, Longsheng, Bruce, and the others had finished their vacation. Shakia asked the others to get out of the car while she parked. After all, while there was no ticket line at the entrance, there was still a line to get in. Having someone else line up would save a lot of time. Shakia's advice was correct. By the time she parked the car and came to meet the others, they had just reached the entrance. The group entered the scenic spot smoothly. The environment here is very nice. There are leisure facilities, snack stalls, and barbecue restaurants along the lake. There were also families traveling in RVs. The lakeside stretches along a complex river, which serves as the rafting route. The entrance to the scenic area leads directly upstream, starting from the relatively turbulent waters and progressing through the gentler sections. On the beach in the gentler section, there are vendors selling barbecue and drinks. Visitors can tow their rafts to shore and enjoy a meal on the beach before continuing their rafting. It's a truly thoughtful touch. This place was recommended by Venerable Jinxie. I didn't expect Jinxie to be quite the expert on the subject. Chapter 393. Shakia, Nineveh, Li Jiai. Let's go to the boat rental place and get our number plates. Zhou Longsheng and Bruce were boys, so they changed quickly. They wore the short-sleeved shirts they worn when they arrived, simply swapping their shorts for beach shorts. Oh, okay. We meet up there later. Shakia's voice responded from the makeshift changing room in the woods by the river. Changing for girls was a bit more complicated. The so-called makeshift changing rooms were just a row of small bamboo sheds along the river. But there were plenty of them, so they could accommodate a larger number of customers. Longsheng and Bruce were quite excited to see what they looked like. These beautiful women each had their own unique characteristics. Li Jiai was their age. While not particularly curvy, she was thin where needed and plump where needed. Adding her prosthetic limbs, she had a unique beauty. Shakia was the undisputed center of attention. While her figure wasn't easily visible in casual clothes or a uniform, Longsheng had seen her in a tight-fitting pilot suit. That was truly a blessing. Nynaeve, on the other hand, had the air of a mature older sister, possessing a uniquely powerful, queenly sexiness. Surely, a swimsuit like hers would reveal her toned muscles. Hee hee. Bruce and Longsheng exchanged a smile, their understanding quite clear. As expected, the three women arrived just as they received their numbers. Li Jiai was wearing a one-piece swimsuit. It looked custom-made, a bit like a quick-drying wetsuit. It was attached to a specially made legging, perfectly concealing her prosthetic limbs. While it might seem like it covered too much, It suited Li Jia's temperament perfectly. Shakia wore a rather common, cheap, dark red tube-top swimsuit that looked like something she'd bought at the supermarket. But as Longsheng had said, it was huge. It was a stunning sight that wouldn't be apparent even with clothes on. Nini boldly donned what was clearly a bikini. However, for sun protection, she wore the same white t-shirt she wore on the trip. She looked forward to her shirt getting wet during the rafting. Okay, what are you two grinning about? Let's go! Li Jia watched the two smirking. Having spent so much time with them, she knew what they were thinking. Let's go get the rafts. Shakia smiled at them and walked past them. Nini followed Shakia, giving Longsheng and Bruce a sly grin as they passed. The walk from the changing room area to the rafting area, which was at the very top of the stream, took about 10 minutes. There were many other people walking with them along the way. Many women were dressed very lightly, making it feel like a seaside nestled in the mountains. A unique charm. Amidst this rare coolness of summer, Nineveh seemed to sense something. What's wrong? Sakia noticed Nineveh's strangeness. Nothing, just a feeling of nostalgia. Nineveh's expression was relaxed. It didn't seem like she was sensing anything dangerous. A feeling of nostalgia? Sakia was curious. It's the smell of nature. Nineveh's words left Sakia perplexed. I used to be a priestess of Talon, responsible for maintaining a balance with nature. Nineveh chatted with Sakia on the way. Sakia had previously heard Nineveh and Jingxi mention that even during the era of the ancient civilization, Earth was the most lushly natural landscaped region in the entire galaxy. This was all thanks to the governance of Earth's civilization, namely the religious group Nineveh belonged to. They advocated harmony with nature. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, Earth had not seen the emergence of large-scale cities, or the overexploitation of energy that we see today. Although Sakia hadn't shown much interest in Nineveh's previous identity, she could tell that Nineveh had a unique affinity for the natural environment. During the duel with Entorio, Sakia had noticed that Nineveh's fighting spirit was particularly high when facing an enemy who used trees and plants from the primeval forest as weapons. So that's how it is, Sakia whispered, suddenly realizing. Although there are some environmentalists in this era, don't compare me to them, Nineveh sighed. In this era, my power has clearly weakened. Nineveh actually said her power had weakened. How much stronger had it been before? Sakia was speechless. In the final phase of Project Flashpoint, the executors leapt forward hundreds of thousands of years. What happened on Earth after they left? Nineveh had no idea. She only knew that after arriving in this era, her combat power had become noticeably more strained. Even so, in the eyes of Sakia and the others, Nineveh's combat prowess could be described as exaggerated. After all, Jingxi had lost her origin cube, and Sakia had lost her memory. No one had ever witnessed the combat power of a fully formed executor, and Nineveh was the first one they had seen. This shouldn't be like this. I can only transform for 3 minutes now. Nineveh brought this up again to Shakia. Why did she bring it up again? Because during the group's presentation at Swager headquarters, Nineveh had mentioned this to Jingxi and Shakia. Since returning from Nanmi, Nineveh had completely unleashed her own spirit energy during the battle in the rainforest, causing problems with the energy storage in her origin cube. Nineveh hadn't thought this was a phenomenon that should have occurred, but it had happened in this era. As a precaution, Nineveh agreed to place her origin cube deep underground in Swager for safekeeping. Well, you said this might be due to the alteration of the planet's environment by the families. Shakia chatted as they walked beside Nineveh. These topics were the preserve of the executors. According to Nineveh, during the ultra-ancient civilization, Earth had abundant life energy, and this life energy might be related to the ripple energy Jingxi was currently wielding. If this is the case, then Earth's natural environment, through its conversion of solar energy, fueled life on this planet. Nineveh, a former priestess, served as a cult steward and taught people to harness this energy. After the invasion of the families, the environment began to suffer from the chaos of war. Following the Flashpoint project, Nineveh, as its executor, was transported to the distant future, and subsequent events further disrupted this mechanism on Earth. Although humans today perceive Earth as still vibrant, Nineveh claims it was even more lush back then. Indeed, looking at the oil reserves buried underground today, one can imagine what Earth must have been like in ancient times. Unlike her usual serious demeanor, Nineveh had appeared cheerful in the rainforest, and this time, on vacation in the valley, she displayed a relaxed expression. After all, for her, that vibrant planet seemed only a short time ago. Chapter 394. Where are Shakia and Nineveh? Longsheng asked, standing up and looking in the direction they come from. Don't look. They might have gotten ahead of us, Bruce laughed. Let's just have some barbecue first and be done with it. They just said they were going to leave for a bit, and then they ran off into the woods over there, Li Jiayi explained. Did they go to the bathroom or something? Never mind. We take their order when they come back. Hearing Li Jiayi's words, Longsheng calmed down and waited for the barbecue vendor to serve the food. Shakia, on the other hand, followed Nineveh into a quiet stream on the riverbank. They followed a tributary deeper into the water. If you weren't looking closely, you hardly noticed this winding path. Nineveh, suddenly saying they wanted to come ashore this way. What happened? Shakia pushed aside the bushes blocking the path as she followed Nineveh. Hush. That sound is getting closer. Nineveh gestured to Shakia, her finger raised to her lips. She seemed to be following a sound. Oh. Okay. Shakia had no idea what Nineveh was up to. Ever since she met her, she'd been a man of action. It was impossible to get a long explanation out of her. The two walked for about 7 or 8 minutes, not far, until they arrived at a small pond. The pond was about 5 or 6 meters square, nestled in a quiet part of the woods. The dense yet neatly arranged vegetation around it created a soothing atmosphere. Furthermore, the sunlight filtering through the treetops illuminated the small clearing, making it appear quiet and mysterious. We reached the end. Nothing's happened? Sakia paced, looking around. Nini stood quietly, seemingly listening. Suddenly, she raised her hands and made a graceful gesture, spreading them out, as if it were some ritual. What's this? Sakia stood aside, curiously watching Nini's performance. As Nini manipulated her, the small pond suddenly began to transform. Specks of light began to spread across the surface of the water, appearing even more dreamy under the beams of sunlight from the treetops. Gradually, these lights began to condense, and 4 or 5 round, faintly luminous figures, about calf-high, appeared on the surface. Something really has appeared, Sakia said, a little excited. It seemed that there were still many things in this world that current scientific systems could not explain. She remembered the time she had accompanied Master Jingxi on a mission to liberate the souls of the dead. Sakia had witnessed the images of the dead emerging from the smoke with her own eyes. What would appear before Nineveh this time? Nineveh spoke to the small creatures formed by the balls of light. It was a super ancient language, the kind used in their original era. Though Sakia didn't understand, Nineveh and Jingxi had previously explained it to her. If possible, Sakia would learn from them. With this, it would be easy to tell who was the executor. The little creatures bowed respectfully to Nineveh, and then they began to chat. They're quite adorable. Are they some kind of elves? Sakia asked Nineveh, looking at the little creatures. They looked like some mythical forest spirits. That's right. I understand it that way, that's fine. Nineveh gave a positive answer. Huh? Are there really such things? Sakia was surprised, though she didn't show it, only inwardly marveling. Nineveh chatted with the elves for a while, then suddenly grew serious. She raised her head and gazed toward the river. There's danger down there. Nineveh's words shocked Sakia. What happened? Sakia watched as the group of elves behind Nineveh gradually dissipated. Nineveh looked troubled, scratching the back of her head. She strode back the way she had come, passing Sakia. Just give me a rough idea. What happened? What do we need to do next? Sakia hurried after her, realizing something bad had happened. Even on a rare vacation. It's the dam. There's been an unexplained earthquake nearby lately, and the dam has cracked. Nineveh paused, looking back at Sakia. So, we need to notify the scenic area authorities, and have them evacuate the tourists and address the danger. Sakia roughly understood what was happening. She had to hurry back to the rest area and send a message to Swager headquarters. I'm afraid it's too late. Nineveh didn't want to, but she had to deliver this unfortunate news to Sakia. The two of them stopped their leisurely journey through the forest and instead, using their spirit power, flew close to the tree trunks. We had to get to the rest area and evacuate the tourists. Why haven't they returned yet? Longsheng and the other two were feasting on barbecue, completely unaware of the approaching danger. At Swager headquarters, the sensing equipment for the families also registered a response. This time the response is native families. The communicator immediately snapped into action, and everyone took their positions. Native families were a new category coined by Jingxi and the director after the South American War. Since it was discovered that the Star Cult was artificially modifying families, those associated with the cult's technology were classified as artificial families. Purely wild families were called native families. After the last sampling and analysis, The waveforms displayed by the detectors for native families were still slightly different from those for modified families. The native family's goal remained as pure as ever: to seize the root cube stored deep underground in Swagger. Humph, the long-lost native families. Everyone, get moving. Ziyuan quickly arrived at the command room. Director Qin arrived shortly after Ziyuan. I missed this scene so much. How long has it been since I've seen this? Director Qin's calm and humorous demeanor lightened the atmosphere in the command room. But then the director changed the subject, pointing to the family's cursor on the big screen. Speaking of which, this family's is constantly on the move, and the locations they're passing through are a bit ominous. This ominous point refers precisely to the location the families are passing through, which will be the valley where Sakya and the others are vacationing. As Li Jiayi was enjoying her barbecue, the drink cup on the table suddenly shook and fell to the ground. The drink spilled everywhere. It seemed to shake just now? Li Jiayi was a little confused. It seems. Bruce looked at himself, still stained with spilled coke, which was now running down his body. Is it an earthquake? Longsheng glanced at the people around him, who were also stunned and had stopped eating. Chapter 395. In the valley, everyone on the shore felt a tremor, seemingly quite strong. What's going on? Everyone, get under the seats! Someone shouted. This is the correct way to avoid an earthquake. But gradually, everyone noticed something was wrong. The stream water was growing increasingly murky. Everyone run! It's a flash flood. Li Jiayi was the first to react, shouting to Longsheng and the others. She grabbed the waterproof bag on the table, which contained everyone's cell phones and other belongings. Everyone desperately ran towards the higher ground. The barbecue stall owner and other customers, abandoning their stalls, followed the three of them, tumbling and crawling towards the higher ground on the shore. An earthquake in the mountains might divert some rivers, breach dams, and trigger flash floods. And this time, everyone was unlucky, having encountered just that. In the distance, the sound of branches snapping could be heard, followed by a rumbling sound. It looked like this flash flood was quite large. Fortunately for the tourists, who had already reached the downstream landing point, they could simply disembark. The floodwaters would simply flow into the lake downstream. Meanwhile, those at the upstream starting and rest areas were closer to the reservoir. The rafting site management staff also noticed the unusual situation and rushed to evacuate the tourists. But it seemed too late. The tourists at the upstream starting point had already seen the surging water from the reservoir on the hillside, carrying trees along the riverbed. The crowd began to disperse, but due to the narrow road, the fleeing crowd was also squeezed onto the mountain path, and the speed of movement could only be described as tragic. Just as the water was about to overwhelm everyone, there was a sudden loud noise, and the flow was abruptly cut off. People saw what seemed like an invisible barrier blocking the flash flood. The water stopped on the hillside a few hundred meters from its starting point, and began to accumulate on both sides. The crowd, unsure of what was happening, understood at least one thing: they had gained precious time to evacuate. They really can stop it. All that special training paid off. In the nearby forest, Sakya stood on a rocky outcrop and stretched out her hands toward the direction where the flash flood was flowing. She used the power of her spirit to create a barrier. This was a technique Sakya had recently trained in. The barrier blocked the flow of water. Although she hadn't been confident at first, in this situation, success was the only option. Sakya seemed to have improved considerably during this period. Nineveh's participation in Sakya's special training seemed to have been quite beneficial. However, this kind of blocking had a time limit. The continuous accumulation of water would eventually overflow the barrier. Sakya would release the water after a certain period of time. Of course, compared to a flash flood that rushed down all at once, this would minimize the damage. Next, it was Nineveh's turn. Those at the rest stop, while fleeing, noticed a strange phenomenon on the hillside upstream. The water seemed to be piling up at a certain height. Tourists in the middle and lower reaches began desperately fleeing towards the banks. Li Jiayi, Longsheng, and Bruce were also running, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow, towards higher ground, but the uneven terrain slowed their progress. Suddenly, they seemed to be lifted up by something and flew onto a high platform. Ouch! What happened? Longsheng couldn't help but cry out. But when they saw Nineveh standing on the platform, they understood. It turned out that Nineveh had used her powers to help them. Miss Nineveh. Li Jiayi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. Bruce thanked Nineveh after landing. But the three of them were still quite worried as they looked at the other people on the shore. Nineveh looked at the number of tourists currently evacuated from the rest area. Estimated to be around 30. She kicked off the ground and flew from the higher ground towards the direction the tourists were coming from. Nineveh lifted one person with each hand, and with her mechanical soul double, she could lift several more, carrying 4 or 5 people at once. In seconds, she had brought one group of tourists to the higher ground. Then came the next group, and then the next. After several rounds of this, the tourists at the rest area had also been brought to the higher ground. Most of the tourists had clearly not yet realized what had happened, and they just collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Look over there. Bruce pointed toward the distant mountainside. The blocked water began to slowly leak downward. It looked like Sakia was almost done releasing the water. Luckily, Nineveh was incredibly efficient, and had just managed to rescue the people. Here, Miss Nineveh, there's a call from Swagger. Li Jiayi handed Nineveh her Swagger terminal. Thanks. Nineveh took the Swagger terminal and connected. It's me. Sakia isn't with me yet. I meet up with her later. Nineveh connected with Cheyenne, and was informed of the current situation. The enemy was a familiar that traveled underground, preparing to attack the Swagger base. Its mere passage through the area had already caused an earthquake. If it were allowed to enter Swagger's underground base, the consequences would be disastrous. Force it out of the ground and destroy it on the surface battlefield. That was the battle plan. After rescuing the tourists, Nineveh, Li Jiayi, and the other two reunited with Shakia at the scenic area's entrance parking lot. Meanwhile, the helicopter sent by Swagger had arrived. Good grief, our vacation has ended in such an unclear way. Shakia looked a little dejected. Then let's go beat up this ungrateful creature and vent our anger. Nineveh smiled. It seemed that for her, beating up the familiar was the real fun. The soldiers who arrived drove the car Shakia and her group had arrived in, while Shakia and her group took a helicopter back to Swagger base. We're back. Shakia and Nineveh entered the command room. Ziyuan and Director Qin had been waiting for a while. The 3 children had been taken to the lounge. What's the current situation? Nineveh strode forward and asked the director. The enemy is stopping and starting underground, and doesn't seem to be rushing it all at once. It's difficult to track their movements underground. They might be trying to confuse us, Director Qin explained. What a leisurely fellow. Sakia put her hands on her hips, and walked over to the large screen, looking at the calculated route of the familiar's movement. The next step is to send a small team of operators down from the point where the familiar's latest vibrations were detected, drill down, and drive them out directly underground. Xiuan began to explain the battle plan. Underground? How will Trom get down? Sakia asked curiously. Trom doesn't need to go down. You and Nineveh will stay on standby above ground. The underground operations will be handled by Old K and the other combat squads, Xiuan said. Are they okay? That's the familiar. How about I go down with him? Nineveh said, a little worried. Miss Nineveh, I understand your concerns, but this time, we also like to take this opportunity to test our latest equipment. Director Qin also seemed confident. It seemed that Schwager had developed another piece of equipment for underground warfare. Then, let's hurry to the scene. Cheyenne nodded to Shakia and Nineveh. K's team will meet you there. Roger. Shakia and Nineveh accepted the order and left the command room. Let's get ready for some serious action. Chapter 396. Nineveh and Sakia followed the troops heading to the scene and arrived in the suburbs over 20 kilometers from New Spring and Autumn City. Here, the final seismic waves emitted by the familiar were detected. Because it was uncertain where the familiar would ultimately reappear, the area within several dozen kilometers from here to New Spring and Autumn City was declared a security zone. Evacuation operations were also underway within New Spring and Autumn City. This is quite a large-scale operation. Have you done this before? Nineveh smiled from the helicopter, observing the soldiers standing guard along the route, and the layers of armored vehicles deployed. Yeah, it's been a while since I last saw this. I kind of miss it. Sakia boarded Trom, which was currently being flown by a forklift transport helicopter. Although Trom could fly on its own, it was transported by plane to ensure the components were in optimal condition. They rushed to the scene together. As Nineveh's helicopter and Trom landed, the number of people at the temporary command center increased. Hello, Miss Nineveh. Operator Jay arrived to greet the group. And Sakia. Jay waved in the direction of the Trom, knowing that Sakia, aboard the Trom, could see. You're all here. The Trom, Sakia's own vehicle, untied the steel cables used for transport and looked toward Jay. In the on-site command post, the new equipment needed for this operation was stored. Sakia, dressed in her pilot's uniform, had already dismounted from the Trom and entered the command tent with Nineveh. Inside were a dozen suitcase-sized boxes. The combat squad, led by Operator K, was organizing and counting the equipment. Several members of the technical team were busy nearby. "What is this?" Shakia asked K. "Reinforced exoskeleton. This thing has finally been produced." K excitedly opened the box and pulled out a pile of folded metal objects. "Oh! I think Li Jiayi mentioned it before, saying the technical team was working on it." Shakia remembered something. For executors like herself and Nineveh, these exoskeletons weren't really necessary, as their own abilities were already formidable. This new equipment allows our combat operators to reach superhuman levels in infantry combat. While not comparable to executors, in terms of running speed, jumping height, and load-bearing capacity, it boasts 100 times the strength of an average person. Kay explained the equipment to Shakia and Nineveh while donning it. 100 times? Seriously? That's incredible. Shakia examined the metal armor Team K was wearing. "Yes, from now on, if we fight alongside you, we won't be a burden." "Of course, that's only if the enemy is small," Operator J said with a smile. "This reinforced exoskeleton starts at the back and connects the entire body. The supporting structure appears rather slender, unlike the massive power units seen in movies and TV shows, which look incredibly powerful. Can this limb skeleton, which looks about the thickness of a fishing rod, really turn the operators into supermen?" "No problem. This has been put into testing since you were in the rainforest." Operator J and the others had already donned the powered exoskeleton. So it's already been tested so long ago. Just as Sakia was marveling at the technical department's efficiency, J, donning a powered exoskeleton, effortlessly lifted a stack of boxes containing power frames. "Let's go! We still need to distribute these to the operators and other combat teams." "Don't dawdle." Jay walked out with a relaxed expression, carrying the stack of boxes. "Incredible." Sakia watched in amazement as Jay left the on-site command post. She tried to lift the boxes containing the exoskeletons. Though Sakia managed to do so with a little mechanical energy, it wasn't as easy as she imagined. Although Nineveh had used a mechanical soul substitute, allowing her to carry each of them out without even having to lift a finger, what a convenient ability. If only Sakia could possess such power. Sakia shook her head and followed the others out. Underneath this wasteland, according to exploration, there was a massive tunnel. This tunnel was left behind by the family's underground migrations. Just follow this passage, and you find the families and blow them up. This time, for teams of operators will be accompanying Team K, including Team K, there will be 5 teams in total. With 10 people per team, there will be 50 participating in this operation. Never before has a team of operators been so concentrated together for battle. With so many people, are you ready to go down and act? Sakia looked at the fully equipped operators before her. She too was about to board Trom, but before leaving, she felt a little uneasy. According to sonar, the tunnel beneath this ground is probably tens of meters in diameter. Look, the surface up ahead has strange deformations, likely left by the families digging the hole. So it's perfectly fine for us to go down there, Old K explained, pointing to the target area and swirling his palm. He assured Sakia. "I see. Then we're almost there." Sakia stepped onto the steel cable dangling from Trom's cockpit and flipped the switch on the cable handle. As the cable carried Sakia upward, Nineveh approached Old K and the others. "K, I want to go down too," Nineveh said to K. K was a little surprised. "Miss Nineveh, just wait on the ground with Miss Sakia. We take care of getting this guy out." K waved at Nineveh, reassuring her and telling her to follow Swager's battle plan. "I always had a bad feeling. I seem to have some impression of this familiar. Just in case, I better tag along." Nineveh said so, and Old K couldn't refuse. "Well, since Miss Nineveh says so, you have your reasons." K was about to get Nineveh an exoskeleton, but Nineveh raised her hand to decline. That's right, Nineveh had no use for it. So the operation officially began. Sakia piloted the Trom first, burning a hole in the ground with its palm cannon, and then the combat operators descended along the hole. "I didn't expect the Trom's armament could be used in this way," Sakia said, feeling a little proud after carefully preparing the passage. Dozens of meters underground lay the tunnel left by the familiar. With the Trom's firepower, they quickly penetrated and reached the tunnel's top. Operator K first sent a drone down to survey the area, which revealed a safe location. There was no toxic gas or anything like that, even though the operators' gear all included gas masks and helmets. Next, the operators jumped down wearing enhanced exoskeleton suits. Chapter 397. "Let's go!" Old K waved, and the combat operators of Team K jumped down first. During their descent, The jets on the backs of their exoskeletons released tail flames, allowing the team members to land safely. The team members' tail flames cast a series of faint streaks of light in the pitch-black tunnel. The vertical pit was not deep, and the team members who reached the lower space turned on their rifle flashlights and began to count the number of people. "Nineve, are you going down too?" Sakia saw Nineve standing at the edge of the tunnel. "Just wait on the surface." Nineve made an okay gesture and jumped briskly into the tunnel. "Nineve, since you insist, we respect your opinion. I wish you a smooth operation." Cheyenne, also informed of the situation, replied on the executor's channel in the command post. Sakia could only wait anxiously on Trom to learn what was happening below. The situation below, however, was normal. "Everyone's here, right? Don't force yourself. Safety comes first. If anything happens, report immediately," K said to the team leaders. Besides Team K, the other teams also had their own leaders, each designated by a different designation and operating independently. The underground tunnels could indeed accommodate a team of 50, without feeling crowded at all. With their flashlights, everyone could clearly see the vastness of the space. This was the first time I encountered a familiar capable of creating and navigating a massive tunnel tens of meters in diameter underground. At this size, it looks like a tough nut to crack. Nineveh walked past K, patted him on the shoulder, and then stepped deeper into the cave. "Even you say that. I guess I have to be a little more careful this time." K sighed with a smile. A faint glow emanated from Nineveh's hand, and then she swiped it through the air. A ball of light rose from her palm and floated in midair. "Impressive. As expected of an executioner, you can even use magic," Jay exclaimed in praise. "You don't see these tricks with Sakia. Perhaps Sakia will use them in the future?" Nineveh's illumination spell was very useful. The ball of light floated near the cave ceiling, directly illuminating the path for everyone. "With the executioner, the mission feels much easier," the accompanying operators said to one another. "That's right. Let's quickly find the familiar and force them out with a bombing raid. After the battle, we go back for a feast." The team members began to laugh. Having a powerful partner is certainly a blessing, but we can't let our guard down too much. What is this?" one of the operators asked in surprise. Suddenly, the tunnel ahead forked into several paths. Each team proceeds separately. Everyone's position is displayed on the Swagger terminal. "Report any new activity immediately," Cheyenne instructed. The 5 teams separated and entered the cave. Nineveh was supposed to be accompanying Team K. "By the way, Miss Nineveh, you said earlier that you had a bad feeling. Do you have any idea about our opponent this time?" Jay asked Nineveh as they walked. "A familiar that can burrow underground. If I remember correctly, I once fought one. If this isn't a new species, so to speak. It's called..." Nineveh spoke a string of names in an ancient language. Although no one understood them, her response reassured the operators of Team K. "So what should we be wary of?" asked Old K. "I don't recall them being particularly formidable. Of course, I remember bombing them out of the ground and then killing them," Nineveh replied. "So that's how it is. Nineveh is quite experienced in combat. While she killed them before, that was under certain circumstances. Now underground, there's no telling what tactics they might employ." "Got it. I share this information with the other teams." Upon receiving this information, Operator K, not wanting to delay, quickly informed all the teams. After Team K entered the cave, they found themselves in a massive, natural underground cavity. "Hey! Look this way!" a voice shouted from the other side of the cavern, illuminating a light. Following the sound, Nineveh and Team K spotted several other teams. They had arrived at another part of the cavern. It seems the several caves we just separated into were actually connected. "It's so quiet. Should we continue?" Operators from other teams began reporting. "Let's send out a drone survey." Their team leader decided to err on the side of caution. Each team launched their drones for reconnaissance. "Don't go down. Prepare for battle," Nineveh declared startlingly. She must have sensed something with her spirit senses. "What?" Old K, startled, quickly made tactical gestures. Team K immediately retreated to the sides of the cave, their guns pointed at the exit. Boom! Suddenly, a low rumbling sound echoed from the bottom of the vast cavity. "Ouch! What's that noise?" The other teams were still operating their drones, seemingly unable to retract them anytime soon. "There are too many." Nineveh's spirit sense was more reliable than the drones. She glanced at Old K and the others, seemingly thinking about how to buy the others time. "Are they in groups?" "Not just one." Old K pointed his gun forward, turning his head to ask Nineveh. "I guess they can replicate." Nineveh had barely finished her words when she suddenly lunged forward, leaping lightly. She then spun across the cliff face of the large hollow, sprinting across it. Nineveh! Wait! Jay shouted, before he could react to what Nineveh was about to do, but then swallowed his words back. Jay saw Nineveh begin to sprint across the walls, the illumination orbs following her at the same speed. Nineveh grabbed the combat operator's multi-gun and began firing continuously from top to bottom. As the fire below flickered, the tremors intensified. Then, a chaotic chirping sound rose from below, sending shivers down their spines. Illuminated by Nineveh's illumination, the operators saw a dark mass of bugs surging from the bottom of the cavern. It was unclear whether they were bugs, but they were dark and seemed to have numerous legs, moving and rolling swiftly. These bugs, stacked one on top of the other, clambered up the cavern walls, rising continuously from the abyss below, seemingly twisting into a whip of bugs and attacking Nineveh. Humph! Nineveh was eager for the bugs to rush into close range. Even though the composite rifle was an energy weapon, its power was far inferior to Nineveh's mechanical stand. This was Nineveh's time to draw the enemy's fire and regroup. Chapter 398. Underground, the operators encountered an onrushing Zerg swarm, while Sakia, on the surface, seemed somewhat idle. She could only listen to the live broadcasts to confirm the current situation underground. The sounds of battle and gunfire rang out over the communication. Sakia knew, of course, that the underground forces had engaged the enemy, and she was ready to attack at any moment. Sakia was currently in the cockpit, waiting anxiously. She knew that with Nineveh on the scene, the situation should be straightforward. She just had to wait for the families to be forced to the surface. However, as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Schwager received another troubling piece of intelligence. Miss Yuan, Director Qin, the detection satellite is responding. The communicator reported nervously. The detection satellite detected a fog forming high in the exosphere, 1,000 kilometers east of New Spring and Autumn City. This indicated the formation of a new wild families. What a coincidence! What day is today? Are the families having a meeting? Director Qin didn't seem nervous. According to Jingxi, during the super ancient civilization, families operated in large groups. The occasional appearance of one, like now, is actually unusual. However, this is the established scenario of the Flashpoint Plan. As the true forms of the families, sealed away hundreds of thousands of years ago, gradually awaken, their appearances will become more frequent and diverse. I understand. When will they be completely solidified in this space? Ziyuan asked the communicator. Families sometimes leak out from the cracks in the seal at high altitudes, initially as a misty energy, but gradually solidifying into tangible forms. The hungry ghost, the familiar that first appeared before Shakia, was precisely this kind of being. The fog it created disrupted the fighter formation, then solidified and killed the fighter units. Luckily, Schwager has its own detection satellites, constantly scanning the global familiar's energy reactions. 4 hours, expected to form in 4 hours, and it's only just begun, another female communicator reported. 4 hours. Cheyenne fell into thought. 4 hours isn't a long time, but it's not a short time either. It all depends on how effectively the underground familiar can be dealt with. Otherwise, Schwager's forces would be stretched thin. Don't worry. Dr. Clark has made considerable progress over the past few months. I'm sure they received the information. It's almost time. Director Qin seemed confident, which only heightened Cheyenne's respect for him. Should we notify Shakia? Wait a moment, they should be contacting us soon. Which they did, Director Qin refer to? Just as Director Qin had predicted, a communication access notification tone rang out in the command room. The contact was none other than Dr. Clark. Even Cheyenne was surprised. Director Qin was as foresight as ever. Meanwhile, the battle underground was raging. Because Neve had preemptively drawn the attention of the families, a tidal wave of insect families rushed towards her. This gave the other team's operators ample room to attack. Well done. You did a great job. Even Operator J couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Neve was not only able to sprint along the cliff face, but she could also use her mechanical soul stand to pummel the charging insect families. Furthermore, her original form wielded a multi-gun, proficient in both long-range and close-range combat. This fully demonstrated Nineve's extensive combat experience. She was now utilizing the terrain to maneuver around the families. These insect-like families bore a resemblance to Earth's ants, though their appearance differed. Their dense swarms made many operators' scalps tingle, their minds racing. All they could think about was firing non-stop. TSK. Old K saw two operators from another team so engrossed in firing that they had forgotten to retreat, and he quickly fired in that direction. This saved the two operators on the upper side. "Calm down," Old K shouted at them. In reality, because Nineveh had drawn the majority of the family's attention, Team K's defensive pressure wasn't that great, allowing them to focus on the nearby teams. In the underground caverns, gunfire erupted. The operators' firepower swept through the families, typically taking down one with about 3 rounds. Operator Swager's high-tech weapons proved effective. This lightweight, reinforced exoskeleton even had a built-in energy shield, capable of withstanding the energy blasts of some families. Awesome equipment. Jay waved his hand to deflect a cannonball fired by the familiar. Then he resumed firing. "Be careful, Jay. This shield has a limited energy supply. Once it runs out, it takes time to refill." Kay offered a cold shoulder, holding back Jay as he tried to charge forward. So. A bit disappointed, Jay retreated to the cover of the cave and continued firing. Nineveh, meanwhile, circled the cave with the bug rope. Protected by her mechanical soul stand, the bugs couldn't get close. The battle seemed to be progressing smoothly. The bugs were dwindling in number. If they were eliminated right here, there would be no more trouble for Sakia above. Jay noticed that the Zerg didn't seem as aggressive as they had been at first. They seemed to realize they were currently at a disadvantage. They began to retreat. Nineveh also watched as the Zerg, which had been charging at them relentlessly just a moment ago, began to turn back. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Are they trying to escape?" "Don't let up, keep shooting." It was clear that the combat operators surrounding the Zerg had no intention of letting them escape. It was best to eliminate them right here. On the ground, a new crisis was brewing, and Sakia was unaware of the approaching danger. "The battle underground seems to be going well. If this continues, I can go straight home." Sakia followed the situation on the comms. Everything seemed to be going in the right direction. At 30,000 feet in the air, a formation of transport planes was rapidly approaching New Spring and Autumn City. "Dr. Clark, the airspace opening application and entry permit have been completed. You can simply land directly at the New Spring and Autumn City Military Airport. Time is running out, so I'm afraid we won't have time to catch up." Director Cheen was on a video call with Dr. Clark in the command room. Dr. Clark and his new combat force, upon learning of the new family's high-altitude formation, had departed from the Okinawa military base in Riyadh. Swager's satellites, which monitor family's energy, also shared data with Dr. Clark and his organization. It seemed that Dr. Clark and his mecha unit were complete. This time, they would face their first real combat. Chapter 399. While Clark's team was heading towards New Spring and Autumn City, Sakia was still awaiting the next phase of the operation. It had been an hour and a half since the combat team had descended underground. With another 2.5 hours left, the aerial families would soon appear, though Sakia hadn't been notified of this yet. Cheyenne believed that these remaining 2.5 hours should be enough to defeat the underground families. Clark's team had already volunteered to take over the aerial families. Given that, there was no need to notify Sakia now and distract her. After defeating the underground families, Sakia would then use her long-range sniper electromagnetic cannon to provide backup for Clark's team. This was the current plan. Next, all that was left was for Nineveh and her team to force the families out of the surface. High in the sky, 6 massive transport planes were flying in formation. "How long until we reach New Spring and Autumn City?" "We're slower than expected," a white-haired woman said, moving around the cabin. "I'm sorry, Miss Tessa. We had to take a detour to wait while we were going through the airspace procedures," the crew member said to the white-haired woman. What a hassle. On the plane was Tessa. She was the leader of this mission. "Oh well, we're official after all, so we have to go through the formalities." Dr. Clark appeared in the seat across from Tessa. "How long has it been since we last visited Swager?" Tessa glanced at Dr. Clark. "Yes, it's been a long time. I'd rather not rush this, but the familia are chasing us now. Back to the mission, are all 5 of them doing okay?" "First-time combat is always a bit nerve-wracking," Dr. Clark said, handing Tessa a can of energy drink. Tessa took the can, hesitated, unzipped the ring, and took a sip. "It seems the higher-ups completely ignored my advice. I could have done it alone, but this operation is a bit stressful for the 5 of them." "Indeed," Dr. Clark replied. "The 5 of them they were referring to were naturally the 5 new pilots of the newly formed humanoid weapon unit. The newly formed humanoid mobile weapon unit, which Clark and his team had assembled after obtaining the complete data on Trom from Schwager, was a large-scale man-mobile weapon unit for use against the families. The first batch consisted of 5 people. The unit's official name hadn't yet been decided. The current codename was Fox Unit, as the 5 pilots hadn't yet fully completed their training. After learning of the family's incoming attack, the Gale Nation military decided to send the Fox Unit into combat alongside the Executors, a valuable training opportunity. After all, their goal is to be able to face clan disasters on their own in the future. And using actual combat as training, with both of Schwager's Executors present this time, the safety factor should be relatively high. Dr. Clark was conducting a final inspection of the Fox Force's machines. Their robots were approximately 18 meters tall, considerably shorter than the 30-meter Trom, but this was still the best Earth technology could produce, offering a balance between structure and maneuverability. The armor of these machines was constructed from specially coated steel. This type of steel itself wasn't anything special in the military industry, unlike the fantastical alloys depicted in some science fiction works. It was just ordinary military steel. To reduce weight, several lightweighting features were even incorporated into non-lethal areas. Unlike the original Trom, which was constructed from Alexandrian metal from a super-ancient civilization, modern steel lacks such exaggerated defensive power. The secret to the mobile weapon unit's defensive power lies primarily in this miraculous coating. This coating was extracted from the Qinglin water sample obtained by Schwager. It contained substances that appear to neutralize the familiar's energy. Many of the familiars encountered previously attacked with energy. Steel armor could be useful for physical attacks. By improving their defense against energy attacks, they're basically ready for battle. At least that's the conclusion reached based on previous simulations and evaluations. Because the pilot is crucial, as the only humanoid mobile weapon unit on Earth besides the Executors, the Fox Squad boasts a comprehensive escape system. The entire upper body of the mobile suit is a separate section, housing the cockpit. The cockpit is located at the back, giving the pilot ample space to escape. When needed, the limbs can detach, transforming the upper body into a small fighter plane for immediate flight. This also draws on the core fighter concept proposed by Dr. Clark. He said he found inspiration in his favorite robot anime. In reality, the main issue is cost. The Black Trom model piloted by Tessa, for example, appears much more well-equipped. After all, as Clark's team's prototype, the original goal was to replicate the Trom at a 1:1 scale. Any unresolved parts were supplemented with existing technology. Surprisingly, Tessa's organization provided some new solutions and technologies, allowing them to create this machine. Dr. Clark was naturally overjoyed, but after seeing the exorbitant bill, he abandoned the idea of mass-producing this robot. The main reason was that Trom had too many mechanisms that diverged from the modern tech tree. Forcibly restoring them using modern technology would result in a staggering cost, enough to support a small country for a year. Such a cost naturally wouldn't have been approved by the Gale Nation government. Even forcing one to be built was a miracle. Thus, Tessa's aircraft, the Incubos, codenamed Nightmare, was dubbed a special machine. The remaining Fox Squad mechas thoroughly embodied modern military thinking, employing a tactical arrangement of group combat and individual roles. During training, the members of Fox Squad had thoroughly trained using the data from the families that Schwager had previously dealt with. However, they had never reached the stage of actual combat. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the transport plane approached New Spring and Autumn City, the scenery outside the window became increasingly clear. Tessa gazed at the city skyline below and reported to Dr. Clark, "Doctor, we entered the skies above New Spring and Autumn City." Dr. Clark nodded in response and began activating his communications equipment, establishing contact with the Schwager base to coordinate landing arrangements. "Yes, we're almost ready to land," Dr. Clark nodded to Tessa, then activated his communications and began communicating with the Schwager base. Meanwhile, Tessa issued orders to the 5 members of Fox team over the comms channel. "Fox 1 to 5. Rest is over. Prepare for landing, and put on your uniforms. We need to make a good first impression on the Schwager people." The team members responded to Tessa's orders one after another. "Fox 1, Gray Fox," received. A young man's energetic voice came. "Fox 2, Twin Snakes," received. A magnetic, deep male voice echoed. "Fox 3, Black Swallow," received. The crisp, clear voice of the female team betrayed her competence. "Fox 4, Snow Wolf," read it. A lazy, yet endearingly feminine voice echoed across the channel. "Fox 5, Virtual Mantis," read it. The last reply came from a slow, enchanting male voice. From their responses, it's clear that each member of Team Fox possesses a distinct personality, each poised to showcase their unique style and strengths in the upcoming combat. This first combat mission is not only a test of their individual abilities, but also a significant validation of the modern humanoid mobile weaponry unit that Clark's team has painstakingly crafted. Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Team Fox is about to usher in their own historic moment, embarking on a glorious journey to protect humanity and fight against the familiar. Chapter 400. A fleet of transport planes landed at the New Spring and Autumn City Military Airport. Dr. Clark, on his first visit here, also disembarked here. Director Chin and the Swagger team were waiting there, just as they had last time. The difference was that Sakia and Cheyenne were not present this time. This was understandable, given that they were now facing the clan beneath the surface. When the executors were overwhelmed, it was their turn, Team Fox, to take the stage. Led by Tessa, the 5 members of Team Fox disembarked and lined up before Director Chin and the other Swagger representatives. They saluted in unison, accepting the inspection. Director Chin returned the salute. "You all look very spirited, your team members," Director Chin said, looking at the 5 pilots standing at attention and saluting. He nodded to Tessa. Clark began to introduce them. From the direction Director Chin was facing, the first member on the right was Gray Fox, a tall, white man with short gray hair. Even in uniform, his sturdy build was evident. He was the team's attacker, responsible for close to medium-range combat. The second member was Twin Snakes, a tall, middle-aged white man with short black hair and a sharp, angular face. He looked like a seasoned veteran. He was the team scout, a versatile figure, generally responsible for medium to long-range mobile combat. The third member was Black Swallow, a female who appeared to be of Asian descent. She bore a resemblance to Cheyenne, both possessing a capable and reliable demeanor. Like Twin Snakes, she was the second mobile combat member. The fourth member was Snow Wolf, also a female, but with blonde hair and blue eyes. She looked younger than Black Swallow, with a somewhat languid expression. She was the team sniper, responsible for long-range battlefield support and beyond visual range strikes. The fifth member was Virtual Mantis. A stylish man with glasses and a dyed-hair look, he looked quite different from the military. Of course, Dr. Clark added, Virtual Mantis wasn't a soldier before, but like Tessa, an expert sent by the corporate. He was the team's information warfare guru, adept at both intelligence gathering and system suppression. With him, Team Fox essentially had a god's eye view in battle. As for their captain, Tessa, Director Chin's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Alike, so similar, Director Chin couldn't help but wonder. Why did Tessa's face resemble Shakia's? Although their hair color and hairstyle were different, their auras were completely different. Yet, they were like long-lost twins. Although Director Chin wasn't a true relative of Shakia, they had spent considerable time together. But now wasn't the time to discuss that. What was needed now was to keep a close eye on any new familiar members who emerged, and to engage them when necessary. According to Schwager's system, there's only an hour and a half left before the families appear in the sky. Deployment must begin immediately. The pilot of Team Fox disembarked his robot from the transport plane and began deployment immediately. Back in New Spring and Autumn City, where the people had already evacuated, Shakia and the others received intelligence from Cheyenne. They heard that another family was about to appear in the distance. The fog that preceded the family's appearance was approaching New Spring and Autumn City. It was expected to reach the outer atmosphere outside New Spring and Autumn City in an hour and a half. What? Another one? They're ramping up their strength so quickly? Shakia, in the cockpit, was quite surprised by Cheyenne's message. But she wasn't panicking. With Nineveh dealing with one of the familiar underground, she felt reassured. But if Nineveh couldn't defeat the guys below quickly, she would have to deal with the new familiar alone. Shakia checked the time on the control panel. The new familiar would arrive in an hour and a half. What kind of attack would they use? Don't worry. I should have finished the battle long ago. Nineveh's reply reassured Cheyenne and Shakia. She explained that the battle underground was going well, and that they could just deal with the new familiar together. Director Chin has gone to meet the reinforcements. They'd be the first line of defense. Don't worry, Shakia. Cheyenne briefly briefed Shakia and the others about the reinforcements. Dr. Clark and the others are here too. They truly created a humanoid mobile weapon unit. I really want to see it soon. Sakia was delighted to learn that their earlier visit to Swagger had finally yielded results. Don't worry, you see them soon. They first set up a defensive line along the new familiar's route. You remain on standby and prioritize dealing with the first familiar. Cheyenne's operational instructions were clear. Understood. Sakia focused again, monitoring the underground battle. Hundreds of meters underground, combat operators equipped with exoskeleton power armor, led by Nineveh, repelled the familiar's insect swarm. The insects began to flee deeper into the caverns. To eradicate them, the operators decided to pursue them deeper into the caverns. Old K, are we going down too? Team 3 is already securing the ropes. They're planning to explore the large cavern, Operator J said to Old K. Wait, tell them we have a safer way. Old K pulled a drone from his equipment box and signaled J to tell Team 3 not to rush. In this situation, steady progress is key. So, several teams of operators didn't rush in. Instead, they unloaded their drones and flew into the large cavern below to investigate. The drone's night vision cameras gave a good view of the surroundings. This cavern was deeper than expected. If they had rushed down earlier, the cable might not have been long enough. Under the operator's control, the drones descended to the bottom and discovered another massive hole in the cavern wall. It seemed the Zerg had entered this hole. After exchanging ideas over the intercom, the drones continued their flight deeper. Gradually, the drones captured footage of the Zerg wriggling. Deep within the cavern lay a vast space, and everyone witnessed a startling scene. The insect swarm gathered densely and began to merge rapidly, as if the previously scattered insects were converging into a single, gigantic monster. Instantly, several tentacles erupted from this massive, combined mass, shooting towards the drone. Suddenly, only a snowflake screen remained on the operator's control terminals. Sure enough, Nineveh frowned. After these insects gathered, their form resembled what she remembered. In other words, Nineveh had only faced this kind of familia in its combined form in her past combat experience. But this way, she knew how to deal with it, and no longer had to worry about the operators. Nineveh decided to deal with it herself. What did you say? We all retreat? Old K received a startling instruction from Nineveh. That's right. Leave the rest to me, Nineveh said to the operators nonchalantly. Chapter 401. Nini volunteered to go down alone to deal with the merged familiar. Of course, that was the view of the operators, who were moved by Nini's spirit. Cheyenne also agreed with Nini's opinion, and at Nini's urging, the operators began to retreat. However, Nini was very familiar with this familiar. The merged, enlarged familiar was perfectly positioned to remain active in the narrow underground cavern, making it the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage. Operators remaining here would only hinder Nini's effectiveness. As the operators retreated to the entrance, a huge tremor erupted from deep within. How's Nineve? Operator J asked worriedly. It seems there's no need to worry. There's movement on the ground. Sakia's communication rang. Through Trom's eyes, Sakia saw the ground begin to rise several kilometers away, and the cracks that opened up subsequently erupted into a large amount of sand and rock. Immediately, accompanied by a loud blast like a construction blast, a familiar half a head taller than Trom was blasted out of the ground by the transformed Nineveh with a rising dragon punch. Operation success. The operators in the command room and on the ground cheered. Cheyenne breathed a sigh of relief, for there was still another familiar waiting. The sooner they dealt with this one, the better. Alright, now it's my turn. Sakia couldn't wait for the familiar to land. Trom's waste jets blazed, charging towards the falling familiar. Well, come on, Sakia, Nineveh responded. Although Nineveh's combat power remained formidable, she had already stored the root cube in the underground storage vault of Swager, and because she had been fused with it for so long, she needed to recover. Her transformation time was now limited to 3 minutes. Repeated transformations would shorten each time, until she could no longer transform. We must end the battle while Nineveh can still unleash her full power. This is the key to this operation. Nineveh, transformed into a giant, soared into the sky, while Sakia, still hovering in the air, unleashed all her photon missiles, hitting the newly landed familiar. Well done. Nineveh landed gently, standing behind Sakia. But this familiar didn't seem so easily annihilated. The combined might of tens of thousands of giant insects embodied an extremely tenacious vitality. Elsewhere, a cloud of fog began moving toward New Spring and Autumn City. Report. The fog has begun to move, and its target location is New Spring and Autumn City, the operator in the command room promptly reported. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. In a sense, did this fog itself possess the consciousness of the familiar? Previously, Schwager had believed it was merely a precursor to the familiar breaking the seal and emerging from another dimension. It seems the familiar's information needs to be updated. Director Chin observed the phenomenon with interest from the command room. The fog can spread over a radius of several thousand meters. Even attacking in this situation is useless, as Schwager had already tried. Tessa, do you hear? The fog cluster that formed the familia is starting to move this way. We estimate it will reach New Spring and Autumn City in half an hour. Dr. Clark communicated with Tessa from the helicopter. Tessa's Fox team, in coordination with Schwager's combat operators and the United Nations Special Operations Force, was heading to their deployment site on the outskirts of New Spring and Autumn City, along with a number of aircraft and tanks. The 6 members of Fox team were driving robots directly to their deployment site, eliminating the need for aircraft or other means of transportation once they arrived in New Spring and Autumn City. I hear you. Perfect. Let's warm up Fox team. Tessa, piloting the Black Nightmare prototype, which bore a striking resemblance to the Trom, walked at the rear of the team. In principle, as an instructor, she was merely acting as a rear guard, and would not interfere too heavily with Fox team's battles. All members of Fox team, listen up. Upon engaging the enemy, follow the tactics you trained. Don't linger in the fight. Your own safety is your top priority. Tessa connected the team chat. Ranger. The team members responded in unison. After all, this was Fox team's first encounter with a true familiar. Strictly speaking, it wasn't actual combat, but rather practice. Their purpose was more to validate their tactics and acclimate the team members to fighting familiar. This was something a simulated battle couldn't achieve. Under normal circumstances, combat units were simply responsible for delaying the familiar heading towards New Spring and Autumn City, slowing their progress, and buying Sakia and the others enough time. After all, conventional military weapons, even missiles, were nearly impossible to defeat. This had already been proven. However, deploying nuclear weapons seems to involve a cautious approach, so building a combat system centered around executors is crucial. This time, however, Team Fox was formed independently of Schwager's mobile force, to share the responsibility for Sakia. If they could defeat the families en route, that would be ideal. It seemed as if Schwager had everything under control. Nineveh and Sakia would deal with the families underground, while Team Fox would handle those coming from above. Even then, Sakia discovered that things weren't quite as simple as they seemed. It's not dead. Sakia landed and fired another barrage, but the familiar still managed to stand shakily. Sakia, take cover. Nineveh rolled sideways and hid behind a nearby building-like shelter. Sakia obeyed the order and quickly dodged. Several large globs of dissolving mucus erupted from the blast's dust. The mucus brushed past Sakia and sprayed onto the shelter. A puff of smoke rose with a sizzling sound, and instantly a hole was melted through the reinforced concrete shelter. Another burst of high-energy light blasted the defensive wall where Sakia was hiding, instantly shattering it to smithereens. Trom was knocked back dozens of meters by the impact. If that had hit him, Sakia would have been in serious trouble. Sakia broke out in a cold sweat. It looked like this familiar was no pushover. It was only because Nineveh had been so powerful in their heyday that they could handle so many of these familiars at once. The smoke gradually cleared, and the merged giant insect gradually revealed its form. It was a gray, crab-like creature with a shell. It brandished its large claws, which seemed to be able to spray the same dissolving liquid from earlier. However, judging by its movements, it wasn't an agile foe. Its legs dug into the ground, requiring it to pull itself up with every movement, limiting its mobility. This was good news for Sakia and the others. 1 minute left, Sakia. I help you one last time. Let's attack together. Nineveh estimated her transformation time. After all, she had already been fighting underground for a while. All right. Sakia understood Nineveh's time constraints. It was time to make a quick decision. Chapter 402. Because the incident happened so suddenly, the familiar hadn't yet had time to give it a codename, but that didn't matter. The most urgent task was to quickly unleash their ultimate attack while Nineveh was still in her spirit-mechanical fusion state. Nineveh and Sakia stood side by side again, just as they had done before against Antorio in the rainforest. Sakia, Nineveh. Attack with all your might, and end this swiftly. Cheyenne commanded from the scene. That's exactly what I meant. Sakia raised her Dragon Knight lance, and switched to energy weapon mode. With one hand holding up her shield, and the other readying her cannon, a glow of energy shone from the spear's tip. This time, Sakia expended all 3 of the Dragon Knight lance's energy magazines in one go, intending to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. At Cheyenne's temporary on-site command post, the energy emanating from Sakia's spear tip was also felt, and the scorching wind nearly blew off Cheyenne's beret. Meanwhile, Nineveh crossed her arms, brushing them across her arms. Gathered mechanical energy flowed from her arms into her palms. HA! Accompanied by the 2 men's battle cries, Nineveh clasped her hands together and pointed them at the enemy, a dazzling burst of light energy emanating from her fingertips. This was Nineveh's ultimate attack, Apsu Stream, and Sakya unleashed a powerful beam cannon. Their beam attack simultaneously struck the distant fused families, sending a massive burst of flames skyward. Did it work? Sakya stared at the flames, then at the smoking Dragon Knight's lance. It looked like it would need to cool for a while. After ejecting all the magazines, Sakya lowered her weapon. Nineveh, standing beside her, slowly dissipated into particles of light. Her transformation time had come. Finally, I made it. Nineveh returned to her normal size, releasing the fusion with her mechanical double. She looked up at the flames rising in the distance, thinking the battle was probably over. At her peak, Nineveh's combat effectiveness wouldn't be affected, but this period was unusual. Nineveh might need to rest for a while. Cheyenne, how's it going? The Familia should be completely destroyed, right? Sakya had suffered losses before, and she couldn't yet confirm the enemy's complete defeat. She hurried to check with Cheyenne. The detection equipment at the frontline command post showed that the enemy's response had disappeared, and the Familia's energy was only limited to the one in the distance, the one truly approaching. Cheyenne also carefully confirmed the situation. Excellent work. The enemy is completely silent. Finally, Cheyenne's affirmative response came through the communication. Huh? Sakya breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she could finally catch her breath. Sakya, Nineveh, returned to the rendezvous point. Rest and prepare for the next battle. According to Cheyenne's instructions, the supply troops arrived at the rendezvous point. Sakya placed Nineveh on Trom's palm and flew towards the rendezvous point. Time was running out, and supplies were being rushed. Shakia and Nineveh were sitting in the rest area, eating energy bars and drinking energy drinks to replenish their energy. Nineveh, in particular, needed to recover quickly just in case. Next round, you go solo, is that okay? Nineveh asked Shakia. It's not a problem, Nineveh, just rest up, Shakia replied with a relaxed air. Shakia had conserved a lot of energy from this battle, as Nineveh had shouldered the bulk of the fighting. It was only natural that Shakia would take the lead in the next battle. I'm glad you two are so energetic, Cheyenne approached. She was holding a handheld terminal, seemingly working on it as well. Ah, Cheyenne, you're here. Shakia waved at Cheyenne. Nineveh nodded in acknowledgement. The Familiar, surrounded by flames in the distance, had been reduced to a mass of flaming wreckage. This time, after being defeated, the Familiar didn't seem to dissipate into particles or dissolve into ash. Instead, it continued to burn in the same spot. Nineveh stared at the distant flames and thick smoke, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Cheyenne noticed Nineveh's gesture. Nothing. We're proceeding according to the battle plan. Nineveh took a sip of the drink Shakia offered her, and returned her gaze to Cheyenne and Shakia. How much time do we have left? Where's the information on the Familiar? Shakia knew that the new Familiar hadn't been idle during their rest period. The estimated arrival time is 15 minutes. But strangely, it's still a cloud of mist. Cheyenne also looked a little helpless. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. If it's a fog cloud, even an attack wouldn't be possible. A military base had previously attempted to launch missiles, but they passed right through the fog cloud, hitting nothing. It seems this enemy is quite cunning. When the families appeared before, they either quickly revealed their true form or lurked nearby. These guys who maintain a state of premonition. Sakya was also a little puzzled. Any news from Master Jinxie? Unfortunately, Master Jinxie hasn't found any families with these characteristics in the literature. Cheyenne's words made Sakya nervous. A new Familiar? It seems Jinx's documentation needs to be updated. Sakya would soon face an enemy whose details she had no idea of. This would be quite a challenge. Where's Nineveh? Any clues? Cheyenne hadn't forgotten that Nineveh was also an executor. Not yet. It's okay. We know once it reveals its true form. Nineveh's answer was truly unique. Perhaps that was her strength. Shakia admired it. Is that so? It looks like we just have to go all out this time. Cheyenne felt a bit more at ease after hearing Nineveh's words. In reality, Cheyenne was the most nervous. Facing an enemy with no intelligence, she, as a strategic analyst and commander, was the most powerless. An executor could sometimes launch a mental burst against the enemy on the front lines, but she couldn't do anything. Jinxie's documents are merely observational reports from our time. As for the families, our research at the time was very limited, Nineveh explained. After all, the super-ancient civilization itself didn't fully understand the origins of the families. They simply said that their advanced technology and connections with interstellar civilizations allowed them to flee quickly. A true war of attrition with the families wasn't a sure thing. Even those who had fought against the families might not fully understand the entire process from their appearance to their disappearance. Nineveh's observations on the battlefield revealed not only a wide variety of families, but also distinct characteristics. Families' attacks were often swift and fierce, leaving scientists with little opportunity to study and observe them. Back then, the solar system civilization relied heavily on alien reinforcements and the root cubes brought back by the executors to achieve a series of extreme comebacks. Often, they were completely overwhelmed by the main family's forces. It was only when the family's advance teams arrived, presumably posing no threat, that sporadic research on the families was conducted. Jinxi's documents likely originated from early research materials from that era. After hearing Nineveh's account, Sakia and Cheyenne exchanged a glance. It seemed that Swager's task was far more arduous than they had imagined. Chapter 403. That was the information Nineveh had provided. Shakia and Cheyenne also realized that they would face more situations in the future where they would be faced with no intelligence. We use that thing next. Cheyenne showed Shakia the tablet in her hand. On it appeared the ultra-long-range electromagnetic cannon that had been used to snipe the familiar. The plan was to kill the familiar with long-range fire the moment they appeared at high altitude. After all, the enemy was in the upper atmosphere. According to the satellite that observed the fog, the familiar's altitude was approximately 500 to 600 kilometers above the Earth. Low Earth orbit refers to an orbit in which a spacecraft is relatively low above the Earth's surface. There is no universally accepted, strict definition of low Earth orbit. Generally, any near-circular orbit below 2,000 kilometers is considered low Earth orbit. Because low Earth orbit satellites are relatively close to the Earth, most Earth observation satellites, geodetic satellites, space stations, and some new communication satellite systems use low Earth orbit. Therefore, the signal of this family's appearance is still very clear. It has been captured by multiple Swager satellites, providing precise location information. The top of Earth's atmosphere does not have a clear boundary, but rather gradually transitions into interstellar space. Although the upper atmosphere is even more empty than an artificial vacuum, it does still contain gas particles, and the density is much greater than that of interstellar space. However, these are no longer gas molecules, but atoms and particles produced by atomic fission. The atmosphere below this altitude, 80 to 100 kilometers, varies in density, but its composition is generally consistent, primarily nitrogen and oxygen molecules. This is the air around us. Above this limit, to around 1,000 kilometers, oxygen dominates. Further up, to around 2,400 kilometers, helium dominates. Above that, hydrogen dominates. Above 3,000 kilometers, the density of matter becomes nearly as thin as that of interstellar space. The previous defeat of the first form, codenamed Yiksha King, involved firing this electromagnetic cannon from a distance of around 200 kilometers. This doesn't fully reflect the electromagnetic cannon's range. However, even at distances of 500 to 600 kilometers, the electromagnetic cannon's power is still very much guaranteed. Live ammunition weapons have their advantages. Perhaps the only drawback is that it only has 3 rounds. Sakia was a little unsure. While it's called 3 rounds, only 2 can actually be used effectively, and the last round is generally not used. Is 3 rounds enough? While Trom's detection system is quite good, this time the enemy is more than 3 times farther away, Sakia asked Cheyenne nervously. Fox team also has snipers equipped with energy sniper cannons. They be given priority, Cheyenne explained. Energy cannons, not bad. Nineveh smiled. She noted that humanity had finally begun equipping troops other than the Swagers with energy weapons, a small step forward. I look forward to seeing these weapons deployed more widely, Cheyenne replied. Perhaps Nineveh believed that such commonplace weapons should have been everywhere by now. In other words, Sakia was essentially providing a backup, while Dr. Clark's team would launch the initial attack. I didn't expect to have to use it again. Shakia sighed, looking at the railgun on the screen. Remembering how nearly the entire New Spring and Autumn City's electricity had been used up before, it took ages to adjust the output and energy supply. Will it be able to make it this time? Shakia conveyed her doubts to Cheyenne. To cope with various emergencies, the Swager Technology Department has manufactured a battery specifically for the railgun. It takes a long time to charge, but it's not used often, is it? It's been almost a year since I last used it, Cheyenne replied. From Cheyenne's explanation, the charging time must be quite long too. This reassured Shakia. It looked like they had it covered this time. Although the new families hadn't appeared yet, the humans had assembled their strongest forces, and taking on 1 or 2 of them would be no problem. The members of Team Fox actually shared the same idea. On the outskirts of New Spring and Autumn City, the 5 members of Team Fox formed a formation along the family's route. Fox 1 through 5, All in position, please direct. Twin Serpent Fox 2, now designated the current team leader, reported to Instructor Tessa, Clark, and Director Cheen over the comms. Excellent. According to the Combat Analysis Department, the families are expected to pass over this area in 7 minutes and begin to reveal their true forms. Tessa explained the current situation to the team members. Tessa's mobile suit was on standby near the command vehicle where Dr. Clark and Director Cheen were stationed. In principle, she wouldn't have to participate in this battle. She was currently responsible for on-site command and intelligence analysis for Team Fox, effectively filling in for Cheyenne. Once the familiar reveal their true form, Snow Wolf will launch the first wave of beyond visual range fire. I provide you with the target coordinates. Roger, weapon loaded. As Team Fox's sniper, Snow Wolf's suit is equipped with a beyond visual range sniper cannon. The sniper cannon fires energy weapons. This sniper-type beam cannon is highly valued by the Gale Nation military. For the current human military, which primarily relies on live ammunition, it is an extremely advanced and attractive weapon. This weapon's firing range is sufficient to reach targets in the exosphere. This battle also serves to test its reliability. If it passes the test, it will be deployed in large numbers within the military as a next-generation weapon. Compared to Sakiya's Dragon Knight beam cannon, which utilizes Dragon Terran technology, this energy weapon is more accurate and has a longer range. After all, this technology originated from the Dragon Terrans. Team Fox simply used the version leaked from the Swarm Terrans. The operation is divided into 3 phases, Tessa continued to explain to Team Fox. The battle has 3 phases. The first phase begins with the appearance of the families, with the Snow Wolves taking the lead in sniping. In the best-case scenario, the Snow Wolves' first wave of sniping attacks will destroy the families, but the chances are slim. The second phase begins as the families approach New Spring and Autumn City. As they do so, the Snow Wolves continue their sniping, and ground forces freely fire at their respective ranges. Missiles from the missile base will also be launched. Sakiya will also begin sniping with electromagnetic cannons from her position. If all goes well, the second phase will resolve the battle. The third phase, similar to the first and second phases, begins as the families continue to approach, while the executors begin their operations. If the families land, Tessa will join the battle, cooperating with the executors to kill the families on the ground. Chapter 404. Fox 1 got it. Fox 2 got it. Fox 3 got it. Fox 4 got it. Fox 5 got it. The members of Team Fox all responded with their orders. I hope everything goes well. I have a bad feeling. Dr. Clark, in the command vehicle, quietly listened to Tessa's pre-battle briefing and the members' responses over the comms. No, we must have confidence in the weapons our team has developed. We trained and tested them so many times. Dr. Clark took a sip of coffee to calm his nerves. They had come to New Spring and Autumn City to participate in this operation, and they should have been able to handle it with ease. Dr. Clark tried hard to calm himself, feeling that his mental fortitude was still far inferior to that of Team Fox. He felt like an old father watching his child perform on stage for the first time, even though he wasn't married yet. Of course, this was Team Fox, a team he had personally built, and the members' mobile suits were like his own children. The safety of every driver also hinges on the quality of their equipment. Alas, I'm just a scientist, not as skilled as they are in military service. Aside from the voices on the radio, everything around me was eerily quiet. Of course, there was also the roar of armored vehicles and tank engines. The troops had arrived at their deployment locations, and all units were on high alert. Tessa and the Fox team seemed to be well equipped, but Clark was the least confident of them all. Sakiya, the new families will arrive over New Spring and Autumn City in 5 minutes. Prepare to depart? You just reviewed the operational memorandum. We just follow it. Let's go! Cheyenne had Sakiya aboard Trom. The railgun had already been pulled to its deployment site by a fleet of transport vehicles and set up. Nynaeve rested in the on-site command post. If anything went wrong, she could still transform. She watched Sakiya enter Trom's cockpit. Sakiya arrived at the deployment site. The railgun had been mounted on a turret formed from 2 defense buildings, resembling the base of an anti-aircraft gun. The barrel could be moved to any position, allowing it to fire even at the families descending from the sky. This thing is quite well made, Sakiya said after she, under Cheyenne's instruction, maneuvered Trom onto the turret and tested the controls. Indeed, Schwager has anticipated various uses and designed various accessories for the railgun, Cheyenne explained with some pride. It seemed Schwager's technicians hadn't been idle during this time either. They had developed these weapons and equipment without Sakiya's knowledge. As before, the electromagnetic cannons beyond visual range strikes would rely on Trom's detection systems. Some families could disrupt conventional weapons detection systems, but Trom could ignore such interference. "I given you the coordinates, Sakiya. I take care of the rest," Cheyenne said to Sakiya. This time, the target's range was 500 to 600 kilometers. That's more than 3 times higher than last time. "Is it still possible?" "Cheyenne, I'm searching." "Wait a moment." Sakiya used Trom's eyes to scan the airspace where the families were located. Soon, the outline of the family's energy appeared in her field of vision. It was a cloud of fog covering several kilometers. "I see. It's churning." Sakiya was seeing the image from Trom's sensor, a direct reflection of the family's energy response. According to Swager's reconnaissance satellites, the families were still hidden within the fog, and no equipment could see what was happening within. "Churning?" Cheyenne exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the images from Swager's satellites showed nothing was happening, eerily calm, except for the cloud of fog rapidly moving toward New Spring and Autumn City. Does that mean the families are about to emerge? What Sakiya saw was more vivid than what other detection equipment could see. To Sakiya's eyes, there was something within the fog. The churning energy was forming and converging into a larger and larger entity. It was as clear as seeing a person at night through a thermal imaging night vision goggles. "Cheyenne, we can fire. A round core is forming within the fog, and I see other parts forming around it." Sakiya's words startled Cheyenne. Logically, if a familiar were to emerge from the fog, the energy level should fluctuate dramatically for a moment. But right now, the energy detectors on the Swager reconnaissance satellite were completely silent. This was well before the firing time calculated by the tactical analysis system. "Wait a moment, I share this with Team Fox." Cheyenne quickly gave the order to fire. "Okay, I send you my observations." Sakiya shared the familiar energy flow diagram Trom had seen with the command post. At the same time, Team Fox's sniper, Snow Wolf, also received the data and orders. "Huh? Preemptive sniping? Towards these coordinates?" Snow Wolf was a little confused. Had the orders changed? "Snow Wolf, shoot," Tessa reiterated. "But I can't see anything in the scope?" Snow Wolf gritted his teeth and entered the coordinates, then aimed the energy cannon in that direction. "Don't panic, Snow Wolf. Just follow your training," Twin Snakes, acting as temporary team leader, encouraged. Swish. The energy cannon fired a cyan beam of energy, shooting straight into the sky. "Snow Wolf, complete the shot. The energy cannon needs 10 seconds to cool down." Snow Wolf, having completed the shot, loudly reported the situation and ejected a magazine from the energy cannon. In low Earth orbit, 600 kilometers above the ground, the beam of energy struck the fog cloud. However, this time, the fog cloud didn't pass through it directly like before. Instead, a cyan glow flashed through it. It looked like it had actually hit something. "Beautiful, the target is responding." Dr. Clark looked at the imagery transmitted by the Swager satellite. It looked like the attack had worked, but Cheyenne and Shakia knew things weren't that simple. "Shakia, look, what's going on?" Cheyenne called out to Shakia. "Damn it, they just hit the other parts that had just formed." "The core." Shakia saw it all clearly. The last shot had only shattered the newly formed part of the familiar's body. The core was a little further away. Not good. Cheyenne hurriedly tried to call for Team Fox to fire a second shot. But the energy cannon still needed to cool down. "I do it." Shakia, realizing she had a golden opportunity, already had her finger on the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon. She could see the core being enveloped by the continuously forming familiar tissue. If she didn't fire now, she might not have another chance like this again. Chapter 405. Through Trom's detectors, Sakiya saw that the familiar's core was intact, and the tissue surrounding it was rapidly forming. If they could penetrate the core before the outer layer formed, perhaps victory would be achieved. While waiting, Trom had already calculated factors affecting sniper accuracy, such as wind speed and Earth's rotation. This was no difficulty for the technology of a super-ancient civilization. Now Trom's crosshairs had locked onto the target, ready to fire. Thinking this way, Sakiya decisively pulled the trigger and fired. The electromagnetic cannon emitted a distinctive blast, propelling the sharp projectile towards the target at an altitude of 600 kilometers. Sakiya completed the shot. Starting to load the second round. Sakiya reported, immediately beginning to reload. This round indeed struck the familiar's core reliably. Sakiya saw the impact firsthand, but after the impact, the familiar seemed to be still moving, as if the rapidly gathering bodies had blocked the bullet's impact, hindering its effectiveness. The electromagnetic cannon didn't require any cooldown time. It could simply reload its second round. Catch up. A second later, Sakia fired a second round. This time, Sakia successfully struck the familiar's core, but almost at the same moment, the familiar's body coalesced. TSK. Sakia had expended her 2 planned rounds in a flash, leaving only one for the safety. Of course, with the familiar's body coalescing, this single safety round was of little use. Sakia had no choice but to dismount from the electromagnetic cannon's mount and gaze upward, unsure of how the familiar would attack. The process by which this familiar manifested itself exceeded the scope of Swager's previous data. After the battle, I probably need to study it further. Thankfully, it finally appeared, allowing us to attack. Everyone, attention. Familiar has appeared. Familiar has appeared. Prepare to attack. Cheyenne shouted into the intercom. Their commander also saw from satellite imagery the new familiar, unfolding its body like a giant jellyfish. As the familiar descended at a steady speed, an ominous glow began to emanate from its body. So that's it. Be careful of its ultra-long-range beam cannon. Mage Jinxie frowned. With the familiar's appearance, weapons on the ground were trained on its location. Strange. The familiar doesn't seem to have reached the point directly above Swager headquarters. Mage Jinxie was also observing the familiar situation from the headquarters command room. Will it fly over? Director Chin stood beside Jinxie, and the two discussed. The missile launchers on the ground, with the longest range, also launched their first wave of attacks. Dozens of missiles were launched into low Earth orbit. This time, Snow Wolf could finally demonstrate her sniping skills. Turtle, this is 600 kilometers away. Sniping from the ground is still a bit of a stretch. Snow Wolf struggled to find the target through the scope. He seemed to be able to see a small glimpse, but visually shooting was still a bit of a stretch. It seemed the sight needed further enhancements. Thankfully, Sakia had been using Trom's search system elsewhere to synchronize the positions of Swager and the Fox team's followers. Based on Sakia's synchronized coordinates, Snow Wolf's energy cannon fired another beam. The beam cannon unleashed a powerful explosion on the fully revealed familiar. The energy cannon hit. But the familiar's condition remains unchanged, the communicator reported. It didn't work. Dr. Clark observed the familiar's data on the command vehicle's screen. It seemed that after the familiar had gathered together, their physical strength had increased immensely. Cheyenne and the other sensors had limited accuracy, so they couldn't see exactly what was happening to the familiar. Fox Squad, move! Tessa commanded, seemingly predicting the familiar's next move. Although Tessa's method was unknown, a high-energy beam of light immediately erupted from the high-altitude familiar, striking the wasteland not far from Snow Wolf. Instantly, a gust of wind and dust rose tens of meters high from the ground. Fortunately, Fox Squad moved immediately after hearing Tessa's command, otherwise, this blast would have been a disaster for them. That was a close call. Cold sweat broke out on the members of Fox Squad, including Snow Wolf. Damn, is this so exaggerated? Gray Fox from Fox Squad's side. Sakia also witnessed the shot from low Earth orbit. She hadn't expected the families to engage in a sniper duel with ground troops. Without further delay, Sakia continued to monitor the family's situation through Trom's ultra-long-range detection system. On closer inspection, she realized that it wasn't that Team Fox's energy cannon hadn't damaged the families, but rather that their bodies were capable of rapid regeneration. At that moment, in the command room at Swager headquarters, Jinxie was recounting her memories of the families to Director Chin and the others. Jinxie had encountered this kind of familiar once before during the ultra-ancient civilization era. During the ancient war in the Martian sphere, a large number of these familiars appeared, crippling the Martian forces' air defenses through massive orbital bombardment. They used their prized ultra-long-range beam fire. One or two might be enough, but if hundreds or even thousands appeared simultaneously, it would be truly difficult to deal with. They could literally turn the ground to scorch. Yes, this one isn't too difficult to deal with, provided we can consistently inflict damage. But our orbital strikes are currently limited, Jinxie explained. Jinxie, it seems Sakia's previous attack has affected it. At this moment, Nineveh's communication channel connected with Jinxie's. Oh, Nineveh. Do you remember this guy too? Jinxie was naturally delighted to see Nineveh seem to have information to share. Go ahead. Director Chin was also in urgent need of information. Jinxie, do you remember the lethality of this kind of familiar's beam fire? Nineveh asked. I don't think I was on the battlefield during that battle. Could it be that, Nineveh, you? Yes, I was on the front lines of that battle. Under the continuous barrage of that beam, ground troops and facilities collapsed one after another, Nineveh recalled. That was before I became an executor. It turned out that Nineveh was part of the unit urgently dispatched to provide support during that battle. Upon arriving at the battlefield, she witnessed a relentless orbital bombardment. Compared to what she remembered, the bombardment just now was nothing. Why was this? Nineveh knew that Sakia had only seen the Familia's core before she could rush to fire both projectiles. So there was only one answer. Sakia had inflicted considerable damage to the Familia's core, causing a disruption in their energy supply. So, Jinxie said with a sudden realization. Well, the Familiar, it's already at the end of its strength. If it fires again, it might collapse. After listening to Nineveh's intelligence analysis, Jinxie and Director Qin exchanged glances and nodded. Keep firing. Be careful to defend against possible long-range bombardment. Director Qin gave the order. Snow Wolf, reload the next round. Wait for it to cool down. Don't panic, and shoot steadily. Tessa's words reassured Snow Wolf. At this moment, the previously launched missile also hit the Familiar, and a series of massive explosions erupted in the airspace where the Familiar was located. Even from afar, everyone on the ground could see it. It was like another sun had appeared. Several large holes had been blown into the Familiar's body. Although it healed in less than a second, Sakia still noticed the damage. She quickly transmitted the situation to the command center. Alright. Keep going this way. If we can blast another hole in this creature's surface, I deliver a final blow to its core. Sakia announced her plan. Chapter 406. Sakia offered her own suggestion. She hoped the army's firepower would help her, shattering the Familiar surface so she could deliver the final blow to its core. But just as everyone was about to do so, something strange happened on the Familiar side. Second shot. Dodge! Tessa commanded. The Familiar's body glowed again. Would it fire the same beams as before? On the surveillance satellite feed, the Familiar exploded. Its body expanded unnaturally, leaving several holes. What's going on? It looks like its body can't handle its own energy. Cheyenne noticed. As Sakia had said, she had inflicted some damage to the Familiar's core. It seemed the creature could no longer control the power of its beam cannon. Nini had also observed this from the previous bombardment and watched the battle unfold with peace of mind. The Familiar is moving. Accelerating, the communicator reported. The Familiar's movement path was then displayed on the large screen in the command room. We need to move directly above Swagger, and then bring it down in one go. Director Qin stroked his chin, grimly examining the calculations. It seemed the families, having failed their long-range bombardment, were going to resort to direct bombing. Director Qin intended to mobilize all of New Spring and Autumn City's anti-aircraft firepower. But Jinxie told him not to. Conventional anti-aircraft firepower had a limited range. And once the families were within range, conventional anti-aircraft firepower would be useless. The executioner should be able to withstand it. Jinxie's expression remained unchanged. He had confidence in Nineveh and Sakia. A new operation was ordered. Sakia looked surprised. We're supposed to stop the falling Familiar. I can try to slow it down, Nineveh said. It seemed she had a plan. Break it on its way down, or slow it down and then destroy it. Got it. Tessa readily agreed. Seeing that Nineveh and Tessa on Fox's side were both confident, Sakia reluctantly agreed, though she had no choice. Then tell me what I need to do. The operation was simple and straightforward. Nineveh happened to possess a shield-like ability. She could fly high into the air, open her shield, and collide with the Familiar, slowing its momentum. Once its speed had slowed to a certain level, Nineveh would retreat, allowing Fox Squad and other ground forces to fire a hole in the Familiar's body, exposing its core. Finally, Sakia would deliver the final blow. Because Nineveh's continuous transformation shortened her time, the window of opportunity she offers is very short, requiring everyone to precisely grasp it. The operation must be completed in one go. 2 minutes. Roughly speaking, I can only transform for 2 minutes. The rest is up to you. Nineveh put down her tea, assessed her physical condition, and reported. 2 minutes. I understand. Cheyenne swallowed. She didn't know if the ground fire could penetrate the Familia's surface within those 2 minutes. Even if it penetrated the core, the falling bodies of the Familia would cause tremendous damage. How would Sakia and the others respond? But they had no choice. They could only trust the executors. Jinxie noticed that Nineveh had sent her a message before the battle. It seemed Nineveh was asking Jinxie to help her with something. We need to go out and cooperate. Jinxie said hello to Director Qin and left the command room. The Familiars were whirring through the atmosphere at high speed, emitting light visible to the naked eye. It's like a meteorite crashing down. Gray Fox of Team Fox smacked his lips. He hadn't expected to face such a situation before. Can we really stop this thing? Black Swallow was also a little worried. You two, don't overthink it. Our mission is to assist the executioners. We just need to hit that thing as hard as possible and expose its core. Twin Snakes, Team Fox's temporary captain, was a veteran and remained quite calm. The team members were on high alert. And Tessa, the instructor, couldn't be idle either. Clark, Frontline Command is temporarily turning over to you. I need to make some preparations. Tessa said to Dr. Clark. Huh? What are you going to do? You don't have any sniper weapons besides 2 knives? Dr. Clark was a little confused. No need for sniping, leave it to me. With that, Tessa activated the jets, and the Incubus flew towards New Spring and Autumn City. Dr. Clark blinked. Indeed, this special machine wasn't built at Clark's facility at Area 51. When Tessa brought it to the facility, it was already in the form of several completed parts: the head, body, limbs, and weapon systems. They were simply assembled, and then used for reverse engineering by Clark's team. Tessa's organization had put Clark and his team's TROM data to good use, even more thoroughly analyzed than Clark's military engineering team. Because they had provided a highly complete prototype, Team Fox was assembled much faster than expected. This prototype still holds many mysteries. It seems Tessa intends to show Clark the robot's true capabilities this time. Tessa, don't force it, Clark urged. Don't worry, who do you think I am? Tessa replied with the same carefree air. Soon, it was time for the battle to begin. Sakia, I leave the rest to you, Nineveh said, merging once again with her mechanical soul double, transforming into a 50-meter giant. Don't worry, Sakia said, manipulating TROM onto the gun mount and giving Nineveh a thumbs up. Nineveh soared into the sky, heading towards the falling fireball. The cyan glow shone from her body, her defensive force field. Sakia simultaneously shifted her turrets, locking onto the Familiar. With a flash of light, Nineveh officially collided with the Familia. The massive shockwave shattered the clouds, instantly dispersing the thick layer. Nineveh was speechless throughout the entire process. After all, this wasn't an easy task. She had to deploy her protective shield with all her might, and try to slow the Familia's descent as much as possible. Amazing power. Cheyenne observed the data. After 10 seconds, the Familia's speed had been reduced by half, and the flames, ignited by the high-speed friction, gradually died down. Well done, Nineveh. Director Cheen also witnessed the Executor's power, which was beyond modern imagination. But the Familia's descent continued. If they could reduce their descent to 1/3 of their previous speed, the damage after landing would be minimized. Now! Fire! Dr. Clark commanded, and all members of Team Fox opened fire. Simultaneously, anti-aircraft fire from the ground forces rained down. Nini supported the Familia from below, without exposing them to the fire. The families are being saturated with firepower. Ouch! Nineveh noticed that the families were falling faster than expected, and she had less than a minute left to transform. If she couldn't slow them down within 20 seconds, she might lose her chance to escape. Nineveh. Sakia licked the sweat that had trickled down to the corner of her mouth. She could tell that Nineveh hadn't slowed the families down to a safe level within the expected time. If this continued. Chapter 407. Nineveh had only 20 seconds left in the final countdown, as fleeting as a storm. It was like the final moment in a whirlwind of time, every heartbeat racing against the unstoppable force of the Familia. Its immense weight was like a falling star mercilessly teasing Earth. No matter how hard it struggled, it seemed impossible to reduce its speed to even 1/3 of its free-fall speed in this split second. This calamity, descending from the sky, was more difficult to control than expected. It weighed like a mountain on our hearts, weighing heavily on the limits of human wisdom and courage. If Nineveh couldn't miraculously slow down and evacuate now, while the Familia, now slowed to half speed, could prevent the destruction of Swager's headquarters, a prosperous district in New Spring and Autumn City would be doomed to destruction. Cheyenne stared at the harsh reality of time's passage, her heartbeat pounding against every nerve ending along with the second hand. She knew that if she hesitated even for a moment, Nineveh would be trapped in an inescapable situation. Without the protection of her fused state, her physical body, exposed to the force of a near-Earth orbit collision, would have little chance of survival. At this critical moment, the tactical analyst captured a startling scene on the surveillance camera. A soaring beam of light ripped through the sky. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed a black mecha piloted by Team Fox instructor Tessa, heading towards Nineveh. This sudden turn of events stunned Cheyenne and everyone present, even Director Cheen, who was far away on the battlefield. The mysterious black mecha instantly appeared beside Nineveh, resolutely resisting the familiar's downward momentum like a hero. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in amazement. The data on the large screen showed the family's speed beginning to decline noticeably, meaning they had a chance to prevent the disaster. Director Chen's eyes gleamed with admiration and curiosity. He stared at the screen, marveling at the astonishing power of Tessa's machine. Nineveh was equally surprised by the sudden appearance of support. Feeling the overwhelming pressure suddenly ease, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do?" Tessa remained calm and composed, even as the massive tail flames emanating from her mobile suit, the Incubus, were many times larger than the entire machine itself, streaking across the sky like a meteor, leaving even Dr. Clark stunned and exclaiming, "Wow! This power system is so outrageous." Sakia was also stunned by the spectacular sight before her, wondering, if Team Fox's mobile suits were based on Trom data, then what secrets did this black Trom model possess that surpassed the original? Its engine output clearly exceeded the Trom's capabilities. Recalling the naval battle against the families, Sakia had personally experienced the Trom's mere 5 minutes of airborne capability, with most combat scenarios confined to water and land. But now, the black mobile suit before her displayed completely different capabilities. "I leave it to you then. Just hold on for 20 seconds. Nineveh calculated, believing Tessa's machine was capable of the arduous task. Tessa replied calmly, "Don't worry." However, the situation wasn't as smooth as it appeared. Tessa's machine was trembling violently, and sparks were even emanating from parts of it. Nineveh knew this, so she persevered until the very end, unwilling to let Tessa's machine disintegrate from the overload. "What are you standing there for? Retreat!" Tessa understood Nineveh's thoughts, but she knew time was running out, so she shouted for her to evacuate immediately. Nineveh didn't hesitate, swiftly turning sideways and sprinting back toward the ground, leaving Tessa alone to face the approaching terrifying force. Within seconds, the cockpit began to vibrate violently, sparks and smoke filling the air. Tessa smiled wryly, letting the ensuing ravages unfold around her. These 20 seconds should be no problem. Faced with the daunting challenge, Tessa remained confident, knowing her vehicle's capabilities intimately. It was this familiarity that allowed her to formulate such a risky and crucial plan. Watching the scene, Dr. Clark felt a mixture of admiration and concern. After seeing Tessa successfully help Nineveh slow her Familia to a safe range and escort her safely to evacuation, he knew it was time for Team Fox to demonstrate their bravery. "Keep attacking. We're almost there," the doctor shouted over the comms channel, bolstering morale. Although Team Fox had exhausted their ammunition reserves, they had managed to carve a breach in the Familiar, only one step away from exposing its core. "No need to shout so loudly," Snow Wolf replied confidently, her particle cannon charging at the perfect moment. As the team's master of energy control, Snow Wolf timed the launch with pinpoint accuracy. This moment had been calculated perfectly. With a shrill whistle of the particle cannon, the Familiar's body was finally torn apart by the intense firepower, its core, once severely injured by Sakia, exposed, awaiting the final, fatal blow. Hit! Shakia decisively pulled the trigger. With precise and decisive control, the final round of the electromagnetic cannon blasted towards the gap created by Team Fox. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, the Familiar's core was instantly pierced, and with a deafening roar, it began to spew out fluid energy like blood. After piercing the Familiar's core, the massive jellyfish-like body began to lose control and disintegrate, falling. However, Tessa's own body seemed to have run out of power, and its tail flame suddenly began to shrink. At this rate, it would be difficult to escape from the Familiar's falling body. If the enemy were a soft-bodied creature, perhaps it wouldn't be a problem. Such a thought would be a mistake. The Familiar's body was composed of an unknown energy mass, the mass contained within it far surpassing the protein-based, carbon-based tissue of animals. Even if the Familiar's speed was reduced to a safe level, its fall would still destroy about a city block's worth of buildings. Of course, compared to destroying the entire New Spring and Autumn City, this was a blessing in disguise. If Tessa were to be hit by an energy attack capable of destroying an entire city block, she would likely be beyond rescue. So Sakia had to do something now. "That guy. I'm leaving it to you, Sakia." Nineveh, after landing, immediately transformed into her human form and lay prone on the ground. She realized that something had gone wrong with Tessa's escape, but she couldn't intervene directly now. She could only rely on Sakia. However, she had her own way of supporting Sakia. "Nineveh, I'm here." Jainsey's voice echoed through Nineveh's communication. 10 seconds remained until the Familiar impacted the ground. At this critical moment, she made a bold decision without hesitation. leaping from the turret and driving the tram at high speed towards the falling wreckage. Sakia Ziyuan, the on-site commander, was shocked. Was Sakia going to catch Tessa? Can she make it? Director Chin's eyes widened as he watched the scene from the command room. It wasn't that he doubted Sakia's abilities, but in such extreme circumstances, Director Chin wasn't sure he could catch up. The familiar's kinetic energy should have been reduced by 2/3, but Sakia still felt the strong airflow and wind pressure as she flew towards the impact point. But she couldn't care less now. TSK. The durability is still a little lacking. Tessa also saw Sakia rushing over. Tessa's piloting of the Incubus had helped Nineveh hold on, for a while, but the machine's durability was a little worse than she expected. The thrusters had worn out too quickly, preventing her from disengaging as smoothly as she hoped. Chapter 408. At this critical moment, Sakia spotted a figure near the crash site. It was Master Jinxi, a beacon of light in the darkness. Dressed in a plain monk's robe, he stood firm as a rock on the street about to be swallowed by the massive wreckage of his clan. A warm and powerful golden glow emanated from him, like an unshakable Buddha statue. His eyes were firm and deep, staring directly at the disaster that was falling from the sky. Master Jinxi? Why are you here? Sakia asked in surprise, her voice tinged with nervousness and confusion. However, Jinxi said nothing, simply shouting in a deep voice, Sakia, now is the crucial moment to unleash that move. Before he even finished speaking, Sakia understood. Wisdom and courage flashed in her eyes, and the power of her spirit surged out like an awakened torrent, instantly illuminating the surrounding buildings. Master Jinxi now unleashed the advanced mechanical soul technique that they, along with Nineveh, had cultivated together for some time. Despite the theft of his root cube, he leveraged his understanding of life ripples, an energy similar to mechanical souls, and his profound mastery of the power of mechanical souls to resonate his own ripples with the mechanical souls of Sakia and Nineveh. Nineveh, her memories intact, joined the fray at a crucial moment. Her presence enabled the three of them to share and channel each other's energies through a unique resonance. Don't forget me. Nineveh, despite having untransformed, swiftly came around the other corner, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jinxi. Her tone was filled with determination and resolve. All three men focused their gazes on the impending crush of the familiar's wreckage. Beneath Trom, Jinxi and Nineveh, though tiny, loomed immeasurably taller. They simultaneously unleashed their respective energies, the golden and cyan spirit energies intertwining and merging to form a torrent of unparalleled power, like a brilliant beam of light piercing the sky. With a deafening roar, the combined attack, like a mighty sword soaring into the sky, pierced the falling familiar's wreckage with thunderous force. The entire battlefield was instantly engulfed in incandescent light. Xiyuan, the members of Team Fox, and the ground troops waiting in the suburbs were all stunned beyond words. The massive flash of light in the heart of the city signaled the utter defeat of the familiar they had fought against, a decisive victory in this life-or-death battle. With a deafening roar, the remains of the familiar instantly disintegrated under the combined energy of the three executors. The massive fragments, like meteorites struck by a cannonball, scattered in countless dazzling trails across the sky. Driven by gravity, they scattered at astonishing speed, streaking across the sky like a brief yet magnificent meteor shower, ultimately disappearing deep into the atmosphere, causing no further physical damage to New Spring and Autumn City, nor stirring up any more dust or panic. This impeccable coordination not only demonstrated the unspoken understanding and trust between the three executors, but also the deep sense of mission and the profound emotional bond honed over millennia. Witnessing this scene, Dr. Clark could hardly contain his excitement and pride. He pumped his fists and shouted the news of victory at the top of his lungs, his joy overflowing, as if all the fatigue and stress had been completely released in that moment. Director Chin, on the other hand, appeared calmer and more reserved. A satisfied smile played at the corner of his mouth, and he gently lowered the brim of his hat. This calm demeanor was the reassuring quality of the leader of the Swagers. He remained clear-headed even after a major crisis. Director Chin turned without hesitation and stepped down from the command platform to begin deploying the complex yet crucial follow-up work. At the same time, the members of Team Fox received Tessa's confirmation of the successful operation via the communication channel. Her voice, as usual, calm and even lazy, expressed heartfelt praise and concern for all involved. In the heart of the battlefield, Sakia had successfully rescued Tessa from the wreckage of her familiar, despite being in danger herself. Trom, demonstrating immense strength, despite the difficulty, managed to lift the severely damaged Incubus piloted by Tessa. In response to Sakia's concern, Tessa, as always, projected an optimistic side, smiling and responding, "It's just a minor incident, but this machine does need a major overhaul." Sakia personally conducted a meticulous inspection of Tessa's mech and discovered that the key issue was an overheated propulsion system, which had caused an explosion. While this caused extensive surface damage, the core structure remained incredibly strong. Even after the violent impact, some joints showed signs of loosening, but overall, no fundamental damage was done to the mech's functionality. This made Sakia secretly admire the extraordinary performance of Tessa's mech, both in design and construction, even rivaling in some respects robots from ancient civilizations like Trom. The resolution of this crisis undoubtedly reaffirmed the strength of their team and the importance of close collaboration, and also accumulated valuable experience and confidence for the greater challenges they might face in the future. The superb coordination between Jinxie, Nineveh, and Shakia earned Tessa sincere admiration. Together, the three of you are truly unbeatable. Shakia and Jinxie exchanged a smile, their hard work and dedication finally paying off. Nineveh confidently replied, "An enemy of this caliber is a piece of cake for us." After the battle, New Spring and Autumn City gradually returned to peace. Team Fox assembled and set off for the Swager base, eager to meet with Shakia and the others. Shakia and the others also witnessed the birth of the humanoid mobile weapon team, developed by Dr. Clark using Swager data. Using the Trom data obtained from Swager, and after nearly a year of hard work, Dr. Clark finally completed this arduous task. He intended to use this opportunity to allow Team Fox members to have in-depth discussions with the Swager team, deepen their mutual understanding, and jointly address the greater challenges they might face in the future. In the days that followed, Shakia and her companions continued to forge ahead, each battle they fought together writing a legendary chapter filled with passion and excitement. The battle in New Spring and Autumn City became a crucial milestone in their growth, proving not only their individual strength, but also the deep friendship and trust between them. From now on, no matter what difficulties or challenges they faced, they would march forward with even greater resolve, together embracing the unknown yet magnificent future. Chapter 409. In the underground headquarters building of Swager, the warm and bright evening sunlight penetrated through the ground-level refractors, shimmering down onto the floor-to-ceiling windows of the reception hall, and scattering across the majestic interior, gilding the base with a golden glow. Team Fox, led by Dr. Clark, strode into the high-tech building. Dressed in uniform, they truly looked like a military-style group. Whoa! The automatic doors of the hall swung open quickly as Dr. Clark approached. "We're here. Prepare to salute." Ziyuan whispered to Shakia. Ziyuan, Shakia, Nineveh, Jinxie, and other executors stood behind Director Qin. In the hall, they, along with the heads of various Swager departments, welcomed Team Fox. Team Fox was currently considered a special operations unit of the Gale Nation, so any reception had to be conducted according to the standards of a foreign military. "I'm really not used to this kind of situation," Shakia thought to herself, standing at attention and saluting along with the others. As footsteps approached, Sakia's gaze swept over the 5 members of Team Fox, walking side by side, and Dr. Clark and Tessa, walking ahead of them. Dr. Clark and Tessa had met before, but each member of Team Fox seemed to exude a different aura. Fox 1, Gray Fox, was a cheerful-looking young man in his mid-20s. His tall and muscular build suggested he was a well-trained warrior. Fox 2, Twin Snake, was a calm, middle-aged veteran with a temperament somewhat similar to Operator K. He looked to be around his mid-30s. He was the eldest member of Team Fox. Fox 3, Snow Wolf, a beautiful blonde with twin ponytails, appears to be in her early 20s. She appears casual, but her sniping skills are undeniable, and she's made significant contributions in previous battles. However, meeting her in person doesn't seem quite like the impression I had of her. Fox 4, Black Swallow, a typical dark-haired Asian woman. She wears a fox uniform, her chest adorned with gleaming military medals, highlighting her remarkable combat experience and exceptional military skills. Though short, she exudes a heroic spirit that rivals even the most capable men. She and Cheyenne seem to share a similar aura. And Fox 5, Virtual Mantis, doesn't look like a soldier at first glance, but rather a trendy guy. Indeed, he's not a soldier, but an intelligence and information warfare expert sent by Tessa's company, and was once a formidable hacker. While he didn't play a key role in the previous battle, he's a key component of Team Fox's overall combat effectiveness. Team Fox stood at attention before Director Qin and the other Swager representatives, who saluted. "Salute," Tessa commanded, and the 5 people behind her saluted in unison, looking truly well-trained. "Over." Director Qin strode forward, extending a broad, strong hand. Director Chen's eyes shone with deep sincerity. Welcome back to Swagger, Dr. Clark. Welcome, brave team members. Your arrival symbolizes the beginning of a new chapter in our shared struggle against the threat of the families. It marks a new beginning for us to find light in darkness and hope in despair. Dr. Clark smiled, shook Director Chen's hand, and replied, "Thank you, Director Chen, for your warm welcome, and for the trust and support of the Swagger team. We Team Fox will live up to your expectations and fight alongside you to face those unknown and formidable challenges together." During the subsequent meeting ceremony, Shakia and the other executors shook hands and greeted each member of Team Fox. When it was Cheyenne and Hyen's turn, the entire hall seemed to freeze at the subtle shift in emotion. The moment Cheyenne's gaze met Hyen's, it was like ripples on a lake, her inner emotion surging, a surge of complex and profound memories. "It's really you." Cheyenne's eyes shone with an indescribable light, the light of memory, the surprise of a long-awaited reunion, the longing for old friendship, and a sense of bewilderment at the senior student who had once fought alongside her, but was now drifting apart. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, trying to force a smile, but ultimately, it dissolved into a complex expression, a mixture of embarrassment, emotion, and anticipation. Hyen, on the other hand, maintained her usual calm and composure. Her smile was subtle yet polite, and she simply nodded gently, as if waving goodbye to the past, yet also as if reminding herself to focus on the mission at hand. Though her eyes betrayed no overt emotion, they shone with a calm, resolute strength, as if telling Cheyenne, though time had passed and things had changed, they were now fighting for the future of this planet, so there was no need to dwell on it. The moment their gaze met, Cheyenne's memories were resurrected. That was nearly a decade ago, back when they were cadets. Cheyenne and her senior, Kuroki Yin, attended the United Nations Air Force Academy together. Back then, both of them, driven by a yearning for the skies and a passion for defending their homeland, threw themselves into the rigorous yet fulfilling life of a military academy. When Cheyenne first arrived on campus, she was a relatively green recruit. She often felt overwhelmed by the intense physical training and complex technical courses. However, her senior, Hei Mu Yin, not only earned the respect of the entire school with her excellent academic performance and exceptional practical skills, but also inspired Cheyenne's growth with her determination and tolerance. Whenever Cheyenne encountered difficulties and felt like giving up, Hei Mu Yin was always there, patiently guiding her and encouraging her to persevere. I remember one time, during a simulated flight confrontation exercise, Cheyenne's training aircraft was caught in a difficult situation due to an operational error, nearly causing an accident. In the critical moment, it was Hei Mu Yin who stepped forward, using her superb piloting skills and keen judgment to successfully reverse the situation and guide Cheyenne out of danger. This scene left a deep impression on Cheyenne, becoming a source of motivation for her continuous self-improvement and perseverance. In their spare time, the two would discuss tactics and strategies together, sharing their dreams and challenges. They had sworn together under the starry sky that no matter where the future led them, they would remain true to their original aspirations and safeguard Earth's peace. Over those years, they worked hand in hand, spending countless days and nights together, becoming a recognized golden pair within the military academy. However, good times are always short-lived. One day after graduation, the two participated in a war against terrorism. Due to Cheyenne's negligence, Kuroki Yin's family was caught up in the fighting and died. Since then, Kuroki Yin disappeared from Cheyenne's world, and their contact gradually dwindled until it was almost severed. For years, Cheyenne had harbored guilt over this incident, but had never been able to directly apologize to her senior. It wasn't until Team Fox appeared at Swagger headquarters that Cheyenne saw her long-lost senior again. When they met again, Cheyenne noticed a new calmness and resilience in Kuroki Yin, but her attitude toward Cheyenne seemed a bit distant, as if she were deliberately keeping her distance. This left Cheyenne with a mixture of nostalgia for their innocent friendship and anticipation and trepidation for a possible future reunion. Although Hyen didn't seem inclined to dwell on the past, Cheyenne firmly believed that as long as their shared faith remained unchanged, they would eventually regain their former understanding and trust. Chapter 410. Following the meeting with Team Fox, an intelligence exchange meeting was held. Both sides made arrangements regarding troop deployments and future plans. As night fell, the lights at Swagger headquarters shone brightly, and a solemn and lively dinner was held in honor of their new ally, Team Fox. Director Chen was in attendance, his gaze gleaming as he surveyed the packed hall, his heart filled with anticipation and confidence for the future. Dr. Clark led the members of Team Fox into the banquet hall. They were dressed in uniform, looking dashing. Sakia, Cheyenne, Nineveh, Jinxie, and others stood out from the crowd, their faces brimming with determination, as if ready to face any challenges that lay ahead. In the center of the banquet hall, four massive round tables were set with exquisite tableware and delicacies. Each dish was meticulously prepared by Swagger, symbolizing the highest honor for Team Fox's arrival. Tessa, Team Fox's instructor, sat at one table with Clark, Sakia, Cheyenne, and the others. Jinxie, Nineveh, the rest of Team Fox, and personnel from other departments dispersed to other tables. Director Chin rose, raised his glass, and delivered a passionate welcome speech. Today, we gather here for a common goal: to fight against those unknown familiar threats. The arrival of Team Fox has undoubtedly injected us with new strength and hope. Let us join hands and fight for humanity's future. At dinner, everyone enjoyed their meals and discussed their cooperation plans. Ziyuan looked at Hyan at the next table, seemingly hesitant to speak. Sakia, on the other hand, chatted happily with Tessa, Clark, and the others. The atmosphere of the dinner was like a delicate painting, a masterful blend of light, shadow, and emotion. Each dish in the hall seemed like a meticulously crafted work of art, each emanating an alluring luster and fragrance mouth-watering. The shimmering light cast a shadow on the gold-rimmed plates, illuminating the crystal-clear goblets and the patterns on the exquisite tableware, adding a touch of luxury and solemnity. Sakia sat next to Dr. Clark, her eyes bright and focused, filled with anticipation for the dinner. Tessa, like a silent statue, maintained an elusive calm and indifference amidst the bustle. Her presence itself was a silent force, impossible to ignore. As everyone enjoyed the delicious food and discussed cooperation, Dr. Clark introduced Tessa. His words were filled with admiration and respect. Sakia and Cheyenne, I must introduce you to a very important person. He leaned slightly to the left, his arm elegantly pointing towards Tessa, his gesture as solemn and captivating as a stage director unveiling a protagonist. Dr. Clark smiled broadly. Tessa is the sole instructor of our Fox team. Her strength and wisdom are not only demonstrated in daily training, but also in numerous combat missions. I have also received a lot of care from her. I know, Sakia smiled. She used to be an agent for Gale Nation. When she was in Nami, she took Nineveh to the cult's base. I also heard from Director Chin that Miss Tessa is a member of a giant multinational corporation in Gale Nation. With such a background, could it be? Cheyenne's words betrayed her curiosity about Tessa's complex identity. Dr. Clark took over, clearing up everyone's long-held doubts. Indeed, Tessa is our backer. One of the representatives of that world-renowned corporation. The establishment, and even the operating funds of Team Fox are largely due to the generous support of Miss Tessa and her company. That's it in a nutshell. Tessa, upon hearing these compliments and revelations, showed no emotion, only a faint smile, as if she had long since grown accustomed to the constant discussion surrounding her multifaceted role. I'm here to foster deeper collaboration between our company and various organizations, while also doing my best to help enhance the team's combat effectiveness. Her voice, having shifted from the lazy, even playful tone of her missions, became magnetic, each word like ripples rising from a deep lake, calm yet resounding. Sakia looked at Tessa with a mixture of respect and curiosity. That's wonderful. Sakia hadn't expected Tessa to be so influential. Of course, her own executor was also quite influential. As the conversation intensified, she noticed that Cheyenne beside her was somewhat distracted. Cheyenne clutched the exquisite silver knife tightly in her hand, its engraved patterns faintly visible in the light, illuminating it with a cool, delicate sheen. She should have used the sharp blade to gently slice the steak before her, releasing the perfectly cooked meat and its aroma. However, her movements froze in midair, as if time had quietly stopped. Her gaze wasn't focused on the delicious meal before her, but rather wandered aimlessly through the bustling hall. The bright chandelier, the bustling waiters, the guests chatting away, everything blurred in her view, becoming a shadowy backdrop. Worry lingered deep in Cheyenne's eyes. Was it memories or anticipation? Only she knew. Hey Mayan. I'm so sorry. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow across her cheek, obscuring the complex expression that flashed across her face for a moment. Her fingers gently stroked the smooth handle of the knife, then slowly released it, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the tablecloth. This subtle movement betrayed her inner turmoil, despite her efforts to maintain a calm exterior. Shakia gently touched Cheyenne's arm and asked with concern, Cheyenne, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Her voice was gentle and caring, like a spring breeze caressing green leaves, filled with understanding and consideration. Meanwhile, the bustle of the banquet hall remained undimmed by Cheyenne's distraction. Laughter, conversation, and the clinking of cutlery blended into a symphony. Noticing Cheyenne's rare eccentricity, Shakia calmly put down her cutlery, ready to offer understanding and care to break the silence in Cheyenne's heart, which had suddenly become detached from the joyful atmosphere of the dinner. She turned to Cheyenne and asked softly, and with concern, "Cheyenne, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Her eyes were filled with concern and worry for her friend. Cheyenne was momentarily taken aback by Shakia's question, then quickly adjusted her expression, attempting to mask her true feelings with a smile. She gently wiped her mouth with her napkin and replied, trying to maintain a casual tone, "It's okay, Shakia. I just suddenly remembered something, and my mind wandered a bit." Her words were vague, deliberately avoiding the core of the question, unwilling to delve into her own concerns. Shakia observed Cheyenne's forced smile. Although she still had some doubts in her heart, she knew Cheyenne's character well, and did not press her further. She nodded slightly and responded with a smile. "Okay, if you need any help or want to talk about anything, you could always come to me." After that, she picked up the tableware again, and decided to respect Cheyenne's choice for the time being, so that the atmosphere of this warm dinner party could continue to remain harmonious and joyful.